Chapter 1 Inductive Differentiation. The fog gradually arose, the rain carrying the chill of autumn. Lu Zhihang entered the Tajuesha club with the cold air from outside. This was the largest entertainment venue in Jinbei, encompassing all sorts of businesses you could imagine and even those that were hard to believe existed. After a server verified his identity, they led him deeper down the corridor. The deeper they went, the more intense the perfume scent became, mixed with various kinds of love pheromones. Lu Zhihang slightly touched his nose. Enjma was immune to lower-tier pheromones, but he still couldn't hide his distaste. What a stench! Disgusting. Mr. Lu, who always prided himself on his calmness, now had 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. Subconsciously, he released citronellal, that pheromones filled with irritation. Someone from an open room nearby cursed, "Who is it? What public-minded idiot is releasing high-level pheromones?" Before Mr. Lu, devoid of public decency, could release stronger oppressive pheromones, a young man suddenly intruded into his embrace and interrupted his act. Bang! Around the corner, a pink head suddenly appeared, crashing straight into his arms. The pink curls brushed past his lower lip, causing a slight itch. Enjma smelled strong alcohol, without any traces of pheromones. Sweet. As Lu Zhihang steadied the youth who had crashed into his arms, he raised an eyebrow when he saw the young man's face. Hehe, you're so handsome. Are you an alpha or mega? The drunken young man tilted his head up, eyes hazy, and grinned at him. Just as the server was about to approach, Lu Zhihang stopped him with a gesture, "Go ahead and leave." He looked leisurely down at this little thug clinging to him. Although there was still some pheromone smell lingering around Lu Zhihang, the little thug in front of him seemed unaffected by it. Enjma's pheromones could suppress alphas and megs, but they were useless against undifferentiated children and beta-like individuals who could not perceive pheromones. Lost in thought for a moment. "Come on. Give me a kiss." The pink-curled hair kid brazenly yelled, suddenly reaching out and grabbing the collar of his shirt to pull him closer. Before he knew it, the sweet, spicy aroma of an upper-class cocktail filled Lu Zhihang's mouth. Lu Zhihang stiffened his body, his nose enveloped by the refreshing scent of shampoo from the thug's hair. The dim wall lights projected their shadows onto the carpet. The corridor was quiet, only the breathy voice of the little thug could be heard. Hiss. Lu Zhihang furrowed his brows slightly. The metallic taste of rust spread out. Enjma still had his hands gripping the little thug's arms, holding up the weight of the drunkard. After a few seconds, the pink curly-haired youth let go of Lu Zhihang and swayed a bit under his feet. Leaning on the wall, slurring his words, he said with disdain, "You. Why does your mouth have a herbal medicine taste? Phew phew phew. I hate the taste of Chinese medicine." In fact, Enjma's mouth only carried the fresh scent of pu'er tea. Lu Zhihang wiped his mouth with his thumb, noticing a trace of blood on his fingertips. A forceful kiss, and a bite or two, such bad drinking manners. As Lu Zhihang looked at the guy beside the wall spitting and disapproving, he regarded him with interest. It seems this drunkard who cannot detect pheromones tasted his Enjma scent. They stared silently at each other, and Lu Zhihang's gaze fell upon the faint mole on the youth's nose. It was very small, but because his skin was so fair, it was quite prominent. On top, one could see a hint of black roots in his hair. It was time for a touch-up. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness amidst the remnants of his rationality, the pink-curled hair flickered his gaze and scratched his neck lightly. A few red streaks appeared. The second gender-unknown pink-curled hair pouted and murmured, "Oh hey, why is my neck feeling warm?" The alpha's face turned red, his ears almost burning, making the black agate ear stud in his left earlobe seem oddly sexy. Between the movements, Lu Zhihang caught a whiff of a faint white peach pheromone. He raised an eyebrow. Had this interference from high-level pheromones caused differentiation? Xing Xinyan, stop scratching. Seeing the drunkard's glands about to be scratched raw, Lu Zhihang raised his hand to grab his wrist, stopping his movement. The young man struggled a few times but failed to break free, muttering, "I'm not Xing Xinyan." "Then who are you?" Lu Zhihang pushed aside the youth's wolf-tail hairstyle to inspect the back of his neck gland. Indeed, it had differentiated, its temperature was higher than the rest of his skin surface. His hands were cool, and Xing Xiani subconsciously moved his neck closer to the center of Enjma's palm, mysteriously whispering, "I'm Sun Wukong, give me 50 to show you my golden cudgel." Golden cudgel? Lu Zhihang couldn't help but ask. "You don't believe me?" "I." Xing Xiani frowned and slapped away Enjma's hand that was holding him up, pulling up his shirt tail to start unfastening his belt. "Hey! Stop it." Lu Zhihang had been through many fierce battles in the business world, having seen both small and large scenarios, yet this moment truly startled him. Unhesitatingly unfastening his belt, such a behavior indicated terrible drinking etiquette. The differentiation of alpha came with a sensitive period, he couldn't be left here. It was too dangerous. Lu Zhihang stopped the little thug's movements and glanced at the surveillance camera, coaxing, "I'm your master. Listen to me and come along." Xing Xiani pushed him off guardedly, raising his hand to rub his head boastfully, "I'm not carrying the golden cudgel. Who wants to listen to you?" Lu Zhihang chuckled silently. Looking around, there really wasn't any handy tool nearby. So he raised his hand and patted Xingxiani's head softly, muttering low, "You're wearing it now. If you don't listen, I will chant the tightening spell." Xingxiani paused abruptly, feeling a dull ache amid the dizziness in his brain, instantly being intimidated. "I'll behave. Please don't chant it." He hung his head down, hands clasped behind him, standing straight as if admitting fault. Lu Zhiheng. The driver waiting by the door of Juesha widened his eyes slightly when he saw Lu Zhiheng and the Alpha in his arms. "Mr. Lu, have you finished entertaining guests already? Does this mean you're planning on bringing someone home?" Lu Zhiheng noticed Mr. Sun Zhenhua's bewildered glance toward Xingxiani and accepted the umbrella from him to shield the Alpha. "Uncle Sun, it's not what you think. Oh, please give Mr. Zhao a call, tell them I have something come up, so I won't be joining tonight." Anyway, it was just those few elder members from Jinbei Chamber of Commerce testing the depths of this newly minted heir to the Lu family. He didn't enjoy attending their feast anyway. The newly differentiated Alpha was a bit restless, engsub releasing high-level calming pheromones to ease his pain. Hurts. Because he had started differentiating late, these pheromones rushed violently throughout his bloodstream. The car interior filled with the strong sweetness of white peach pheromones. The Alpha's face turned scarlet red, his temperature high. He mumbled unclear words, burrowing deeper into Lu Zhiheng's embrace, trying to absorb even a trace of the fainter Artemisia pheromone. But engsub didn't carry the suppressant for Alphas. Mr. Sun Zhenhua drove without looking back, quietly lifting the rear compartment divider to block the sight. Lu Zhiheng lightly squeezed the Alpha's nape, his voice tinged with hoarseness. "Do you need me to help?" "Yes." Chapter 2, A Willing Sacrifice. Xingxiani whined and snuggled into his arms, sniffing the high-grade pheromones on Lu Zhixing's body, willingly offering his gland for sacrifice under Enigma's canine teeth. Lu Zhixing gently stroked the back of his neck with his fingertips, momentarily feeling somewhat despicable. This was the insidious aspect of Enigma pheromones. Even an Alpha in a higher position would willingly offer their gland to him. Of course, this willingness wasn't genuine. The Alpha had been mentally by the high-grade pheromones. As Lu Zhixing pondered whether or not he should play the role of a gentleman, the Alpha in his arms tugged at his shirt and looked up at him pitifully, tears welling in his eyes brought on by the sensitivity phase triggered after differentiation. "Forget being a gentleman. As long as I lack morality, no one can pin anything on me." The moment high-grade pheromones infiltrated Xingxiani's glands, the Alpha couldn't help but cry out in pain. The Tsangshu pheromones swiftly coursed through his bloodstream, forcefully suppressing the white peach pheromones stirring within him during the sensitivity phase. After his pheromones were subdued, the Alpha also calmed down and breathed heavily against his chest. In the driver's seat, Sun Zhenhua could feel the overwhelming awkwardness despite the partition. It didn't block sound. "Money's hard to earn, life's tough." Sun Zhenhua absent-mindedly turned on the car radio, where evening news was being broadcast. "Dear citizens, sources confirmed that Set's largest underground gland crime organization was dismantled yesterday. 10 years ago, the Gland Crime Organization announced its intent to conduct an experiment involving 10,000-person secondary high-grade differentiation against natural laws. They openly auctioned off prefabricated Enigma glands, claiming even the taste of pheromones could be chosen freely. Research is ongoing regarding the effects of Enigma catalysts on human bodies." Sun Zhenhua couldn't resist quietly sighing, treating people like objects. Rumors say that a single S-grade Enigma gland was sold in the black market for hundreds of millions. "Heaven, my lord." A slightly hoarse voice came from the back seat. "Uncle Sun, turn off the radio." "Ah, sure, Mr. Lu." Lu Zhixing patted the head of the obedient Alpha in his arms and glanced out the window, his gaze piercing through the rain behind the highly soundproof glass. His deep eyes beneath his long lashes betrayed no emotion. Moments later, he retracted his gaze, pressed the button on the right side, and the storage compartment slowly opened. He took out a delicate little box, removed a sugar-coated pill from inside, and swallowed it with warm water. "I want candy too." Xingxiani reached out for the small medicine bottle in his hand. Lu Zhixing chuckled lowly. "You little thug, why are you doing the bandit's job?" Finally, the business car stopped in a parking lot beneath Lushan Hotel. Lu Zhixing took out his dedicated room card and held Xingxiani as they stepped into the elevator. Lu Zhixing lowered his eyes and gazed at the Alpha lying on the bed, muttering to himself, "It's so easy to take you away. What will you do if you encounter a ruffian?" The moment the words left his lips, the little curly-haired figure sitting on the bed sprang up immediately, startling Mr. Lu. "I need to pee." With a frown, Xingxiani got down from the bed and began unsteadily searching for the restroom. Lu Zhixing watched as he started unbuckling his belt in front of the fish tank on the short cabinet and quickly rushed forward to stop him. "Hey! That's not a toilet. Saving the fish equals constructing 7 levels of a stupa." Lu Zhixing quickly carried him toward the bathroom, lifted the toilet lid, then turned around. The healthy, splashing sound reached his ears, and Lu Zhixing loosened his tie in exasperation, pinching the bridge of his nose. "What am I doing? 30 years old, and I've abandoned my work to escort someone to the restroom." The sound stopped, and someone poked his back. Lu Zhixing turned around and saw that his pants were properly worn. He let out a sigh of relief. "What is it?" "My stomach hurts." Sheng Xiani frowned as he looked up at him with red cheeks. Lu Zhixing's gaze dropped and then quickly returned. Temporary markings meant little to an alpha during the sensitivity phase, they weren't about relying on others' marks to get through this period anyway. Lu Zhixing pulled him over to the faucet to wash his hands first. He remembered that there were alpha inhibitors available in the hotel room. Addicted alcohol plus the sensitivity phase made the alpha extremely restless and anxious. Lu Zhixing swiftly moved to the cabinet and fetched the potent inhibitor. Ah! I don't want a shot. The youth who was still half-dazed suddenly tried to run upon seeing the syringe in his hand. Harder to catch than a pig. After administering the inhibitor injection, Lu Zhixing actually broke out in a sweat. He sat by the bed and sighed as he looked at the sleeping alpha, but couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. Lightning accompanied by thunder cut through the heavy clouds, and it rained all night. The dawn pierced through the gloomy weather into the room. A handsome young man was wrapped in a pristine soft blanket, his pinkish curly short hair scattered messily over the pillow. The bedside lamp that had not yet been turned off cast a warm glow on the youth's gentle and obedient face. Sheng Xiani's arm was loosely draped over the edge of the bed, with a barely noticeable needle mark on the vein of his arm. As the phone vibrated, Sheng Xiani frowned slightly, squinted his eyes, and picked up the phone for a glance. It was a WeChat message from his childhood friend Lin Huai. Sheng Xiani yawned, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes against the pillow. The alpha casually tossed the phone aside, deciding to go back to sleep before replying to Lin Huai. His glands still retained a faint soreness, and Sheng Xiani raised his hand to rub his neck. The heat in his body seemed not yet fully dissipated, and the hormones that had surged wildly last night had now stabilized. Sheng Xiani opened his blurry eyes, paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly jumped up from the bed, ran barefoot into the bathroom, and twisted his head to check the red gland on his neck. Excitement rushed from his toes to the back of his skull, and Sheng Xiani's mouth stretched almost to his ears as he couldn't resist shouting loudly, "Grandma! I finally differentiated! Hooray!" Sheng Xiani was the youngest in the family, with an elder sister and an elder brother above him. Due to being born prematurely, his body was weaker than other children of the same age since childhood, and even his differentiation occurred years later than others. Most of his friends had differentiated into their secondary gender around the age of 19, while he lived for 24 years without any change in his glands, stable like an old dog. Because both Sheng Xiani's older brother and sister were alphas, the family had always hoped he would differentiate into an omega. But Sheng Xiani firmly believed that such a tough guy as himself must be a top alpha. And indeed, hard work never goes unrewarded. His nightly prayers to the moon goddess had not been wasted. Sheng Xiani proudly puffed out his chest and grabbed his waist triumphantly. Good things come to those who wait, and he was clearly a top alpha. Just one small issue, the pheromones didn't seem as potent as he'd expected. Never mind, no flaw could overshadow his brilliance, this didn't matter. The alpha touched his neck and sniffed it lightly, white peach pheromones, sweet with a trace of herbal medicine scent. Many fragments of memory flashed through Sheng Xiani's mind, but he couldn't catch hold of any. But this didn't bother the carefree alpha at all, he simply thought that drinking too much Chinese medicine had flavored him properly. Chapter 3: The Used Inhibitor. The hangover made Sheng Xiani's head feel heavy and dull. He looked in the mirror and saw himself still wearing yesterday's clothes, which were now wrinkled and crumpled. He lifted his arm and sniffed it, discovering that his clothes smelled of alcohol mixed with cigarette smoke. Even the herbal medicine scent seemed better by comparison. Sheng Xiani frowned in disdain. Having been clean and tidy since childhood, sleeping in the clothes from the day before was an impossible thing for him. Sheng Xiani glanced around the surroundings and only then did he realize that he wasn't at the Sheng family residence, but rather in a penthouse suite of some hotel. In no time, he had stripped off his clothes and turned on the shower for a quick rinse before changing into the hotel's bathrobe. The alpha casually ran his fingers through his still dripping hair, which curled more tightly after being wet. Sheng Xiani became much more alert, though his mind remained a blank slate as he walked out of the bathroom with a towel draped around his neck, brimming with doubts. Sheng Xiani sat cross-legged on the bed, extending his forefinger to press against his temples, engaging all his faculties in reminiscing. Yesterday, Lin Huai returned home, and he and Lin Yu went to Juesha to welcome him back, drinking excessively. His head still throbbed faintly. The alpha carefully recalled everything, remembering only squabbling and playing cards with Lin Yu, then having some drinks. The last memory he had was a hard chest. At that time, the restroom was occupied by Lin Yu. Wobbling out, he collided with someone looking for the toilet. Frowning deeply, Sheng Xiani tried hard to recall, yet there was only a face blurred in his mind. As the alpha pondered further, his headache worsened, but life has no difficulties if one is willing to give up. Unable to remember. So be it. He would just skip over this portion. Memory lapse or not, who cares? What mattered most now was spreading the word about him differentiating into an alpha. Sheng Xiani opened WeChat and clicked on Lin Huai's avatar frame. The unread message read, "Nian Nian, are you awake?" Since childhood, Sheng Xiani was known for cajoling others, so his elder sister gave him a nickname, Sticky Rice Dumpling. It eventually shortened to Nian Nian and spread far and wide. Just as Shingshini was preparing to respond, Lin Huai's video call came in. The alpha leaned against the bedhead, pressed accept, and greeted while drying his hair with a towel. Huai gu, morning. Hey, you woke up so early. A towel hung around Lin Huai's neck, and there were beads of sweat on his nose tip, appearing as if he had just finished jogging. Shingshini really admired this buddy of his. No matter what time he went to bed, he could get up and go running at 5 o'clock the next morning. He would jog outdoors when the weather was good and on the treadmill at home when it wasn't. Lin Huai wiped the sweat from his face, his voice filled with laughter, making anyone listening feel cheerful. Nian, how come you left yesterday without saying a word? And right after I returned home too? You call me Nian again, and we'll cut ties. Shingshini frowned, questioning, Did I leave on my own? I'm in a hotel, thinking it was a room you booked for me. Lin Huai paused his action of wiping his sweat. I helped Lin Yu to vomit in the restroom and came back to find you gone. When I messaged you, you said you'd leave first. Huh? Shingshini took down the towel from his head, his hair was no longer dripping water. I black out once I get drunk, and I've forgotten everything that happened yesterday. Lin Huai seemed deep in thought. Shingshini suddenly raised his voice, excitedly, yes, Huai gu. I've differentiated. Ha. I'm an alpha. I have to show off to Lin Yu. That guy should still be asleep right now. The phone screen seemed to freeze, and Shingshini shook the camera. After a long pause, Lin Huai finally moved. The differentiation of alphas comes with a sensitive period. How did you manage through it? Who booked the room for you? Shingshini swung his foot high up in the air. Didn't I tell you I forgot? Besides, can an alpha possibly suffer any losses? Thinking about his grand ambition to woo every beautiful person in the world, his smile gradually widened. He was 24 already. Others began dating at 19 after their differentiation, but he remained single, a late bachelor. Wasn't it about time for the joyous life of adulthood to begin? Yeah. Lin Huai had played with Shingshini from a young age. They only separated when Lin Huai went abroad for further studies for 3 years. He could easily see what unspeakable thoughts were swirling in Shingshini's mind. Before his differentiation, Shingshini envied others' relationships, even demanding to add attractive individuals on WeChat in advance to save contacts, only to be talked out of it by Lin Huai's advice as a future outstanding doctor. You haven't differentiated yet, and early exposure to such things could affect your gland development. Not only might it stunt your growth, but it could also lead to kidney deficiency. This single sentence had suppressed Shingshini for 5 or 6 years. Now, it seemed he couldn't be held back any longer. Shingshini eyed Lin Huai's expression carefully before solemnly saying, Old antique, don't worry. My shirt buttons, oh wait, my shirt isn't buttoned. Don't tell my dad, alright. I'm truly impressed. Lin Huai shook his head helplessly. He was a year older than Shingshini, but started school late so they were in the same grade. During their school days, Lin Huai took on the responsibility of taking care of this arrogant young master who ate medicine like food. Even though Shingshini was frail as a child, he was a tough fighter and got into plenty of trouble, often just letting it all blow over. Lin Huai was always the one cleaning up after him. The alpha suddenly pointed the camera at the back of his neck and cheerfully said, Look quickly. My glands. They're pretty, right? Can you see them? Lin Huai was about to say that everyone's glands looked the same when his eyes caught the light red bruises on Shingshini's neck glands. Frowning deeply, Lin Huai spoke calmly, Shini, send me the address. I'll come over now. Hopefully he'd misjudged it since Shingshini's hands were shaking and he hadn't seen it clearly. Shingshini hesitated for a moment but obediently sent the address. I'm starving, too lazy to move around, and I don't feel like eating the hotel's food. Bring me some corn and fresh meat dumplings, will you? Also, bring me another set of clothes. My clothes smell terrible. Alright, I know. I'll take a shower first since I'm all sweaty. See you later. Lin Huai instructed a few more times, I'll text you when I arrive. Don't randomly open the door for anyone. You're so worried. Alright, see ya. After exiting the video call, Shingshini first sent Lin Yu a bragging WeChat message, your father has differentiated into an alpha. As he was about to exit the WeChat interface, he noticed they'd chatted with Lin Huai at 11:30 p.m. last night. Lin Huai, Nian, where did you go? You didn't answer my calls. Did something happen? My nemesis, nothing, left earlier. Furrowing his brow, Shingshini scratched his chin. Why couldn't he remember anything? And he never used punctuation marks when typing, only spaces. Could he have discovered a different side of himself after getting drunk? Shingshini's gaze fell on the bedside table, where he spotted an open package of a used alpha inhibitor. This was bizarre beyond belief. Chapter 4, Enigma's Mark. Lin Huai's home was actually not far from Lushan Hotel, but young Master Shing insisted on eating corn and fresh meat wontons, which had to come specifically from Grandma Lu's wonton shop opposite Jean North No. 1 Middle School. This detour cost some time. By the time he reached Lushan Hotel, 1.5 hours had already passed, and the carefree Xing Xianian even took a second nap. Sheng Xianian was still yawning when he opened the door, but his eyes lit up when he saw what Lin Huai was carrying. Did you buy Xiaomai for me too? Huai brother, you're too virtuous. If you were a mega, I would definitely marry you. Sheng Xianian rubbed his sleepy eyes and reached for the Xiaomai. Lin Huai disdainfully slapped his hand. Is that hygienic? Wash your hands first. Unhappy, Sheng Xianian complained, Dr. Lin, do you have a cleanliness phobia? Despite his words, he obediently walked towards the bathroom. Lin Huai's gaze lingered on the back of Sheng Xianian's neck, where the lymph node under his unruly hair showed faint red marks caused by broken capillaries. Even though they were subtle, Lin Huai could sense the strong pheromones of high-level possessiveness. Does Sheng Xianian think only megas would covet an alpha? Lin Huai's thoughts deepened as he confirmed the origin of Sheng Xianian's smell. In Seth, enigmas were few, and in Jinbei City, there was only one. Sheng Xianian. Sheng Xianian paused mid-step and turned back, puzzled. Why are you calling me? As Lin Huai approached him, his expression grew serious with furrowed brows. Drink less alcohol in the future. Huh? Why? What happened? Sheng Xianian fiddled with his disheveled pink hair. Lin Huai sighed, lifting his hand to wipe the lymph node at the back of the alpha's neck with his thumb. Don't you know you've been temporarily marked? Sheng Xianian immediately covered the back of his neck and widened his eyes. What? Did a mega mark me? Who? Though different from typical macho alphas, Sheng Xianian wasn't opposed to being marked by his future mega boyfriend, he even considered it an aspect of charm. But as an A, before utilizing his function, this seemed rather embarrassing. Lin Huai was speechless but understood, after all, Sheng Xianian just differentiated and had low sensitivity to pheromones. It's not a mega. Didn't you catch the scent of Atractylode's pheromones? Afraid that the semi-literate Sheng Xianian wouldn't understand what Atractylodes meant, Lin Huai explained further, the smell of Chinese herbal medicine, didn't you detect it? Oh, now that you mention it, it did have a slight presence. But what about the mega thing you spoke of? Shit, it couldn't be an alpha, could it? Sheng Xianian's face paled. Before Lin Huai could answer, like sticking to some dirty thing, he rushed into the bathroom and needed to wash away this bizarre odor right away. Under the showerhead, the alpha was frantically washing himself. Lushan Hotel was a platinum 5-star hotel jointly invested and built by Hurricane Group and Jaialu Ventures, making it the most luxurious top-tier hotel in Jinbei City. It was fully equipped with items. There was special pheromone-blocking shower gel, alpha bite stoppers, and even potent inhibitors for megas and alphas. At checkout, these items could be packed and taken away. Alpha slathered plenty of pheromone-blocking shower gel on himself, the bathroom almost flooded with foam. Only after he smelled purely of rose-scented shower gel did Alpha feel clean. After washing himself thoroughly, Sheng Xianian sniffed, ensuring no trace of the medicinal scent remained, then picked up the bathrobe again. On second thought, he put the bathrobe down. Although the Alpha felt no physical discomfort, Sheng Xianian's brain circuitry twisted strangely, fearing he might belong to a uniquely talented type. So, amidst the covering sound of running water, Sheng Xianian inspected his fingers, dabbing a bit of soap. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he made a firm decision and swiftly prodded downward with the resolve of facing death bravely, startling himself from the pain. A's dignity remains intact. After his shower, Sheng Xianian, wrapped in a bathrobe, voraciously devoured a large bowl of small wontons and consumed 2 xiaomai balls. Really fragrant, you really went to Grandma Lu's shop. Yup, since the young master asked for wontons, don't I need to show some insight? Lin Huai hadn't eaten breakfast either and thus joined in the meal. Sheng Xianian ate slowly, so after finishing, Lin Huai sat beside him. What's up with Xian brother? How did I see news yesterday that he was seen entering and leaving a hotel with a celebrity and got photographed? The Alpha swallowed the mouthful of wonton, and said helplessly, he has a fancy for a young actor, and now he's financing a movie for him. He's just brushing his presence there. Lin Huai nodded, both financially and personally involved, looks like he's found true love. Sheng Xianian curled his lips, then he sure has found too much true love. Does his heart need to be broken into so many pieces to be evenly distributed among all those people? The Alpha had always disapproved of his second brother's attitude towards life, despite his catchphrase being, hook up with every handsome person in the world, deep down, he still believed in pure love. Lin Huai smiled but didn't say anything. After eating until full satisfaction, Sheng Xianian pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and clenched his teeth. Let's go check the security camera at the Regal Hotel. I'd like to see which scoundrel dared to take advantage of me. Before Lin Huai could react, Sheng Xianian tore off the bathrobe's belt, threw it off and let it land randomly on the floor. Fortunately, Sheng Xianian was wearing underwear. After Lin Huai's eyes caught sight of the curved waistline of the Alpha, he quickly turned around and stood facing away from him. While Sheng Xianian cursed as he got dressed, Lin Huai's clothes were slightly too big for him, but still manageable, they could pass for fit. Once properly dressed and seeing Lin Huai stiffly standing with his back turned towards him, he chuckled, we're both men, what's wrong with you? After seeing Sheng Xianian fully dressed, Lin Huai sighed, Xinian, we are adults now. Right. I've differentiated. I am an adult now, hee hee. The two entered the elevator and pressed the B2 button. In the parking lot, that Bentley had just parked stably, and through the rearview mirror inside the car reflected the amber eyes beneath long lashes of the man sitting in the driver's seat. On the passenger seat, there was also an insulated bucket, emanating a faint aroma of food. Beneath was another paper bag, holding clothes that still bore price tags. The man leaned back in his seat, watching through the left rearview mirror as a pink head popped out, with a man in a leather jacket trailing by its side. The two laughed as they entered a Mercedes, and soon after came the sound of the car engine starting. As Lin Huai's car slowly passed by Lu Zhixing's vehicle, that pink head was laughing joyfully. Enigma's fingertips gently tapped on the steering wheel. Sheng Xianyan's trouser cuffs and sleeves were both rolled up once, clearly not a suitable size. When leaving the underground parking lot, the dim vision suddenly greeted the daylight. Sheng Xianyan sneezed and rubbed his nose. How come I feel a cool breeze on my back? Lin Huai tilted his head and looked at him. It's been raining recently, and the weather is cooler. Naturally, you'll feel cold wearing so little. Put your coat on properly. Sheng Xianyan raised his hand and turned on the warm air in the car, feeling comfortable again. After Lin Huai's car departed, Lu Zhixing also slowly drove out of the underground parking lot. Chapter 5, Engagement. The Sheng family held considerable prestige in Jinbei City. By pretending to have lost a 30,000 yuan watch, Sheng Xinya was led to the surveillance room by the staff. Sheng Xinya sat in the chair, arms crossed, and stared intently at the monitor screen. A man stepped out of a neighboring private room wearing a black shirt with a coat draped over his arm, his hair meticulously groomed exuding an air of a business elite. Sheng Xinya craned her neck to get a better look as the handsome face of the man gradually overlapped with a blurry outline in her memory. The alpha tilted her head in confusion. Why did this person seem so familiar? Had she seen him somewhere before? Then, all of Sheng Xinya's anger dissipated into embarrassment when she saw herself grabbing the man's collar for a forceful kiss. She scratched her nose with her index finger. The staff had indeed seen it all but didn't show any change in expression on their faces. With HD cameras, they could even see the blush rising on Sheng Xinya's cheeks as she awkwardly covered her gland. At the moment when Sheng Xinya was feeling uncomfortable and didn't know what to do, the man promptly supported her arm. A crisp voice reached Sheng Xinya and Lin Huai's ears. Has your heat started? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Then they heard Sheng Xinya groaning while burrowing into the man's embrace, her lecherous hands miserably pulling at his clothes. I feel so uncomfortable. Is my neck going to be roasted like chicken? I don't want to become crispy chicken. The man chuckled softly and gently pinched the back of Sheng Xinya's neck with cool fingertips. I won't let you turn into crispy chicken. Huaigu, don't you think this guy looks familiar? Sheng Xinya gave a dry laugh, somewhat embarrassed. Before Lin Huai could respond, Sheng Xinya let out a shocked, what the hell? On the monitor, it showed that she had actually unbuckled her belt in front of a stranger. Xinya, your tolerance for alcohol. Lin Huai sighed, instructing the staff to speed up the footage by 2 times. Next, the man wrapped an arm around Sheng Xinya's shoulder and walked toward the elevator, leaving the Juesha entrance together. The final scene was of the man taking a black umbrella from the driver, then heading to the parking lot with Sheng Xinya, boarding a black MPV. License plate number, Bay A88888. Naturally, he knew who owned such a prestigious license plate. That's Lu Zhixing's car. Sheng Xinya sprang off the stool, wide-eyed in disbelief, pointing at the monitor in shock. In Jinbei City, no one failed to recognize the name Lu Zhixing. As the president of Jiayu Land Investment Group, only 29 years old, Lu Zhixing possessed an extraordinary market insight and the audacity to rise from the ashes. Within 8 years, he led the Lu family corporation past barriers to new heights and frequently appeared in financial news. Even if Sheng Xinya were an uneducated third-generation rich kid, she knew how impressive Lu Zhixing was. Under Lu Zhixing's leadership, the Lu family had become a top player in the industry. To do business in Jinbei City meant there was no way around courting Lu Zhixing. Lin Huai's theory was proven correct, his brow slightly furrowed. It is Lu Zhixing. Cold sweat trickled down Sheng Xinya's spine. Lu Zhixing was Engma, capable of transforming alphas into exclusive companions through lifelong marking. That Engma, after being modified, had a match rate of over 95% with Mega. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Huai noticed Sheng Xinya's pale complexion and patted the alpha's shoulder consolingly. Don't worry, nothing happened between the two of you. Just stay away from him in the future. Sheng Xinya nodded rapidly. Having just differentiated into an alpha, there was no need for her, despite lacking talent for secondary differentiation into Engma, to be forcibly converted into a Mega. In my opinion, these Engmas are all psychopaths. Why do they insist on converting perfectly fine alphas into Megas? Can't they just find a Mega spouse directly? Still somewhat frightened, Sheng Xinya rubbed her arms where goosebumps had risen. Thankfully, Lu Zhixing hadn't done anything to her, though her behavior yesterday where she was at someone else's disposal was certainly embarrassing and left her sore. Lin Huai's gaze slowly swept across the standing staff members who humbly kept their eyes down. Don't talk nonsense, Xinya. Your family has connections with the Lu family. The Lu and Sheng families had business relations since their grandfather's generation, making them longtime acquaintances. It was just that Xingxinya, being a playboy from a wealthy third generation, hadn't participated much in such social engagements. Sheng Huaizhi and Lu Yanchang once joked about having the opportunity for the two families to become in-laws in the future. This led to Xingxianya and Lu Songshi being teased not a little by the adults of both families during their childhood, until both had differentiated into alphas, when this childhood betrothal was no longer mentioned. Xingxianya shot an askance glance at the staff member and pulled Lin Huai out of the surveillance room, whispering quietly, "I know. I just dislike him. Poor Songshi Gu." Speaking of Lu Songshi, Xingxianya still had a bit of sorrow, and after the sorrow came anger. Brother Songshi is such a good person and now he can only lie in bed. Is Lu Zhixing innocent? Xingxianya fiercely kicked a tire of the Mercedes-Benz and flung herself into the passenger seat. "Xianya, don't talk nonsense without evidence." Lin Huai shook his head helplessly. As the youngest in her family, Xingxianya was overly protected and didn't realize how deep the water really was. To put it bluntly, families like the Lu family needed leaders who could lead the Lus forward rather than filial sons. Xingxianya sniffed, he is the one benefiting the most. How clean could he be? Lin Huai started the car and sternly said, "Xianya, every word and action of yours represents the Xing family. Understand? Don't give Uncle Xing more trouble." I understand. Xingxianya turned her head to look out of the window. The city after the rain seemed to have been scoured like a northeastern bath, all shiny with color. The gates of the Lu family villa opened automatically upon recognizing the license plate, and the Bentley slowly slid into the underground garage. The headlights of the car illuminated rows of luxury cars parked in the garage. Leaning on his car seat with his eyes slightly closed, Lu Zhixing enjoyed the sensation of seeming to be the only person in the world. In the silent space, even his breathing sounded faint. As complete darkness fell, Lu Zhixing's heart began to beat violently without rhythm, and Enjma quickly switched on the headlights of the Bentley. At the moment the light invaded, it was possible to see Lu Zhixing's somewhat pale lips and a fleeting flash of panic in his eyes. He exhaled deeply, leaning his forehead against the steering wheel and glanced at the thermal bucket placed in the passenger seat, appearing lost in thought. A few moments later, Lu Zhixing entered the private elevator holding the thermal bucket. Upon the elevator opening, he handed it over to the servant. Enjma walked straight into the house where Lu Yanchang and his wife Su Ziwen were eating breakfast in the dining room, served both Chinese and Western cuisine. Upon seeing him, Lu Yanchang spoke first, "Zhixing, why do you have the time to come home today?" Lu Zhixing pulled out a chair and sat down. After the servant set a clean bowl and chopsticks in front of him, they also served a bowl of clear porridge. With a porcelain spoon, Enjma stirred the porridge in the bowl, handled some things. Came here along the way. There wasn't much affection between him and this family, everyone knew it, but they were all striving to maintain the appearance of a harmonious family. Su Ziwen gravely said, "You represent the Lu family now. You need to be mindful of your words and actions. Don't do messy things like some unclean individuals who end up having the Lu family bear the responsibility." Lu Yanchang put down his chopsticks and softly rebuked her, "Ziwen, what are you talking about? Zhixing has always known his limits." Lu Zhixing's face remained expressionless, merely lowering his gaze at the bowl of clear porridge. The rice had been cooked soft, and the grains blended together stickily, making it impossible to distinguish each one. It was very similar to himself. His insides had already rotted and decayed, leaving behind only an empty shell of a Lu family heir, basking in dazzling glory. He was long numb toward Su Ziwen's targeting, or perhaps from the start, he never cared about others' attitudes and saw no point in explaining. Because explanations were only for those willing to listen. In this house, the only one willing to hear him speak couldn't even open their eyes anymore. "Father, I remember you mentioning before that our family has a matrimonial agreement with the Xings, right?" Lu Zhixing suddenly asked. He rarely took initiative to speak at the dinner table, let alone bring up topics unrelated to the company to discuss with Lu Yanchang. Lu Yanchang felt somewhat heartbroken, that's true, but later, since both our children differentiated into alphas, the matter was left unresolved. Mentioning their children brought an ache to Lu Yanchang's eyes, something time couldn't fade or alleviate. Lu Zhixing scooped a spoonful of plain porridge into his mouth. He liked this original flavor that didn't contain any additional seasonings, preserving the natural fragrance of the food itself. "Father, I will marry Xingxianan." Chapter 6, Younger Auntie. The moment Lu Zhixing spoke, Lu Yanchang and Su Ziwen exchanged a quick glance, seeing the same surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Yanchang hesitated for a second before speaking, "How exactly did you and Xin Yan? The two of you shouldn't have much interaction, right?" Lu Zhixing didn't answer his question but instead stared down, stirring the porridge in his bowl. Occasionally, the porcelain spoon tapped against the edge, producing several crisp sounds. "Father, if the engagement exists, then why can't I marry him?" That's true, but it was ultimately just a verbal agreement between adults. Moreover, at the time, they mentioned Xian and Songshi. It was clear that Lu Yanchang wasn't fond of this marriage proposal. There were 3 Xing children, and actually, he liked Xing Shiyuan the most. From a young age, he had excellent grades. After entering the company, his abilities stood out even more. He quickly helped relieve the burden on Xing Huaiji's shoulders, but alas, he was an alpha. Then there was Xing Xian, who lacked stability. He wandered everywhere and played recklessly. After graduating from university, he didn't join the Xingshi group but insisted on setting up his own entertainment company. Despite doing well in business, rumors about him never ceased. Fortunately, he was an alpha, otherwise, the Lu family couldn't afford such a wild daughter-in-law. Finally, talking about Xing Xinyan, even with his weak constitution, nothing could stop him from making trouble. Although he appeared gentle and charming, earning favor from elders. Xinyan hasn't differentiated yet, right? Lu Zhixing took a napkin and wiped his mouth, saying, he has already differentiated into an alpha. Lu Yanchang was about to ask how he knew, but Su Ziwen cut him off. Su Ziwen frowned slightly. Zhixing, compared to an alpha, a mega would suit you better. We've already selected one for you. Meet her tomorrow. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze, and under his long lashes, his amber eyes brewed with dark emotions as his fingertips lightly tapped his thigh beneath the dining table. It seemed that Lu Yanchang also agreed with Su Ziwen's attitude, softening his tone. That little rascal Xinyan grew up under my watch too. His rebellious nature won't benefit your career at all. Besides, given his frail health, it's doubtful whether he could bear the responsibility of continuing the Lu family lineage. He is very interesting, and I think he suits me perfectly. Lu Zhixing looked up at Su Ziwen. Mother, please make a call to Mrs. Xing after breakfast. Su Ziwen slammed her chopsticks onto the dining table, irritated. Lu Zhixing. Are you giving me orders? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lu Zhixing's lips. How could I? Mother, I'm asking you kindly. Though Su Ziwen was furious inside, she was blocked by Lu Zhixing's calm response. She regretted not dealing with him strictly when he was young. A fleeting softness resulted in this demon now. It seems like you're not here by chance, but specifically to give instructions. Lu Zhixing's emotion remained stable as he picked up the communal chopsticks and placed a piece of ham into the small plate in front of Su Ziwen. Mother, you're overthinking things. Enraged, Su Ziwen struggled to breathe smoothly. This little devil truly lived up to his birth. He was indeed the offspring of that shameless actress. Not only did he inherit her good looks, but also her exceptional acting skills. Lu Yanchang sighed and put down his chopsticks. Zhixing, let's go chat in the study. Okay, father. Lu Zhixing stood up and followed Lu Yanchang upstairs, coincidentally encountering Lu Xining, who had just woken up and was being led downstairs by the maid. Xining laughed as she ran over and hugged Lu Zhixing's leg. Uncle, it's been so long since you came home. I got a full score on my math test. Lu Zhixing pinched Xining's little cheeks, a barely noticeable gentleness showing on his face as he softly said, Great job. Is there any gift you'd like? I want Uncle to take me to the amusement park on the weekend. Su Ziwen's heart ached. She didn't want to plant seeds of hatred in her only granddaughter's mind and was afraid that involving Lu Xining might provoke Lu Zhixing. Thus, she strictly prohibited anyone in the family from discussing their troubles with Lu Xining. As a result, Lu Xining always adored Lu Zhixing, for children naturally favored attractive adults. Xining pouted at Lu Zhixing's silence. All the other kids go with their parents, except me. Lu Yanchang glanced at Lu Zhixing's expression and said to Xining, Uncle is busy with work. How about letting Grandpa and Grandma take Ningning instead? Xining shook her head. I want Uncle to go with me. Lu Yanchang knew his second son was solitary and disliked crowds, so he was thinking of what excuse he could use to placate the child when. Lu Zhixing suddenly bent down and rubbed Xining's head gently, saying warmly, Will Uncle and your future auntie go with you, all right? Xining's eyes lit up, and she cheered loudly, raising her hand. Yay. Uncle, am I getting a younger auntie? Lu Zhixing nodded and glanced at Lu Yanchang, a mischievous glint flashing in his amber eyes. Yes, Grandpa is going to accompany me today to the younger auntie's house for a marriage proposal. Lu Yanchang choked momentarily, lowering his gaze to meet Lu Xining's expectant eyes as he pressed his lips together. He had been outsmarted by his own son. Lu Xining was the only bloodline of Lu Songshi, and Lu Yanchang would gladly pluck the stars from the sky for her. Lu Zhixing had clearly made up his mind, knowing that his grandfather couldn't bear to hurt his granddaughter. With no choice, Lu Yanchang helplessly nodded. All right, Grandpa will go to your auntie's house today. Ningning, if you don't hurry up with breakfast, you'll be late for school. Only after making a pinky promise with Lu Zhixing did Lu Xining happily skip over to sit beside Grandma for breakfast. Su Ziwen frowned as she looked toward Lu Zhixing, just in time catching his amused glance. Irritated, she took a blood pressure pill. The father and son entered the study one after the other. Lu Yanchang sat down in a chair and gestured for Lu Zhixing to do the same. Zhixing, I'm just not clear on one thing. Are you and Xinyan familiar with each other? A faint smile flickered in Lu Zhixing's eyes as he avoided directly answering Lu Yanchang's question and simply said, He's very good. Lu Yanchang shook his head helplessly. I can't understand the thoughts of young people these days. Since you like him, then so be it. Like? That word circled twice in Lu Zhixing's mind. Wanting to be with someone, was that liking them? It seemed there wasn't much difference. Enigma just thought the pink-tipped hair brushing against his neck was somewhat itchy when close. He clearly understood why he hadn't been investigated by the police after Lu Songshi collapsed. Even though everyone suspected him, he was the only heir. He was the dagger the Lu family purchased, waiting to be unsheathed at the right moment. Lu Zhixing merely wanted to hold on to something that belonged to himself in this life where others were controlling his path. Enigma may not have experienced it, but books say that liking someone should be beautiful, like sunlight. Acting without regard for others' feelings, at best, stemmed from an overactive sense of possession. Lu Zhixing thought, if this base emotion of his was considered liking, then Xing Xinyan truly deserved pity. In his mind, the image of that pink-haired head claiming to be Sun Wukong popped up again, causing the corner of his mouth to curve slightly. Thank you, father. Chapter 7, What? An engagement? Xing Xinyan was dozing off in the passenger seat. Lin Huai truly envied his ability to stay so calm, eating when he should and drinking without a care. As long as death wasn't imminent, nothing else seemed to bother him. Lin Huai sighed inwardly. Lu Zhixing wasn't the type to bring someone casually to a hotel. Jinbei City was neither too small nor too large, but everyone knew Lu Zhixing for his impeccable self-discipline. Back when Lu Zhixing first entered the Jiaolu investment group, many people tried to trip up this heir of the Lu family with various malicious schemes. But none of them worked. With each challenge Lu Zhixing faced, his soft yet decisive response dismantled every devious plot effortlessly. As for the beauty trap, it never got close to him. After all, Lu Zhixing wouldn't allow anyone near. Being part of the Lu family also made others hesitant to truly cross him. In time, everyone realized that this illegitimate child who lacked proper status indeed had some hidden talents. Lu Zhixing's methods differed from those of Lu Songshi. While Lu Songshi played openly, Lu Zhixing specialized in covert tactics, accomplishing selfish goals subtly while leaving no traces. Lin Huai couldn't figure out why a commercial genius like Lu Zhixing, whose head was full of sharp ideas, would take interest in Xing Xinyan. Glancing at Xing Xinyan sleeping soundly with pink curly hair that looked absolutely ridiculous, someone who would smile and say, "You're such a nice person," even after being deceived, Lin Huai wondered how could this person be Lu Zhixing's type. Perhaps it was just something new. Xing Xinyan opened his eyes slightly, wary, "Huh? Why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot?" "You're mistaken." Just then, a green light turned on, and Lin Huai took a turn holding the steering wheel firmly. Maintaining a speed of 40 km per hour in the urban area, Lin Huai dropped Xing Xinyan off at the Shanglin Villa area, advising him, "Rest well at home. You've just differentiated, your pheromones aren't very stable." "Understood, brother snail." "You've turned a Mercedes into a clunker," Xing Xinyan laughed, waving goodbye as he closed the car door. Walking to the front gate with hands in his pocket, after facial recognition, the iron gate slowly slid open. Inside, Aunt Zhao was watering flowers but didn't greet Xing Xinyan with her usual enthusiasm. Instead, there was a subtle sorrow and pity. The alpha went up and hugged Aunt Zhao's shoulder playfully, asking with prideful curiosity, "Aunt Zhao, can you smell anything unusual on me?" She sniffed carefully before answering honestly, "Young master, did you go out drinking again? Didn't Lord Father tell you drinking is bad for your health?" "Ow ow, my ears hurt," Xing Xinyan playfully covered his ears. He'd forgotten Aunt Zhao was beta-like alpha, B, unable to detect pheromones. Yet under such heavy perfume, she still detected alcohol, a remarkable feat indeed. It was probably the case that when God closed one window, he left a gap nearby for her. With a sigh, Aunt Zhao smiled helplessly, having watched the boy grow from being sickly little medicine pot to a robust young man, it was already divine protection. "Well, Aunt Zhao knows you've become an alpha. Our young master Xinyan is the best." Xing Xinyan arched an eyebrow on the left side in surprise, "How did you know?" Aunt Zhao hesitated, shaking her head, "Go to the study, Lord Father and Miss are waiting for you." His sister was back. Xing Xinyan's alarm sounded loudly, hesitating, "Aunt Zhao, I don't think I've caused much trouble recently, right? Apart from last night when he forcefully kissed Lu Zhixing. But how could his sister possibly know about that?" Aunt Zhao sighed lightly, "You'll know once you reach the study. It's better if Lord Father tells you." What thing could it be? The alpha anxiously reviewed every mistake he'd made since childhood, wondering what it could be. Could it be about how he plucked the cream roses nurtured by the senior mistress in the back courtyard to soak his feet? If only he could pry more from Aunt Zhao, perhaps fleeing the house for some peace might be an option if things turned dire. Before he could open his mouth again, the window of the second-floor study was pushed open. A woman with long wavy hair propped herself on the windowsill. Even at 35 years old, time added only elegance and nothing more. Xing Xinyan, now facing the alpha, waved her finger teasingly, "Sticky rice dumpling, come upstairs." Not anymore. Can she not start treating a mature alpha with some respect? After strong insistence from him over the years, family finally switched his nickname from Nian Nian or Do Bao to simply Xinyan. Everyone except Xing Xiyuan has always called him Sticky Rice Dumpling, and oddly enough, he didn't dare to resist. "I'm coming right up, sis." Xing Xinyan tilted his head upward and gave a fawning smile to Xing Xiyuan. He wanted to make a run for it, but because of the bloodline hierarchy, he couldn't muster the courage. The alpha climbed upstairs like a snail in slow motion. After performing mental prep for over 10 seconds outside the wooden door of the study, he plastered on a smile and pushed the door open. "My beautiful sister, what brings you home?" Xing Xinyan greeted ingratiatingly. Then, the alpha blinked questioningly at both Xing Xiyuan and Xing Zian who were seated beside the small conference table inside the study. "Is there some kind of family meeting today?" Xing Zian patted the seat next to her. "Come on, Xinyan, sit by me." Confused as ever, Sheng Xinyan sat down and looked at his mega-father. Dad, what's going on? So serious? Yi Jiqing's furrowed brow smoothed out quickly upon seeing Sheng Xinyan, showing affection while gently patting Sheng Xian's hand. Our Xinyan has differentiated, he's all grown up now. Sheng Xian scratched the back of his head sheepishly. How did everyone already know? Seated at the main position, Sheng Huaizhi spoke up. Xinyan, now that you're grown up, it's time to get married. Ah. Even donkeys need a break sometimes. I've just differentiated, and you're already rushing my marriage. Relief washed over Sheng Xinyan as he concluded that this was merely about his matrimonial plans. Sheng Xiyuan glanced at him with faint disdain. At least those donkeys contribute something. What have you done? Useless at everything, yet always full of appetite. Dad, look at what big sister said. Can't I just be your lifetime useless baby? Sheng Xinyan clung to Yi Jiqing's arm, rubbing his cheek against his shoulder affectionately. Sure, whatever works for our Xinyan. Yi Jiqing chuckled as he ruffled his youngest son's pink curls. As long as you're healthy, son. Flirting pays best. Combined with being the youngest child, Sheng Xinyan definitely enjoyed double the advantages. Running the company and carrying on the family name could be left to big sister and second brother. He would stick firmly to being the waist child. Sheng Xian shook her head amusedly. Dad, Xinyan is still young. Marriage is a big deal, it's better to let him choose someone he truly likes. Huh? Alpha's mind raced. What did she mean? Could they have picked out his future spouse already? Sheng Huaizhi sniffed coldly. Indeed, I've made a choice. Where is she? My daughter-in-law. Not to mention that scandalous behavior with some minor actor. I haven't even started disciplining you for that. Sheng Xian shrugged nonchalantly, grabbed a green grape from the bowl nearby, tossed it into her mouth to signify that she intended to keep quiet now. Weakly raising his hand, Sheng Xinyan twitched the corner of his lips. So, am I getting engaged? Surprisingly gentle for once, Sheng Xiyuan asked softly, what type of person do you like? Sticky rice dumpling. Someone good-looking. Sheng Xinyan asserted decisively. Sheng Xiyuan rolled her eyes. Yi Jiqing sighed, still so childish, huh? Is that the only condition? Yes. Must be good-looking. So, who's the chosen one then? Mega, how good-looking are they? Sheng Xinyan was slightly excited. Opening his mouth several times before finally speaking haltingly, Sheng Huaizhi said, good-looking, but not mega. Chin resting against his palm, Sheng Xinyan pondered worriedly, be replacing Alpha, isn't that sort of? Interrupting his hesitation, Sheng Xiyuan scoffed lightly, enigma. What? A shocked expression appeared on Sheng Xinyan's face as he jumped up abruptly, the chair screeching against the wooden floor beneath. Just when he barely escaped one Lu Zhixing, here came another. Frustrating. Frustrating. Annoying. Oh heavens above. He was just a regular alpha who wanted to fall in love with a mega, someone wealthy, handsome, with great body and impeccable fashion sense. Chapter 8, What? The betrothed is Lu Zhixing. Sheng Xinyan was so angry that he was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling sharply. A long-lost feeling of chest tightness swept over the alpha. He leaned on the conference table, holding his chest, breaking out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Since childhood, he had suffered from this ailment, occasionally experiencing chest tightness and heart pain. But despite being checked thoroughly both domestically and abroad, no cause for the condition could be found. Later, he started seeing traditional Chinese medicine doctors, who said it was due to him being born prematurely and having a congenital deficiency, which could only be nourished over time. As a child, Sheng Xinyan drank herbal medicine as frequently as water, hence he detested all bitter flavors and favored sweet ones. Yi Jiqing was greatly startled, quickly helping Sheng Xinyan sit down, pulling out a bottle of Chinese herbal pills from the drawer, taking out 2 and putting them in his mouth to hold. A bitter and astringent taste spread in Sheng Xinyan's mouth. He deeply exhaled, his face slightly pale but still managed to smile and said, Dad, I haven't been sick for such a long time now. Do you still keep my medication at home? Sheng Xinyan was rather scatterbrained and always misplaced his medicine, though his illness wasn't fatal, it did make him genuinely uncomfortable, so Yi Jiqing kept a bottle of pills in every room at home just in case they were needed urgently. Although Sheng Xinyan hadn't relapsed since adulthood, what if? Yi Jiqing feared that, what if? Dear, are you feeling better? Yi Jiqing caressed Sheng Xinyan's back tenderly with worry, and angrily spoke to Sheng Huaizhi, since he's not your biological son, do you not care, huh? My son will marry whoever he likes. What does it have to do with you? The 3 siblings swiftly exchanged glances. Sheng Xiyuan raised her eyebrows, Dad swore, trouble for father is coming. Sheng Huaizhi hesitated, only after noticing Sheng Xinyan's pale face returning to its normal color did he sigh in relief, his tone softening, isn't Xinyan fond of good-looking people? Ji Xing's appearance very much meets your aesthetic standard. Ji Xing? Who? Sheng Xinyan had just taken a sip of honey water to ease the bitterness of the pills. Hearing this name caused him to spit it all out, splashing Sheng Xiyuan. Sheng Xinyan. Are you trying to die? The elder sister looked at the water stains on her light-colored wool sweater with distaste, her face turning green. But Sheng Xinyan was too busy to be scared now. He wiped his mouth with his arm, eyes almost popping out, his voice trembling. Who? Which Ji, which Xing? It's the younger brother of your brother Songshi. I remember you probably met him about 8 or 9 years ago. Shen Huaiji curiously looked at his son's devastated expression. Why are you reacting so strongly? Yes, he had met him 9 years ago, and last night too. 9 years ago, when following Xing Xian to celebrate Lu Songshi's daughter's full moon party, he met Lu Zhixing once. At that time, Lu Zhixing had just been brought back to the Lu family and had remained bedridden due to health reasons. Xing Xinyan and Xing Xian paid a formal visit out of courtesy. He still remembered that man lying in a grey silk blanket, paler than paper, looking even more sickly than himself. However, the next year, a car accident occurred, resulting in Lu Songshi's wife Ning Qi dying on the spot. Lu Songshi barely survived, becoming a vegetative state, lying in bed for 8 years. Back then, his daughter Lu Xining was just learning how to speak and call Dad. And Lu Zhixing skyrocketed from an unappreciated illegitimate son, becoming the president of Jia Lu Venture Capital Group. Shen Huaiji continued, you're too playful, never involved in social events, thus harboring prejudices against him now because you haven't seen today's Zhixing. In fact, he. Sheng Xinyan interrupted Shen Huaiji with a distorted expression incredulously, are you really my biological father? Lu Zhixing is a murderer who kills for power. And you want me to marry him? Shen Huaiji frowned slightly, Xinyan, be mindful of your words. They're all groundless rumors. Zhixing is an extremely talented individual. Sheng Xinyan turned to his second brother with a grim face, brother, do you think the same? Sheng Xian was childhood friends with Lu Songshi. More than anyone else, he wanted to bring the culprit to justice, but after searching for many years, he still hadn't found evidence proving that Lu Zhixing was the killer. Still, he stated, Dad, one can see through company management that Lu Zhixing is a person of great means and ruthlessness. As a manager, there's nothing wrong with that. But would you really entrust Xinyan to such a deep-minded man? Sheng Xiyuan chimed in appropriately, that's right, Dad. Dou Bao doesn't even know anything and is pretty dumb. Marrying Lu Zhixing would be like lambs into the tiger's den. Sheng Xinyan crossed his arms and muttered in protest, how am I dumb? I'm smart. Sheng Huaiji pondered for a moment, slightly troubled, but I had already arranged with old Lu. If Xian hadn't differentiated into an alpha, our two families would have been relatives long ago. Songshi was such a wonderful child, sigh. Yi Zhiqing scoffed lightly, he'd never liked Lu Yanchang much. All the splendor in the world couldn't mask that he was just a man unable to control his urges. He made a mess of his backyard. In the end, all the responsibility fell on Lu Zhixing. After becoming a mega dad, he vanished completely. It wasn't until Lu Zhixing turned 20 that they brought him back. What was that all about? Though the child might be innocent, Yi Zhiqing really couldn't muster much sympathy for Lu Zhixing. Sheng Huaiji, I'm warning you, everything depends on Xinyan's feelings. Don't force arranged marriage on me. Sheng Huaiji hesitated again. Lu Yanchang wasn't great as a husband, but as a friend, he wasn't so bad, right? Sheng Xian, seeing her father's slightly regretful expression, felt relieved and remarked, thankfully, I'm an alpha. How could familiar friends like me and Songshi ever fall in love? Sheng Xiyuan chimed in sarcastically, sounds like your love is worth so much. What was the name of your true love last month? And is this week's love object the same as last week's? Sheng Xian retorted weakly, maybe I should just shut up. Sheng Xinyan whispered in protest, I'm also an alpha. Why? Why? Isn't this just coincidental? The younger son of old Lu is enigma age appropriate for marriage discussions, and you just happen to differentiate into an alpha. This was too coincidental, wasn't it? Lu Zhixing was almost 30. Why only now consider life-changing decisions? What bad luck. It seemed their father had kicked the door wide open for misfortune to walk straight through. Sheng Xinyan grumbled unhappily, why don't you arrange my second brother instead? My big brother is 30 and still not married yet. I'm only 24, I'm not in a rush. Humph. Want a beating? Sheng Xian shot him a look, wrapping his arm around his neck with some strength. Kid, your older brother hasn't even hit 30 yet. And what can your big brother offer anyone? Which decent child would want to be with him? Sheng Huaiji glared at Sheng Xian. Sheng Xian. Ah. Sheng Xinyan's mental breakdown reached its peak while nervously stroking his soft pink fur, then suddenly growing wiser. The alpha raised his head, curious. How do you guys know I differentiated into an alpha? I just found out this morning myself. Yi Zhiqing replied, in the morning, Mrs. Lu called me, saying that since you've differentiated, why not bring the relationship between our families closer? Sheng Huaiji shared the same doubt, that's right. How did they know earlier than us parents? Strange. But today, old Lu will bring Zhixing over for a visit, we'll ask then. What? They're coming already? Sheng Xinyan's face darkened further. Besides Lin Huai, the first person who knew he differentiated into an alpha was Lu Zhixing. Could it be that Lu Zhixing proposed marriage to him with his father? Are you crazy? He just kissed him once. Was that also his first kiss? Wait, does he have golden lips or something? Even if it was his first kiss. Is one kiss enough reason to hold him responsible? Damn. Heaven. Chapter 9, Uncle, Xinyo was with me all night last night. Under the collective opposition of his children and wife, Shenghuaji eventually backed down a great deal. If Nian Nian really has no feelings for Zhiheng, I can't ruin my own son's life forever. Xinyo hadn't finished letting out her breath when Shenghuaji continued, but I've already promised old Lu. This afternoon, he will bring Zhiheng over to our house for a meeting. Everyone give it some face, even if we can't become in-laws, we still need to be friends. This was not just because of emotions, the Xing family and the Lu family had a series of intertwined interests. The number of projects, large and small, where they cooperated couldn't be counted on 10 fingers. Relax, Dad, we know how to handle things, said Xing Xian, though because of the matter of Lu Songshi, he had a bit of prejudice against Lu Zhixing. But from a work perspective, he very much appreciated Lu Zhiheng's working style and attitude. Xinyo stretched lazily, yeah. Got it, I'm so sleepy, I'll go back to my room to take a nap. The alpha twisted his neck after getting up and happily walked out of the study. Xing Xiuyuan glanced at his neck with the corner of his eye, thoughtfully looking at the not-so-obvious red marks there. Did Dao make a new friend? Yi Jiqing clearly noticed this too and felt reassured, that's why she reacted so strongly about the arranged engagement. It seems she likes someone. The remaining two men surnamed Sheng were utterly confused and asked curiously, how could you tell? Yi Jiqing and Xing Xiuyuan exchanged glances and smiled without speaking. After Xinyo returned to her bedroom, she slept soundly until the heavens went dark. When she woke up, Lu Zhiheng had already arrived at the Shanglin Garden Villa with his father. Aunt Zhao gently tapped on the door of Xinyo's bedroom and called softly, young master, we have guests at home. You should get up now. Xinyo rubbed her eyes and yawned, responding, got it. She got up, walked to the dressing room, opened the wardrobe door, and was as delighted as seeing a rainbow. Xinyo believed that young people should be colorful and lively. Her brother always wore black or gray suits, dull and lifeless. However, considering that Uncle Lu was good friends with her father, Xinyo thought for a moment and put on a V-neck beige knitted sweater, wearing matching casual pants below. Slipping into slippers, she tied her messy hair into a little bun at the nape of her neck before descending downstairs. On the way, she just happened to see Lu Zhiheng sitting on the sofa at the first floor corner. Enigma's hair was no longer neatly tucked behind as it had been last night. A few strands casually fell across his forehead, lessening the aloof air of superiority and covering his entire person with a gentle charm. In his hand, Lu Zhiheng held a cup of tea. On his hand, visible veins slightly protruded, and a section of his wrist bone was revealed at the sleeve's end. He truly was a man who looked good all the way down to his bones. Enigma suddenly turned his head towards the direction of Xinyo, locking gazes with Alpha through the distance. Xinyo froze momentarily, feeling caught in the act, and awkwardly pulled her hands out of her pockets to scratch her chin. Uncle Lu, Aunt Su, hello, Xinyo walked into the living room and greeted Lu Yanchang respectfully. Lu Zhiheng placed down his teacup, stood up, and extended his hand towards Xinyo, Nian, long time no see. Long time no see. This long time no see was quite meaningful. Xinyo curled her toes in embarrassment. There was nothing more embarrassing than when your accidental kiss object shows up the next day. Not only was Lu Zhiheng's beauty more striking in person than on camera, but his height was also impressive. Xinyo, proud of her height of 180.27 centimeters, felt utterly defeated standing next to Lu Zhiheng. If only she had worn shoe inserts to add a few centimeters. Alpha lightly shook his hand, noting how cold-blooded animals always had icy cold hands. Xinyo sneakily glanced at Lu Zhiheng's leather shoes, indeed. The heel was at least 3 centimeters high. Shenghuaji's gaze glanced at the corner of Lu Zhiheng's mouth, concerned, Zhiheng, why is your lip broken? Is it from fatigue? I'll have the kitchen make you a bowl of egg custard to cool your heat down. Lu Zhiheng touched his lower lip, subtly casting a glance at Xinyo out of the corner of his eye. It is a bit heated, thank you, Uncle Sheng. Lu Zhiheng's look made Xinyo's cheeks feel hot and her conscience pricked a little. Lu Yanchang cheerfully urged Xinyo to sit down quickly. In recent years, with many things happening at home, we haven't seen each other often. In the blink of an eye, Xinyo has grown into a big child. Xinyo sat next to Yi Jiqing and picked at her nails. Not bad, average size. What do you mean, generally big? Yi Jiqing lightly tapped his hand and turned to Su Ziwen, saying, Xinyan has always stayed at home since he was young. He's seen little of the world and has some social anxiety, he doesn't know how to speak much. Lu Zhixing subtly lowered his head for a sip of tea without any change in expression. Someone who got excited about throwing out a royal flush and started dancing wildly on the coffee table, socially anxious. Xinyan blinked, realizing his father was trying to lower the likability factor on his behalf because families like theirs would expect their future daughter-in-law to be graceful and poised. The alpha shed silent tears inside, never imagining that he would have to use the term daughter-in-law. Woe is him. Lu Yanchang's gaze fell onto Xinyan's hair. This hairstyle of yours is quite interesting. The young these days are really trendy. Xinyan lifted his hand and pinched the little ponytail at the back of his head, smiling meekly. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. I'm planning to die at a rainbow. Sheng Xinyuan almost sprayed his tea out, unable to describe this boy with either social anxiety or extreme extroversion, only social hybrid could fit. Lu Yanchang chuckled awkwardly, looking left and right, truly doubting that this one would be a good daughter-in-law. He eyed the abundant gifts displayed in the living room, thinking hard about how to get out of arranging this engagement smoothly. Suddenly, Lu Zhixing asked, Nian Nian, why did you leave so early this morning? I went out to buy you breakfast and found you gone when I came back. These words were spoken in a low volume but exploded in the ears of everyone present like a bomb. The faint scratch near the corner of Lu Zhixing's mouth now appeared strangely suggestive. Sheng Xinyuan and Yi Jiqing exchanged glances, detecting 10 times the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that those marks on Ziyer's glands were? Sheng Xinyan opened and closed his mouth, unsure what to say. This guy was just full of lies. What kind of breakfast could take nearly 2 hours? It was clear he had already left the hotel, and he didn't even draft his lie properly. Yet Sheng Xinyan didn't know how to counterattack because no matter how he argued, he couldn't avoid the fact that last night, Lu Zhixing and he had been alone together. It was the first time an alpha felt so powerless, and his face turned red. Truly deserving of many experiences, Sheng Huaji quickly recovered and cast a glance at his younger son. The face all red from embarrassment. Cough cough, Nian Nian, weren't you there to greet Lin Huai yesterday? Sheng Xinyan pulled on the corner of his mouth. Ah, yes, I was there to greet brother Huai. And you and Zhixing? Yi Jiqing looked between Lu Zhixing and Sheng Xinyan. As a father, he deeply understood that his son not denying meant confirmation, yet he was momentarily confused about what this all implied. Sheng Xinyan couldn't keep up the pretense anymore, glaring irritably at Lu Zhixing. You scum! Have no shame! What nonsense are you spewing? His innocence! Sheng Huaji saw it and exclaimed, my! Flirting through eye signals. This kid was trying to confuse his dear old dad with feints and misdirections. Sheng Xianan curled her lips intriguingly. Was today's show part of their play acting? Naughty boy. All grown up. After some thought, Lu Yanchang surmised that these two must have been seeing each other for a while, otherwise why had his son used work as an excuse all these years to delay marriage? Clearly, he'd been waiting for Sheng Xinyan to mature. Although Lu Yanchang felt Sheng Xinyan wasn't very reliable, his son liked him. Plus, he and Sheng Huaji were longtime friends, and their families shared inseparable business ties. Thinking it over, they seemed quite compatible. Su Ziwen gently lowered her eyes, pondering silently. This was fine, whether the Lu family continued or not, it mattered little to her. In the future, if Lu Zhixing had no offspring, wouldn't the estate naturally go to her beloved granddaughter? All parties present harbored different thoughts, heading off in strange directions. Ignoring Sheng Xinyan's resentful eyes, Lu Zhixing sincerely answered Yi Jiqing, last night, Xinyan and I were together all night, so today I've come by to make sure we follow proper courtesies. What does that even mean? Being together all night? What are proper courtesies? Sheng Xinyan wanted to shout loud and clear, we only kissed. No birds, no bedding. But, in front of the elders. Sheng Xinyan wanted to curse someone, but he swallowed it down before the elders. Alpha had just begun differentiation, making pheromones unstable. Under emotional fluctuation, they leaked out. Wrapped within the white peach scent were hints of sweet gentiana, no amount of bath gel could suppress them. No wonder enigmas were such problematic genders, their high-level pheromones suppressed all others, remaining distinct even when weak, never completely masked. Sheng Xinyan clasped the back of his neck, his face slumped. Finished. There was no clearing his name now. Chapter 10, Devious Machiavellian Green Tea Bastard. The Alpha's fury reached a new height when it met Lu Zhixing's nonchalant expression. Yi Jiqing was also confused now. Could the marking be fake? Both families were well-known figures in Tianbei, and how their children behaved privately could be overlooked to some extent. But now that everything was out in the open, would they really admit their son breached proper conduct for a one-night stand? Lu Yanchang chuckled dryly twice before reacting quickly, old Sheng, look at our two kids, they're so harmoniously paired. Shouldn't we, as parents, show a bit of encouragement? Sheng Huaji glanced at Yi Jiqing, catching a hint of compromise in her eyes. Smiling, he said cheerfully, I never imagined this joke from 20 years ago turning into reality. It seems we do have the fate of becoming in-laws. Sheng Xinyuan shot up immediately with his pale face flushed with anger, disregarding any formality, glaring at Lu Zhixing and declaring fiercely, I don't want to marry you. Lu Zhixing's long eyelashes trembled slightly, tightening his grip on the teacup. A moment later, he looked at Sheng Xinyuan and said, someone like me naturally doesn't deserve you. Su Ziwen's lips twitched. This little bastard was just like his father, such a green tea scammer. Yi Jiqing watched Lu Zhixing's slightly red eye rims and drooping head, immediately overwhelmed with paternal affection. How pitiful. After all, he didn't choose whether or not to be born into this world. Yi Jiqing pulled Sheng Xinyuan down onto the seat and reprimanded him sternly, Xinyuan. Be respectful. Sheng Xinyuan gritted his palms out of anger, thinking about it, so this guy was being clever, huh? The Alpha adjusted his mindset, sitting down seriously and making up lies, Dad, I had my fortune told by a master a few days ago. He said it's unlucky for me to get married this year. Otherwise, there will be bloodshed calamity. Yi Jiqing actually believed this sort of thing, mainly because Xing Xinyuan used to be weak when young. He tried every possible method, donating incense money to temples each year to ask Buddha to keep Xing Xinyuan healthy. Facing Xing Xinyuan's serious expression, he couldn't determine if this kid was telling the truth. However, it was mid-October now, wasn't there less than 3 months left this year? Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze and smiled, then spoke, "No rush, any time is fine." Xing Xinyuan stiffened his neck painfully and turned to Lu Zhixing. Heaven help him. All he did was kiss Lu Zhixing once. He didn't stab anyone. Why must it end with him taking responsibility? To tell the truth, given Lu Zhixing's looks, if he were Mega, even Alpha, Xing Xinyuan wouldn't feel this uncomfortable. It's just, Enigma. Enigma has an abnormal ability, he can modify an Alpha progressively through permanent markings into a personal Mega. The altered Alpha may even evolve a womb to conceive. Very few Alphas are willing to endure such a thorough transformation. Xing Xinyuan almost wanted to bash his head against the wall. Just having differentiated as an Alpha, without even experiencing romance or holding hands with a Mega, he was forced into an arranged marriage. And to an Enigma no less. Now Yi Jiqing started looking at Lu Zhixing as a mother-in-law seeing her potential son-in-law, growing increasingly fond. Lu Yanchang said, such an important matter shouldn't be rushed. I'll find a master tomorrow to calculate a good day for these two. Every formality should be followed. Let's get engaged this year first. Sheng Huaji laughed, still old Lu thinks things through thoroughly. We have no objections. Xing Xinyuan's face sagged as he tried to resist but got his thigh pinched by Yi Jiqing painfully. The Alpha winced, rubbing his leg while silently cursing in his heart, this Lu Zhixing definitely has some plan against the Xing family. Why does he insist on sticking to me? Though my face is enough to bully the whole world, and my body isn't bad. From the kitchen came the sound of dinner already ready. The housekeeper came over inviting them to proceed to the dining hall. Xing Xinyuan slowly dragged his feet forward. Xing Xiyan lifted her hand and knocked his skull lightly, saying mockingly, your long face can plow fields now. Aunt Zhao is renovating the backyard small garden, go give her a hand. Save her some effort. The Alpha sneered, I wonder how brother-in-law could possibly tolerate you. Xing Xiyan raised her eyebrows severely, what nonsense are you talking? Are you feeling emboldened because you think I won't dare to hit you anymore? Being hit by parents is frightening, but being hit by sisters involves ruthless measures. Xing Xinyuan used to act arrogantly when he was young, but after being kicked 2 meters away by his sister, he calmed down. Embarrassedly laughing twice, Xing Xinyuan swayed his elder sister's arm, don't take me too seriously, please. Lu Zhixing was seated next to Xing Xinyuan, and he could smell the faint scent of Chinese medicinal herbs from the Enigma. Sanju can be used for sachets, so compared with other Chinese herbal medicines, it carried a subtle fragrance. However, Xing Xinyuan was biased against people, thus naturally disliked this scent. A few elders chuckled and chatted about family matters. Xing Zian and Xing Xian were talking about some issues regarding company management, and no one paid attention to their side. Xing Xinyuan chewed the beef in his mouth fiercely and asked in a low voice, I don't even like you. Why do you have to marry me? What do you want? Lu Zhixing elegantly cut the shrimp meat and placed it on the plate in front of Xing Xinyuan, looking down at him, I don't need you to like me. As for what I want, you will eventually know. Xing Xinyuan frowned slightly, confirming that this old man definitely had something sinister planned. Even though Xingshi Group has my shares, I don't participate in the company management, you can't get anything good by clinging on to me. Xing Xinyuan speared the shrimp meat Lu Zhixing peeled for him with a fork, threw it into his mouth, twisted his mouth corners unpleasantly, and said something he thought was very venomous. Your pheromones stink. I hate your pheromones. Lu Zhixing put down the knife and fork, smiled slightly at Xing Xinyuan. Xing Xinyuan's right eyelid twitched, he knew something bad was coming. Lu Zhixing then spoke, Nian Nian is not young anymore, always idling around is not good for your health, uncle, if you trust me, let Nian Nian stay beside me to learn how to manage the company. The chopsticks in Xing Xinyuan's hand clattered into the bowl, forgetting to chew, his face turned green, he just wanted to be a carefree rich third generation only. The Alpha said softly, Lu Zhixing. Aren't you overstepping too much? Sheng Huaji thought for a moment and then opened his mouth. What Lu Zhixing said makes sense, Nian Nian, before, all Dad wanted was for you to be healthy, but now that your body is better, you cannot continue to be aimless forever, can you? Xing Xinyuan nearly collapsed, turning to Yi Jiqing for help. Usually, as long as he acted weak, Yi Jiqing would unconditionally spoil him, but today it seemed not effective. That's right, Xin Yan, you are an adult now, after marriage, you need to learn to shoulder responsibilities, you cannot leave all burdens to Lu Zhixing. So, they already regarded Lu Zhixing as their future son-in-law. Lu Zhixing then spoke, uncles, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to burden Nian Nian with anything, I just hope Nian Nian does not waste time. Yi Jiqing's gaze towards Lu Zhixing became even gentler, what a diligent and aspiring child. Xing Xiyan then spoke, Mr. Lu's words make sense, Xin Yan, you should not indulge in pleasure, you have a choice, either come to Shengshi and work as my assistant, or follow Mr. Lu. This was a hard decision. Xing Xinyuan looked at Xing Zian opposite. Second brother, can I follow you? Xing Zian raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Though second brother looked unreliable, he was a Virgo workaholic who never compromised his work for dating relationships and was also an overly critical perfectionist. Xing Xinyuan got stuck, gritted his teeth. I would rather follow Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing glanced down at the dejected look of Xing Xinyuan, slightly lifting his lips. The two families decided their relationship verbally today, and later would find a good day to arrange an engagement for them. Before leaving, Lu Zhixing took out his phone and asked Xing Xinyuan to add him as a friend. Under the stern stare of his elder sister, Xing Xinyuan unwillingly scanned Lu Zhixing's WeChat code. Lu Zhixing's mouth couldn't help but curl up when he saw Xing Xinyuan's WeChat name. Wanin Dai, my father, I am your father. Chapter 11, Are you available this Saturday? Yi Jiqing lightly knocked on the door of Xing Xinyuan's room, unlocked it, sat down at the bedside, and gently patted the alpha curled up under the quilt. Sweetie, it's time for dinner. Xing Xinyuan moved slightly in the quilt, muffled and muttered, I don't like Lu Zhixing. You don't like him, yet you. Yi Jiqing choked, swallowed the word, sleep, switching to a softer tone. You don't like him, why did you allow his temporary marking? Xing Xinyuan whooshed and sat up from the quilt, vigorously rubbing his hair. Ugh. Anyway, I don't like him. I'm going on a hunger strike. Yi Jiqing nodded, sighed, alright, such a pity, today the kitchen made sweet and sour pork ribs, cooked chicken wings, and spicy squid. Xing Xinyuan hadn't eaten much lunch due to being angered by Lu Zhixing, and now started feeling a bit hungry. Xing Xinyang originally intended to protest the feudal remnants of arranged marriage by fasting, but tonight's dinner did indeed consist of all his favorite dishes. After a moment's thought, the alpha decided it was better not to be hard on himself, so he continued eating and drinking normally. After all, the wedding wasn't until next year. Next year's things, next year we'll think about them. The boat will always capsize at the bridgehead. Would a tough alpha from other families act spoiled with daddy under the covers? Yi Jiqing observed Xing Xinyuan's loosening expression and pressed her advantage further. Xing Xinyuan smiled, blinked and said, Dad, I still want the seaweed mixed rice you made. Yi Jiqing chuckled softly and couldn't resist ruffling Xing Xinyuan's pink little curls. I'll make it for you right away, now get up. Xing Xinyuan got up from the bed to go eat in the dining room. The eldest sister had already gone home, while second brother no one knew where he had wandered off to. Though sometimes Xinghuaji appeared somewhat old-fashioned, insisting on maintaining an air of paternal authority, he always kept things clear when necessary and would respect the children's choices. Of course, the main reason was because even if he wanted to, he couldn't control them. Pressuring the oldest for grandchildren, they insisted on being child-free, urging the second son into marriage. If pushed too much, they threatened sterilization. As for the third was quite unlucky, having been marked by Lu Zhixing, and both families had also found out about it. Xinyang, you young people only care for the fleeting pleasures and never consider the meaning of responsibility. Xinghuaji added another piece of sweet and sour pork ribs to Xing Xinyuan's plate. Don't always be sulking, anger can easily consume affection. Xing Xinyuan bit into the pork rib and frowned. There's no affection between me and him. Xinghuaji's face suddenly turned serious as he put down his chopsticks gravely. Society today is more open than when we were young, but this isn't an excuse for you not to value yourself. You're an alpha, are you doing this just for novelty? Dad. Your nagging is making me lose my appetite. Stop lecturing me, okay? I like him, alright? Xing Xinyuan irritably finished 2 bowls of seaweed mixed rice. Yi Jiqing glared at Xinghuaji and scolded him gently, the kid is eating, say less. Except when he eats, the rest of the time I can't even catch him. Xinghuaji glanced at his wife's expression and fell silent. Xing Xinyuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, rubbing his belly as he burped after a good meal. The alpha felt that he had consumed too many calories today, so he changed clothes and went outside for a stroll to help digest his food. The weather in October already carried a coolness. Xing Xinyuan wore a white thin fleece hoodie with a hood, and set off with headphones on. His phone vibrated. Someone without a note added sent him a WeChat message. The profile picture was a stone shaped like a star. The only hobby that Xing Xinyuan consistently followed since childhood was collecting all sorts of strange and uniquely shaped stones. At his home, there was even a small museum housing all kinds of stones from all over the world. There were gemstones worth hundreds of thousands, and there were pebbles found everywhere. Curiosity piqued, Xing Xinyuan zoomed in and out, carefully observing the stone in this image, and discovered it was merely an ordinary rainflower stone. Do you have time this Saturday? Would you find it convenient to accompany Xining to the amusement park? The alpha stared at this puzzling WeChat message, trying to check this person's moments, WeChat social feed, but surprisingly found that the person didn't even have a moments opened. What kind of ancient relic was this? These days, there were still people who didn't use WeChat moments. Xing Xinyuan mulled it over, then suddenly took off his earphones. He realized this was Lu Zhixing's WeChat. After scanning Lu Zhixing's QR code at noon, he threw his phone onto the bed and played computer games without bothering to add a note for the contact. Xing Xinyuan thought about blocking the user directly but decided against it, didn't want to fall prey to any tricks by this green tea poacher. Need to find some fun stuff to play, don't have time. Humph, isn't this guy supposed to marry me? Let me serve you a few little green hats to whet your appetite first. Sheng Xinyuan sat on a bench by the roadside, thought for a while, then noted Lu Zhixing as Lu Dog Coin. Lu Zhixing didn't send him any further messages. By the time Sheng Xinyuan had finished strolling around, returned home, showered, and laid in bed, he realized that Xi Ning was actually Lu Songshi's daughter. Sheng Xinyuan sat cross-legged on the bed thinking for a while, picked up his phone again and replied. To prevent you from harming the child, send me the address of the amusement park. After finishing his last email reply, Lu Zhixing shut down his computer, pinching his brow bridge. The company's recently invested project had involved property rights issues. Though handling it wasn't that difficult, the situation was somewhat complicated, and even the president had to work overtime. 2 hours ago, he had sent a WeChat message to Sheng Xinyuan, wondering if he had replied yet. Lu Zhixing walked out of the study and picked up his private phone from the coffee table, noticing 2 replies from Sheng Xinyuan, separated by more than an hour. Engsub stared at these 2 messages for a full 2 minutes, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Upper ZX, I'll pick you up at 8 on Saturday. Year 8. I can't wake up. Just as Lu Zhixing was about to reply, sudden sharp sting spread rapidly from his glands throughout his entire body. He leaned against the wall, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, veins bulging on his neck, with strong Cangzhu pheromones emanating from the back of his neck. Lu Zhixing trembled as he typed out another message with his fingertips. Upper ZX, if we enter too late, there will be long queues, and it will get crowded. Lu Zhixing frowned deeply as he picked up the glass and poured himself a glass of water, taking a pill and swallowing it down with warm water. The sugar-coated pill slid past his throat, leaving a trace of bitterness behind. The chaotic Cangzhu pheromones inside the room gradually calmed down, dissolving into the air. Lu Zhixing exhaled slowly, his bangs casting a shadow over his face under the light, his emotions hidden within that shadow. Engsub, clad in a black silk bathrobe, lounged on the sofa. His robe was loosely open, revealing his prominent collarbone. Beneath it was a world of allure, partially concealed by a tied sash around his waist. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze as he looked at the phone in his hand. Year, big brother, aren't you a domineering CEO? How about renting out the whole amusement park? So stingy. Disdainful.jpg. The ripples of moonlight could be seen reflecting off the surface of the lake not far outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lu Zhixing's lips curved upwards into a wide arc. He placed the cup back on the coffee table, opened a drawer, took out the star-shaped rainflower stone, and went to the window. He held it up lightly towards the night sky. It was just a gray stone, yet why did it seem brighter than the stars in the sky? Chapter 12, Wanting to Explain. As Lu Zhixing drove his SUV into the Shanglin Villa area, Sheng Xinyuan was sitting on a decorative rock at the entrance waiting for him. The alpha was dressed in a casual baseball jacket, underneath which was a hoodie with a punk-style earring in his left ear, sucking on a lollipop lazily tossing pebbles around while sitting cross-legged. When he saw the large G-Class vehicle slowly pulling over towards him, he raised his gaze slightly. Sheng Xinyuan took off his headphones and hung them around his neck, watching as the car stopped before him. Then he noticed Lu Zhixing step out of the driver's seat wearing a black down jacket, momentarily struck by how handsome he looked. Lu Zhixing opened the rear door and out jumped a little girl with twin tails, who shyly walked to stand in front of him. Lu Xining stared at Sheng Xinyuan with bright eyes, timidly asking, "Are you my future aunt?" "Aunt?" Sheng Xinyuan pulled out a chocolate-flavored lollipop from his hoodie pocket and waved it in front of Lu Xining. "Let me give you a chance to rephrase your words, should I be Niengage or aunt?" Lu Xining's gaze followed the lollipop as it moved back and forth, seriously calling out, "Niengage." Sheng Xinyuan smiled widely, tore open the wrapper, handed the candy to Lu Xining, and flicked her twin tails. "You're so smart. Good morning, didn't expect you'd come out so early. Have you been waiting long?" Lu Zhixing asked Sheng Xinyuan. Sheng Xinyuan crunched the lollipop in his mouth, then tossed the stick into the trash can. "Not really, only 5 minutes or so." The alpha might seem unreliable, but he valued time highly. He disliked making others wait, nor did he enjoy being waited for, hence always arriving 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled time. Lu Zhixing lifted Lu Xining onto the back seat, then opened the passenger side door to invite Sheng Xinyuan in. After glancing inside, Sheng Xinyuan chose to sit next to Lu Xining in the back. Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow, closed the door, and circled back to the driver's seat. It was warm inside the car due to the air conditioning, so Sheng Xinyuan took off his baseball jacket. While securing his own seatbelt, he also fastened the little girl's belt for her. "When you were a child, I even held you in my arms." Such a classic opening line from an elder. Lu Xining's eyes widened slightly. "Really? Brother Nian, how come I don't remember that?" Sheng Xinyuan chuckled. "You were just a month old back then, how could you possibly remember?" Lu Xining nodded softly, then quietly asked, "Brother, have you met my mom?" Sheng Xinyuan paused, instinctively looking at Lu Zhixing in the driver's seat. Lu Zhixing remained unperturbed, turning the steering wheel to exit the villa area. "Yes, I've met her." Sheng Xinyuan affectionately patted Lu Xining's head. "She was very beautiful and gentle, and she gave me tons of snacks. I really want to see her too." Lu Xining lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers. Grandma says mom went to heaven where she is very happy, but I know, she's dead. Sheng Xinyuan didn't comfort people much, but he imagined that if his own mom passed away, he would be devastated. The Alpha said hoarsely, Ningning, death is actually a very ordinary thing, everyone will die. But as long as you remember your mom, then she isn't truly gone. Lu Xining looked up at Sheng Xinyuan, her innocence tinged with cruelty. Did mom feel pain when she died? Sheng Xinyuan almost lost it. She had died in a car accident, and the body had been repaired by a restorative artist before the family saw it. Did she feel pain? Lu Xining suddenly gripped Sheng Xinyuan's hand. Brother, am I making you sad with my questions? Lu Zhixing raised his gaze and looked through the rearview mirror at Sheng Xinyuan, just catching the red-rimmed eyes of the Alpha in the reflection, filled with heartache and indignation. Sheng Xinyuan smiled and pinched Lu Xining's cheeks. No, it happened in an instant. There was no time to feel pain. Lu Xining sighed in relief. That's good. Grandma and Grandpa never mention mom in front of me, nor do they let others talk about her. They thought I'd be upset if they mentioned her, so I didn't dare bring it up either. Whenever I did, they cried. Thank you for talking about these things with me, brother. Ouch. Sheng Xinyuan vigorously rubbed Lu Xining's cheeks. You little elementary school kid, why are you so mature? It breaks my heart. Lu Xining smiled at him and handed over her children's phone watch to Sheng Xinyuan. Big brother Year, can I call you occasionally from now on? Sheng Xinyuan entered his mobile number. You can call me every day. Upon reaching the amusement park, there wasn't a single person at the entrance. Sheng Xinyuan knew this was the power of money at work. Lu Xining was led by the staff to go to the restroom, leaving Sheng Xinyuan and Lu Zhixing waiting outside. The Alpha couldn't help himself. Evil people will descend into the 18 levels of hell. It's such a shame that Ningning likes you so much. How could you have done something like that? Lu Zhixing met Sheng Xinyuan's death glare with a glance, and his heart unexpectedly stung. He had always dismissed explaining himself. He didn't need anyone's approval or understanding. He didn't think he liked Sheng Xinyuan. He just wanted to possess a beautiful thing for the first time, regardless of the means. He was despicable, and always had been. But today, seeing the Alpha's red-rimmed eyes, he really had the urge to prove his innocence to the entire world. Lu Zhixing's throat tightened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xining came out of the restroom, holding both his and Sheng Xinyuan's hands. Next, follow me. Let's ride the carousel. The two men were pulled by the little girl to the carousel. Sheng Xinyuan climbed aboard without any hesitation. I'm going to ride this unicorn. Lu Xining hugged the tail of the only unicorn on the field. Big brother Year, why are you taking it from the kids? I want to ride it too. Lu Zhixing stood below, watching the two bicker. It was as if the scenery switched like in a movie. The surroundings seemed stretched, and Enigma heard nothing. He stood alone on the opposite side of the world, as if a huge black hole in the ground was swallowing him. Lu Zhixing stood there for a long time, his 190 centimeters tall frame honed by constant physical exercise, yet he gave off the impression of being breakable by the wind. The staff nearby secretly observed the man standing at the peak of pheromones, sensing an inexplicable sorrow in his Zhangzhu pheromones. Finally, Sheng Xinyuan lost 3 out of 5 rock-paper-scissors to Lu Xining and reluctantly switched to the white horse beside it, looking disappointed. Lu Zhixing. What are you standing dumbly around for? Get on. Sheng Xinyuan's words broke through to Lu Zhixing. Sound returned, light returned, and color began filling his world again. Lu Zhixing sat in the round seat next to the Alpha as the attendant powered up the ride. In the cheerful tune of nursery rhymes, Lu Zhixing turned his head toward the Alpha interacting with Lu Xining. Sheng Xinyuan, I didn't do it. Chapter 13, I care, I want to know. The voice was soft, blended into the nursery rhyme and dissipated in the wind. Lu Zhixing didn't understand where this chest tightness came from, he only knew that he must look stupid right now with hopeful eyes. No one would willingly listen, nor would anyone willingly believe him. But the Alpha turned around. In the noisy background sounds, he deeply locked eyes with Lu Zhixing once. Enigma's heart surged with a desire for redemption, a mindset belonging to the weak. The two silently stared at each other. Until the music stopped and the world returned to stillness. Lu Xining got off the unicorn, pulling Sheng Xinyuan's hand and pleading for another round. Sheng Xinyuan snapped back to reality, shaking his neck. Brother Year is getting old, the spinning made me dizzy. Lu Xining then turned to her uncle with pleading eyes. Sheng Xinyuan chuckled, your uncle is older and even more dizzy. You go on again, be a good girl. Alright, then Brother Year, remember to take pictures of me. I want to show them to Grandpa and Grandma when I get home. Alright, understood, guaranteed to make you look your best. Sheng Xinyuan flipped off the white horse and looked at Lu Zhixing before both stepped down the stairs together. The nursery rhyme played again as Sheng Xinyuan waved back to Lu Xining's beckoning hand, lifting the phone and taking several photos. Lu Zhixing stood silently beside him. The Alpha put away his phone, anxiously scratching his hair, watching Lu Zhixing as a few pink curls fell onto the ground, carried away by the wind. Sheng Xinyuan clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and glanced at Lu Zhixing. The Alpha blew a small bubble with his chewing gum which he then popped with his teeth, scrutinizing. Were you being serious just now? He had really heard it and comprehended it too. Lu Zhixing handed over a hot drink bought by the staff to Xing Xinyuan, his gaze revealing no emotion. Do you believe me? Xing Xinyuan pulled out a tissue from his pocket, spat out the gum into it, wrapped it carefully, and threw it into the trash can. After plugging the straw in, he took a sip, savoring the warm tapioca milk tea while sucking a few pearls into his mouth to chew on. Lu Zhixing remained silent, gently rubbing the paper cup with his thumb as if waiting for judgment. To be honest, how to say this? Actually, if you were wrongfully accused, why didn't you explain yourself to everyone? Xing Xinyuan mumbled with the pearls still unswallowed. Lu Zhixing took a sip of coffee and said lightly, do they care about the truth? Would anyone bother about the truth? Resentment always needs an outlet. Isn't it easier for them to accept having someone like me as the scapegoat than it would be an accident? This was the first time Xing Xinyuan had ever heard Lu Zhixing speak so much. Enigma's eyes had been fixed ahead. Xing Xinyuan tilted his head and found a red mole behind Lu Zhixing's right ear, hidden discreetly behind the lobe, a tiny one, hardly noticeable. The alpha stared at the little mole, lost in thought. Xing Xinyuan wasn't sure if he should trust this man who suddenly wanted to marry him. But thinking from his position, if he had been misunderstood for all these years, wouldn't he wish to hear? I care, I want to know. Enigma flinched, slightly raising an eyebrow, surprised, turning his head to meet the alpha's resolute gaze. A faint smile appeared on Lu Zhixing's face, and Xing Xinyuan realized that his genuine smile was actually very attractive. Suddenly, Enigma's hand rose, making Xing Xinyuan squint, thinking he had spoken wrongly and was going to get hit. Lu Zhixing's thumb gently brushed across Xing Xinyuan's brow ridge, light and cool. Xing Xinyuan's curled eyelashes brushed against his palm, bringing a slight tickle. There's something on your hair. Enigma's voice sounded close as Xing Xinyuan closed his eyes briefly. Then, Lu Zhixing's fingers probed into Xing Xinyuan's bangs, withdrawing with a minuscule pink petal between them. Lu Zhixing placed the petal into Xing Xinyuan's palm, and the alpha looked down at the flower in his hand. He thought Lu Zhixing might say something else, but Lu Zhixing said nothing. The autumn breeze stirred Enigma's bangs. In the gentle wind, Xing Xinyuan smelled the scent of Zhanzhu pheromones, tinged with faint joyfulness, dissipating quickly. The place where Lu Zhixing had touched was itchy, and Xing Xinyuan raised his hand to scratch his brow. Lu Xining got off the carousel and gleefully ran into Xing Xinyuan's arms. Brother Ye, let's go ride the roller coaster. Xing Xinyuan, looking at Lu Xining's hopeful eyes, pursed his lips, as if determined to do something. Just wait a moment. Then, he pulled out a small exquisite medicine bottle from his pocket, tipped 2 small pills into his palm, and was about to put them in his mouth when his wrist was grabbed by Lu Zhixing. There might be something wrong with the alpha's brain. Lu Zhixing helplessly sighed, don't act recklessly. The brown little pill rolled onto the floor. Xing Xinyuan pulled his wrist back, shaking his medicine bottle, Chinese herbal medicine, no side effects. Lu Xining was surprised, Brother Ye, are you sick? Hey! You brat! Do you even know how to talk? Xing Xinyuan pinched Lu Xining's face with a chuckle. The staff member spoke up at this moment, Sir, this is a children's amusement park, all the facilities are kid-sized. Xing Xinyuan followed the staff's indication and saw that the so-called roller coaster was only about 3 meters high. The alpha felt a bit awkward, silently putting his medicine bottle back into his pocket. Can adults ride it? The staff member smiled, sure, it's very sturdy, feel free to ride. Xing Xinyuan was pulled by Lu Xining to board the mini roller coaster, while Lu Zhixing sat in the waiting area nearby. Who? The alpha stretched out his hands, his eyes curved into a line, laughing heartily. He was the kind of person who would always have a good time, regardless of circumstances. Lu Zhixing placed his coffee on the seat, taking out his phone from his pocket. Xing Xinyuan looked at the camera lens, showing a, yeah, with his teeth flashing. Thus, Enigma's photo album had its first picture. After getting off the roller coaster, Xing Xinyuan extended his hand to Lu Zhixing, let me see if you made me look ugly or not. The wind picked up, carrying the chill of autumn. Lu Zhixing stood up from the long bench, picking up Lu Xining's discarded coat and helping her put it on. I took pictures of Ningning, not you. What's wrong with you? If you didn't take my picture, why were you facing me? Xing Xinyuan glared at Enigma and sneezed. His baseball jacket was left in the car. Swallowing down the curse in his mouth, he pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt. Lu Zhixing took off his jacket and handed it over to him, wear mine. Xing Xinyuan adjusted the drawstring on his hood, leaving only his facial features exposed as he complained, do you even have any sense of aesthetics? Does your jacket match mine? Who wears a fleece jacket under a hoodie? Ugly. Where did your foolish appearance go when you looked handsome? Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze to the sliver of pale ankle revealed beneath Xing Xinyuan's rolled-up trouser legs, feeling a twinge of discomfort and wishing he could cover it with his hand. Enigma redirected his eyes, watching Xing Xinyuan let his pant leg drop before re-wearing the jacket, zipping it up to the top. Xing Xinyuan held Lu Xining's hand and went to buy cotton candy, while Lu Zhixing took out his phone and opened the photo album. Inside, the youth's hair was ruffled by the wind, exposing a smooth forehead, bright dark eyes gleaming as he goofily flashed a peace sign at the camera. Very cute. Extremely. Chapter 14 Despicable Enigma. Lu Xining bounced along holding Xing Xinyuan's hand to the next attraction, with Lu Zhixing following behind them, slightly frowning upon reading the name of the project. Haunted Nightmare. Why would a children's amusement park have such a thing? Don't they worry about kids having nightmares when they return home? Xing Xinyuan read the attraction description with great interest, ready to jump in and give it a try. Xining, dare to play. Lu Xining shook her head like a ringing bell. I'm not playing this, I'm scared. Lu Zhixing almost imperceptibly nodded. Very well, there's no need for things like this to exist in the world. Worthy niece of his, very wise indeed. Lu Xining released Xing Xinyuan's hand and tugged at Lu Zhixing's arm, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Uncle and auntie, you go play, that's how they always act in TV dramas. I won't be the third wheel, I'll wait for you with big sister here. Lu Zhixing pushed him toward Xing Xinyuan, eyebrows slightly furrowed. What TV dramas? Are they the ones you should watch? You care too much, people like you wouldn't be liked by anyone. Xing Xinyuan rolled his eyes meaninglessly. Who asked you to come along? I want to play alone. Xing Xinyuan didn't hesitate at all, stepping in with excitement on his face. Uncle, are you scared? Lu Xining stuck out her little head, looking up at him. Goading tactics were useless against commercial elites because as a president, he must keep his mind clear at all times to make the most rational decisions. Lu Zhixing glanced at Lu Xining. How could I possibly be scared? Enigma pushed open the wooden door of the haunted house and stepped inside. It was very dim inside, but with candle lanterns hanging, enabling one to vaguely see the ground. As expected, the ghost house in the children's section was nothing more than some skeletons, mannequins, and the scariest thing being vampire-style dolls which were obviously fake. Xing Xinyuan. Where are you? I'm right here. Lu Zhixing followed the sound and walked forward, seeing a room with a half-open door. Enigma slightly frowned as he pushed the door open. Xing Xinyuan was standing inside, enthusiastically studying a wooden sword covered in blood, wondering if it was ketchup. However, the moment he stepped into the room, the door slammed shut, and the chandelier on the ceiling immediately went out. The entire room plunged into darkness, accompanied by slightly eerie sound effects. Hey, damn, you scared me to death. Did you set off some kind of trap? Xing Xinyuan patted his chest, took out his phone, and turned on its flashlight, illuminating a small area. Curious that Lu Zhixing had not responded, the alpha carefully raised his phone to move toward Lu Zhixing's position. Enigma's brows were furrowed tightly. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his forehead dotted with a layer of fine sweat. When he lifted his gaze to look at Xing Xinyuan, there was still lingering caution in his eyes. In the confined space, Xing Xinyuan smelled the anxious mood indicative attractolode's pheromones, along with the brief shadow of gloom and ferocity that crossed Lu Zhixing's face. The alpha was startled for a second by Enigma's sharp gaze. By the time he came to his senses, Lu Zhixing had already regained his calmness. Xing Xinyuan blinked, then teased, Hey! Are you afraid of the dark? Lu Zhixing ignored him, grabbed the flashlight from his hand, and quickly scanned around to find the switch in the shadows. Light once again filled the dark chamber. Lu Zhixing gripped the doorknob, somewhat forcefully twisting it open, then directly walked out. Behind him, Xing Xinyuan taunted with a smirk, It's okay. Just because you're tall doesn't mean you can't be afraid of the dark, right? It's only human. Ha ha ha, Lu Zhixing is afraid of the dark, ha ha ha. Walking ahead, Enigma stopped in his tracks amid the alpha's mocking laughter and turned to look at Xing Xinyuan. Xing Xinyuan quieted under his solemn expression. Lu Zhixing steadily approached him, the flickering candlelight casting a pale glow on his face. His long lashes created a shadow over his cheeks, and when he looked at Xing Xinyuan, there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Accompanied by terrifying sound effects, he stepped closer to the alpha. Xing Xinyuan began to feel uneasy. You're not really going to punch me, are you? Xing Xinyuan stuffed his phone into his pocket, considering whether he could possibly win a fight against Lu Zhixing. Of course not, after all, Lu Zhixing had a cheat code. The cursed high-tier pheromones alone could suppress any top-level alpha. Surrounded by this potent aroma that was unlike that of traditional Chinese medicine, Xing Xinyuan shut up under the influence of Lu Zhixing's suddenly amplified pheromones. A thin sheen of sweat ran down his back despite the air conditioner being cranked to its lowest setting. The alpha's nape gland involuntarily twitched. Confused, Xing Xinyuan clutched his neck as the sweet peach scent of his pheromone seeped through his fingers. Lu Zhixing tilted his head slightly, a charming curve forming on his lips as he reached up to touch his own nose, then slightly bent down to meet the disoriented Xing Xinyuan's gaze. Xinyuan, you're still in your sensitive period. The deep, clear voice exploded in Xing Xinyuan's ear. Wide-eyed, Xing Xinyuan met Enigma's teasing gaze and retorted, I've taken suppressants. Lu Zhixing twirled a strand of his curly hair around his finger. Alpha suppressants are useless against my pheromones, idiot. Xing Xinyuan swatted his hand away, his face flushing red as he spat out a string of insults, king shameless bastard. Trash. Jerk. Lu Zhixing stepped back one pace, hands in his pockets, and cast a glance downward. His eyes dimmed slightly. If you plan to leave this room in such a state, continue cursing. Xing Xinyuan pulled down his hoodie. Never before had he felt so wronged in his life. Not even bothering to calculate his chances, the alpha swung his fist straight toward Lu Zhixing's nose but was effortlessly caught. With a slight exertion of strength, he twisted the alpha's arms behind his back and pressed him against the wall. The smell of atractalodes grew stronger. Sheng Xinyuan gritted his teeth as his chin touched the uneven surface of the wall, muttering several curses under his breath. The beautiful arc of the alpha's nape emerged, highlighted by the leaping candlelight on his reddened glands. The sweet fragrance of peach pheromones danced in Enigma's lips. The high-tier atractalodes pheromones infiltrated the alpha's glands, circulating soothingly through his veins in tandem with his rapid pulse. Sheng Xinyuan's restlessness gradually calmed down. He swung his elbow backward, but Lu Zhixing slightly turned his head to dodge. Sheng Xinyuan covered his neck, his face flushed red. This was the first time he'd been subjected to a temporary mark. You damn son of a gun. Lu Zhixing, you're such a bully. You're not worth it. Sheng Xinyuan cursed as he backed towards the exit, eventually sprinting out the door. Lu Zhixing had all sorts of evil tricks up his sleeve. So despicable. Was it really necessary to take advantage of his sensitive period just because he teased him a little about being afraid of the dark? And in public too. What a person. Too dog-like. I should curse him to get hit by a car when he steps out. Nah, that's too mean. I curse him to not have an erection. Last 2 minutes on the battlefield. He'll even lose it halfway through. If inner voices could be heard, Enigma's would be deafening. After leaving the haunted house, with Sheng Xinyuan looking slightly disheveled, Lu Xining curiously asked, "Your brother, what happened? Was it scary?" She hadn't differentiated yet and couldn't smell the atractalodes pheromones on Sheng Xinyuan. But the staff could. The staff glanced between the two and chuckled into their hand. With gritted teeth, Sheng Xinyuan pulled his hood over his head and tightened the drawstrings, burying his face inside. The alpha's teeth were grinding together, irritatingly. Chapter 15, Will you protect me? An alpha in a temper can be stubborn beyond measure. 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Lu Zhixing found it interesting watching Sheng Xinyuan isolate him while dragging Lu Xining along. Clearly, Sheng Xinyuan grew up enveloped in love, always resorting to, "I won't play with you," as the ultimate revenge. Walking slowly behind them, but keeping a distance where he could catch up with a few quick steps, Lu Zhixing quietly observed the only speck of brightness in his otherwise gloomy world. The soul buried for 29 years in darkness was now injected with a sliver of light, illuminating even the dimmest corner untouched by the ever-burning night lamp. Sheng Xinyuan suddenly turned around and looked at him. The pink curls of the alpha peeked out from under the hood due to the movement. For the first time, Lu Zhixing felt his life, beyond revitalizing the Lu family, was imbued with another meaning, a meaning he chose himself. With a sly wink and grin, Sheng Xinyuan mischievously blinked his left eye at Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing paused mid-step as the autumn wind ruffled his hair. And then, Sheng Xinyuan said sarcastically, "Xining, let's go play on the big swing ride." Lu Zhixing got scared and cried earlier. "Are you as cowardly as him?" Both the staff and Lu Xining looked back at Lu Zhixing with expressions of surprise and disbelief. Lu Zhixing lightly pressed his lips, the sweetness of the white peach pheromones lingering in his mouth slipping down his throat, piercing through the membrane and directly reaching his irregularly beating heart. Across the 2-meter distance, cutting through the wind. Lu Zhixing locked eyes with the black shining gaze of the alpha, raising an eyebrow slightly. Alright, I admit, I did cry." Sheng Xinyuan snorted, giving him a "you finally know your place" look before smugly patting Lu Xining's head. "Stick with your brother, he'll protect you." Lu Xining tugged on Sheng Xinyuan's clothes softly asking, "Your brother, did my uncle upset you?" Is it obvious? Why do you ask?" Sheng Xinyuan tied a bow with the hoodie strings below his chin tightly, ensuring no cold air could slip in. "Our teacher said we shouldn't speak ill of our friends, much less spread rumors." Lu Xining seriously replied, "If he offended you, make him apologize to you. Why lie?" "I." Laughable yet speechless, Sheng Xinyuan, a teenager scolded by a girl several years younger than him, argued, "I'm not lying. He's just afraid of the dark, and so cowardly. Then you should protect him instead of mocking him." Lu Xining held both Sheng Xinyuan's and Lu Zhixing's hands, putting them together, solemnly saying, "Make peace already. You two add up to nearly 50 years old, yet act like children throwing tantrums. Isn't that embarrassing? Are you kidding me, Xining? Why do you sound like a little adult?" Sheng Xinyuan tried to argue some more but forgot to withdraw his hand. The alpha's hand was warm, and Enigma could feel heat radiating off his hands back pressing against his. Lu Zhixing gently gripped Sheng Xinyuan's hand, his hand a full circle larger, able to enclose Sheng Xinyuan's within his palm. Enigma spoke softly, "Nian Nian, will you protect me?" Sheng Xinyuan slightly staggered, pursed his lips, and pulled his hand away with some effort, glaring and saying, "Your hands are freezing. You big idiot with poor blood circulation." After saying that, he stuffed the hand that had been warmed by Lu Zhixing into the pocket of his hoodie and walked far ahead with determined steps. "Your brother. Wait for me." Lu Xining ran after him, asking, "Are you shy?" "Shy? Ha." Sheng Xinyuan pointed to his exposed cheek, "See? My face is thicker than a fortress wall. Me shy? Ha, he's not some pretty little thing. A staff member ran over from afar, holding Sheng Xinyan's coat and handed it to him. Sheng Xinyan glanced back at Lu Zhixing, took the coat, and wore it, finding warmth in layering up. The busy day began with the merry-go-round and ended with the fireworks show. Lu Xinning, tired from playing, fell sound asleep in Lu Zhixing's arms as the fireworks illuminated the night sky, streaking across the darkness like shooting stars. Sheng Xinyan rested his elbows on the railing of the platform, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of the fireworks. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xinning, snugly wrapped in Lu Zhixing's coat and sleeping peacefully in his arms, then his gaze shifted upward to Enigma's face. Lu Zhixing, I believe you now. Lu Zhixing's attitude towards Lu Xinning was evident to Sheng Xinyan. Though cold and distant, Lu Zhixing bought her favorite snacks and reminded her to zip up when the wind picked up. And Lu Xinning, trusting without any reservation, slept soundly nestled in his embrace. This couldn't be faked just temporarily, unless Lu Zhixing was truly an excellent actor. Of course, there was another possibility stemming from guilt, but Sheng Xinyan instinctively dismissed it. He chose to believe that Lu Songshir's car accident had nothing to do with Lu Zhixing. When Lu Zhixing turned around to look at him, behind him the dazzling fireworks made the brightest beam shine in Sheng Xinyan's eyes. The alpha shrugged lightly, mocking himself, I'm such a fool, being sold and still counting money for others. Lu Zhixing's lips curved slightly, then are you going to count my money? Sell me. Sheng Xinyan arched an eyebrow, smirking as he crossed his arms. Not selling. Enigma stepped forward slightly, past Lu Xinning, suddenly leaning down to kiss the corner of the alpha's lips. Sweeter than even his posterior gland. Holy shit, you old bastard. Sheng Xinyan stared in shock, lifting his foot to kick but restrained himself upon seeing Lu Xinning still in Lu Zhixing's arms. Lu Zhixing, you're nothing but a nasty hooligan. They talk about how you never waver from purity outside, lies. Are those all your PR tactics? The alpha lifted his arm and wiped his mouth forcefully. Though he wiped his mouth, his cheeks turned red. With curses spilling forth, Sheng Xinyan headed back, ignoring the fireworks altogether. Lu Zhixing followed behind him, hearing the alpha swear all the way, filthier sentence by sentence. Inside the car, with the warm airflow from the air conditioning blowing, Sheng Xinyan muttered more curses toward the back of Lu Zhixing's head, yawned, and fell asleep soon after, completely unaware when they arrived home. Lu Zhixing drove the car into the Shanlin Yuan villa area, and when he opened the rear door, Sheng Xinyan was sound asleep. Lu Xinning had already woken up, covering her eyes with her small hands softly and whispering, Uncle, I won't peek, if you want to kiss, just go ahead. Lu Zhixing chuckled, what nonsense. Hearing the laughter, Sheng Xinyan cracked open one eye sleepily, huh? Did we arrive at my place? Yup, go home and rest well, you worked hard today. Sheng Xinyan stretched lazily, said goodbye to Lu Xinning, took his coat and got out of the car without looking at Lu Zhixing at all. At the moment the alpha was about to enter his home, Enigma rolled down the car window and, staring at the teeth marks on Sheng Xinyan's neck, said, Monday at 8:30 a.m., remember to report to Jialu on time, or I'll complain to President Sheng. Sheng Xinyan abruptly turned around, flashing two middle fingers at Lu Zhixing ferociously, growling, Lu Zhixing. Be human for once. Lu Zhixing smiled, waving goodbye, and sped off from Shanlin Yuan. By the time he returned to the Lu residence, it was 9 in the evening. The lights were still on at home, warming the entire villa. Lu Yanchang and Su Ziwen were watching the news in the living room, usually they would have gone to bed at this hour. Naturally, Lu Zhixing knew it wasn't for him that they waited. He watched as Lu Xinning excitedly rushed into her grandparents' embrace, bowed respectfully. Zhixing, stay over tonight. Lu Zhixing nodded, went upstairs, and returned to his own room. Enigma filled the bathtub with water and stepped in barefoot, submerging his entire body. The warm water heated up his body, and he found a bit of security amidst the bubbles. When he was about to go to sleep after taking a bath, his phone lit up. Lu Zhixing unlocked it and took a look. It was a text message from Dr. Su, Mr. Lu, kindly reminding you not to forget tomorrow's treatment. Chapter 16, EGC Treatment. Lu Zhixing started receiving EGC, Enigma Gland Stability, treatment at the age of 24. Altogether, it has been 5 years. 9 years ago, during an information storm, his glands deteriorated badly and he was rushed to the Jinbei City Central Hospital for secret treatment at 2 in the morning. The Lu family invested a great deal of money into the EGC project. Laboratories around the world work together on research and experimentation, taking 2 years to move from laboratory experiments to clinical trials. There were 185 volunteers involved in the clinical experiments, participating through phases 1 to 3. When they reached phase 4, when the treatment became mature, they could no longer endure it and died. Since these 185 people had no families, there was no one to mourn their loss. They were hastily buried after being cremated, leaving the world silently. But Lu Zhixing remembered, their lives were added onto him. As he stepped over their blood to gain new life, he also secluded himself within Sin. Dr. Su consoled him, saying, without the Lu family, they would have long since died in dark basements. Even if they had been rescued by chance, without medication, they wouldn't have lasted more than a year. Dr. Su said that they had already lived 3 extra years, and the medical community would remember their names. Lu Zhixing lay on the examination bed, watching his blood get drawn into clear glass tubes, thick and red. Dr. Su handed the blood to a nurse to send off for testing. What's wrong? Thinking about the past again. Dr. Su looked down at Lu Zhixing, who had various instruments attached to him. Dr. Su, your talkativeness hasn't changed, Lu Zhixing replied bluntly, irritated by the beeping of the machines. They've known each other for 8 years. 8 years ago, Dr. Su was just a young physician following his mentor. Now as the lead physician, he is the head of ABO Pheromone Internal Medicine. However, his incessant chatter hasn't changed, it just transformed from a 26-year-old's to a 34-year-old's. After his teacher retired 3 years ago, Dr. Su took over Lu Zhixing's case and became his official treating physician responsible for his secret treatments. Dr. Su sat on Lu Zhixing's bed, nibbling on an apple while monitoring the numbers on the instrument panel. These devices were all treasures, some costing in the millions, others in the hundreds of millions, but they only ever served Lu Zhixing, given how rare Enigma-type patients were. Aren't I just showing concern, Mr. Lu? Aren't we friends? Dr. Su adjusted his glasses and smiled. Lu Zhixing kept his eyes closed, ignoring him. The next second, Bluetooth earphones were shoved into his ears, playing loud and chaotic heavy metal music. Lu Zhixing opened his eyes and looked at him, saying, "Your taste is terrible." Dr. Su exclaimed in surprise, "What do you know? You're a 29-year-old antique. This is this year's most powerful metal music, the bars all use it." "Sorry, I forgot, you don't go to bars, you don't understand enjoying life, so what's the point of making so much money?" Dr. Su threw the apple core into the trash can. Lu Zhixing stopped responding to him. The electronic noise in his eardrums was loud, but his restless heart gradually calmed down. 2 hours later, the treatment ended. Lu Zhixing flipped himself over, got dressed, and slightly moved his stiff limbs. Though the treatment process was monotonous, it certainly made him feel much better. Sitting at the computer, Dr. Su looked at the records on the screen. "How have you felt recently? Any abnormalities in your body?" "Attempting to reduce drug dependency, from 1 pill per day to 1 every 2 days, but it's not working well." "You've worked hard, well keep trying, at the very least under the effects of the drugs, you can freely control your own pheromones." Dr. Su's tone was unusually focused and serious. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze and smiled faintly. Now at least he didn't need to lock himself away waiting for his surging pheromones to stabilize. Dr. Su glanced at Lu Zhixing, "Though your condition isn't fatal, it is indeed wearing. Would you like me to introduce you to our hospital's psychologist for counseling?" Su Yu put down the mouse, blinked at him, and added, "Alpha with a very spicy scent, and an incredibly fit body." Lu Zhixing did not ignore his nonsense as usual but raised his eyebrows. "I already have a fiancé." Su Yu whistled, got up to see him out, and teased with a wink, "Alpha or Omega? Beautiful and fiery or cute?" Lu Zhixing shrugged off Su Yu's hand resting on his shoulder, recalling Xingxiani flipping him off and muttering curses, and faintly curled his lips. "Alpha, all of them." Su Yu looked at Lu Zhixing's suddenly softened expression and smiled along with him. Together they stepped off the elevator and walked through the hospital lobby toward the exit. "Dr. Su, are you that idle? Though I pay you quite handsomely, you don't need to see me out this far." Su Yu rolled the ID card hanging around his neck and replied helplessly, "I came out to buy a pack of cigarettes. Hospitals prohibit smoking." Lu Zhixing gestured vaguely toward the warning sign hung on the wall with his chin. "I'll smoke outside." "You're really concerned." Su Yu's gaze pierced through Lu Zhixing and focused on something behind him. Pink curls. So individualistic, so young, so enviable. I want to dye my hair too. Dye it green. Hey. Where are you going? When Su Yu mentioned pink curls, Lu Zhixing had already turned around. The little, in overalls was sitting on one of the waiting chairs in the hall, facing away from them. Enigma strode over. "Nian Nian, what are you doing here?" Xingxiani tilted his head back, lodging it above the chair back and gazed upside down at the person standing behind him. Lu Zhixing. Xingxiani abruptly stood up and spun around, flashing his neck uncomfortably. "What are you doing in the hospital? Are you sick?" Lu Zhixing sized up the alpha who seemed to be jumping about healthily. Xingxiani massaged his neck, irritated. "I'm waiting for a friend to get off work." "What about you? Are you sick?" The alpha touched the tip of his nose absent-mindedly, wondering if his curse had taken effect. Had he really become impotent? Wilting? Enigma, noticing the increasingly excited alpha leering at his lower half, lightly tapped his forehead with cool fingertips. "What are you looking at?" Xingxiani grinned widely. Nothing, I'm just worried about you, hee. Lu Zhixing wasn't sure what schemes were running through his mind, but watching him smile dispersed the irritation he had carried from the unpleasant treatment room. Su Yu poked his head out from behind them and greeted Xingxiani. "Hey, you must be Mr. Lu's fiancé." "I'm his dad." Xingxiani rolled his eyes and picked up his coat, ready to leave. "You guys really go big." Su Yu chuckled twice teasingly. At the elevator entrance, a short-haired young man in a white coat emerged, dark circles under his eyes yet radiating with a cheerful smile. He waved toward their position. "Xinyan." Lin Huai jogged over. Su Yu squinted his eyes, finding interest in the young man's name badge, attending physician of cardiology. "Lin Huai, wow, so you're the talented doctor our hospital poached from the MG lab?" Chapter 17, I am his unofficial partner. Lin Huai turned his head following the sound. The person talking had an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth and wore rather scholarly golden-rimmed glasses on his nose, but didn't seem like a good person. Lin Huai's gaze swept over the man's name tag and met Su Yu's cryptic eyes before politely responding, "Director Su, hello." Su Yu reached up to take the cigarette from his mouth and held it between his fingers, laughing, "Do you know me?" "It's written on your name tag," Lin Huai answered with polite reserve. He wasn't good at socializing and hadn't even warmed up to his own department members yet, having no intention to flatter people from other departments. After speaking, he turned to look at Xingxiani, his smile reappearing on his face. "Sinan, are you hungry? I still have half an hour before I finish work. Would you like to eat something first?" Xingxiani looked dispirited, unconsciously showing a bit of petulant behavior. "Ah. That bad? But I don't want to eat alone." Alphas habitually acted out their small tantrums and caprices when among familiar people, throwing minor fits. They would escalate quickly if it worked, but if not, they'd pretend nothing happened as long as they weren't the awkward ones. All of Xingxiani's sharp tactics were used in these situations, leaving little else beyond that. Lin Huai smiled but didn't get a chance to say anything yet. An oppressive rush of Tsangshu information pheromones hit, making his glands uncomfortable under high-grade suppression. He frowned slightly. It was only now that Lin Huai noticed Lu Zhixing standing nearby. The Tsangshu pheromones were emitted in small amounts, affecting a limited range but launching an indiscriminate attack. Su Yu seemed used to it and showed no reaction, just biting down hard on the cigarette mouthpiece. Xingxiani covered the back of his neck, glaring at Lu Zhixing and shouting, "Are you insane?" Ever since yesterday's trip to the amusement park with Enigma, Xingxiani had been speaking more freely, probably because he knew the other wouldn't take offense. Lu Zhixing extended his hand toward Lin Huai, a smile tinged with coolness in his amber eyes. "Hello, I'm Yin Yan's fiancé, Lu Zhixing." "Fiancé?" Lin Huai frowned slightly, disbelief showing as he turned to Xingxiani. "Sinan, what's going on here?" Xingxiani, embarrassed, tugged at his overall strap, awkwardly saying, "Well, it's a long story, a really long story." Lin Huai lowered his gaze to Lu Zhixing's still outstretched hand, lightly grasping it. "Lin Huai, I am Xingxiani's old playmate, mentioned by Ninian." Lu Zhixing quickly retracted his hand. Then, gripping the back strap of Xingxiani's overalls, he pulled him close, smiling, "Are you hungry? Don't want to eat alone. I'll keep you company." Xingxiani's eyes widened as he slapped his hand away. "I appreciate it, but we're not that close. Can you stop calling me Ninian like that?" Lu Zhixing brushed some stray hair from the nape of his neck, where red marks from teeth still lingered. Enigma pointedly said, "Not close, huh?" Lu Zhixing's tone ended softly, carrying familiarity and intimacy. "Not close." Xingxiani shivered as Lu Zhixing's fingertips grazed his neck. Lin Huai was still confused, unsure how 5 days apart could result in a fiancé. After freeing himself from Lu Zhixing's grasp, Xingxiani pulled Lin Huai's arm, walking farther and complaining, "I came today just to vent to you. Little Lord has messed up big time. I will never drink again, seriously." Xingxiani went on and on, telling Lin Huai everything about how Lu Zhixing came to his house and how his father's attitude toward Lu Zhixing made a complete U-turn. Lin Huai couldn't help but chuckle and sigh while pinching his temple. "Is it because you kissed him or because he marked you?" "Maybe." Xingxiani scratched the back of his head. Lu Zhixing might have some sort of first kiss complex. Or something to do with male virtue. I don't know why he insists on marrying me. Geez, weird word, marry, giving me goosebumps. Xingxiani rubbed his arms irritably. "I'm a fierce alpha. I won't bow down." Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Lin Huai gazed through Xingxiani toward Lu Zhixing behind him. In his eyes, he saw a strong sense of possessiveness. Su Yu nudged Lu Zhixing's arm with his elbow, gossiping, "Mr. Lu, is this some kind of forced conquest? Young people these days don't go for that." Lu Zhixing didn't reply, merely staring quietly at the back of Xingxiani's head, wondering why he acted out of character like a jealous fool. The hand in Enigma's coat pocket tightened gradually, leaving 4 red marks from his nails on his palm, though outwardly calm. Xingxiani disliked him, perhaps even detested him. Lu Zhixing was aware of it all. But after tasting sweetness, there was no letting go. No one would dislike a beautiful thing. After staying too long in a world without color, when encountering that streak of pink, you wanted to hold on to it forever. Lin Huai withdrew his gaze, looking down at Xingxiani. "So what are your plans now?" "Just take it step by step. Not to mention we aren't engaged yet. Even if we were, it would still be over a year until marriage. No rush." Lin Huai looked helplessly at the carefree Xingxiani. "You should hurry up. I don't think you can outplay Lu Zhixing. Even if you refuse, he has 100 ways to make you willingly marry him." Xingxiani stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then I'll find someone attractive first. Maybe start dating with someone mega hot, see how Lu Zhixing feels about wearing a green hat. I think before that happens, he'd kill you first. Be more careful." Lin Huai tapped Xingxiani's forehead with his knuckles. "Your uncles care about you. It might be better to involve them rather than act rashly." Just as Lin Huai finished speaking, Lu Zhixing approached. Enigma raised his hand and began rubbing the tooth marks on Xingxiani's neck affectionately. "Ninian, let's go eat. Don't distract Dr. Lin from his work anymore." Lin Huai's phone rang just in time. He glanced down and saw a message from the department director saying there was going to be a meeting. Xinyan, I have a sudden meeting. Go home first. You're so annoying, I'll just visit you at your clinic. Sheng Xiani dodged Lu Zhixing's hand and said to Lin Huai, alright, brother Huai, go ahead with your work. Treat me to dinner another day. Sheng Xiani and Lu Zhixing walked side by side toward the exit. Su Yu came over and waited for the elevator with Lin Huai. Do you like him? What kind of joke is that? He's an alpha, and so am I. The elevator dinged open, and Lin Huai stepped inside, glancing at Su Yu. Su Yu followed and pressed the floor button, laughing as he said, how do you know I was referring to little Curly instead of Lu Zhixing? Lin Huai froze, his eyes fixed on the rising numbers on the display screen, and ignored him. When they reached the 4th floor, Lin Huai stepped out of the elevator. As the doors were about to close, Su Yu said, Dr. Lin, even alphas can fall in love with each other. Lin Huai frowned and turned around to argue, but the elevator doors quickly closed. All he could see was Su Yu's fingers holding an unlit cigarette, winking at him. What a man with no sense of boundaries. Chapter 18, Enigma nauseated by stinky tofu noodles. Sheng Xiani and Lu Zhixing exited the hospital gate together, pointing with his finger, there's a small shop selling stinky tofu noodles on the street ahead, super delicious. The corner to the left has a rice noodle store, it's older than me, run by an old grandpa, very tasty as well. And over there. The alpha kept chattering away, introducing all the good places nearby, but he heard no response from Lu Zhixing, looking curiously at him, isn't there any place among these many options that you fancy? So picky. Or are you just snobbish about small restaurants? Sheng Xiani slightly frowned, Mr. Lu, since you haven't suffered hardships, it's only right you don't realize people eating near hospitals usually spend their money on medical care, which makes the food here quite affordable. Lu Zhixing looked down at him, did you often stay in the hospital when you were little? Sheng Xiani shrugged, squinting his eyes, yes, I was hospitalized every 2 or 3 days, a genuine sickly individual. Be careful, I might make you a widower. Don't say nonsense, Lu Zhixing interrupted his remarks, softly saying, no wonder you've done so much charity work, it was to bring blessings upon you. Huh? How did you know my father always does charity? Sheng Xiani scratched his chin, their family was actually pretty low-key. As Lu Zhixing had pointed out, their family did charity work to bring good luck to him, so they never made a big deal about it, hoping that heaven would take better care of him. Wasn't there an article in the newspaper once? Lu Zhixing raised his hand to glance at his watch, it was 11 o'clock, time for lunch. The rice noodle store older than the alpha already had a long queue. Huh? Newspaper. There. Sheng Xiani carefully thought. Oh, I remember now, yes, it appeared in the newspaper once, but it was meant to draw more attention to orphanage conditions, and it was over a decade ago. How do you know? Did you investigate me? While pondering, Sheng Xiani instinctively followed Lu Zhixing into the parking lot. Sheng Xiani, you sure do talk a lot, Lu Zhixing opened the passenger side door, indicating the alpha to get in. Sheng Xiani slammed the car door shut and furrowed his brows, you investigated me? What exactly do you want to achieve by doing all this fuss? Lu Zhixing sighed, leaning on the car and bending down to look eye to eye with Sheng Xiani, rein in your scattered thoughts. No one investigated you. You didn't investigate me, then why were you reading a newspaper from 10 years ago? Sheng Xiani retorted sharply, if not scheming for the Sheng family, what else would you want? Is it me? Lu Zhixing looked at him without speaking, a smirk forming at the corner of his lips, raising his eyebrows at the belligerent alpha. Sheng Xiani suddenly crossed his arms over his chest protectively, wary and saying, I may sell artistry but not myself. Lu Zhixing widened his eyes a bit, then burst out laughing until his shoulders shook. Sheng Xiani felt this guy was utterly incomprehensible, with a surprisingly low threshold for laughter. You're so entertaining. Lu Zhixing laughed and ruffled Sheng Xiani's head. Enigma had grown up surrounded mostly by people who disliked or pitied him. He'd rarely encountered anyone like Sheng Xiani whose mind worked in such bizarre leaps. Just a moment before, he was filled with animosity toward Lu Zhixing, and now had leaped onto another topic entirely. His hair must by Lu Zhixing, the alpha swatted his hand away and carefully tidied it up in front of the rearview mirror of the SUV. Lu Zhixing watched those slender white fingers comb through the pink locks, lingering his gaze on the faintly reddened knuckles of the alpha for a few seconds. Sheng Xiani, let's eat. What do you feel like having? Sheng Xiani nodded contentedly after finishing his hair arrangement, fully confident in his good looks. Let's have. Why are you leading me to the parking lot? It's mealtime now, and people around the hospital are queuing up for food. Let's eat somewhere else. Sheng Xiani wagged his index finger. The food smells better when you wait in a queue, Mr. Lu, haven't you tried from a small shop? It's super delicious. Come on, I'll treat you. Lu Zhixing was just about to decline when he was pulled away by the alpha. There were fewer customers at Feship, so they only needed to wait 10 minutes. Lu Zhixing glanced at the price list on the wall, it was indeed cheap. But this smell. Enigma bit the soft tissue on the side of his cheek, feeling nauseous from the smell, and turned to look at the alpha. Sheng Xiani took a sharp breath and cheerfully said, the smell is perfect. Truly aromatic. Lu Zhixing. As the two were queuing up, Lu Zhixing moved closer to the alpha, who carried a faint sweet scent of white peach pheromones, giving Enigma some relief. Auntie. 2 signature pose, with 2 fried eggs. Shengxiani glanced back at Lu Zhixing, eyes gleaming. You haven't tried it before, right? I'll order it for you, trust me. Lu Zhixing gave a slight smile but ultimately didn't say anything. The aunt raised her eyes to look at the 2 young men with refined bearing in front of her, especially the one behind, standing straight in a black coat, clearly out of place in their little shop. Even such an excellent person comes to eat our pao. The proud aunt quickly fished the well-cooked noodles into a stainless steel bowl, adding plenty of ingredients. Handsome guy, we'll give you a duck's foot for free. Can you handle spicy food? Sure. Thank you, auntie. Shengxiani watched as auntie poured the soup, raising layers of red oil, almost drooling. Lu Zhixing elegantly placed the 2 bowls of noodles on the small dining table, frowning without picking up the chopsticks. Shengxiani pressed the fried egg with disposable chopsticks, letting it soak up the broth, then took a bite, nodding contentedly. It's really good. Lu Zhixing couldn't help but ask, don't you find it stinky? Just the smell, the taste is good, want to try? Shengxiani mumbled with a mouthful of noodles. Enigma choked and said, I don't like spicy food, you eat it. After saying that, he pushed his own bowl towards Shengxiani. Shengxiani spun his mind and laughed, do you dislike this flavor? Then why did you come? Didn't you drag me here? Hurry up and eat, I'll wait outside for you. Lu Zhixing stood up hurriedly and slightly gagged before leaving, looking rather flustered. Shengxiani couldn't help but burst out laughing. After being tricked so many times by Lu Zhixing, he finally got one over him. Thanks Tapao. Shengxiani spent half an hour eating 2 bowls of noodles and still didn't finish them all, leaving behind half a bowl, his mouth turning red from the spiciness. He rubbed his belly as he walked out the door, thinking that he would need to exercise for an extra hour today. Lu Zhixing stood by the roadside with 2 bottles of water in hand. Seeing Shengxiani come out, he handed 1 bottle to the alpha. Shengxiani took the water and could not continue drinking after 1 sip. I'm full, time for a nap. You can send me home now. Lu Zhixing flicked his eyes and replied, go back yourself. Why? I already treated you to dinner, even if you didn't eat, it's not my fault. You're too smelly, you'll make my car smell. Lu Zhixing took a few quick steps, leaving Shengxiani behind. What? Shengxiani lifted his arm to sniff and realized there was indeed a smell. Today, I insist on riding in your car. Lu Zhixing slightly curled his lips. After driving to the Shanlin Garden Villa, Lu Zhixing caught sight of a familiar figure and thoughtfully got out of the car to open the passenger side door for the alpha. Just in time to be seen by Yi Zhiqing watering flowers in the yard. And Yi Zhiqing just happened to see Shengxiani smiling happily at Lu Zhixing. In fact, the alpha was actually laughing at him, only she couldn't hear. Yi Zhiqing called out across the wooden fence, Zhixing. Did you two go on a date? Lu Zhixing didn't deny it, greeting with a smile, hello, uncle. No way. Shengxiani rushed into the house. Then closed the gate, waving at Lu Zhixing, bye-bye. Lu Zhixing politely said to Yi Zhiqing again, uncle, goodbye. Finally, he smiled at Shengxiani and said, year, see you tomorrow at the company. Yi Zhiqing scolded, Xinyan, why don't you let Zhixing in? That's impolite. Shengxian felt extremely hard to explain. Yi Zhiqing frowned slightly and covered her nose, son, were you out bombing septic tanks? Chapter 19, aren't they adorable? Monday, sunny, 7 a.m. Shengxian buried his head under the quilt, with only a few strands of pink hair exposed outside. The door was lightly tapped a few times, and the alpha rolled over irritably in the bed covers. He got cranky when he hadn't slept enough. No response came from outside, then the door was knocked on again, young master, it's time to get up. Shengxian peeked out from under the covers with both eyes, grabbing his phone to check the time, it was only 7. It was the day he was to report for duty at Jialufeng 2. Shengxian yawned and burrowed back into the quilt. An alpha is actually someone who has a strong sense of time, never being late if there's an appointment. But in order to showcase how utterly disinterested and lazy he could be, he still planned a full demonstration. Just as Shengxian closed his eyes intending to catch a few more winks, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Thinking it was his father, Mega, he whined in his drowsy voice, Dad, can I sleep a bit longer? The coquettish appeal of an alpha always worked like magic on family members, except for his elder sister. Shengxian's head remained hidden under the quilt as he could only hear footsteps coming to stop beside his bed. The next second, his quilt was flung onto the floor. The spark of slight anger within the alpha was instantly quenched. Shengxian blinked and revealed a placating smile, Big sister, what brings you home so early in the morning? Shengxiyo extended a finger, 10 minutes. Get ready after washing up, and come downstairs for breakfast. A voice sounded from the doorway, a handsome man Mega leaned against the doorframe tapping the door casually, amused, sweetie, Xianian is an adult now, leave him some face, stop taking off his blanket. Shengxiyo stroked her long hair nonchalantly, saying, what part of him haven't I seen? Before kindergarten, I used to wipe his butt. Ah. Shengxian interrupted any further discussion about his embarrassing past. You truly are my real sister. I'll get up right away. Li Wei chuckled, looping his arm around Xingqiu's waist, and the two descended together. The couple had an excellent relationship, dating for 4 years through college and getting married soon after graduation. 13 years had passed since, but their love remained just as strong. Xingqiu, being an alpha, despite being the dominant one, was pampered by Li Wei like a princess. It was simply because the two of them hadn't had any children yet, and Xing Huaizhi also urged them. Xingqiu directly said she disliked the trouble of kids and hence decided not to have them. Actually, it was out of consideration for Li Wei. After that, Xing Huaizhi stopped interfering altogether. After all, he had 3 kids already, how could their lineage possibly end? Xing Xinyan still remembered a phrase Li Wei once said, "Your big sister is the cutest girl I've ever seen." The alpha broke out in goosebumps hearing those words, and for 3 days, he couldn't figure out where the word cute could possibly fit his sister. Later, he realized that beauty truly lies in the eye of the beholder. No matter how beautiful his sister was, she remained a tigress in his eyes. 10 minutes. Xing Xinyan picked up the quilt from the carpet and barefoot rushed into the bathroom, grabbing his electric toothbrush and stuffing toothpaste directly into his mouth. He couldn't stay in this house anymore, it lacked any form of security. While brushing his teeth, the alpha mentally calculated buying a small apartment near the Jialu company, precisely to enjoy the joy of independence. Xing Xinyan washed off the toothpaste foam from his mouth and hastily showered before rushing down the stairs with half-dry hair to eat breakfast. Xingqiu looked up and eyed Xing Xinyan walking down the stairs. Wow, 9 minutes, not bad. Li Wei pushed the cooled multigrain porridge toward Xingqiu and laughed, "Stop bullying him. His hair isn't even dry." Xing Xinyan, humphed, plopped onto his dining chair. "Brother-in-law, why are you guys here?" Li Wei replied, "Isn't today our little bean's first day at work? We had to come and cheer you on. Where's brother Air?" Xing Xinyan grinned as he took the boiled egg peeled by Li Wei, giving the yolk to his brother-in-law while eating only the white. Li Wei smiled, "He's probably in Haiqing now." Yi Shiqing grabbed a towel and draped it over Xing Xinyan's head. "Dry yourself properly. It's cold outside. Watch out for catching a cold, and make sure your hair is completely dry before going out." Xing Xiani giggled and dried his hair with the towel. Xing Huaizhi complained, "You two spoil him too much. He's a boy, why spoil him so?" Xing Xiani rolled his eyes, "Dad, it takes half an hour to commute from Jialu to our home. I'm so sleepy. Could you get me a small apartment nearby to stay in?" "All right." Then probably realizing he'd agreed too quickly, Xing Huaizhi cleared his throat, "To develop your independence, it's good. Thanks Dad. You're the best." Xing Xiani never hesitated to say nice things to flatter others. Smirking slightly, Xing Huaizhi said, "Humph." Xing Xiani could only eat half a bowl of porridge with white sugar before losing his appetite. Mornings were always when his stomach wasn't at its best. The alpha took off the towel hanging on his head, stood up, and said, "I've finished eating. I'm going upstairs to change clothes." As soon as he started walking toward the second floor, Yi Shiqing kept nagging, "Dry your hair properly." "I know." Xing Xiani walked into the bathroom and used the hairdryer carefully. He even curled his hair with a styling tool. Then he came into the walk-in closet where Aunt Zhao had already ironed his suit for him. The alpha put on the suit and checked himself out in the full-length mirror. Indeed, handsome men looked good in anything they wore. Satisfied, Xing Xiani smiled and grabbed a bottle of perfume to spray lightly before lazily heading out. The driver had waited at the door for half an hour. When Xing Xiani arrived at Jialu Group, it was exactly 8:30 a.m. The receptionist couldn't help staring at this pink-haired, black-suited alpha in front of her. "Hello, can I assist you?" Smiling, Xing Xiani greeted back, "Hi, I'm your new colleague, Xing Xiani." The receptionist realized with an "oh," as indeed, the manager had informed him today about a new employee coming for work. He handed Xing Xiani 2 forms to fill out and kindly reminded him, "Mr. Sheng, our company has regulations regarding attire." After filling out the forms, Xing Xiani asked curiously, "Am I not wearing a suit?" The receptionist suppressed a laugh and pointed at his hair, saying, "The position you're joining is Mr. Lu's assistant. This hair color seems inappropriate, perhaps Mr. Lu would be upset." The receptionist spoke diplomatically, implying that Xing Xiani should dye his hair black as their boss had a terrible temper. Bouncing his curls, Xing Xiani smiled, "No problem, I hope he fires me." Unaware of Xing Xiani's connection with Lu Zhihang, the receptionist, only knowing that someone new would join today, gave him a big thumbs up, admiration shining in his eyes. After filling out the form, Xing Xiani was led to the Human Resources Department for formal employment processing. The HR director knew Xing Xiani's identity, as background checks were normal procedure during recruitment. Thus, he recognized him as the unlearned young master of the Xing family, sent here presumably for training, but nothing more specific. Once everything was finalized, Director Li brought Xing Xiani to knock on Lu Zhihang's office door. "Mr. Lu, Xiao Sheng has arrived." Xiao Sheng. For the first time, Xing Xiani found his surname unpleasant to hear, evoking feelings akin to being called doggy. Lu Zhihang stopped perusing documents and looked up at the alpha trailing behind Director Li. His gaze swept over him once. It seemed his hair had been deliberately styled, exposing a small patch of smooth forehead. His suit fit him well, enhancing his tall stature more than casual wear. The Enigma rubbed his fingertips, recalling the night at Jueshue when they met. The Alpha had been restless against him, complaining about something like his neck feeling scorched. And his hand held the slim waist through layers of fabric, feeling the muscle tighten and loosen as Alpha moved. Neither bulky nor frail. Lu Zhihang retracted his gaze and instructed the person next to him, Assistant Zhou, please take him around and introduce him to the company environment. Zhou nodded, making an inviting gesture toward Xingxiani. Initially thinking Lu Zhihang wanted revenge because of that comment, your pheromones are hard to smell, for allowing him to serve Jialu, Xingxiani was surprised by this genuine intent for him to follow and learn. After they left the office, Director Li asked Lu Zhihang, won't Mr. Sheng's hair affect the company's reputation? Lu Zhihang set down his pen and glanced at Director Li, isn't it quite cute? Director Li froze momentarily, then stammered, yes. Chapter 20, Enigma brimming with guile. On the top floor of Jialu Group, there was only Mr. Lu's CEO office and the assistant's office, the rest were all recreational areas, including a billiard hall, screening room, and even a gym. Zhou Zhu introduced, the gym is the place that Mr. Lu visits most frequently, without a fixed time period. He doesn't like being disturbed, so you should be mindful. Xingxiani peeked inside. There were treadmills, spin bikes, dumbbells, all available, and there was even a seated chest press machine. The Alpha's thoughts drifted back to the night at Jueshue, where the one thing he hadn't forgotten due to blacking out was Lu Zhihang's firm chest. Mr. Sheng. Zhou Zhu closed the gym door, pulling him from his rather improper reverie. Oh, just call me Xiani, Xingxiani smiled brightly. Zhou Zhu nodded, leading Xingxiani to the break room. When Mr. Lu gets busy with work, he often forgets to eat, so make sure you heat up any food that has gone cold in the microwave for him. Xingxiani glanced at the countertop, seeing shelves stocked with coffee and tea but no trace of snacks except for some fruits. Zhou Zhu noticed his gaze and smiled, Mr. Lu enjoys Americanos and pu'er tea. Zhou Zhu, isn't Mr. Lu 29, not 49? Why does he seem to like things old men prefer? Xingxiani casually glanced over the items on the desk, finding none with a hint of sweetness. Zhou Zhu smiled gently, not answering Xingxiani's question. Instead, he asked, Xiani, do you know how to brew tea? Huh. Pour hot water directly over it, right? Xingxiani replied absent-mindedly. Zhou Zhu's expression remained composed, still gentle as he said, sometimes board members come to inspect. Assistants need to prepare tea for them. Take your time to learn, it's okay. Xingxiani slightly raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. How come everything felt like servant-like chores? Zhou Zhu, what's the full title of my position? Mr. Lu's personal assistant. What? Xingxiani's brows knitted tightly, and he hastily dashed from the break room to the entrance of Lu Zhihang's office. Originally intending to kick it open, he reconsidered, thinking that would be too impolite. He finally pushed it open with his hand, applying a bit more force than necessary, entering with considerable momentum. The Alpha loudly called out, Lu Zhihang. Lu Zhihang was listening to a subordinate's report. Seeing his stormy demeanor, he simply raised his head and said to his subordinate, I've understood the situation. Go about your tasks. All right, Mr. Lu. The director of the marketing department picked up the signed documents by Lu Zhihang and passed Xingxiani when leaving, glancing at him briefly. The office door was gently closed, leaving only the two of them inside. Daylight filtered through the large glass windows, spilling into the room and landing on the Enigma's desk. Some rays reflected faintly onto Lu Zhihang's face, giving his features a light golden hue. The Enigma slightly squinted his eyes, casting a small shadow from his eyelashes, making him appear softer. Click, Lu Zhihang closed the pen in his hand. Without showing any anger from the Alpha's brash behavior, he calmly asked, why are you so upset? Xingxiani walked over and tapped his fist vertically on Lu Zhihang's desk made of solid wood, creating a heavy-sounding thud. The Alpha's hand hurt a little. Lu Zhihang's gaze lingered for a second on the reddened knuckles of Xingxiani, smiling as he looked at the Alpha, doesn't that hurt? Xingxiani hid his hands behind his back, stubbornly replying, no pain. What's your meaning, Lu Zhihang? Are you letting me serve as your nanny here? The pink curls bobbed slightly with his movements, drawing Lu Zhihang's attention back to Xingxiani's face. Correcting his wording, it's private assistant, Nian Nian. A president's assistant is akin to a corporate executive, you're not ready for that yet. So you want me to attend to you personally? Do you have such a big face? Let the young master serve you. Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? The Alpha unleashed a barrage of rapid-fire scolding, growing heated in his anger and reaching down to loosen his tie, even unbuttoning a button. Still in the final phase of his sensitivity period, even after taking suppressants, he continued to emit pheromones with an intimate allure. Seemingly realizing this, the Alpha quickly fastened the button again, then thought better of it and tightened his tie. Lu Zhihang watched his little actions without a hint of anger, the laughter in his eyes growing deeper. His subordinates respected and feared him, while his family showed him lukewarm indifference. The strongest emotion they expressed toward him was animosity, except for Lu Xining, who occasionally gave him warmth. Although Xingxiani reprimanded him harshly, there was no malice in his emotions. Lu Zhihong enjoyed this outward expression of emotion, it made him feel as if he too had gained more popularity. The enigma rested his arms on the desk, fingers intertwined, and looked straight into the eyes of the alpha standing in front of him. Do you think you can't handle it? Hold on. I don't fall for your goading tactics. It won't work. Shengxiani leaned on Lu Zhihong's desk, shifting some documents at its edge with his bottom. It's fine. Lu Zhihong tidied up the disordered files caused by Shengxiani. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. Shengxiani raised an eyebrow. This was your word. So, I'll back out first. The alpha smiled, slipped his hands into his pockets, and turned to leave. Since Ms. Sheng asked how you were doing here, let me give her a reply now. Lu Zhihong unhurriedly unlocked his phone. Shengxiani turned around cautiously. Which Ms. Sheng? Lu Zhihong showed him the screen of his mobile phone with a gentle smile. Sheng Shiyuan. You're really devious. As Lu Zhihong was about to send the message Nian Nian says he'd rather die than do it out, Shengxiani quickly snatched the phone away. The alpha pointed helplessly at the unsent message. When did I say I'd rather die? And why do you exaggerate like that? Sneaky. Villain. Lu Zhihong showed no remorse. Didn't you say it? You bastard. Shengxiani bit his lips, suppressing the curse, gritting his teeth with anger. Lu Zhihong remained seated on his swivel chair without changing posture, leisurely watching the alpha fume in front of him. Shengxiani took a deep breath, grinding his teeth, furiously tapping the screen several times as though venting his frustration on the phone itself. After finishing his harsh actions, he threw the phone back to Lu Zhihong and growled, I'll do it. But I'll see how long I last before beating you down. Lu Zhihong nodded, we'll see. The enigma put his phone on the desk, catching sight of the sent message. Nian Nian has been doing wonderfully. Extremely well. Shengxiani silently complained in his heart, wishing he had taken a video yesterday when he almost threw up from the stinky rice noodles. The alpha coldly snorted, if you dare to set me up, I'll expose your scandals in the company group chat. Mr. Lu who fears darkness. Lu Zhihong continued looking at the project plan in his hand and said, Xiani, pull the blackout curtain, it's too glaring. Shengxiani made a face, realizing just how fast he had adapted to his role. Lu Zhihong must be great at playing murder mysteries. To prevent Lu Zhihong from badmouthing him to his elder sister, he obediently walked over and pulled half of the blackout curtain for the floor-to-ceiling window. He then asked in confusion, isn't this a remote-control curtain? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Lu Zhihong opened a drawer next to him, picked up a remote control inside, pressed a few buttons, and adjusted the curtains to a proper position. Are you sick or something? Chapter 21 The Impulse to Come Closer. As a personal assistant, Shengxiani's desk was placed next to Lu Zhihong's. Assistants generally should have their own independent offices, like Zhou Zhu's office was next to Lu Zhihong's. Who would expect the president to share an office with someone? The alpha pouted, placing the fountain pen between his nose and mouth while brainstorming ideas. His father and elder sister each had only one assistant whose main duties included passing messages and carrying out their boss's instructions, assisting them in their tasks. But these private life assistants often got involved in the boss's privacy, leading easily to gossip, which might cause misinterpretations implying improper relations. Lu Zhihong met Shengxiani's wary gaze and asked, is there anything? Lu Zhihong, Shengxiani spread his hands, letting the pen roll in his palm, narrowing his eyes slightly, you're not planning to seduce me, are you? Lu Zhihong paused his movements holding the mouse, we are engaged already, the term, seduce, doesn't seem quite right. Shengxiani grasped the key point, so, you indeed have ill intentions towards me? Lu Zhihong simply wanted to keep the person close. If the alpha was willing to learn, he would happily teach him, and he hadn't actually thought about anything else. Seeing that he wasn't replying, Shengxiani took it as a silent admission and muttered under his breath, calling Lu Zhihong an old pervert. Old. Lu Zhihong was caught off guard, having only 5 years more than him. Was he being discriminated against because of his age? My monthly salary is only 3,500 yuan. Shengxiani suddenly looked at the contract in his hand, glaring fiercely. He had just signed it carelessly without reading through carefully. Am I only worth 3,500 yuan? Shengxiani angrily slammed the labor contract onto Lu Zhihong's desk. Lu Zhihong glanced at it, then pulled out a black card from somewhere and handed it to the alpha. This is what human resources evaluated, I can't interfere. But your value in my eyes is priceless. Shengxiani's expression softened slightly as he reached out to take the black card, flipping it over and inspecting it. You're sensible for once. Can I use this? It's not a useless card, is it? It can be used freely. Upon hearing these 3 words, Shengxiani finally understood the charm of a dominant boss. The alpha was certainly not short on money since his father strictly limited the amount given to him out of fear he might learn bad habits. Nevertheless, since it was given by Lu Zhihong, why not take advantage of it? Shengxiani unhesitatingly pocketed the card and began devising ways to get more out of Lu Zhihong after work. On his first day at work, Shengxiani had little to do. Mr. Zhou sent him a stack of documents about Jiayalan Ventures' corporate culture, but he lost interest after flipping through a few pages. Bored, he rested his cheek on one hand, idly glancing around. Shengxiani suddenly noticed a hanging scroll behind Lu Zhihong, with handwriting that danced across the paper like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. The alpha squinted, carefully identifying the characters. Conduct must have its bounds, desires must have their restraints. To act within limits and control desires. At first glance, it seemed to expect that he would not be clouded by desire, remaining true to his original intention. But actually, it implied recognizing his own place and not coveting what didn't belong to him. After contemplating these characters, Xingxiani mumbled, "Isn't your dad kind of biased? Your elder brother's name means, praising the present, while your name looks profound at first glance but is full of restrictions. No wonder you're so boring." Lu Zhihang ignored him. The office was filled only with the sound of Xingxiani restlessly moving his chair and the swishing sounds of Lu Zhihang flipping through documents. Xingxiani rose from his workstation, smiling mischievously as he approached, lightly tapping Lu Zhihang's desk. "Ask you, isn't your Uncle Lu biased?" His tone was sly, trying to humiliate Lu Zhihang and gain some advantage. Lu Zhihang replied indifferently, "I'm an illegitimate child, brought back to the Lu family at the age of 20. Xingxiani didn't expect him to talk about his own background so candidly. His smile froze instantly on his lips. The handwriting on the scroll looked familiar. There was also such a piece at home. It read, "Family harmony brings prosperity." It was a gift from Lu Yanchang. Now thinking about it, it was truly ironic, wishing others well while hanging this up under his own son's nose. Isn't that just annoying? Xingxiani looked at the composed Lu Zhihang and suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for him. When their eyes met, there was evident compassion in Xingxiani's face. Lu Zhihang remarked, "There's no issue of bias or favoritism. How can a bastard child compare with someone who is born under expectation?" Xingxiani choked, saying, That's not right. You didn't choose to be born, and no one asked for your opinion. Stop putting yourself down." Lu Zhihang, looking at the alpha who had just tried every trick to make him look bad, now anxiously explaining and comforting him, smiled and said, "I am not belittling myself, I'm just stating facts." Xingxiani wasn't accustomed to seeing someone casually discussing their hardships as though they were talking about the weather being nice today. As the person who initiated the topic, he felt very uneasy and overwhelmed with guilt. Frowning, the alpha complained, "Were you manipulated emotionally? You seem smart, yet always blame yourself for things. Your father couldn't control himself and got you, and now refuses to shoulder the responsibility of being a father. Looking at you makes me angry." As Xingxiani spoke, he grew increasingly irate, his eyebrows forming a mountain character, "Treat you like a tool, letting you bear the responsibilities of the Lu family in place of brother Songshire, yet give you such a name to suppress you. What nonsense." Only after finishing his tirade did Xingxiani realize he was criticizing someone's father. He quickly checked Lu Zhihang's expression. The enigma seemed to be in a fairly good mood and asked, "Do you really believe that Lu Songshire's fate wasn't caused by me?" Xingxiani awkwardly said, "Well. Let me tentatively believe it for now." Xingxiani twisted a lock of his curly hair around his finger, "You're too negative. Be more positive, don't always think about scheming against others." Lu Zhihang leaned back in his chair and pondered, "I've gotten used to it." The alpha was shocked, "Used to what?" "Used to scheming against others." Lu Zhihang had never dissected himself in front of anyone before, so it even felt a bit strange to him as he spoke. He adjusted his phrasing slightly. "I've gotten used to living with constant calculations, Xiani, you don't need to understand." The two had vastly different life experiences. Xingxiani was raised surrounded by love since childhood, naturally endearing, and any desires he harbored were willingly fulfilled by others. However, Lu Zhihang's situation was different. He needed to tread cautiously in all matters, dissecting every option even when there seemed to be only one path before him, calculating his way toward survival. "Funny, who said I wanted to understand you?" Lu Zhihang suddenly stood up, positioning himself over Xingxiani. "Desire must have its limits, actions should know their bounds." Xingxiani took a step back, increasing the distance between them and questioned, "What's with the mumbling?" "If I want something, I'll suppress 10 parts of impulse down to 5 parts of reason, carefully weighing the pros and cons before deciding." "Huh? What?" Xingxiani pushed against Lu Zhihang's chest with his hand, frowning as he said, "Back off." Lu Zhihang stayed within the distance Xingxiani had defined with his palm, his expression confused. "But for you, it's an exception. My desires are like springs, compress them, and they'll rebound double-fold, confusing me immensely." Xingxiani's face heated up instantly. Was this an indirect confession? "Why you? You're confessing." As Lu Zhihang stared into his eyes, no ripples of emotion flickered on his face, yet he replied, "No, I simply feel an intense desire to kiss you." A confession would have been better, at least less creepy. Xingxiani twisted his mouth. "Damn it, sexual harassment in the office. You perverted old man." Chapter 22, Even Heartbeats Are This Quiet. The alpha felt as though his whole body was bristling, another advance had just taken place. Xingxiani returned to slumping over his desk, his flushed face cooling down after a while. It wasn't his fault for being inexperienced, but rather because he had just differentiated. Before that, his friends treated him like a child, never bothering to educate him about matters of love except for his brother, whose examples were far from ideal. Xingxiani might talk about kissing everyone, but in reality, he hadn't even touched anyone. The alpha sighed in his heart, considering how to use Lu Zhihang's black card to seduce an omega since experience comes through practice. He couldn't keep turning red every time now, could he? Zhou had arranged his position perfectly, directly in the sunlight. The autumn sun warmed his body comfortably, and the alpha began to doze off. Just as he was about to drift off into dreams, Xingxiani suddenly straightened up, the chair scraping the floor with a short sound. The alpha turned his head towards Lu Zhihang, their gazes locking. The enigma looked perplexed. Xingxiani's mind was still foggy, but he grinned at Lu Zhihang. "Zhihang, I've thought of a new meaning." "What?" Lu Zhihang asked. "Lu Zhigan ci, hai shi gan si," Xingxiani explained, laughing, "the end of the land is the beginning of the sea, stopping here does not mean lacking in vastness." Though the alpha appeared to be a lazy second-generation rich kid, he had actually worked hard to get into university. Although he often crammed for exams, he'd never failed a class. An offspring of elite education, his brain stored considerable knowledge. After graduation, although he didn't enter the family business, he made small investments on his own, earning some profits, albeit mixed with losses, overall gaining just a bit. Seemingly careless and unaccomplished in life, he truly appreciated the joy found in contentment. Lu Zhihang sat quietly in his chair, without moving a finger. He watched as the alpha, satisfied with his own interpretation, nodded approvingly and then rested his head back on his arms to sleep. Sunlight fell on the alpha's curled hair tips, refracting light that pierced into the enigma's heart, echoing with a loud pounding beat that wouldn't quieten. The enigma kept his gaze fixed on the alpha. Beneath Xingxiani's gradually steady and relaxed breathing, the beating of a heart resonated, audible only to Lu Zhihang himself, thump after thump. In the tranquil warmth of noon, Lu Zhihang clearly felt the unfamiliar emotions welling within him, surging with feelings he'd never experienced before. Voluntarily, Lu Zhihang recognized these as palpitations. Winds roared inside his chest. The long yet fleeting 29 years of his life passed by like flipping pages, eventually coming to rest at this moment. After much time had elapsed, Lu Zhihang, maintaining his posture gazing at Xingxiani, began to feel numbness creeping into his legs. Rising slightly, he stretched his body. Quietly stepping to Xingxiani's side, Lu Zhihang noticed the alpha's face appearing even whiter in the sunlight, making the tiny mole at the tip of his nose more prominent. Enigma stared at the mole, placing his hand on his chest, as his heartbeat had already returned to a steady rhythm. He raised his hand to shield the alpha's face from the light, leaning slightly forward and softly murmuring, "Thank you." Lu Zhihang hadn't hated his existence, but neither had he ever expressed gratitude for it. When Xingxiani had said earlier, "Before you were born, nobody asked for your opinion." If someone were to ask Lu Zhihang now, his answer would be that he did want to exist. The end of land is the sea, Lu Zhihang thought, but now, I don't want vastness or freedom, I just want you. Xingxiani woke up feeling hungry, his arm had gone numb from being used as a pillow, and there was a small trail of drool on the side of his face. The alpha quickly looked around, discovering that he was the only one in the office. Lu Zhihang was nowhere to be seen. Xingxiani grabbed a tissue to wipe the drool from his arm. The stain was clearly visible on his shirt, but since it was his own saliva, he didn't feel too grossed out. Standing up, he stretched lazily. After all, it had been a long time since he last slept with his head on the desk. The last time was during university when he stayed up all night gaming and dozed off in the back row of class. Xingxiani pulled out his phone to check the time, 11:30 a.m. Clearly, it was already lunchtime. Just as the alpha was about to go outside to see what there was to eat, Lu Zhihang entered with 2 thermal boxes in hand. Upon seeing that Xingxiani was awake, he asked, "Are you hungry? Come eat." Lu Zhihang opened the thermal box, setting out the food on the small table in the office. Xingxiani took a look and found the spread rather impressive: sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried meat with peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sautéed seasonal vegetables. Lu Zhihang opened another thermal box, revealing creamy seafood tofu soup inside. Its fragrant aroma made Xingxiani's stomach growl audibly. Question: what is it like to be a slacking private assistant who sleeps on the job while the boss personally brings food? Answer: amazing. Xingxiani was indeed famished. Sitting in the chair opposite Lu Zhihang, he happily exclaimed, "It smells so good." Lu Zhihang scooped him a bowl of soup with a ladle and handed it to him, saying, "Be careful, it's hot." Xingxiani smiled and sipped the soup cautiously with a spoon. "Delicious. Your company cafeteria cooks really well. So refined and sumptuous, the food couldn't possibly come from a regular cafeteria. It was specifically prepared by a chef Lu Zhihang hired to cook exclusively for Xingxiani in a small kitchen." Enigma himself usually had no particular requirements for food, but considering that the alpha grew up spoiled, there was a risk that if the food wasn't to his liking, he might quit. Therefore, Lu Zhihang had Zhou hire a chef to cook exclusively for Xingxiani. "Enjoy it." Lu Zhihang slid the sweet and sour ribs closer to Xingxiani's side, eating the sautéed vegetables himself. Taking a bite of the rib, Xingxiani asked curiously, "You don't like sweet flavors?" Lu Zhihang nodded. "But, how?" Xingxiani raised an eyebrow. "Did you buy this specially for me? How did you know I liked it?" "Last week, when we ate dinner at your place, you ate 2/3 of the plate of sweet and sour ribs. I figured you must like them." "Did I really eat that much?" Xingxiani replied somewhat guiltily. After they finished their meal, Lu Zhihang tidied up the containers naturally, but Xingxiani felt somewhat embarrassed and insisted on taking the dishes to the tea room to wash them. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Zhihang watched him washing the dishes. I thought you couldn't do any work. Xingxiani's rolled-up sleeve started slipping down as he lifted his arms, biting his lips to keep them in place as he muttered, I'm a man after all. Though Dad dotes on me, he also assigns me some chores from time to time. A man who can't work won't be able to find a wife. The alpha paused for a moment, scrubbing the dishes more forcefully. Listen here. I'm not getting married to you. I'm going to marry a woman. And why not? I would treat you well too. After putting away the clean thermal boxes to dry, Xingxiani wiped his hands with a paper towel and said, get a dishwasher first then. I can buy you anything you want. Lu Zhihang rarely went out of his way to be nice to others, but luckily, he was very wealthy. Xingxiani sighed as he walked out of the tea room, trying to explain logically, that's not how it works, Lu Zhihang. You're Enigma, and I'm Alpha, we aren't compatible. Why aren't we compatible? My gender aligns with all secondary genders. Xingxiani stopped walking and responded seriously, because the abilities of an Enigma are too extreme. I don't want to become your personal property, Mega. Lu Zhihang, I belong only to myself, not to anyone else. Lu Zhihang caught the key point in Xingxiani's words, as long as I don't permanently mark you, you won't become Mega. Zhou Zhuo was heading to the tea room with a cup of water when he heard Lu Zhihang's words and silently turned around to return the way he came. Xingxiani looked at Zhou Zhuo's back, opening his mouth awkwardly. The alpha growled quietly, can't you stop saying such R-rated things in public? Lu Zhihang calmly replied, I'm just looking for ways to resolve the conflicts between us. Shut up. Is secondary differentiation fueled by your thick skin? Lu Zhihang raised an eyebrow. Chapter 23, The Little Bee Among Flowers. When Xingxiani got home after work, Yi Jiqing was cooking in the kitchen, saying that she wanted to personally cook a meal to reward her hardworking child. It made the alpha feel a little embarrassed because he had only helped Zhou Zhuo align the contract format all day and then did nothing but surf the web. Though Xinghuaji had a face that said, just let him be, he still threw a magnetic card to Xingxiani. Go set your fingerprint on it. The initial password is 6 zeros. Xingxiani's face lit up, you found me a place to live so quickly. It's only 10 minutes away by car from Jiaolu. If you don't want the driver to pick you up, you can take a taxi. It's very convenient now. Xingxiani carefully put away the magnetic card and hugged Xinghuaji, as no one disliked children like this. Thank you, Dad. I have a motorcycle license. It's only 10 minutes, Dad. Let me ride, I promise I'll be careful. When Xingxiani was in college, he became fascinated with motorcycle racing and frequently traveled to watch races. Later, he learned to drive motorcycles and joined a club, which made Yi Jiqing panic every time he went out on his motorcycle. Afterward, he even participated in university motorcycle rallies. He fell off while cornering and broke his arm, requiring 3 months of plaster. Since then, Yi Jiqing explicitly forbade him from touching motorcycles again. Xingxiani already wasn't in good health, which gave the parents enough worries. Playing such a dangerous sport was simply life-threatening. Yi Jiqing said, never. Haven't you forgotten screaming about how much your arm hurt? Xingxiani sneaked into the kitchen, trying to pinch some fried dumplings, only to have his hand slapped. Have you washed your hands? You dirty kid. Yi Jiqing scolded irritably. Xingxiani grinned as he carefully washed his hands with soap and changed into loungewear before moving closer to Yi Jiqing. Dad, I've grown up. I know how to protect myself now, really. Yi Jiqing sighed, dear, Dad is really scared. Last time, you only injured your arm. Dad also checked these events, some are fatal. You. Alright, I was wrong. Please don't be sad, I won't ride, I'll take a taxi. Xingxiani shook Yi Jiqing's arm, coquettishly cajoling her. As expected, Yi Jiqing's worried face eased, laughing, alright, smooth talker, you may look obedient, but inside you're wild. Don't think I don't know. Xingxiani smiled and picked up a piece of fried dumpling, throwing it into his mouth without a word. He was indeed wild at heart. The motorcycle locked away in the basement was gathering dust, apparently, riding it was out of the question. But that was fine. He could use Lu Zhihang's car to buy another one, ha ha ha, without anyone knowing. After dinner, Xingxiani returned to his bedroom to shower. He planned to tidy up his belongings after washing up and let the driver deliver them directly to his new home. Xingxiani was wrapping a towel around his waist and blow-drying his hair when his phone rang. Xingxiani glanced at the caller ID, Little Bee Among Flowers. Hello, big brother, why are you calling me so late at night? There were a few low laughs from the other end of the phone, as if in high spirits. Do I need to schedule calls to you? How's our baby's first day at work? Don't call me that. Why are you like sister? Show a little respect for a strong 24-year-old alpha, will you? Xingxiani frowned and put down the blow-dryer. Haha, fine. So, how does our fiercest alpha in the Xing family feel? Did Lu Zhihang bully you? Xingxiani hesitated, it's, okay, I guess. The phone transmitted the sound of fabric rubbing together as Xingxian sat up, frowning. What's wrong? Really being bullied? Tell me if something happens. Though the Lu family is big, ours isn't powerless either. No, not really, big brother. I've always bullied others growing up. Who would dare to bully me? Xing Xianyi laughed. How could he tell his older brother that Lu Zhihang had been flirting with him like an idiot? The sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and Xing Xian's eyes darkened as he stared directly at the semi-transparent door. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up then, baby. Xing Xian leaned back on the sofa, bare-chested, and threw his phone aside carelessly. The bathroom door opened, and a burst of steam escaped with the opening, carrying an aura of misty warmth. Xing Xian squinted and let his gaze wander over the man who just stepped out, openly admiring the exposed skin outside his bathrobe without any hint of discretion. Song Chu seemed accustomed to this blatant scrutiny, paying no mind to such unladylike stares. He casually loosened the sash of his bathrobe, revealing more skin, and bent down to put on his pants right in front of Xing Xian. Xing Xian rose from his seat and placed his hand lightly on the slightly protruding spine that bent along with the man's movements, gently stroking it. Are you leaving already? Song Chu straightened up, shifting Xing Xian's hand away with a cold expression, as if the earlier half-hour of fervor was nothing but a mirage. Mr. Sheng, I don't spend the night. Xing Xian's expression turned sour for a moment, but he suppressed it, pulling out a cigarette and looking at Song Chu. Song Chu finished dressing and squatted next to him, deftly grabbing the lighter to light his cigarette for him. Xing Xian took a deep inhale and exhaled the white smoke onto Song Chu's handsome face, his tone betraying neither happiness nor anger. Sometimes, I really don't understand you. Do you know whom you're serving? Why don't you demand anything? I can give you the best resources. Song Chu's eyebrows furrowed slightly at the smell of smoke, resisting the urge to cough, while lowering his eyes. Mr. Sheng, let's stick to the original agreement we made. Once the money and goods are settled, there won't be any need for you to worry further. The phrase, money and goods settled, ignited Xing Xian's latent rage. He bit down hard on the filter, gripping Song Chu's chin tightly in a cruel manner, growling maliciously, Song Chu, you've already sold yourself to me. What's this high-mindedness now? Song Chu met Xing Xian's mocking gaze, remaining silent. His apparent indifference towards everything irked Xing Xian immensely. Xing Xian slapped Song Chu's cheek softly, his voice turning icy and merciless, did I give you permission to leave? Lie down properly like before. Song Chu stood up emotionlessly, starting to unbutton his shirt. Xing Xian stubbed out his cigarette, pushing Song Chu onto the couch and letting loose a curse word. Everyone else who followed Xing Xian always asked for something in return, roles or regular appearances in variety shows. They all knew Mr. Sheng's attention would never last more than 3 months, so they seized every opportunity to make their demands. Xing Xian was usually very gentle with his lovers, satisfying most of their requests unless they were excessive. But Song Chu was different. He didn't ask for anything. No matter what Xing Xian gave him, he accepted without question, transferring the money right back after earning it. At times, the alpha felt as though it wasn't him who was the financier, rather, it was Song Chu. This unknown restlessness stirred inside Xing Xian, unchecked. A series of bite marks dotted Song Chu's nape. Already bleeding, yet Xing Xian couldn't control himself from tearing at it further. When they first met, Song Chu being a beta for alpha had seemed convenient to Xing Xian, no risk of accidentally fathering a child and no unwanted marking, ensuring Xing Xian wouldn't get tied down unnecessarily. So Xing Xian quite liked having Song Chu around. However, he wasn't sure when exactly it started, but marking Song Chu became something Xing Xian craved desperately. For a top-tier alpha with superior pheromones, it was utterly useless. Song Chu, as a beta for alpha, could neither sense pheromones nor be marked. Chapter 24, The Fall of Dignity. Xing Xianyan was somewhat excited about finally becoming independent, which helped dissipate some of the discomfort of working under Lu Zhihang's watchful eye. After instructing the driver to deliver his belongings to Yuhua Bay, the alpha arrived at work just in time. He was waiting by the elevator when suddenly, Lu Zhihang's private elevator descended to the first floor. Zhou Zhuo followed behind him and greeted Xing Xianyan warmly, I was just about to call you, Xianyan. We're going on a business trip to Haiqing today. Huh? So sudden. How long will we be gone? Should I pack some clothes? Zhou Zhuo smiled at the stream of questions coming from the alpha, we'll be back tomorrow. If you need anything, you can buy it when we arrive. Xing Xianyan followed them out of the company building somewhat bewilderedly. Zhou Zhuo pulled open the rear car door and waited for Lu Zhihang to get in. However, Lu Zhihang didn't move, only tilting his head toward Xing Xianyan. Unwilling to keep Zhou Zhuo waiting any longer, Xing Xianyan had no choice but to sit beside Lu Zhihang in the back seat. As he observed the understated interior decoration of the car, he realized how familiar it felt. It was the same luxurious vehicle with ostentatious license plates that Lu Zhihang had taken him on that night. The alpha leaned back in his chair, his mind flooded with fragmented memories. For instance, Lu Zhixing telling the driver to head to the hospital, but he clung onto him like an octopus, refusing to go. Another example was him whimpering and burrowing into Lu Zhixing's embrace, begging for more pheromones. Memory gaps weren't scary, it was the embarrassing ones that resurfaced. Xing Xianyan shook his head, pinching his thigh hard. How utterly humiliating. Later, he had even told him, your pheromones smell terrible. Sheng Xianian ruffled his pink fur, feeling as if 10,000 grass mud horses were stampeding through his heart. Lu Zhixing must have been laughing at me inside when he heard that. Help. Why did I have to remember this? Lu Zhixing had just picked up his tablet to review project materials when the alpha beside him disrupted his train of thought. Looking at the ashamed alpha, he understood. Not long ago, the alpha had accused him of being a bastard who casually took people into cars due to his memory gaps. Lu Zhixing placed the tablet on the shelf and handed Sheng Xianian a cup of warm water. Drink more hot water. Huh. Sheng Xianian suspiciously took a sip from the cup and asked, why? Is the weather cold? Lu Zhixing slightly curved his lips. Hot water cures all diseases. You're the one with the disease. Sheng Xianian twitched the corner of his mouth, pouring some water into a small pot for Lu Zhixing. Mr. Lu, drink more. Lu Zhixing didn't refuse, drinking it down with a faint smile in his eyes. All the fragmented memories in his mind were highlights, like watching a movie, impossible to shake off. Sheng Xianian was driven by Lu Zhixing to feel restless, unable to sit still. Lu Zhixing, while scrolling through texts on his tablet, said, hyperactive child, would you like some more hot water? Sheng Xianian leaned forward, asking, Zhou assistant, has Mr. Lu ever been hit for his foul mouth? Zhou assistant didn't dare to answer. Sun Zhenhua couldn't help but curl his lips and glanced at Lu Zhixing in the rearview mirror. Despite being somewhat insulted, there was an evident smile on Mr. Lu's face. Then Sun Zhenhua looked at Sheng Xianian, whose eyes met his through the rearview mirror. Sheng Xianian blinked and said, driver uncle, after following Mr. Lu for so long, don't you think he deserves a beating? Sun Zhenhua, looking at the sunny and cheerful Sheng Xianian and the indulgent-looking Lu Zhixing, thought to himself, living long really makes you see everything. No one answered Sheng Xianian's question, and the alpha felt somewhat bored. Driving steadily, Sun Zhenhua still brought some inertia around turns. Sheng Xianian wasn't sitting properly and got jostled a bit. He was caught by Lu Zhixing, who pulled him back into the seat, saying, behave yourself, sit properly. Seeing the car get on the highway, Sheng Xianian curiously asked, are we going on a road trip? Aren't we flying? Sun Zhenhua laughed and said, it's only a 2.5-hour drive from Jinbei to Haicheng. Driving is convenient. Mainly because Lu Zhixing disliked socializing. If they used public transportation, they'd inevitably be whisked away for social gatherings before working. Lu Zhixing disliked useless formalities but didn't know how to decline them. So, if possible, he avoided them. Moreover, this time with Sheng Xianian, he wanted to spend more time with the alpha in private, finding it comforting. Sun Zhenhua, perceptive as always, raised the partition. Sheng Xianian didn't know what was on Lu Zhixing's mind, only thinking it was quite convenient not having to wait at the airport. The back seat of the business car could be adjusted into a recliner. The alpha found a comfortable angle, untied the small ponytail at the back of his head, tossing the elastic onto the nearby shelf, lying down contentedly and closing his eyes. The personal assistant slept soundly, while the boss continued reviewing project data. Listening to the steady breathing of the alpha in the tranquil space, Lu Zhixing felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He put down the tablet, found a small blanket to cover Sheng Xianian, and gently stroked the hair out of the alpha's forehead. The alpha's eyelashes fluttered slightly but didn't wake up. Some sunlight fell onto the alpha, casting soft shadows on his body and face. Lu Zhixing took out his phone, turned off the sound, and pressed the button to take a picture. Thus, his phone contained a second photo, warm and peaceful. In the middle of the journey, Sheng Xianian woke up groggily. Are we almost there? I need to use the restroom. Lu Zhixing opened the partition. Uncle Sun, stop at the nearest service area. Sun Zhenhua nodded. All right, Mr. Lu, we'll be at the service area in 3 kilometers. As soon as the car stopped at the service area, Sheng Xianian jumped out and rushed to the restroom. Engsub is a secondary differentiation based on alpha, and scientifically their gender is classified under the alpha category. Moreover, due to their small numbers, unless it's a large mall, a tiny service area like this usually wouldn't have a separate restroom designated for them. Sheng Xianian was happily relieving himself when someone suddenly stepped next to him at the urinal, startling him. Men have an unwritten rule: no matter how badly they need to go, they won't stand right next to each other to urinate. There's always an unspoken agreement to leave one space between them. The alpha turned his head with a sigh, saying, there are so many spots, why do you have to stand next to me? Lu Zhixing undid his belt and glanced down at him. Engsub's eyes fell onto the 2 uneven pink paw marks on the alpha's hips. They were faint, adhering to the skin as if Lu Zhixing could almost see a cat's claws gently stepping there. Engsub darkly thought that there should be a few claw marks etched into the muscles, oozing blood to make the alpha appear whiter, more beautiful. Does he like cats? Comparing Sheng Xianian's personality, Lu Zhixing felt he was more like a dog, needy but with sharp claws. Lu Zhixing pulled his gaze back and asked, what? Are you feeling inferior? Humph. Sheng Xianian laughed in irritation and boastfully puffed up his chest. I feel inferior. You're really funny. Sheng Xianian only differentiated at 24, all these years he had firmly believed he would be a top-tier alpha because of his magnificent masculinity. Lu Zhixing shamelessly stared at it for 2 seconds, making Sheng Xianian feel uncomfortable and quickly zip up after finishing. As he buckled his belt, he heard Lu Zhixing say, not bad, but probably still a bit short from being able to screw me to death. Grudge. So damn grudgeful. The longer they interacted, the more Xing Xianyan realized that although Lu Zhixing seemed stable and mature on the surface, inside he was actually a naughty and petty elementary school student. Just as Xing Xianyan was about to retort, "Why don't you try?" However, upon seeing Lu Zhixing next second, his words took a different turn. The alpha couldn't help but curse, "Damn, engsub truly acts like dogs." Such a superior gender possessed the freakish ability to turn alphas into omegas, naturally excelling in certain aspects too. Lu Zhixing didn't say anything, just smiled at him. Xing Xianyan felt his dignity as a man insulted. Chapter 25, The Lost Hairband. Lu Zhixing washed his hands at the sink, looking at the alpha glaring angrily at him in the mirror. "What's wrong?" Deliberately feigning ignorance. Xing Xianyan regretted not wetting his leg earlier. Nothing. Xing Xianyan also turned on the faucet to wash his hands and did not dry them with tissue afterward. Xing Xianyan trailed behind Lu Zhixing and flicked some water droplets from his hands onto Lu Zhixing's back. Watching his high-end suit get dampened here and there slightly soothed his dissatisfaction. After leaving the restroom, the alpha hummed a tune and turned into the supermarket. Lu Zhixing reached back and touched his neck, where a few drops of water had splashed. Engsub rubbed his fingertips, unable to suppress a laugh. Xing Xianyan was truly amusing. The alpha bought a big bag of snacks from the supermarket because sitting idly was extremely boring. Lu Zhixing glanced at the chicken flavor crisps in Xing Xianyan's hand, causing the alpha to coldly snort. "What are you looking at?" "Not giving you any." Lu Zhixing shook his head. "I don't eat that." This trip to Haicheng for business negotiations involved a multimillion-dollar project that was supposed to be a serious journey but somehow got turned into an elementary school spring outing by Xing Xianyan. Even Zhou assistant received a stick of cheese. Even Uncle Sun had a piece of Oreo forcibly stuffed into his mouth by Xing Xianyan. Only Lu Zhixing received nothing. Isolated, how pitiful. But the alpha still knew his limits, he avoided eating anything with a strong smell. After finishing one bag of chicken flavor crisps, he stopped. Though running or doing similar activities might not pose an issue now, his body wasn't ready for intense exercise yet, so he had to watch his diet or else he'd end up looking less appealing. After getting off the highway, they soon entered the downtown area. Xing Xianyan pulled out his phone for a look. "It's mealtime. I just checked the guide. Haicheng has a little fishing village seafood restaurant that serves incredibly delicious seafood." Zhou assistant chuckled. "Xianyan, we're here to work." Xing Xianyan scratched his nose tip awkwardly. "I was just saying. By the way, which hotel is booked? Am I going to stay there while you guys are negotiating?" Lu Zhixing put away his tablet and looked at him. "The boss goes to work while you stay in the hotel." "I don't mind, as long as you don't think I affect the company image." Xing Xianyan combed through his hair wanting to tie it up but glanced at his wrist and sat up to check the seat. Where's my hairband?" Lu Zhixing's expression remained calm. "It probably fell into some corner." Xing Xianyan searched further but couldn't find it. "All right." Xing Xianyan twisted a lock of his curly hair around his fingertip, smoothed his wolf tail hairstyle, and tidied his tousled hair. Zhou assistant checked the memo on his phone. "Mr. Lu, we have an appointment with Mr. Li at 2:30 p.m. Should we head to the hotel first to freshen up or find a restaurant for lunch?" Lu Zhixing glanced at his watch. It was only 11:35 a.m. How long would it take to go to the fishing village now? Lu Zhixing asked. The alpha, who had been gazing out the window, straightened up immediately and looked at Lu Zhixing in surprise. "What's wrong? Don't you want to eat seafood?" Lu Zhixing showed no extra emotion. Sun Zhenhua chuckled. "I just checked the map, it's only a 40-minute drive. We might be tight on time if we go directly to meet Mr. Li after eating." "Oh well, work comes first. Let's eat next time," Xing Xianyan said understandingly. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow. "But I want to eat." Zhou assistant, make a reservation in advance and ask them to prepare their signature dishes. "Yes, Mr. Lu." Zhou assistant sighed inwardly, resigned to picking up his phone and starting to search for the restaurant's number. Xing Xianyan cracked open a small seam in the car window, letting the ocean breeze, carrying a slight humidity, brush against the alpha's face and ruffle his hair at the forehead. The alpha remained silent until they reached the little fishing village restaurant, resting his head against the car window, lost in thought. Haicheng's temperature was lower than Jinbei's. As soon as Xing Xianyan got out of the car, he sneezed, wearing only a thin suit. Lu Zhixing draped his coat over Xing Xianyan's shoulders. Just before Xing Xianyan could refuse, Engsub already strode towards the restaurant. Xing Xianyan watched Lu Zhixing's back, wrapping himself tightly in the coat imbued faintly with a trace of Angelica lactone pheromones. That fleeting emotional change quickly disappeared once the alpha laid eyes on the table full of delicious seafood. After finishing their meal, they arrived at Huayu Real Estate Group 10 minutes late. Mr. Li was waiting for them in the reception room. Seeing Lu Zhixing, he pointed at his watch and smiled. "Mr. Lu, you're late." Lu Zhixing shook his hand with a slight smile, offering no elaborate explanation. "Sorry." The two appeared to have a fairly good relationship. Mr. Li patted Lu Zhixing's shoulder. "Even you can be late sometimes. That's rare." As the words faded, he noticed the alpha standing nearby curiously observing him. "Oh ho, what a cool hair color. Are you Mr. Lu's?" Personal assistant, Xing Xianian interjected before Lu Zhixing could reply. Mr. Li's gaze shifted between Xing Xianian and Lu Zhixing. Business acumen was all about keen observation. No wonder such a punctilious Mr. Lu would be late and bring along a youthful-looking yet striking assistant. No formal employee of Jialu would ever be permitted such a bold hair color. He drew out his "oh" meaningfully. As the two continued discussing the partnership, a barrage of technical terms flew past that left Xing Xianian completely lost. He initially intended to pay attention and learn, but since he couldn't comprehend anything, he stopped forcing himself. Xing Xianian sat beside Zhou's assistant, glancing sideways at Lu Zhixing who was conversing slightly frowning with Mr. Li. Engsub sat on the couch, pinching a small teacup between his fingertips, occasionally taking a sip, his Adam's apple moving accordingly. He had a strong nose bridge, not too thin nor too thick lips. Fragmented memories resurfaced again for Xing Xianian. This time, however, it was a tactile memory, not the brief kiss at the amusement park, but the gentle grind of teeth during his differentiation day. Xing Xianian retracted his gaze, picked up a disposable teacup from the coffee table, and drained the pure water inside. His movement caught Lu Zhixing's attention, causing him to look over. Mr. Li whispered quietly, "Stop looking, still bringing her along even on a business trip? She seems quite spicy." Lu Zhixing gave him a bland glance, sipped the tea in his cup. "She's my fiancée." Li Heng was truly surprised. He had cooperated with Lu Zhixing for 2 or 3 years and their relationship wasn't bad, but how did a fiancé suddenly pop up? Xing Xianian originally intended to pretend he didn't know, but Li Heng's prying gaze was simply too glaring. He looked back at him. "Mr. Li, is there something on my face?" "What a little firecracker indeed." Li Heng laughed and waved his hand, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, You look somewhat like Xian." "Are you?" His brother really was a socialite, meeting people everywhere. Xing Xianian replied before Lu Zhixing could answer, "I'm his younger brother." Chapter 26, A Bystander's Clarity. The world really is a circle, and eventually, all the people one knows connect. "Oh, you must be Xinyan. The other day, I was drinking with your brother in Haicheng." Li Heng grinned, "The world sure is small. Tonight, I'll treat, call your brother over, let's have dinner together." Lu Zhixing tried to refuse, but Li Heng stopped him. "Mr. Lu, today you made me wait for 10 minutes, but I agreed to all the conditions in your contract. You won't even give me the courtesy of joining for dinner?" Lu Zhixing put down his teacup and said helplessly, "All right, but no alcohol." "Deal, everything's up to you." Li Heng smiled, cheerful as he directed his assistant to make arrangements. Because it was a private dinner, Zhou's assistant left early with the signed contract to return to the hotel and work overtime. Uncle's son, having already eaten, walked around nearby, ready to pick them up at any time. When Xing Xian arrived, there was another person with him, and Li Heng seemed to recognize him. He greeted with a smile, "Xian, Mr. Song, the famous actor." "Elder brother." Xing Xianian waved him over, indicating he sit beside him. Xing Xian carefully scrutinized his younger brother, dressed in a suit, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia, as if time had flown by. The little kid who used to follow him around seemed to have grown up overnight. Xing Xian sat down after pulling a chair close, furrowing his brows. "Do our parents know that you've eloped with a man?" "Elder brother, say something human. This is a business trip with my boss." Xing Xianian leaned over to look at the man sitting next to his elder brother. It was the first time he met his brother's lover, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. He indeed had a handsome appearance. Before Xing Xian could finish introducing him, Xing Xianian called out to Song Chu, sister-in-law. With his brother's character, relationships were usually fleeting, yet Song Chu was the only person he'd mentioned to him, and also the only one who'd been by his side for over a year. Xing Xianian wasn't sure whether he should sympathize with Song Chu. After all, falling for an uncommitted man wasn't worth much, and such affection might disappear any time. But he could vaguely sense that Song Chu held something special for Xing Xian. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable, so he called her sister-in-law. Song Chu paused in surprise, awkwardly responding with a hello. Seeing the expression of surprise mixed with awkwardness on Song Chu's face from the corner of his eye, Xing Xian felt inexplicably pleased. "Mr. Sheng, are you here in Haicheng for work?" Lu Zhixing spoke up first, which was rare. After all, she would be his future sister-in-law soon, and proper respect needed to be given. Xing Xian's eyes lingered on Song Chu for 2 seconds. He was clearly dissatisfied with Song Chu's attempt to avoid his gaze, and stubbornly grabbed her hand tightly. "No particular work, just accompanying." Xing Xian smirked lewdly, accompanying Xianyan's sister-in-law. As this term came out of his mouth, Song Chu's expression noticeably stiffened. Xing Xian found Song Chu's reaction amusing, which even made him slightly favor Lu Zhixing, raising his glass toward Lu Zhixing. "Mr. Lu, my stupid brother is in your hands. Don't lose him for me." Lu Zhixing picked up the glass of white spirit beside him and clinked it remotely with Xing Xian. Ye is smart. He won't be lost." Li Heng pulled the corners of his lips into a forced smile. Hadn't they agreed on no alcohol? Amused by the drama unfolding, he later realized that he was probably the only single person at the table. Even Xing Xian, who used to flirt around like crazy, showed signs of settling down. Sheng Xianian watched as Lu Zhixing drained the white spirit from his cup and helplessly said, "Brothers, I am Sheng Xianian, and I'm 24 this year." Sheng Xian smiled and hooked his neck, pushing his head against his chest. "Oh, do you consider yourself an adult now? Ha! Overpowering enough. You're so annoying. I'm going to complain to Dad." Sheng Xianian pushed away his elder brother's arm. During their playful shoving, he caught Song Chu's gaze. That glance made the usually carefree Sheng Xianian detect its subtleties, surprise and curiosity, as well as sadness and desolation. Song Chu momentarily averted her gaze from Sheng Xian, yet still revealed a flicker of emotions. He had never seen such an open and childish side of Sheng Xian. The image that Sheng Xian usually portrayed in front of him was always overbearing and autocratic. Whether it was bad or good, no matter whether Song Chu wanted it or not, Sheng Xian forced it upon him. Song Chu only thought himself pitiful but couldn't blame anyone. After all, Sheng Xian had helped him. Without Sheng Xian, perhaps he would have already been in jail for intentional injury. One always has to pay a price for youthful arrogance, and his price was Sheng Xian, someone who left an indelible mark on his life. Song Chu smiled wryly, soundlessly. Suddenly, the wrist holding the wine glass was grabbed, as Sheng Xian, frowning unhappily, took away the glass from him, rebuking, "Do you think white spirit is soda?" Sheng Xian then replaced it with a glass of plain water, pushing it towards Song Chu. Song Chu's eyes followed as the glass changed hands until it reached Sheng Xian's lips, leaving him feeling even more confused. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Heng was slightly drunk, clamoring to go sing karaoke and find women. The others present rejected his proposal, each having their companions and none wanting to join Li Heng in such an activity. Sheng Xianian, however, seemed rather eager, but it wasn't for finding women. Instead, he wanted to visit Haicheng's bar street for some fun. He had heard that Haicheng's bars were quite interesting, and he simply wanted to dance and enjoy the revelry. But Lu Zhixing looked unwell, his lips pale, like he was enduring something painful. Worried, Sheng Xianian asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting from drinking too much?" Lu Zhixing shook his head and gripped Sheng Xianian's hand under the table. Enigma's hands were ice cold, causing Alpha to frown slightly. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Zhixing glanced down at him, gently squeezing his palm and softly said, "Year, let's go back." He looked very unwell, but didn't want to make it public. Without hesitation, Sheng Xianian bid his farewell. "Big brother, Mr. Li, I'm tired. I'll leave first with Lu Zhixing." Sheng Xian, who was still sober despite his great tolerance for alcohol, remained vigilant, warning, "What are you two planning? Xianian, behave yourself. You aren't even engaged yet." Song Chu shot a light glance at Sheng Xian. Unperturbed by the mocking stare, Sheng Xian pinched Beta's thigh through Alpha and smirked flirtatiously. "What? Do you want something official?" Song Chu turned his head away, ignoring him. Sheng Xian wasn't upset, accepting any emotion shown by Song Chu as long as it wasn't coldness. The chair scraped lightly against the floor. Saying sorry briefly, Lu Zhixing was pulled away by Sheng Xianian. Li Heng's eyes wandered, dazed from drunkenness, cheerfully saying, "Xian, your younger brother's got skills, look how he subdued Lu Zhixing." Sheng Xian raised an eyebrow, keeping his grip on Song Chu's hand, responding smugly, "Best if that's true." Chapter 27, Heart Rate Too Fast, Call an Ambulance. Sun Zhenhua had parked the car waiting by the door and was startled by Lu Zhixing's appearance. Just as he was about to ask, Lu Zhixing shook his head lightly. Swallowing his words of concern back, Sun Zhenhua immediately started the vehicle and drove towards the hotel. Whether out of vanity or something else, Lu Zhixing instinctively did not want Sheng Xianian to see his most vulnerable side. Looking at the beads of cold sweat forming on Lu Zhixing's forehead, Sheng Xianian worriedly said, "You need to go to the hospital. What kind of illness makes you so uncomfortable?" Lu Zhixing's breathing was trembling, apparently without the strength to answer. Driving quickly on the highway with minimal traffic, Sun Zhenhua hit 90 km per hour. After arriving at the hotel, the room card was handed out promptly. Sheng Xianian smoothly took it and helped Lu Zhixing into the elevator. In the secluded elevator, Lu Zhixing faintly exuded the scent of Atractolode's pheromones from his glands. Though Sheng Xianian felt somewhat uncomfortable due to his suppressed gland, seeing Lu Zhixing's pale face, he gritted his teeth and endured it silently, not voicing out loud. He merely assumed this was a self-protection mechanism triggered by Lu Zhixing's pain. As soon as Sheng Xianian placed the room card against the reader, there was a click sound signaling the unlocking of the door. Lu Zhixing pushed it open and swiftly shut Sheng Xianian outside. "What's this nonsense?" Sheng Xianian muttered incredulously, looking at the room key in his hand. Logically speaking, since Lu Zhixing had pushed him out, it meant there was some privacy he did not wish to reveal. However, Sheng Xianian was worried about Lu Zhixing's physical condition, and moreover, without the room key, the power was disconnected. It should be pitch dark inside. Sheng Xianian hesitated at the door, contemplating whether to barge in or not. What if he sees something he shouldn't? Could it be Enigma's sensitive period? But that didn't seem right either. His hands were icy cold, not hot at all. Lu Zhixing's body seemed like it was about to tear apart from the pheromones. Kneeling clumsily on the carpet, he frantically searched for his bag on the coffee table. The moment he closed the door and stepped inside, a wave of intense alpha pheromones surged through the entire suite. Enigma's eyes turned bloodshot red as he fumbled through his suitcase for the medicine box, trembling while swallowing a pill. 5 seconds later, the gland returned to its normal state. Collapsing against the sofa, Lu Zhixing gasped for breath heavily. In his pocket, he pulled out a small hair tie that Xing Xiannian had looked everywhere for but failed to find, gripping it tightly against his chest. He had never been so careless before, forgetting to bring the medication with him. Such negligence was unforgivable. Had he not taken it in time, his secrets would have been exposed to Xing Xiannian. Lu Zhixing covered his face with his hand, feeling a chill of dread. He'd never felt so embarrassed before. He wanted to remain composed and tidy in front of an alpha. Too anxious and preoccupied, he hadn't noticed that the room wasn't lit. Until the click sound rang out as the hallway light spilled into the room and cast a shadow on Lu Zhixing's legs. Xing Xiannian unlocked the door with the room card and immediately saw Lu Zhixing slumped ungraciously on the carpet. Against the dim lighting, concern clouded the alpha's expression. "Are you okay?" The lingering scent of Atractalode's oppressive pheromones still hung in the air. Xing Xiannian was suffering under Enigma's strong pheromone pressure, his glands throbbing painfully. Struggling to keep steady, he forced himself to insert the room card and brought light back into the darkened room. He crouched beside Lu Zhixing and asked again, "Are you all right?" "What happened?" Lu Zhixing quietly tucked away the small hair tie, gazing silently at him for 2 seconds before asking, "Are you scared?" Despite the severe pain in his glands, Xing Xiannian managed a pale smile. "What do I have to be scared of when you're looking like this?" With that, he took out his phone and aimed it at Lu Zhixing. "Come on, let's take an embarrassing photo." Xing Xiannian expected a rebuttal, but there was none. The room fell silent. Putting down his phone onto the carpet, the alpha sat next to Lu Zhixing. "If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. We're not close enough to share secrets anyway." Seeing how Xing Xiannian endured the discomfort and stayed by his side, Lu Zhixing decided then not to hide anything anymore. All thoughts of saving face vanished. He opened his palm to reveal the medicine box inside it, softly saying, "Without this, my pheromones will go berserk." "So?" Xing Xiannian crossed his arms over his knees and tilted his head, waiting. Lu Zhixing closed the medicine box, lowering his gaze with a fragile look on his face. "So, I'm a dangerous person, yet I'm still trying to get closer to you. That makes me utterly worthless." Xing Xiannian nodded solemnly. "That's reasonable. But your sins aren't bad enough for that. You're recyclable garbage, the kind that doesn't pollute the environment." Lu Zhixing chuckled softly. "Xing Xiannian." Expecting further words, Xing Xiannian realized he had merely said his name. Punching him gently on the shoulder, Xing Xiannian teased, "Isn't this treatable? Aren't there medicines? It's not terminal, no need to act like the sky is falling." Looking down at the hand resting on his shoulder, emotions flickered behind Lu Zhixing's long lashes, making his eyes unreadable. When Xing Xiannian discovered that he could be potentially dangerous, he indeed felt a wave of panic sweep over him. His most undignified side had been revealed to someone he cared about. Even with all his rationality, at that very instant, he couldn't conjure up any excuses. Hence, he chose honesty. Waiting for Xing Xiannian to unleash a scolding tirade, calling him a bastard, trash, or a freak. But Xing Xiannian did none of those. Instead, he told him it was just an ordinary disease. Lu Zhixing's feelings were complicated. Meeting Xing Xiannian's eyes, a hint of amusement played across his features. "What's with that look? Did you really fall for me? You're definitely not my ideal type." Gradually regaining color in his pale face, Lu Zhixing gazed quietly at Xing Xiannian. "Xing Xiannian, I may not be able to let go of you anymore." Let go of what?" Pushing off the ground slightly, Lu Zhixing stood and extended his hand toward Xing Xiannian. As soon as Xing Xiannian raised his hand, Lu Zhixing grasped it firmly. Alpha was pulled up from the ground and into his arms. Xing Xiannian heard Enigma's heartbeat like a drum, momentarily staying still. This heart rate must be at 160, should they call an ambulance for Lu Zhixing's condition? Xing Xiannian pressed his palm against Lu Zhixing's chest, feeling and checking his heart rate with light pressure. Lu Zhixing's body stiffened as he gripped Xing Xiannian's wrist, his voice slightly hoarse. "Where are you feeling?" Xing Xiannian tensely said, "Lu Zhixing, do you have a heart condition? My poor heart doesn't beat this fast even during exercise." Lu Zhixing paused, laughing, gripping the alpha's wrist and pressing it again to his chest in a low tone. "It could go faster. Do you want to know?" Xing Xiannian furrowed his brows slightly. "I'll just dial 12. His remaining words were silenced by Enigma's sudden kiss. The taste of alcohol mixed with the smell of Atractalode's pheromones slid down Alpha's throat, igniting his stomach. Alpha widened his eyes, momentarily losing his breath. Underneath his palm was Enigma's rapidly accelerating heartbeat. Chapter 28, Regained Male Dignity. Bang bang bang. The pounding made Alpha's palm numb, forgetting to resist. Not until his last ounce of oxygen was taken did Xing Xiannian push him away, his face flushed. Alpha breathed heavily, his eyebrows tightly knit. "Do you have some kind of sickness?" Lu Zhixing licked his lips, his expression soft. "Yeah, I've got a problem." Hadn't he just taken his medicine? So he wasn't fine yet. Sheng Xianian tugged at the corner of his mouth, smiling faintly at Lu Zhixing, then raised his fist and landed a punch on Lu Zhixing without hesitation. Even though he wasn't a muscular brute, an alpha should possess appropriate strength, and there was no leniency in this punch. Lu Zhixing's inner cheek was scraped by his teeth, filling his mouth with the coppery taste of blood, but he didn't get angry, touching his face while still smiling. That was some real force. I accidentally kissed you when I was drunk last time, but you returned the favor at the amusement park, so we're even. What's with your antics today? Think my fists are just for show? Sheng Xianian shook his wrist as he spoke, attempting to reason seriously despite his actions. Lu Zhixing used his handkerchief to dab the corner of his mouth, a touch of red staining the pristine cloth as he lowered his gaze. By your calculation, I still owe you once more. Perhaps you could kiss me back. After originally noticing the bloodstain on the handkerchief and feeling a bit apologetic, Sheng Xianian dismissed all sense of guilt upon hearing Lu Zhixing's shameless comment. Kissing you is like drinking traditional Chinese medicine. I hate that smell the most. The damage inflicted by this statement was immeasurable. The always composed Mr. Lu appeared momentarily stunned. What? Satisfied, Sheng Xianian continued to lecture, you're not exactly young anymore. Have some dignity, you pervert. He even lifted his arm to wipe his mouth, putting on an air of disdain. Every word was like another stab at Lu Zhixing's heart. Alpha adjusted his clothes and stepped out after opening the door. Lu Zhixing leaned against the doorframe, his lip bruised slightly, watching Sheng Xianian use the room card to unlock the adjacent room. Good night. Before closing the door, Sheng Xianian gave him a mock neck-breaking gesture. Hope you don't sleep or eat peacefully. Slam. The door was forcefully shut. Mr. Lu didn't feel a hint of annoyance at being scolded. He extended his thumb to rub his lips, muttering to himself, he really got mad, huh? I do seem like a pervert. Lu Zhixing lifted his hand and exhaled onto his palm. When aroused, there was indeed a hint of pheromone smell, but it wasn't severe enough to compare it to drinking Chinese medicine, right? Enigma took out his phone, found Zhou Zhu's contact, and sent a message. Buy some mouthwash, breath fresheners, and breath mints, peach flavor. Zhou Zhu was about to sleep after organizing the materials needed to report to the chairman the next day. His phone vibrated, and upon seeing the message, he replied, okay, Mr. Lu. But full of doubts, Mr. Lu didn't have bad breath, so why buy these things? And mints? When did Mr. Lu start liking sweets? Peach flavor. A good assistant can always uncover the reasons behind their boss's orders from the smallest details. Zhou Zhu remembered that Sheng Xianian's pheromones seemed to be peach-flavored, and everything became clear. Sheng Xianian leaned against the door and zoned out for a moment, waiting for the restless de Sheng to calm down, then hastily stripped off his clothes onto the carpet. Zhou Zhu had already purchased the new clothes for their dinner gathering. The shopping bag was placed on the short table. Sheng Xianian opened the shopping bag and glanced inside. Everything from top to bottom had been bought, all perfectly matching his size, including even the underwear. Amazing, Alpha couldn't help but exclaim, realizing not just anyone could manage the job of an assistant as well as Zhou Zhu. Yesterday, he still thought that a salary of 3,500 yuan was too low. Now it seemed fair to give Zhou Zhu at least 1,500 yuan of that sum. But then again, his early morning shifts were pretty exhausting, so maybe giving 500 was more reasonable. Sheng Xianian walked barefoot into the bathroom and quickly showered under the spray. He casually flicked up his wet hair, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and walked back into the room. The pinkish ends of his slightly curled hair were still dripping water. He grabbed a towel and dried it a few times before sitting cross-legged in the armchair contemplating life. Earlier, he had hit Lu Zhixing, not only because he felt invaded, but also as a way to cover up certain natural reactions in some aspects. He was an alpha who had just differentiated, one who hadn't even touched a mega's hand yet, basically, a naive and inexperienced alpha. Sheng Xianian hadn't expected himself to be so unimpressive, merely making contact with lips could make him react immediately. Thankfully, he reacted fast by punching Lu Zhixing to divert his attention, otherwise, he would surely have been ridiculed. With his elbows propped on his knees and his face supported by his palms, Alpha wasn't pleased. Lu Zhixing, that guy, was too crafty. If things continued this way, letting him lead the way, sooner or later he'd end up being completely dominated by a man. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhixing received a WeChat message, if you dare to mess with me again, I'll expose your fear of darkness and your sickness. Caught with a little handle on him. Lu Zhixing's lips slightly curved upward, his newly dried hair falling smoothly over his forehead, showing some length, balancing out the sharpness around his eyebrows and making him look younger. Is that so? Would you really say it out loud? Enigma's amusement showed no signs of stopping. In high spirits, he leaned against the headboard waiting for a reply. The chat interface displayed, typing. Enigma patiently waited. Typing lasted for 5 whole minutes. In the end, Lu Zhixing only received 2 words as a reply. Really? Only my father and you know my secret. Lu Zhixing was teasing him, but what he said was true. Only Lu Yanchang knew that he needed medication to prevent information, pheromones, runaway. Not even Su Ziwen knew about it. Again, typing. Dragged on endlessly. People with strong moral senses were easily manipulated, and Lu Zhixing joyfully curled his foot. He bet Alpha's next message would be, I won't say anything, right? However, Sheng Xianian sent, you fart. How about Dr. Su? Isn't your hospital visit for treating pheromone function disorders? Lu Zhixing let out a couple of soft laughs, sounding a bit heated in the quiet room. Alpha was not only smart but also quick-witted enough to find a professional term for his condition. Lu Zhixing didn't need to guess what Sheng Xianian's browser search records must be right now. Enigma was pondering how to reply when Sheng Xianian sent a picture. It was a screenshot from his browser. It is known that pheromone dysfunction directly affects kidney function. Yearly, having big kidneys isn't useful if they're not functioning well. Aren't you tired of carrying such a burden? Let's slice them and cook hot pot instead. Lu Zhixing remained silent for a long time while Sheng Xianian jumped excitedly on the bed. He was thrilled. The male dignity he lost earlier that morning in the restroom had been redeemed that evening. Mr. Dog Lu, one day you will understand, and don't cry when that happens. Yearly, screenshot, recording, backup. Mr. Lu, you're sexually harassing your subordinate. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll leak your dirty secrets. Lu Zhixing sighed, raising an eyebrow. An alpha with a strong sense of morality eventually gave up using Lu Zhixing's secrets to threaten him and found a new way to get the upper hand. The caught red-handed Mr. Lu respectfully surrendered, replying, sleep well. Yearly, sleep well pinkbeaver.gjf. Chapter 29, Your First Love. After returning from High City to Jinbei, Lu Zhixing didn't let Sheng Xianian return to the company but directly sent him home to rest. Sheng Xianian was quite satisfied. It seemed his threat worked, and Lu Zhixing was beginning to please him. Keep going, and cancel the engagement within 2 months. Sheng Xianian pulled open the rear car door, grabbing the snacks he'd bought at the service area, unwilling to leave even a single spicy strip for Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing rolled down the car window and watched as the alpha leisurely walked into the community, catching a glimpse of the imposing gate, Yuhua Bay. Not until Sheng Xianian's figure disappeared from his sight did Lu Zhixing roll up the window, leaning back in the seat and closing his eyes. Uncle Sunday. Sun Zhenhua nodded, understood. The hazard lights of the business car turned off, the reversing lights lit up, it turned around, and soon left the entrance of the high-end Yuhua Bay community. This community had a great geographical location, close to the city center, with convenient transportation. The boss who developed the housing complex was a friend of Sheng Huaiji's, so he gave 2 apartments as gifts. But Sheng Huaiji declined one and kept only one, which was now conveniently given to Sheng Xianian. Sheng Xianian was looking around at the environment of the residential area while walking. It featured a Chinese style with good landscaping, even including an artificial lake. The lotus flowers inside had already faded, but the leaves clustered on the lake's surface, and there was a little pavilion in the middle. Sheng Xianian gave a satisfied nod, following the location sent by his dad and found Building C. This building was only 21 stories tall, with 2 households per elevator, and the apartment bought for Sheng Xianian was on the top floor, a 200 square meter duplex that was more than enough for him to live alone. The alpha took out the elevator card from his pocket, swiped it, boarded the elevator, feeling delightfully excited and started looking forward to his independent life. In the future, he could come home late at night whenever he wanted. His father and dad would no longer be able to control him, hee. The elevator ascended to the 21st floor, and Sheng Xianian exited, arriving at his home, 2102. The alpha tilted his head to take a look at 2101 next door, thinking he should still get along well with the neighbors since close neighbors were better than distant relatives. Sheng Xianian planned to clean up his place first and then send a small gift to the neighbors across the hall. He unlocked the door with a magnetic card, pulled out the smart lock app he downloaded earlier, and changed the default password to 976344. The initial pinyin of, I am your father, haha. Or else Yi Jiqing might accuse him of saying one thing to her face and doing another behind her back. The alpha just seemed obedient and would occasionally act coquettish, but in reality, was quite rebellious inside. After recording his fingerprints, Sheng Xianian finally entered his home. The decoration style followed Yi Jiqing's preference, simple and generous. But Sheng Xianian felt it lacked some personality, planning to find a designer later when he had time to renovate it again. The house had already been cleaned by a maid, tidy and bright. Sheng Xianian, barefoot on the wooden floor, carefully brought over the large suitcase in the living room, which was heavy, at least 40 kilograms. It was all filled with Sheng Xianian's treasures, various stones collected from all over the world, ranging from gems to pebbles. Sheng Xianian carried over some of his favorites this time from his own place, placing each piece carefully inside the transparent built-in display cabinet in the living room wall. He arranged them according to his preferred format, wiping the sweat off his forehead after finishing, and was very pleased. The grey dusty stones on the upper layer stood oddly against the colorful and shiny crystal stones surrounding them. Sheng Xianian took out a sandstone resembling a flat cake and tossed it lightly in his palm. This stone should have been picked up when he was about 8 or 9 years old, deliberately choosing ugly ones back then. The alpha placed the stone inside, staring absently at those few grey stones for a moment before opening WeChat, tapping on Lu Zhixing's WeChat profile picture. That grey rock shaped like a 5-pointed star. Come to think of it, if the younger version of him saw this, he'd probably sleep clutching it tightly in his hand all night. Sheng Xianian zoomed in and out on his phone screen repeatedly, concluding that this was just an ordinary plum blossom stone. How could Lu Zhixing use such a common thing as his avatar? Unable to hold his curiosity, Sheng Xianian immediately sent a message to Lu Zhixing, "Does your avatar have any special commemorative significance?" 5 minutes later, Lu Zhixing replied. "Lu dog coin, someone told me, this is my dad." Sheng Xianian stared at the reply speechlessly, "What nonsense. You're too convincing, it's just a natural plum blossom stone, I'm sure it's not crystallized ashes, you've been duped." As soon as Sheng Xianian typed that, he realized something. It was about Lu Zhixing's mega father who had already passed away, so he quickly added, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it." Clearly, Lu Zhixing didn't feel offended at all, replying instantly, "I know it's not." At this moment, Sheng Xianian genuinely thought how ridiculous things felt. Wasn't that man often seen dominating the financial news headlines? Why did Lu Zhixing feel so stubborn? Nian Nian. Too irritating, why didn't you punch him? Lu Zhixing was presiding over a meeting in the main seat of the conference room when he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The investment department was reporting on the progress of a new project. Hearing Lu Zhixing laugh, they were startled and asked tremulously, "Mr. Lu, is there any problem?" Lu Zhixing's gaze momentarily left his phone screen for a second, reverting to his usual indifferent expression, "Nothing, continue." Sheng Xianian had broken out in sweat, feeling thirsty in his throat, finished drinking a glass of warm water before receiving Lu Zhixing's reply. "Lu dog coin, I let him off because he looked cute." The alpha rolled his eyes, truly sick. "Nian Nian. Is he your first love? Do you like him?" The chat interface showed typing. For quite some time before Lu Zhixing finally answered. "Lu dog coin, it happened more than a decade ago. I wasn't that precocious back then." Lu Zhixing twirled the pen in his hand, though if one wanted to define it that way, it wasn't entirely impossible. The phone vibrated. "Nian Nian, that's not certain. After all, you're abnormal." Sheng Xianian put down the phone. The instant hot water in the shower had already heated up. He walked into the bathroom, stood under the shower head to rinse, then stepped into the bathtub for a bath. The warm water relaxed the muscles that had been tense after moving stones, and the alpha exhaled with comfort. By the time he came out of the bathroom half an hour later, the bathtub he'd bought had massage functions. If his fingertips hadn't wrinkled a little from soaking too long, Sheng Xianian could have stayed lounging for another half an hour. In the fridge were the side dishes Yi Jiqing made for him, with a sticky note urging him to eat soon, within 2 days or they would go bad, so don't let them upset your stomach. Yi Jiqing had wanted to hire a maid to take care of his daily life, but Sheng Xianian refused. He still preferred enjoying some personal time. His dear father always seemed to forget that he was already a 24-year-old adult male. Sheng Xianian restuck the sticky note on the fridge. His heart felt soft and tender. No one loved him more than Dad. He took the side dishes out and placed them in the microwave for a quick heat up, studied the instructions on the rice cooker, then steamed himself a bowl of rice, though he added a bit too much water, making the rice a bit sticky. Sheng Xianian ate while looking at his phone, noticing there was an unread message in WeChat. It was sent by Lu Zhixing half an hour ago. Reasonable. Don't have any face, Sheng Xianian silently complained in his mind and ignored him. Chapter 30, Are You My Neighbor? Why go? What time do you finish work? Sheng Xianian sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding the remote control and switching channels. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a bit weary, "Not sure yet, there's a surgery later. I won't be done until at least 9 p.m. Sheng Xianian laughed a few times following the variety show on the screen and said slowly, "So terrible. Okay, I originally wanted to invite you over for dinner to celebrate my move, I've moved out and am living alone now. I saw your post on Moments. This way, I'll bring some late-night snacks when I get off work, how about that?" Lin Huai entered the office and wearily sat in his chair. "Sure. I want grilled skewers." Sheng Xianian stuffed a grape in his mouth, chewed a few bites, and spat out a few seeds and peels. "Alright, wait for me. Let me talk to the patient's family first." "Okay, see ya." After hanging up the phone, Sheng Xianian lazily lay down on the sofa, bored. He wasn't the type who liked having people visit such private spaces as his home, except for close friends like Lin Huai who were rare exceptions on his guest list. Sheng Xianian lay on the sofa, staring intently at the TV at first. But half an hour later, he closed his eyes, and the remote control fell onto the carpet without a sound. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. The alpha opened his blurry eyes, momentarily disoriented and unsure where he was. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, city lights twinkled in the distance. Sheng Xianian got up and yawned, feeling too quiet at home alone, especially just waking up. It gave him a lonely feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. But this loneliness was quickly thrown aside by the alpha. He glanced up at the uniquely styled wall clock, it had already pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. Sheng Xianian picked up his phone from the coffee table intending to order takeout, but suddenly remembered Lin Huai would be bringing snacks over. For his figure, he decided to exit the food delivery app. The alpha went to the kitchen, washed a large apple and munched on it, pondering what to do next. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten to greet his neighbors. Sheng Xianian hastily took a few big bites of the apple and then placed the uneaten portion in a fruit plate on the coffee table. Having just moved in, he had nothing decent to give as a gift. The alpha also didn't want to part with his collection of stones. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the kitchen. Sheng Xianian could cook, but the food he made was barely edible, and he rarely used the kitchen. So, he opened the cabinet and found a non-stick frying pan, which was brand new. The alpha nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the frying pan. It was highly practical and would make a good present for the neighbor. He even went out of his way to find a ribbon and tied a bow before going out wearing his loungewear and slippers. Sheng Xianian pressed the doorbell of 2101, holding the frying pan and smiling as he waited. However, even after the bell stopped ringing, no one came to open the door for him. This time of day, everyone who worked or studied should be home by now, right? Sheng Xianian pressed the doorbell again, but still, no one came. The corridor was freezing. The alpha sneezed, ready to retreat with the pot when the door suddenly clicked open. Just as the alpha was turning around, he forced an amiable smile and said cheerfully, "Hello, I'm the new Lu Zhixing." The smile that had been spreading across Sheng Xianian's lips froze there. He stared as water droplets from Lu Zhixing's wet hair dripped onto his shoulder, then slid down into his collarbone. His eyelashes fluttered briefly. Lu Zhixing wasn't wearing a bathrobe, instead, a thin towel was wrapped around his waist. His upper body was full of taut muscles, still glistening with unabsorbed water droplets that trickled down along the curves of his physique, disappearing beneath the towel. Sheng Xianian swallowed quietly and murmured, "What are you up to? How did you get here?" Lu Zhixing countered, smirking slightly, "What exactly are you looking at?" Sheng Xianian turned his face away and coldly retorted, "Who's looking at you?" Lu Zhixing stepped out from behind the door and suddenly leaned close to Sheng Xianian, whispering softly near his ear, "Nian Nian, your pheromones are overflowing." Sheng Xianian blocked him by lifting the frying pan horizontally, its icy bottom directly touching the exposed chest of Lu Zhixing. Oof. The corridor was already cold, and now it felt like a chill had rushed through his body, causing goosebumps all over. As Sheng Xianian shifted his eyes to look elsewhere, putting more distance between them while rubbing his neck nervously, he frowned and asked again, "Why are you here?" "It's too cold, come in and we'll talk." Lu Zhixing pulled Sheng Xianian's wrist, leading him inside. "Hey! You! Don't kidnap me." Lu Zhixing's hands were cool and damp, yet the place they touched on Sheng Xianian's wrist grew warm and tingled. The door closed behind them. "Wait a moment, I'll change clothes." Without waiting for a reply, Lu Zhixing headed upstairs on his own and came back downstairs wearing a light gray loungewear, forming a stark contrast with Sheng Xianian's Shinchon pajamas. The frying pan was still clutched tightly in the alpha's hand, ready for any fight. Lu Zhixing chuckled and reached out, taking the frying pan from Sheng Xianian's grip with some effort. Lu Zhixing lightly tapped the ribbon on the handle of the frying pan and smiled, "Is this for me? As if you deserve it." Sheng Xianian tried to snatch it back, but Lu Zhixing lifted his arm and held the frying pan high above their heads. Apparently, even though Lu Zhixing was wearing flat slippers, he was still taller than Sheng Xianian. There was indeed a noticeable difference between being 180.27 centimeters and 190 centimeters. He could reach if he stood on tiptoe, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Next time, he absolutely must wear shoe pads. "I'm not wasting my energy on you. Why are you here anyway? Are you stalking me?" Sheng Xianian crossed his arms and examined him carefully. Lu Zhixing placed the frying pan in the kitchen and laughed, "You're the one who just moved in, why are you blaming me for stalking you?" Sheng Xianian tugged at the corner of his mouth and pointed at one wall in the living room, "Did you paint it pink? What kind of man paints walls pink?" In the afternoon, Lu Zhixing had negotiated the price with the landlord, signed a contract, moved in his things, and thoroughly cleaned the house to erase the previous owner's kawaii style, already a very efficient feat. Sun Zhenhua also feared the noises might disturb their neighbor Sheng Xianian, so he avoided moving large furniture pieces altogether. As a result, the storage room was still filled with various clutter. There simply wasn't enough time to repaint the walls. When asked if he could delay moving in for a couple of days, considering how much work moving involves. But President Lu firmly said, "It has to be today." To seize the initiative and prevent accusations of abnormal behavior. Lu Zhixing kept his expression neutral as he looked down at him and asked, "So what if I like pink?" Sheng Xianian looked him up and down, pulled at the corner of his mouth, clearly disbelieving. "You'd have to be stupid to believe that, judging by your appearance, you're clearly a black and white and gray kind of guy. Do you look even a bit like someone who likes pink?" Sheng Xianian sneered. "My underwear is pink. Want to check?" Lu Zhixing had already placed his thumb inside his waistband. Sheng Xianian raised an eyebrow. "Check. Sure. I've already met your buddies, what am I scared of? Go ahead." He was acting exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 31, Jealousy. Lu Zhixing's thumb moved downward, causing the alpha to instantly turn away, his ear tips red all over. "What the hell is wrong with you? Don't act shameless. Meeting in the restroom versus meeting at his home, it's completely different." One time, he had no choice but to expose himself, so it wasn't much of an issue seeing him for a moment, but this was Lu Zhixing's house. Why on earth would he come running here to see someone's underwear? And if it really were pink, how could Sheng Xianian ever again call the other man a pervert with a straight face? Lu Zhixing watched as the blush spread from the alpha's neck to his ears, smirked, then adjusted the edge of his pajama pants back into place. There had been a brief glimpse, it was clearly deep gray. Lu Zhixing calmly readjusted his clothing, seemingly unperturbed, though closer inspection revealed his ears had turned scarlet. Enigma briefly felt an urge to bash his head against a wall. What was he doing? He's 29 and nearing 30, what exactly was he doing? But although he internally scolded himself for losing control, upon seeing the alpha stubbornly turning his head, lashes fluttering like startled moths, and pupils wide as if hit by an earthquake, he found it rather amusing to occasionally do something absurd. Lu Zhixing lightly hooked Xing Xianyan's chin with his finger. Not worried about craning your neck? Xing Xianyan frowned and faced him directly. You're nothing but a foul hooligan. Do your employees know how disgusting you can be? Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow and said nothing. Aren't you one of my employees? Xing Xianyan gave an exasperated sigh and tugged at his lips. Brother, I give up. I won't argue with you anymore. From now on, outside of the company, let's pretend we don't know each other. The alpha waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave just as he suddenly smelled the aroma of food, which caused his stomach to embarrassingly rumble with hunger. Xing Xianyan instinctively peeked toward the kitchen. That smells amazing. What's cooking? Baby cabbage egg tofu soup. Want some? Lu Zhixing headed toward the kitchen. Xing Xianyan didn't hesitate. He was already hungry without dinner at this hour anyway, why pass up a free meal? An alpha always knows how to comfort themselves. Lu Zhixing carried out a white casserole pot with a heat-resistant glove while Xing Xianyan had already sat at the dining table. Enigma lowered his eyes and smiled softly before lifting the pot lid. Instantly, the entire room was filled with a fragrant aroma, floating with tender chives on top, along with a few drops of sesame oil. Holy cow, you don't mean to tell me this is homemade, right? Xing Xianyan raised a hand, tying her loose hair behind her head into a small bun with the elastic band she wore around her arm, and grabbed a ladle to scoop herself a bowl. Thinking it over, she also dished out some for Lu Zhixing. After all, it was part of his dinner. Lu Zhixing pulled out a dining chair and sat opposite Xing Xianyan, stirring the soup in his porcelain bowl with a warm tone. Surprising? Xing Xianyan blew on her spoonful of eggs, mixed with soup, before savoring a bite. It was incredibly delicious, fresh, and tender, blending perfectly with the sweetness of the vegetables. The alpha nodded. Delicious. Your cooking skills are nearly as good as our housekeeper's, though the taste is a bit too light. Did you put salt in? I added a little. Do you prefer heavier flavors? Next time, I'll add more, but consuming too much salt can harm the kidneys. Xing Xianyan lifted her eyelids slightly and coldly hummed. Next time. Lu Zhixing stood up and fetched the spice box from the kitchen, sprinkling a bit of salt into Xing Xianyan's bowl and looking up at her. Is there a problem? You said it was delicious, right? Xing Xianyan stirred the soup, feeling slightly indebted after enjoying someone else's meal, and mumbled, so when you get fat, you start wheezing? Lu Zhixing bent his lips into a smile. I not only cook well but also excel at cleaning. So? What does that have to do with me? Why are you bragging? Xing Xianyan was genuinely quite hungry. After the soup in the bowl cooled down, she began drinking large gulps, finishing nearly half a bowl. The tofu was already infused with flavor, it must have been marinated beforehand. There was no denying that Lu Zhixing indeed had impressive culinary skills. No, make that 3 talents. There's nothing in particular, I just happen to take good care of people. Lu Zhixing openly stared at Xing Xianyan. What do you think? Will you reconsider? Xing Xianyan swallowed a piece of tofu whole, choking violently as she turned her head to cough several times. Lu Zhixing pulled out a tissue and handed it to him, then stood up, patted his back, and chuckled, do you really dislike me that much? Xing Xianyan frowned as she wiped her mouth. We're not suitable for each other. Why? Is it because you don't want to be my exclusive, Mega? Lu Zhixing stood beside him, placing his hand on the back of Xing Xianyan's chair. Exactly. Xing Xianyan quickly drank the last bit of soup in her bowl, placed the porcelain spoon inside, making a crisp sound. Lu Zhixing slightly leaned down and whispered softly, it doesn't matter. I can be your exclusive. Before he could finish, Xing Xianyan's phone lit up. She looked down, it was a voice call from Brother Huai. Xing Xianyan pushed Lu Zhixing aside and answered the call, hello, Brother Huai, have you arrived? Lu Zhixing slightly furrowed his brow. Xing Xianyan continued as she walked out, didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? I'm just next door. Lin Huai stood by the door of room 2102, holding the takeaway barbecue. After hearing Xing Xianyan say she was in the neighboring room, he turned to look at the room behind him. The door clicked open, revealing Xing Xianyan wearing her crayon Shinchan pajamas, and Lu Zhixing. Lin Huai put down his phone and glanced at Lu Zhixing behind Xing Xianyan, who was dressed in loungewear. He asked, Xianyan, what exactly is going on here? It's an accident. Let's talk about it when we get home. Xing Xianyan stepped out of Lu Zhixing's house, pressed her fingerprint to unlock her own door, and pushed Lin Huai into her apartment without sparing even half a glance at Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing sighed while looking at the tightly closed door across the hall, a sense of crisis creeping over him. However, judging by the way Xing Xianyan acted, she probably wasn't interested in alpha males of the same gender. Lu Zhixing turned back home, noticing that the soup in the casserole pot had already been consumed by 2 bowls. Evidently, Xing Xianyan truly liked it. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang at Xing Xianyan's place. It was Lin Huai who opened the door. "Mr. Lu, is there anything else?" Lu Zhixing lifted a few cans of beer from the bag in his hand. "Can you eat barbecue without drinking beer?" Lin Huai looked at the plastic bag in his hand. That clearly belonged to the convenience store beside their neighborhood. Had he just bought them? "Mr. Lu, it's getting late." So is there any problem with me visiting my fiancé's house?" Lin Huai stared quietly at Lu Zhixing for several seconds before stepping aside. He announced to the room, "Xianyan, your fiancé has come to deliver some drinks." "I don't even have a fiancé." Xing Xianyan, holding a partially eaten skewer of lamb with barbecue seasoning around her mouth, stormed out angrily. "Blessed are those who can eat." Lu Zhixing said this phrase effortlessly. Xing Xianyan visibly paused, silently lowering the lamb skewer she had just brought to her lips. That's right, she'd already had 2 bowls of soup, if she ate more. Lu Zhixing was pleased with Xing Xianyan's reaction. Delivering food so late at night. Eating too much before bed isn't good for the stomach. Xing Xianyan pursed her lips and extended her hands. "Leave the alcohol here, Mr. Lu. You should go back to sleep early." Lu Zhixing moved the hand carrying the beer behind his back a little further away. Was he supposed to let these 2 stay alone in her house drinking? Never. Rest early. We still have work tomorrow. Lu Zhixing didn't linger long. Being almost 30 years old, one should be steady and mature. Just before leaving, he gave Lin Huai a glance filled with unspoken meanings. "Dr. Lin, rest early as well." The moment the door closed, Lu Zhixing heard Xing Xianyan say, "Brother Huai, sleep here tonight. You look exhausted." Lu Zhixing stood outside, closing his eyes lightly for a moment before stiffly walking back into his own home. Chapter 32, The Power Went Out, I'm Afraid of the Dark. Lin Huai stripped off the lamb meat, rolled it into a pancake, and passed it to Xing Xianyan. She shook her head. "I just had dinner courtesy of Lu Zhixing, I can't eat anymore." "Didn't you say you wanted to eat barbecue?" Lin Huai took a bite of the pancake himself. "Don't you want to? It smells really good." Xing Xianyan made a stop gesture with her hand seriously. "My abs are already warning me." Lin Huai helplessly smiled. "Alright, then watch me eat, I'm starving." Xing Xianyan couldn't resist the tempting aroma and ended up drinking 2 large cups of warm water to suppress her hunger. Alpha males do indeed have willpower in certain aspects. Is the hospital very busy? Your dark circles make you look like a panda. Xing Xianyan hugged a pillow, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, watching Lin Huai as if all the energy had been drained from him. Lin Huai opened a can of cola and took a sip. Tomorrow was another working day. He couldn't drink alcohol or he would definitely have brought some wine. It's busy, but that's how work goes. Besides, saving lives gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Huai sat on the carpet, propped up one leg, and leaned against the edge of the sofa, asking, "How's your health recently? Are you still feeling discomfort in your heart?" Xing Xianyan clenched her fist and patted her chest, laughing, "I'm good as new. As long as I don't do intense exercise and keep my emotions steady, I don't even need medication." "That's fine then. It's fine as long as you're alright." Lin Huai lowered his gaze and took another sip of cola, the bubbles bursting in his mouth. Xing Xianyan wrapped her arms around her knees and rested her chin on top, laughing, "I'll try not to bother Dr. Lin." Lin Huai lightly squeezed the can of cola. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's convenient anyway. Although I'm still not an excellent doctor." "Who said that? Anyone who knows you would call you a genius." Xing Xianyan lifted her foot and kicked Lin Huai. Lin Huai chuckled softly. "Then I won't treat you anymore. You take good care of your body. Hey, by the way, where has Lin Yu gone recently? Why is there no news at all?" Lin Huai raised an eyebrow. "He's under house arrest. My uncle confiscated all his electronic devices, making him watch moral and legal education programs every day, urging him to learn how to be a virtuous father. He got so angry that he smashed the TV. Ha 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 ha, serves him right." The two chatted for a while more. The time was already very late. Xing Xianyan yawned. "You should go wash up and sleep." Lin Huai supported himself on the sofa with a hand and stood up, glancing around. "Where's the guest room in your place?" Xing Xianyan wiped away the tears from yawning. "Guest room? There's only one bed in my place now, an 180 centimeters big bed which is enough for both of us to sleep on." Lin Huai helplessly replied, "We've grown up, we're not kids anymore. How can we sleep in the same bed again?" "Ha! You're really funny. Our first gender identity is men, our second is alpha. What could happen if we sleep on the same bed?" Xing Xianyan lifted her foot and walked upstairs. That's right, they were both alphas, and good brothers who had grown up together. Lin Huai watched his back disappear, glanced for several seconds, then turned to go to the bathroom downstairs. Halfway through washing, the light suddenly went out. He thought it was Xing Xianyan who turned it off, saying aloud, "Isn't that childish? We're how old now, and you're still playing this trick?" Just then, Xing Xianyan came downstairs using the flashlight on her phone, cursing under her breath, "Damn it, what ghost? The power's out just after I moved in." Why, are you alright? Lin Huai's head was still full of foam, he blindly washed himself. I'm fine. Call the property management and ask what happened. Sheng Xianian searched for a while before finding the property management number. Hello, I am the owner of Unit C, 2102. Is the power out? Hello sir, according to our display here, there is no power outage. Sheng Xianian frowned, but it's pitch dark here. Don't worry. I will immediately send the electrician over to check. Okay, Sheng Xianian hung up the phone and suddenly remembered that Lu Zhixing was afraid of the dark, and quite severely so. Alphas weren't usually people who meddled in others' affairs, but it was indeed very dark. Sheng Xianian quietly mumbled a few sentences, then called out to the bathroom, "Why, I'm going out for a moment." After speaking, she took the phone with its flashlight illuminated and left the door, finding it strange that the sound-activated lights in the corridor were lit. Full of doubts, Sheng Xianian knocked on Lu Zhixing's door. After just one knock, the door opened. Lu Zhixing, is your home? Sheng Xianian swallowed the rest of her words when she saw Lu Zhixing's pale complexion, closing her lips briefly. Are you okay? Lu Zhixing managed a strained smile, not exactly. Sheng Xianian hadn't consoled many people before, trying to form appropriate words at the moment. However, the next second, she was pulled by the wrist into Lu Zhixing's grip. With the sound of the door shutting, the Enigma pulled the Alpha directly into their embrace. A strong smell of Attractalode's information molecule wafted towards her, carrying a deep sense of unease, from which Sheng Xianian detected a trace of panic. Lu Zhixing held her tightly, under two thin layers of loungewear, every heartbeat thudded against hers. The Enigma's head nestled in the crook of her neck, any slight turn would make the tip of his nose graze the Alpha's neck. In the silent space, only Lu Zhixing's breathing gradually calmed down. Sheng Xianian didn't bear the heart to push him away, gently patting his back to comfort. Why are you so scared of the dark? Lu Zhixing hugged her a little tighter and softly replied, it's not fear of the dark, it's trauma response. Trauma response? Did something happen to you? Sheng Xianian curiously asked. Lu Zhixing softly laughed, are you this eager to know my secrets? His voice was particularly deep in the darkness, with a tinge of hoarseness. Perhaps because of the inability to see clearly, his hearing became exceptionally sensitive, and Sheng Xianian found his voice quite pleasant. Enigma's warm breath brushed against Alpha's neck, causing goosebumps to quickly rise there. Sheng Xianian shifted her neck uncomfortably, her eyelashes flickering in the dark. You're really full of yourself. Who wants to know your secrets? Lu Zhixing chuckled again. Sheng Xianian snorted coldly. I can see you're just afraid of the dark. Stop making excuses. And you're so tall for nothing. Lu Zhixing didn't argue back but reached out to pinch the back of Alpha's neck. I'm not scared when I'm with you. You have no sense of boundaries. Sheng Xianian tilted her head, after all, the gland could be considered a private area. Alpha retaliated by pinching Lu Zhixing's neck and even teased his gland lightly with her thumb. Lu Zhixing stiffened, gripping Sheng Xianian's mischievous hand just as the power came back on. The field of vision instantly brightened, and Sheng Xianian slightly squinted at the sudden glare of light, missing the flicker of desire in Enigma's eyes. Her phone buzzed, it was the property management call. Sheng Xianian answered. Mr. Sheng, there's no issue with the wiring. We don't know who pulled the circuit breaker down. We'll find out as soon as possible, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Sheng Xianian hung up the phone and furrowed her brows. Who would be this mean-spirited enough to pull our circuit? Lu Zhixing calmly said, there are always people who like playing tricks. Chapter 33, Are you wearing height-enhancing insoles? Sheng Xianian raised an eyebrow and inspected him, the thought passing through her mind only to be dismissed. It couldn't be Lu Zhixing whose face turned pale from fear, it was too cowardly to do something like that. Moreover, it was me, kind-hearted me, who actively came over to comfort this poor wretch who's scared of the dark. He had absolutely no motive. Fine, the power's back, I'll go home. Sheng Xianian waved her hand to leave but was held back by Lu Zhixing. What's up? Sheng Xianian turned to look at him. Could you stay here tonight? In case there's another power outage. Lu Zhixing looked at her earnestly. Sheng Xianian's phone rang again, it was Lin Huai. Hey, brother Huai, I'll be right back. Xinyan, there's something at the hospital, I'm leaving first. You, as an alpha, show some self-restraint, don't always run to Lu Zhixing's place. The volume was loud, leaking out. Sheng Xianian quickly glanced at Lu Zhixing, but he showed no reaction. Sheng Xianian covered her phone and moved a bit away from Lu Zhixing, whispering loudly. I'm completely baffled. It's not what you think. Fine, take care on your way. See you another day, bye. Sheng Xianian hung up helplessly, looking at Lu Zhixing. What did you say? Stay here. You dream too easily. It's walking into the mouth of a tiger, isn't it? Alpha muttered while opening the door and shutting it behind her. Lu Zhixing watched her leave without further urging her to stay. Enigma pinched his brow, today had been incredibly eventful. Running 15 minutes to the supermarket to buy beer, putting on a hat to go and pull the circuit breaker. Lu Zhixing smiled and shook his head, getting more childish every day. He glanced at the pink wall in the living room, pink was indeed quite pretty. With a hint of coolness in the morning of autumn, Sheng Xianyan barely woke up despite setting 3 alarms. Alpha stretched lazily and walked into the bathroom to freshen up, staring at her disheveled hair in the mirror, wrinkling her eyebrows while combing it. This hairstyle is nice, yes, but difficult to manage. Sheng Xianyan lowered her gaze to her hair roots where about 1 centimeter of black hair had grown out and needed to be dyed again. Being handsome is really tough. Alpha sighed while taking a quick shower, too lazy today to fuss with her curly hair, so she tied it up with a small rubber band into a tiny bun, combed the tail wolfishly, and deliberately tousled it a bit for satisfaction before spraying it to set. Though Sheng Xianyan looks very refined on the outside, she isn't as meticulous when it comes to eating. She simply grabbed a box of yogurt from the fridge and left. Eating just this in the morning. Lu Zhixing, evidently having just stepped out of his house, closed the door and glanced at Alpha. Yes, Sheng Xianyan stuck the straw into her yogurt and got into the elevator with Lu Zhixing, looking at her phone curiously asking, doesn't Mr. Lu usually come to work at the last minute? After all, I'm the boss. Lu Zhixing handed the paper bag in his hand to Sheng Xianyan, things from the fridge are cold. You should eat something hot in the morning. How do you know this is from the fridge? Sheng Xianyan took the paper bag, inside was a sandwich, still warm. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze and glanced at the yogurt in his hand, there are water droplets formed by the condensation of cold air. Sheng Xianyan just asked casually and didn't even listen to Lu Zhixing's answer, she peeled off the cling film on the sandwich and stuffed it into her mouth. Inside was a fried egg, tomato slices, and a piece of ham, a nutritionally balanced meal. For someone so young, he certainly knew how to stay healthy. The Alpha bit into a big chunk, the elevator reached the first floor, and the two walked out together. Upon seeing Lu Zhixing for the first time, Sheng Xianyan immediately cancelled the private car she had just booked. Kidding right? Boss's benefits must not be wasted. Sun Zhenhua didn't look the slightest bit surprised to see Sheng Xianyan behind Lu Zhixing, he kindly said, Mr. Lu, young Master Sheng, good morning. Lu Zhixing nodded slightly, then got into the back seat. Sheng Xianyan was still chewing the sandwich, she grinned with her eyes bent at Sun Zhenhua and cheerfully said, good morning, Uncle Sun. Just call me Xianyan. I'm only a small assistant now, earning 3,500 yuan a month. Sun Zhenhua chuckled twice, children with a sweet tongue were indeed likable. Sheng Xianyan didn't have an ounce of arrogance as a young master, she loved to smile, was sweet-natured, and also very open-minded, making people happy to be around her. Lu Zhixing glanced at the smiling face of the Alpha, softening slightly, Nian, get in the car. Alright, Sheng Xianyan crawled into the back seat, one hand holding the sandwich while the other tried to buckle the seatbelt, which wasn't very convenient. Lu Zhixing just got up to help her when the Alpha shoved the sandwich into his hands, hold it for me. Lu Zhixing looked at the sandwich that had been bitten into more than half and raised an eyebrow. Not knowing what kind of sauce Sheng Xianyan liked, he simply added a little salad dressing, and judging by how deliciously she ate it, she was easy to please. Sheng Xianyan misunderstood him looking at the sandwich entirely, this was given to me by you. It's your car I got into, so if it smells like food, don't blame me. She remembered Lu Zhixing disliking the smell of her luosafen and thus not allowing her to enter his car. Leaning against the backrest, Lu Zhixing opened the tablet to check the meeting materials Zhou Zhu sent to him, and he remained silent. As the two walked together into the company gate, the receptionist's eyes widened noticeably. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Lu Zhixing gave a slight nod. Sheng Xianyan naturally pitied handsome people. Therefore, noticing the surprise flickering on the receptionist's face, she smiled gently, it's on the way. The Alpha thought the receptionist was surprised that they came into the company together and might have some misunderstanding. In reality, the receptionist was shocked that Lu Zhixing actually arrived at the company gates precisely at 8 o'clock. During his tenure as CEO, Lu had never come later than 8 o'clock, causing all employees to feel ashamed of their punctuality. The receptionist was a bit flustered, lightly shaking her head at Sheng Xianyan, and then glanced at the general manager who stood by the elevator entrance but did not step into the elevator yet. Sheng Xianyan turned her head according to the gaze and gave Lu Zhixing a playful glance, then smiled back at the receptionist. Lu Zhixing frowned slightly, how long should I wait for you, Miss Sheng? Sheng Xianyan approached him with her hands in her pockets, muttering unhappily, who's being cocky now? Lu Zhixing entered the elevator first, truly worthy of an Alpha. Huh? What's with the sarcastic tone? The Alpha adjusted his tie against the wall of the elevator. Promiscuous. 2 words slipped out of Lu Zhixing's mouth, staring straight ahead, not giving him even half a glance. Sheng Xianyan shrugged nonchalantly, boastfully saying, so, better break it off before the engagement, or I might turn your hair green. Lu Zhixing cast a glance down at him, Sheng Xianyan. What? The Alpha replied irritably. You're wearing height-enhancing insoles, it wasn't a question but a definitive statement. Alpha paused in his adjustments. The elevator, ding, sounded and opened. Lu Zhixing stepped out with a smirk on his lips. Leaving Alpha alone shouting, Lu Zhixing. You are so annoying. Of course, he wore them, 3 centimeters worth. Adding the heels of his leather shoes, the Alpha was now at least 1.87 meters tall. Chapter 34, the break room snacks are full. Lu Zhixing had a morning meeting and insisted on bringing Sheng Xianyan along. And what makes you think I won't steal your group's secrets? If you take it, it's not stealing. Lu Zhixing lifted his hand and pinched the messy tuft at the back of his head, then went into the conference room. Sheng Xiannian froze, raising her hand to touch her hair. Xinyan. Come in. Assistant Zhou saw him standing at the door spacing out and called out. Xin Yanqing thought Assistant Zhou was a good person, so she had a good impression of him. Zhou, do you need my help with anything? Zhou was holding a pile of documents and was about to say no, but changed his words on the fly. He chuckled faintly and said, actually, yes. Could Xinyan please brew a cup of coffee for Mr. Lu? Hot Americano. Young people these days all drank iced Americano, only he preferred hot ones, an old man habit. All right. Xin Yanqing cheerfully agreed, it was just mixing concentrated coffee liquid with hot water, wasn't it? The alpha walked into the tea break room and was surprised to find that the transparent cabinet, which was usually empty, was now full of snacks. Xin Yanqing took out a pack of chicken-flavored biscuits, raised her eyebrows, then put it back. Not only was there a coffee machine in the tea break room now, but also an additional juicer, with yogurt and drinks of all kinds available. Xin Yanqing tilted her head slightly with doubt, filled half a cup with hot water, then tore open the small bag and poured the concentrated coffee liquid inside. Oh dear, this smell. Daliang, come drink your medicine, haha. Xin Yanqing's self-talk amused herself greatly. When walking toward the meeting room with the glass cup, Xinyan finally realized something felt off. The snacks in the tea break room were all types she had bought at the service area supermarket on the way to Haicheng. Mr. Lu's desk already had a cup of tea on it. Xin Yanqing stood frozen as she placed the coffee in front of Lu Zhixing, looking deeply at him. The meeting room was already full of people. Although everyone appeared to be focused on the data in their notebooks, they actually had used their peripherals to glance over Xin Yanqing once or twice. Boss, known for his strictness, hiring such a distinctive assistant, curly hair-styled wolf-tail with ear-bone piercings, was truly an eye-opener. From the moment Xin Yanqing stepped through the doors of Jialu, everyone seemed to have tacitly investigated his background. Young master of the Xing family, certainly wealthy, but just by that alone would not make Mr. Lu change his work principles. Thus, the truth could only be one, this young master's relationship with Mr. Lu went beyond merely being acquainted from noble families, perhaps he was their future madam. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but give him a good look over. After all, it related to their future survival and development. A union between the Lu and Xing families could affect the company's stock price. Lu Zhixing casually swept a glance around the room, and everyone quickly withdrew even their sidelong glances. Xinyan, here, Assistant Zhou indicated for her to sit beside him. Xin Yanqing walked over, finding on the table a notebook and a steel pen. The alpha twirled the pen on her fingertips. A strange feeling stirred inside her heart. She wasn't one to keep things inside, so she asked directly, Zhou, are the snacks in the tea break room yours? Zhou nodded, of course, how could we let Mr. Lu go to the supermarket himself? Sheng's pen-twirling motion paused as she opened her mouth, speaking after quite a while, did Mr. Lu ask you to buy them? Zhou looked at her and nodded with a smile. Xin Yanqing didn't say anything further. Not only had she not spied on secrets, she hadn't heard a word of the entire meeting. It was as if there was a tangled string in her heart, looping around and around, confusing the alpha so much that she didn't know what she had been thinking about during this hour. Not until the meeting ended, when all the people left the meeting room and only Lu Zhixing and Xin Yanqing were left behind. Lu Zhixing walked up to Xin Yanqing and lightly tapped her desk, asking, what's on your mind? Looked like you weren't paying attention at all. Why did you buy me snacks? The alpha looked up at him. Lu Zhixing leaned against the conference table, reaching out a finger to tousle a strand of Sheng's hair, his tone tinged with laughter. You were daydreaming because of this? Don't dodge the question. I'm talking to you. Xin Yanqing raised her hand to block Lu Zhixing's arm. Aren't you the one who likes to eat? Lu Zhixing stuck his hands into his trouser pockets, but junk food should be eaten less. After saying that, he lifted his foot and walked away, leaving the empty meeting room solely for Xin Yanqing. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting light on the alpha's feet. She rubbed her head, muttering softly, freaking hell. Perhaps due to having eaten his snacks, the alpha didn't argue with Lu Zhixing for the whole morning. Lu Zhixing even assigned her some tasks, asking her to write up a contract. She roughly consulted Zhou afterward and started handling it. She handed it to Lu Zhixing before lunchtime. He was somewhat surprised. Except for some formatting issues, everything else was well considered. Nice job. What major did you study in university? Lu Zhixing praised her. Investment studies, so what? Is this kind of work really about the major? Sheng Sinan shrugged indifferently. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow and nodded, but isn't it related to your field? Why didn't you join the company after graduation? Sheng Sinan sat at her own desk, propping her chin in her hand, squinting while enjoying the sunlight. Who says that because I've studied something, I must use it? Work and school are two different things. There are even those who studied finance management selling pancakes. It's all about personal choice. Lu Zhixing found it novel to chat about life with someone else. Then what's your choice? I want to start a motorcycle club, but my dad won't let me touch motorcycles. Like motorcycles? Lu Zhixing looked at her. Besides racing, the main business of a motorcycle club should be repair and maintenance, right? I can just pump some air into the tires. Sheng Sinan gave him a look as if he was dumb. Can't I hire people for that? And don't think I don't know how to spend money. Lu Zhixing chuckled. That makes sense. But my father won't let me. Sigh, I get it though. I had health problems when I was little and caused them a lot of worry. The alpha leaned on the table, tapping the water glass in front of her, making shallow ripples. It's not like I'm still a kid, they shouldn't always worry about me. Although I'm interested, family is more important than hobbies, right? The alpha turned her head and looked at the enigma. Lu Zhixing didn't answer the question because his family wasn't in his life options. Sheng Sinan obviously realized this point too and changed the subject. Anyway, my grand life goal is to become a law-abiding third-generation rich slacker. That's pretty good, Lu Zhixing nodded. Not secretly laughing at me? No, life itself has many choices. You were born into a great family, why force yourself to do great things? Seizing the day and enjoying oneself is also a choice. Sheng Sinan rested her cheek on her arms looking at him, as if she had new insights about him, asking softly, what about you? Besides the Lu family, what's your life goal? Lu Zhixing looked out the window. I'll answer this later. The most annoying people are those who speak halfway and leave the rest. Sheng Sinan shifted directions, looking like she wouldn't talk anymore. Lu Zhixing silently smiled upon seeing her nape. The biggest life goal of the enigma was to have a home of his own and a wholeheartedly loving partner. Chapter 35 The Man in the Convalescent Hospital. Starting from last Thursday, it was rainy days without interruption, and today was already the third day. Without setting an alarm clock, Lu Zhixing woke up at 6:30 anyway, staring at the ceiling for a few seconds before getting up. The small bedside night lamp flickered a bit, seemingly nearing its end of life. Lu Zhixing tapped its touch button with his finger, and the night light went out. Enigma pulled the curtain open. Outside the building was still shrouded in drizzle, black clouds covering the sky and pressing down on the air. Lu Zhixing got ready in his sports shoes, opened the treadmill on the balcony, adjusted the mode, ran for an hour, breaking out a layer of hot sweat which eased his gloomy mood significantly. The rice cooker had already been pre-scheduled the previous night and the porridge was already cooked. After washing himself in the bathroom, Lu Zhixing opened the rice cooker and scooped a bowl of porridge, which was exactly one serving, perfectly enough to drink. The little pink fur neighbor who went back home after work on Friday afternoon didn't need to worry whether he would eat breakfast or not. So Lu Zhixing ate simpler alone, a bowl of plain porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, lazy to make even a fried egg, barely supplementing energy. While eating, he watched some financial news. After finishing, he directly took the bowl to the faucet and washed it. The morning seemed busy, but he felt inexplicably empty inside. It was probably because someone who used to chatter nearby was missing. At 8:30, Lu Zhixing changed from his loungewear and walked downstairs holding a black umbrella. Sun Zhenhua had been waiting downstairs long ago. Today was the time for Lu Zhixing to go to Jinbei Convalescent Hospital. He basically went once every month. However, lately being too busy, counting the days, it had almost been 2 months since his last visit. The autumn rain pattered on the umbrella surface, splashing up tiny droplets that quickly fell onto the ground, flowing into the drain. Sun Zhenhua took the umbrella from his hand, opened the car door, sheltered him while he got in the car, circled to the driver's seat, shook off the water on the umbrella, and placed it on the passenger footpath. After the engine roared slightly, the business car slowly drove out of Yuhua Bay community. Lu Zhixing leaned back, turning his head to look at the rain-streaked glass window. The city of Jinbei became surreal in the rain, with red brake lights flashing blindingly in his view. Hongfu Convalescent Hospital was located in the suburbs, far from the urban area where the air was fresh, ideal for recuperation and recovery. Originally, with the substantial funds of the Lu family, a complete set of medical equipment could have been placed in their home with dedicated professional care, but Su Ziwen insisted on choosing Hongfu Convalescent Hospital. As for the reason, the entire Lu family knew it well. Because Su Ziwen feared that Lu Zhixing would interfere in Lu Songshi's treatment and stop him from harming his son too harshly, she selected Hongfu far away from the city center. The dean of Hongfu Convalescent Hospital was a friend of Su Ziwen. Whenever Lu Zhixing came, the caregivers guarded him like thieves while security stood outside the door. Thinking about it, it was truly amusing. The business car drove along the road, the towering buildings around gradually turning into trees and grass. With the rain making roads slippery, the car drove nearly 2 hours before reaching Hongfu Convalescent Hospital. Sun Zhenhua greeted the security guard briefly. The guard watched the car inside with caution before allowing them through. It was still accompanied by a caregiver and guarded by a security team, there was no private space at all. But Lu Zhixing didn't need it because each time he came, he was silent and calm, merely sitting beside Lu Songshi's bed for half an hour before leaving. The caregiver took the calla lilies from Sun Zhenhua's hands and placed them on the table beside the bed, with accidental raindrops still remaining on them. As usual, Lu Zhixing sat in the chair beside the bed and looked at the man lying there. No matter how well cared for, muscle atrophy couldn't be avoided, he had become very thin. Lu Zhixing felt no sorrow in his heart, his personality was secluded, only starting to socialize after joining Jialu, so in fact, he didn't communicate much with Lu Songshi. However, deep down, Lu Songshi meant more to him than the entire Lu family. This was because when Lu Songshire had just brought him back to the Lu family, he held the infant Lu Xining in his arms and walked over to him, smiling and saying, "Ningning, this is your uncle." After that, he handed little Lu Xining to Lu Zhixing. Lu Yanchang and Su Ziwen almost spoke at the same time to stop it, but Lu Songshire still gave his daughter to him. Lu Zhixing still remembered how fragile infants were, like having no bones, tiny bundles with a milky fragrance, eyes as big as grapes staring at him. He was completely at a loss, afraid of injuring the small person in his arms. Lu Songshire was the only one in the Lu family who gave him warmth. The caregivers were already accustomed to Lu Zhixing's visits. As they say, time reveals true character, and she began to question the truthfulness of rumors. But they were all small characters, they didn't dare to explore the secrets of the upper-class elite. They only needed to follow the work given by their employer. Still no improvement. Lu Zhixing suddenly asked, the first time in 8 years, to inquire about Lu Songshire's condition. The caregiver paused. "Yes, Mr." The caregiver hesitated, considering whether to report Lu Zhixing's question to her superiors. In the face of life, money seemed pale and powerless. It could only depend on luck and fate. Lu Zhixing gazed at Lu Songshire's serene and peaceful face, whispering gently, "Big brother, a while ago I went to the amusement park with Ningning and Nian. She had a great time." Speaking words that wouldn't receive any response in front of others made Lu Zhixing sound somewhat stiff. Slowly, he narrated Lu Xining's current situation, telling how obedient yet mischievous she was. After finishing about Lu Xining, Enigma paused and smiled faintly. "Big brother, I have someone I like." The caregiver stood by the side, glancing at Enigma's smiling face in surprise for a second, then turned her head to look out the window. Forget it, she won't report. If the caregiver reported Lu Zhixing's question to the director, they would inevitably think he harbored other plots. But the caregiver clearly only sensed warm familial affection. A salary of 6,000 yuan per month, taking care of bowel and urinary needs, resting 4 days off monthly and working rotating shifts, it wasn't bad occasionally to act as a deaf person. She hadn't heard anything, only hearing the rain pattering against the window outside. Lu Zhixing stayed for about an hour this time. Before leaving, he thanked the caregiver. "Thank you for your hard work." When he arrived, the rain was pouring heavily, but when he left, it had stopped, though water marks remained on the roads. Enigma's phone vibrated. He took it out of his large pocket. It was a call from Xinxian. "Hello? Lu Zhixing, my dad doesn't believe what I said. You come and tell him." Lu Zhixing fastened his seatbelt in the car and asked with a smile, "What does he not believe?" "That I'm working hard." "Hurry up and tell him." Different voices came from the phone. "Why are you calling Zhixing?" Then Zhiqing Ye's voice sounded. "Zhixing, has Xinyan caused you any trouble?" Lu Zhixing's fingertips were twirling a small black rubber band as he smiled faintly and said, "No, uncle, Nian is doing very well." Enigma paused for a moment, thinking of something, then added another sentence, "Extremely well." Chapter 36, Year Do Bao. A self-satisfied voice came through the phone from Xinyan. "See, I told you I was doing well, but you didn't believe me." Zhiqing Yi chuckled lightly. All right. Daddy made a mistake in doubting our sticky rice dumpling." "Sticky rice dumpling?" Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow. This name wasn't bad at all. "Dad!" Xian Yanxing shouted loudly, "Your son is a tough guy. A real man." Okay, that's fine. Zhixing, do you have time for lunch? Come over to eat." There was still laughter in Zhiqing Ye's voice, showing the affection of an elder towards their juniors. Lu Zhixing turned his head and looked out of the speeding scenery outside the window, smiling, "Uncle, I'm free." After ending the call, Lu Zhixing suddenly caught sight of Sun Zhenhua's eyes in the rearview mirror. "What's up, Uncle Sun?" Sun Zhenhua smiled. "Mr. Lu, you seem to be smiling more recently." Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow. "Uncle Sun, your statement really reminds me of the bodyguard of the male lead in certain types of novels." Sun Zhenhua was confused. "Huh?" Leaning his elbow on the car window ridge, Lu Zhixing supported his cheek with his fist, opening WeChat to change Xing Xinyan's nickname to Year Do Bao. Once Enigma heard that Lu Zhixing was going to dine at the Xing residence, even the car's speed picked up. "Boss Lu, we can't go empty-handed. We should get something for your future fathers-in-law." Lu Zhixing nodded. "Uncle Sun, what do you think would be good to buy?" Sun Zhenhua laughed. "The Xing family has everything. It's not about money. It's about the thought that money can't buy. Carefully think about it." Lu Zhixing truly leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and started to think carefully. Matters regarding preparations for gifts were usually handled by Zhou assistant. It was just a face-saving project anyway. The last time when visiting the Xing family, the items brought were prepared by Lu Yanchang and Su Ziwen, without him getting involved. But this time, going alone as a junior to dine at the Xing home, it had better be done with care. Through the rearview mirror, Sun Zhenhua observed the slightly furrowed brow of the man sitting in the back seat who seemed quite conflicted and felt rather reassured. Although the two had a superior-subordinate relationship, Sun Zhenhua always treated this man, who was not much older than his son, like a child. He had seen enough of his solemn and mature side, but this was the first time seeing him worry about things other than work. In short, the current Lu Zhixing seemed to carry more human warmth. After thinking for about 20 minutes, Lu Zhixing called Joe Assistant, please go to the mall and buy a lumbar protector and a foot bath bucket, then come to my house and bring the set of purple clay teaware given by the last partner. Deliver it to the intersection before Shanglin Yuan. Sun Zhenhua chuckled lightly, Mr. Lu, did you forget Xing's gift? Lu Zhixing, supporting his head with his hand, spoke gently, his gift arrived yesterday. It's now parked in the underground garage of Yuhua Bay. Half an hour later, the business car slowly stopped at the roadside, and Zhou Assistant's car was already waiting with its hazard lights on. Zhou Assistant put the items Lu Zhixing needed into the trunk and supplemented, Mr. Lu, I've brought some ointment my family doctor made for my mother which can relieve lower back pain. If it works, I'll help you get more. Looking at the ointment inside the shopping bag, there was appreciation in Lu Zhixing's tone, thank you for your hard work today. Go home and spend some quality time with your family. Zhou Assistant smiled, it's nothing, take your time. Lu Zhixing took the ointment with a herbal smell into the car and said to Sun Zhenhua, Zhou Assistant is truly talented. Sun Zhenhua nodded, very thoughtful. Being considerate in handling affairs, never overstepping boundaries. With one glance from Mr. Lu, he could interpret 3 meanings. Just asking him to buy a lumbar support, yet he brings ointment to relieve pain, seemingly ordinary, yet perfectly meeting the needs. It was time to raise Zhou Assistant's salary. The car slowly drove into Shanglin Yuan. The security guard had already received the notification of the visit from the Xing family, so no one blocked them. After dropping off Lu Zhixing, Sun Zhenhua left to resolve his own lunch problem. Lu Zhixing pressed the doorbell of the Xing residence. Someone quickly came over to open the door for him. Hearing the sound, Zhiqing Yi came smiling to greet him warmly, Zhixing. He genuinely liked this future son-in-law deep down in his heart, good-looking, strong working ability. Uncle, Lu Zhixing handed over the present in his hand to Aunt Zhao. When Yi Zhiqing casually glanced and saw the lumbar support, his heart softened. He had 3 children, all raised by him personally, and he had been plagued with chronic lower back pain for years. Naturally, his home had everything, but he was touched that Lu Zhixing had noticed his back condition. Aunt Zhao looked into the handbag at the ointment and smiled, saying, Mr. Lu has also brought you some ointment. Yi Zhiqing was even more moved, wishing to marry Xing Xinyan off to him immediately. Child, you've thoughtfully considered this. Lu Zhixing smiled and said, my assistant said it worked well for his mother, so I brought it over for you to try. Yi Zhiqing patted his hand, good child, I trust Xianyan with you. The alpha who was sleeping late upstairs still had no idea that he had already been promised in marriage in Yi Zhiqing's mind. Uncle not around. Lu Zhixing didn't see the figure of Xing Huaizhi. Oh, he went out to socialize with friends, don't worry about him, Yi Zhiqing said disdainfully as he mentioned Xing Huaizhi, then turned smilingly to Lu Zhixing, Xinyan is still asleep upstairs, go wake him up for lunch. Me? Is that appropriate? Lu Zhixing looked up towards the upstairs. What's inappropriate about it? You two have already. Yi Zhiqing patted Lu Zhixing's back, go on. Lu Zhixing discovered their family liked expressing emotions through physical touch. In Yi Zhiqing's heart, Lu Zhixing had already spent the night with his eldest son and was temporarily marked. Coming from youth himself, Yi Zhiqing was very open-minded, seeing no need for excessive restraint. Lu Zhixing no longer hesitated and stepped upstairs, thinking all along which room belonged to Xing Xinyan. Upon arriving upstairs, he didn't need to search, because a door was labeled with 4 large characters, tough guy boudoir. Enigma found it both laughable and pitiable, what tough guy needs a boudoir? TSK, how cute could this get? Lu Zhixing curled his fingers and gently tapped twice on the door with his knuckles. Inside came the sound of someone turning over. Tapping again, the sound of a larger roll was heard from within. So this tough guy was grumpy in the morning too. Lu Zhixing counted mentally, 123, then gripped the door handle and gently pushed it open. It was impolite, but he simply wanted to. Anyway, he had already been called a pervert and a freak. The room was dim, the curtains drawn tightly, filled with the faint scent of white peach pheromones, making the air sweet. From the bed came a muffled voice, Auntie Zhao, let me rest for 5 more minutes. Lu Zhixing remained silent, walking to the bedside and leaning down, sticky rice dumpling. 2 seconds of silence later, Lu Zhixing took a step back. Xing Xinyan abruptly threw off the blanket and sat up, incredulousness written all over his face, Lu Zhixing. You. The alpha had gotten warm sleeping during midday and had shed his shirt in his dreams. Even in the dim light, it was clear how pale he was. Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow, letting his gaze linger shamelessly as it traveled several times over the alpha's body. Xing Xinyan wasn't some bashful young girl, he certainly wouldn't feel shy just because of being bare-chested. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen such a great body before? Not overly muscular, yet not frail either. With abs, and a slender waist. Chapter 37, Thank you, husband. Xing Xinyan was ticked off by Lu Zhixing's straightforward gaze and decided to humor him by letting him scrutinize him carefully. Do you think you're really something? Have some shame. Xinyan bent down to pick up the pajamas lying on the carpet and slipped them on, fastening the buttons with his back to Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing picked up a small rubber band from the bedside table, taking 2 steps forward and letting his fingertips graze through Xing Xinyan's hair. Xing Xinyan stiffened, furrowing his brow. What are you doing? Tying your hair. Without pausing, Lu Zhixing deftly bound it into a small knot with a few quick movements. Hair seems a bit long. Enigma smoothed Xing Xinyan's wolf-tail strands at the neck, his cool fingers grazing lightly over the alpha's glands. Xing Xinyan touched his own hair, uneasily commenting, "You're quite dexterous. When Xiaoning was little, she'd insist on having me tie her hair." Xing Xinyan faced away from him, unaware of the heated gaze Enigma cast on his gland, as if imagining devouring it bone by bone. After descending together to have lunch with Yi Zhiqing, they stayed until after the meal when Yi Zhiqing left them time and space, heading upstairs to nap. With nothing further to do, Lu Zhixing asked, "Shall we head home?" "Ah, what you just said was way too ambiguous, stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me." Xing Xinyan popped a lychee into his mouth, chewing twice before spitting the pit into the trash can. Lu Zhixing pulled a car key out of his pocket and dangled it in front of Xing Xinyan, asking again, "Want to go home?" Xing Xinyan's eyes lit up at the sight of the keys, nearly losing control of his volume in surprise. This is. The Alpha excitedly whispered, Kawasaki H2R. With its cool appearance and a top speed of 400 km per hour, it's called the strongest terrestrial flyer. Seeing Xing Xinyan's thrilled gaze, Lu Zhixing smirked, "Do you like it?" The Alpha nodded vigorously like a pestle grinding garlic. "I like it. I like it. Thanks Mr. Lu." After speaking, he extended his hand in a gesture as if holding something, winking at Lu Zhixing. "Mr. Lu." Lu Zhixing lifted the keys higher. Furrowing his brows slightly as if struggling internally, Xing Xinyan decisively said after hesitating for 2 seconds, "Thanks, husband." He was really adaptable, without any bottom line. Lu Zhixing froze for a moment. All he had wanted was to hear the Alpha call his name, but this turned out to be an unexpected bonus. While Lu Zhixing was distracted, Xing Xinyan already snatched the keys and urged, "Where's the car parked?" "At home. Let's go home quickly." A smile crept into Lu Zhixing's eyes, realizing the present was perfectly chosen. "But. Xing Xinyan." Lu Zhixing called his name. The Alpha was extremely excited now. He had been thinking about buying a motorcycle just a few days ago, and here it was today. What a pleasant surprise. If only Lu Zhixing were a mega, how thoughtful he was. Is something wrong?" Xing Xinyan asked with a smile. Lu Zhixing stood up and pinched Xing Xinyan's cheek, saying, "You call someone husband just because of a car? You're pretty materialistic." "Whatever you say." Xing Xinyan had accepted the favor, so he didn't argue. Lu Zhixing chuckled, "How many people have you called husband?" Xing Xinyan stuffed the car key into his pocket and began counting on his fingers, Big Brother Zhang, Big Brother Wang, Big Brother Li, Piglet, Chick, Kitten, and... The Alpha grinned crookedly toward Lu Zhixing, "And you, dog." Although Lu Zhixing knew Xing Xinyan was making things up, his mood was great even though he'd been insulted. When they both stepped out of the Xing family villa, Lu Zhixing was carrying 2 large suitcases that weighed a ton. Xing Xinyan came back home partly to reassure his dads, and partly to grab some clothes and other items he used often. Why not use free labor when available? Sun Zhenhua had just driven the car into the underground garage of Yuhua Bay, stopping before turning off the engine. Xing Xinyan immediately opened the door and hopped out. A matte black motorcycle with pink accent lines, sleek and shining with a cold metallic luster, was quietly parked in a neighboring spot, as if waiting for its rightful rider. Xing Xinyan's eyes almost popped out, pulling the car key from his pocket and pressing it. The front lights of the motorcycle lit up instantly. "Damn, it's too damn handsome." Xing Xinyan swung his leg over the seat, twisted the throttle, and the engine responded with a deep and weighty roar. Watching the Alpha's face glowing with excitement, Lu Zhixing softened his gaze unconsciously. Xing Xinyan bent down and kissed the dashboard, then turned to Lu Zhixing with a grin, "Did you change it to have the pink accents? Wasn't it green before? Like it?" Enigma leaned against the body of the business car, hands in his pockets. The Alpha grinned widely, his eyes bending, "Love it." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet." Lu Zhixing walked over and curled his knuckles to lightly knock on the bike, "No speeding, no street racing, and definitely no competing with others." "How do you sound like my dad?" "I'm a law-abiding youth, how could I possibly do those things?" Xing Xinyan laughed, cheeks pressed against the side of the bike. Puff puff puff. Looking at the Alpha hugging the motorcycle so enthusiastically, Lu Zhixing felt a vague sense of sourness rise within him. Finally, the Alpha kissed the bike enough, flipped off and got down, "Let's go, let's head home." Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow, he thought Xing Xinyan would ride around first. Sun Zhenhua opened the trunk, trying to move the luggage, but was stopped by Xing Xinyan. "Oh no, uncle, these boxes are too heavy. Don't hurt your waist." "No problem, no problem." Sun Zhenhua still attempted to reach out but was stopped again by Xing Xinyan. Gripping the handle of the suitcase, the Alpha hoisted one down with both hands. "Good strength." Lu Zhixing threw 4 words at him, then effortlessly picked up the other suitcase with one hand. Xing Xinyan was speechless. Lu Zhixing pulled 2 suitcases and said to Sun Zhenhua, "Uncle Sun, go home and rest." Sun Zhenhua nodded, "All right, Mr. Lu, call me if there's anything." The two swiped their cards and entered the elevator together. Lu Zhixing delivered the suitcases into Xing Xinyan's apartment. You don't leave yet, I have a present for you. Xing Xinyan flipped the suitcase onto the ground and opened it. There were many wooden brocade boxes inside, and the alpha opened them one by one. No wonder they were so heavy, half the case was full of stones. After searching through them for quite some time, the alpha finally picked up a blue square stone with milky white stripes, resembling waves in the deep sea. Lu Zhixing stared at the stone, which was only half the size of his palm, for a long while before speaking. Do you like giving stones as gifts? Xing Xinyan misunderstood him and thought this layman didn't know the value of this pure natural gemstone, so he explained, this isn't something I picked casually. I got it from an auction. Its name is Deep Sea Waves. Lu Zhixing remained silent. The alpha added, it's very expensive. Lu Zhixing smiled, thank you for the return gift, I like it a lot. The alpha touched his neck, feeling awkward, it's not a return gift. It was always intended for you. This actually surprised Lu Zhixing, why? Why so many questions? Because, I think it suits your name. Lu Zhixing looked down, gently rubbing the protruding white patterns on it with his thumb, lost in thought. Hey! Xing Xinyan said straightforwardly, I gave it a new name, Hai Shirgan Si. Lu Zhixing murmured softly, thank you. Xing Xinyan patted Lu Zhixing's shoulder like an elder, a name shouldn't be a shackle. Lu Zhixing was deeply moved, his faint information pheromone escaping due to emotional fluctuations. The alpha waved the air away, stepping back and complained, but you also shouldn't overdo your freedom. Chapter 38, The Virtuous Enigma. Mr. Lu was driven out of the door, still holding the wooden brocade box. The door behind him was slammed shut by the alpha with great force, but Lu Zhixing's face was still filled with a smile. Enigma returned to his own home, pulling open the drawer of the European bedstand in his bedroom. There was also a small box inside. Lu Zhixing opened the original small box, took out the rainflower stone shaped like a star, and compared it with the Hai Shirgan Si in his hand. Sitting on the side of the bed, he looked at the two stones in his hands. Each had significant meaning in his life. The noon sun spilled onto his feet, warming the entire room. After Xing Xinyan filled the display cabinet with the treasures from the suitcase, he carried another large suitcase upstairs to the walk-in closet. The alpha opened the suitcase, took out the clothes, hung them up neatly, and nodded contentedly. Finally, it looked like someone was living here. After finishing cleaning up, Xing Xinyan went downstairs to drink a bottle of yogurt for energy replenishment. While drinking, he absent-mindedly ruffled his hair, then remembered that he had a haircut appointment today. He originally wanted to ride his motorcycle, but unfortunately, he hadn't bought a helmet yet, so he couldn't take it on the road and had to take a taxi instead. His hairstylist was really good, the retouched color was almost indistinguishable from his original hair color. Brother Nian, are you differentiated? Xiao Mai asked while holding scissors to trim Xing Xinyan's slightly long hair. Xing Xinyan smiled at him through the mirror, yeah. Xiao Mai lowered his eyes and spoke softly, the pheromones smell really nice. Xing Xinyan wasn't a fool either, an omega saying an alpha's pheromones smelled good certainly had its meaning. Of course, he understood. However, Xiao Mai reminded him that he just differentiated and hadn't found an omega with high compatibility with him since meeting Lu Zhixing. The light scent of gardenia pheromones lingered in Xing Xinyan's nose. He had differentiated and could now smell other people's pheromones. In the mirror, Xiao Mai's face turned slightly red. Brother Nian, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Getting hit on. Thinking about his grand ideal of conquering all pretty boys around the world, Xing Xinyan became timid. He couldn't simply have a date or sleep with someone else just because of the attraction of pheromones. It should follow the process of dating. First comes infatuation, then pursuit, and both parties voluntarily agreeing to proceed to the next step. Xiao Mai was pretty and cute, but Xing Xinyan didn't feel any attraction for him. I have an appointment tonight. Xing Xinyan smiled faintly at him. Xiao Mai, can you help me curl the ends of my hair? An alpha isn't naturally curly-haired, the curls had been cut along with some longer hair during his last visit. Xiao Mai nodded nervously, his face reddening even more as he put down the scissors to mix the solution. The alpha blinked at his reflection in the mirror. Sometimes being too handsome could be a burden. It took 3 hours to finish everything, it wasn't easy to be a handsome man who cared about appearance. Xing Xinyan checked the time on his phone after taking it out, it was already 6:30 p.m. He stood up quickly, still needing to buy a helmet from the motorcycle club. Xiao Mai walked him to the door, hesitating with something on his mind. Xing Xinyan looked down at Xiao Mai, who was a head shorter than him. The mega laughed lightly, what's wrong? I'll treat you to dinner next time, why do you look so upset? Xiao Mai's expression relaxed. I just wanted to ask if you'd come back to me for another haircut. Of course, your skills are excellent. Xing Xinyan hailed a taxi and turned around, saying, don't overthink it, kid. I'll leave first, and don't stay idle, design a new hairstyle for me. With that, he opened the cab door and got in. Driver, go to the Upper G Motorcycle Club. As Xing Xinyan was choosing the material for his helmet, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Lu Zhixing, I made some soup, would you like a bowl? He's so considerate, but why isn't he an omega? Xing Xinyan sighed. Good things never come in pairs. His fingertips danced across the screen. Tofu Bao, I'm outside, you drink it yourself. Lu Zhixing took off his heat-resistant gloves, looking at the reply on his phone. He then glanced at the table set with 3 delicacies, mushroom soup and 2 home-style dishes, frowning slightly. Outside? With whom? Did he drive the car I bought him out to flirt? Lu Zhixing sat in the dining chair, his mind swirling with thoughts, laughing wryly at himself. How much like a husband scorned this felt. Enigma served himself a bowl of soup since Xing Xinyan mentioned the soup was too bland last time. This time he added a bit more salt. The taste was good, within Lu Zhixing's acceptable range, ensuring there would be no arguments about eating habits in the future. The house was so quiet, Lu Zhixing turned on the TV and switched to a random channel, which was broadcasting evening news. Breaking report, Enigma catalysts have been found to contain fatal doses of propionic acid. This ingredient can cause pheromone riots, posing a social hazard. For the health of yourself and your family, please contact Seth Central Hospital for military inspection if you recognize any of the 187 missing victims. Lu Zhixing absently stirred the soup in his bowl with the porcelain spoon, steam clouding his vision. Li Ku. Zhou Qiang. Wang Ziyu. The female anchor read aloud the names of the 187 individuals, hoping anyone recognizing or knowing clues about them could report it. Fang Jinghe. Lu Zhixing lifted his eyes impassively toward the screen where those names scrolled repeatedly at the bottom. After the list ended, the next piece of news began immediately. Lu Zhixing had finished his meal by then. A bowl of soup remained in the pot, and half of the dishes were left uneaten. He sighed. From now on, he'd better check with Xing Xinyan before cooking again. While pondering what to do with the leftover food, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he saw an alpha dressed in a leather jacket with combat boots, holding 2 helmets, one black and one matte pink. Lu Zhixing froze momentarily. The alpha had cut his hair shorter and touched up his roots. Clad in all black, he looked quite cool. Xing Xinyan tossed the matte pink helmet into Lu Zhixing's hands and gestured broadly, "Come on, Brother Nian will take you for a ride by the river." Lu Zhixing lowered his eyes and smiled at the pink catpaw-decorated helmet in his hand. "Sure, have you eaten?" "I had a cup of milk tea, so not eating won't hurt." Xing Xinyan raised his hand to adjust his hair. Lu Zhixing grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside. 3 meals a day should be eaten regularly. "Let me reheat some food for you while you wait." Hearing there was food, Xing Xinyan willingly slipped off his marten boots and fetched a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, following Lu Zhixing indoors. Blue flames flickered from the gas stove as Lu Zhixing used the flat pan gifted by Xing Xinyan to reheat the leftovers. On the other burner sat a casserole pot. Soon enough, the 3 delicacies mushroom soup bubbled and boiled. Xing Xinyan watched Enigma standing by the stove in his houseware and pressed his lips. He looks too virtuous. Chapter 39, Even if I am not an Omega, you must love me. The leftover rice tastes good. Xing Xinyan scooped a spoonful of shrimp dumplings into his mouth and chewed it slowly. In the same place, the same space, with the presence of the alpha, it had become so different. Lu Zhixing sat across from him, leaning back in his chair while watching him eat. "It's not really leftover food, there was always a portion for you." Xing Xinyan lifted his gaze to look at him seriously. "Lu Zhixing, if you were a mega, I would definitely fall in love with you." Lu Zhixing's expression didn't fluctuate much, but he placed his arms on the dining table and leaned forward, meeting Xing Xinyan's eyes. In a low voice, he said, "Nian Nian, if you keep provoking me, I'll mark you as my mega." Enigma didn't like hearing, what if. There is no such if. He would work hard to make Xing Xinyan accept him as an enigma. If Xing Xinyan really couldn't fall in love with him. Lu Zhixing's eyes darkened gradually. Even without a lifelong mark that would turn him into a dedicated mega, once an alpha was marked by Enigma, they would develop dependency on his high-level pheromones. With enough marks, over time, they would inevitably become addicted, making it similar to having a lifelong mark. This mark naturally isn't just some pure gesture like a bite on the glands. Of course, even a simple gland marking would make alphas gradually favor his pheromones. In short, if Enigma wanted it, an alpha would be unable to resist. No way around it, being an Enigma gender was simply this shameless. The alpha sensed his strong invading pheromones and instantly put up a guard, covering his neck. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhixing reached out, wiping the soup residue from the corner of Xing Xinyan's mouth with his thumb. "Even if I'm an enigma, you will still fall in love with me." "I don't want any penetration." Xing Xinyan buried his face into his bowl and shouted. That was the biggest reason why he refused Lu Zhixing. As an alpha, genes dictated he was born to be the upper hand. Lu Zhixing was indeed stronger, but he did not wish to submit to the high-level pheromones of an enigma. He wanted to choose his own partner, rather than being driven by pheromones to find someone who merely has a matching degree. Lu Zhixing appeared very calm, speaking in a businesslike tone as if they were negotiating, afraid of pain. "I certainly don't want to be rejected by caregivers when I grow old." Xing Xinyan picked a bite of sautéed vegetables. "This topic is embarrassing, let's not talk about it anymore, I am eating." Lu Zhixing rubbed his fingertips, contemplating for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Under the inducement of enigma pheromones, even alphas who haven't transformed into megas differ only in terms of whether or not they possess a reproductive cavity. You would secrete just like a mega. Lu Zhixing hadn't finished speaking when Xinxian quickly covered his mouth and nose. Because such embarrassing physiological changes would occur, very few alphas were willing to become Enigma's partner since their genes prompted them to be natural dominators. Xinxian's face turned red, speaking angrily in a low voice, "You motherfucker. Shut your damn mouth. Mr. Lu, what inappropriate things do you research all day long?" Xinxian was boiling with anger as Lu Zhixing stood there, talking lewdly despite his usually reserved demeanor. Lu Zhixing remained motionless under his grip, his lips brushing against the palm of Xinxian's hand as he locked eyes with him directly. The two were close to each other, grinding his teeth. Xinxian said, "Unless you give it to me, we have no future." Letting go of him after finishing the last bite of the vegetable, Xinxian cursed all the way as he went to the kitchen, throwing the dishes into the dishwasher noisily. Having been brought up well, he naturally washed the dishes after someone else cooked. Lu Zhixing tilted his head slightly, thinking the alpha knew nothing. Under the temptation of high-level Enigma pheromones, an alpha could only think of surrender instead of resistance. If Lu Zhixing gave him a chance to overturn, he would likely only end up spreading his legs. When Xinxian pulled out the plates from the dishwasher, Lu Zhixing had already changed into his outfit and was holding the two helmets in his hand. "Let's go, take me for a ride." Xinxian furrowed his brow slightly, snorted coldly, wiped his hands with tissue paper, and threw it away from a distance. Raised properly, he knew to clean up after others' meals. Lu Zhixing slightly tilted his head, feeling the alpha understood little. Induced by high-level Enigma pheromones, an alpha could only think of submitting rather than resisting. It's feared that if Lu Zhixing gave him the opportunity to flip over, all he'd do is spread his legs. The two went down to the underground garage together, and Xinxian's unpleasant feelings from being teased by Lu Zhixing dissipated as soon as he saw his beloved motorcycle. The alpha put on a cool matte black helmet, opened the visor, and looked at Lu Zhixing. "What are you waiting for?" Lu Zhixing weighed the pink catclaw graffiti helmet in his hand, chuckled, and then put it on. Xinxian got up and pulled down Lu Zhixing's visor, holding his phone and cheerfully said, "Come on, let's take a selfie with our sweet Mr. Lu." Lu Zhixing complied while several photos were taken. He then said, looking at the delighted Xinxian, "The catclaw graffiti on this helmet looks similar to the tattoo on your hip bone, I like it a lot." Xinxian faltered slightly as he fiddled with his phone, angrily shoved it into the inner pocket of his jacket, forcefully pulled down his visor, and straddled the motorcycle. There was no way around it, Lu Zhixing was just too damn flirty. As the alpha started the motorcycle, the quiet underground parking lot was instantly filled with the roar of the engine, exciting his blood. Lu Zhixing's heart stirred a little as he was completely captivated by the cool alpha. Xinxian patted the seat behind him, and a muffled voice came from his helmet, "Get on, brother Nian will take you flying." This wasn't really a vehicle designed to carry passengers, so the seat was very cramped, with Lu Zhixing almost pressed against Xinxian's back. Perhaps the alpha found it a bit awkward, but after trying to adjust, it was impossible, so he just let it be. As he twisted the throttle, the needle on the dashboard immediately spun, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. When they sped out of the underground parking lot, they saw the city lights. Though Xinxian was excited, he didn't drive too fast, maintaining a speed that conformed to traffic rules as he drove onto the cross-river bridge. The city lights scattered the dark night, and Xinxian slowed down. They could see the twinkling lights of boats on the river. At first, Lu Zhixing was still gripping the backrest, but later he hugged Xinxian's waist. The moment the alpha was embraced, his body stiffened, and he muttered quietly inside his helmet, "You're not a mega, why are you being so flirtatious?" Almost every alpha who played with motorcycles dreamed of racing with their megas and showing off. Xinxian didn't expect the first person sitting on the back seat of his bike would be an Enigma, but his mood subtly changed. Jinbei City was bustling even at night, lively everywhere, and people were even running along the pedestrian path on the cross-river bridge. But Lu Zhixing was always someone who stood apart from the noise. There were many properties in a vast city, but no one waited for him to come home, nor did anyone light a lamp for him. Lu Zhixing tightened his arms around the alpha's waist, feeling no warmth through the leather jacket, yet warmth sprouted within his own marrow, and his heart thudded intensely against the alpha's back, heavy and ambiguous. Lu Zhixing didn't know if the wind had carried his heartbeat to Xinxian, but at that moment, he wanted to offer everything to the alpha. Enigma's genes inherently brought conquest, but Lu Zhixing willingly submitted himself to Xinxian. "I love you." Sanju information pheromones wrapped around the air with passionate and intense affection, quickly dissipating without disturbing the alpha in the slightest. Chapter 40, Enigma's Past. Lu Zhixing pulled his visor aside, shouting against the wind, "Nian Nian, shall we stop for a while?" With his closeness, the alpha heard him. Xinxian parked the car in a suitable spot. They took off their helmets and walked to the railing, about 10 meters above the river surface. The wind by the river was cool and strong. Xinxian sneezed, and Lu Zhixing reached out to pull up his collar. The Enigma leaned against the railing, looking very content. "It has been 20 years since the last time I stood here." Xinxian automatically calculated his age, to enjoy the view. Lu Zhixing smiled slightly. "That year, I first learned who my biological father was." The Enigma turned around, resting his elbows on the railing, gazing at the misty river surface, expression serene. "Before my dad passed away, he told me that Lu Yanchang was my father." With trepidation, I went to the Lu family house, but he didn't acknowledge me. He gave me a sum of money and had the butler rush me out. He spoke as if it were someone else's story. Sheng Xinyan knew he was only brought back to the Lu family at the age of 20, but he always thought either Uncle Lu didn't know about his existence or hadn't found him, never expecting. Sheng Xinyan started, turning his head to look at the side of Lu Zhixing's face. A curve hung on the corner of his lips, but sorrow shone in his amber eyes. That year I was 9 years old, not as strong as now, and public security back then wasn't as good as today. Lu Zhixing dropped his eyes and gave himself a self-deprecating smile. Father gave me cash, probably afraid Mrs. Lu would know, but so small as I was, clutching all that money, it wasn't far before it was snatched from me. Sheng Xinyan tightened his grip on the railing, frowning deeply, looking at Lu Zhixing's hair being ruffled by the wind. His hoarse voice asked, "You're not thinking of jumping into the river, are you?" Lu Zhixing fell silent without answering for a moment, then finally spoke. "My birth was a mistake, not out of love, but out of greed for fame and profit. My father climbed up the ranks into the Lu family because of me. He thought having a child would give him leverage, but it turned out no one ever acknowledged him." Nonsense. What's this talk about right or wrong? It's not your fault, stop blaming yourself and start pointing fingers at the real offenders. Sheng Xinyan interjected impatiently, but his tone unmistakably reflected his sympathy. They had been in good spirits coming here, yet hearing of Lu Zhixing's past suffering, he became extremely agitated. Lu Zhixing raised his hand and gently smoothed out the frown on the alpha's forehead with his thumb. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." "Who's angry?" "You've just got bad luck drawing an irresponsible dad, and on top of that, another ambitious one," Sheng Xinyan muttered, resting his chin on his arms propped up on the railing, his voice muffled and heavy. The alpha was born into a harmonious family, where his father and papa were originally together due to high pheromone compatibility, but they still loved each other dearly. His elder sister and brother occasionally bullied him, but when push came to shove, they'd fiercely protect their younger sibling. He was born out of love and grew up surrounded by love, taught to become a righteous and kind person. Hence, his empathy was particularly strong. After listening to Sheng Xinyan's muttering, Lu Zhixing chuckled softly, his fingers gently brushing the wolf tail on the nape of his neck, where his pristine gland flashed momentarily. "Actually, my dad treated me decently, telling me who my father was only right before he passed away, instead of letting me grow up under the shadow of being abandoned by my father. Although the result, I do not blame him," Lu Zhixing said softly. Sheng Xinyan shook his head, avoiding Lu Zhixing's fingers. "Oh, let me apologize to uncle." Saying this, the alpha looked up at the night sky towards the few faint stars. "Sorry, uncle. Please forgive this boy's bluntness." Lu Zhixing followed his gaze towards the stars in the sky and murmured lightly, "Do people who die really become stars?" Sheng Xinyan shoved both hands into his pockets, hunched slightly as the autumn breeze blew over him, burying his chin in his collar. "No way, if they became stars, wouldn't the heavens be overcrowded?" Lu Zhixing paused for a long moment, unable to speak for a while. Finally, lowering his eyes to look at Sheng Xinyan, a thread of laughter escaped his throat. "Little liar. Huh? How have I lied to you?" Sheng Xinyan sneezed again. "It's too cold. Let's go home." Home, such a simple word made hearts feel light. On the way back, Lu Zhixing still clung around Sheng Xinyan's waist, perhaps out of sympathy for the enigma's miserable childhood. Sheng Xinyan didn't say anything and let him hold. Even though the cool autumn wind rushed into Lu Zhixing's collar, he couldn't feel the coldness. The motorcycle roared off gloriously, leaving far behind Lu Zhixing's gloomy teenage years. "I'll cook you a bowl of ginger tea to keep out the cold." After getting off the elevator, Lu Zhixing pulled on Sheng Xinyan's arm. "It's too spicy, I don't want to drink it." Sheng Xinyan rubbed his nose, which felt somewhat stuffed up. Changing seasons always brought colds easily. Lu Zhixing followed his arm downward and grasped his hand, usually warm alpha's hands now ice cold. Sheng Xinyan tugged once but couldn't pull free, thus dragged inside by Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing found a blanket and handed it over. "Go snuggle on the sofa to warm up. I'll add some sugar, it won't be too spicy." Sheng Xinyan accepted the blanket, catching the scent of Lu Zhixing's pheromones in it. Whether it was an illusion or not, he suddenly felt Lu Zhixing's pheromones becoming pleasant. The alpha buried himself completely within the blanket, soon his hands and feet warmed up. Lu Zhixing was efficient. Within 10 minutes, he came out from the kitchen carrying red sugar ginger soup. He ladled a small bowl for Sheng Xinyan and used the spoon to stir it and cool it down. Sheng Xinyan took it and sipped. A mixture of brown sugar and the spiciness of ginger, it wasn't exactly palatable, but also not entirely unbearable. But still. This stuff is usually for women or megas during their periods, isn't it? Female megas are quite rare and have both menstrual periods and heat cycles, which can be a real torment when they coincide. As for why Sheng Xinyan understood this so thoroughly, it was because when he was little, his dad and father always worried that Sheng Xiyuan would differentiate into a mega. "Hurry up and drink, or it'll get cold," Lu Zhixing said, drying and warmly ruffling his hair. Sheng Xinyan blew on the tea and took a big sip before curiously asking, "Why don't you drink any?" "I don't like sweet things." Lu Zhixing sat next to him and pulled the blanket over Sheng Xinyan's feet. Sheng Xinyan snorted, "You have no taste. Sweets can heal everything. Beware of cavities, little sugar jar." My teeth are in perfect condition. Sheng Xinyan bared his white teeth with a crack bite to show him. The sharp canine tooth of the alpha flashed momentarily. It was a sign of marking capability. After finishing the ginger tea, Sheng Xinyan went to wash the bowl but was stopped by Lu Zhixing. I'll do it. Oh, alright then. Sheng Xinyan didn't hesitate. While Lu Zhixing washed dishes, Sheng Xinyan scrolled through his phone and saw another scandal involving his honeybee among flowers on the news headline. President of Sheng Entertainment Group is dating a top-tier Korean star surnamed Jean. Sheng Xinyan was speechless, still assuming his older brother was staying true to Song Chu. Perhaps because of the despicable behavior of Lu Zhixing's father he had heard today, he now detested these womanizers immensely. When Sheng Xian answered the call, he still carried some confusion. Hey, Nian, why so late? He hadn't finished asking when he heard shouting from the other side of the phone, womanizer. You should go to the hospital and get checked out. Sheng Xinyan. You. Beep, the call was disconnected. Chapter 41, Beta unable to sense pheromones. This kid must be itching for a fight, completely incomprehensible. Sheng Xian's already bad mood worsened. He frowned and threw his phone aside, walking into the kitchen where Bidai was cooking him a late-night snack awkwardly, explaining, that news is false, helping Little Han gain some attention, the company will clarify soon. The alpha explained, but Song Chu showed no reaction. This wasn't something he should interfere with. Mr. Sheng, your private life is none of my concern. Are you not even a little upset? Sheng Xian lifted his head from Song Chu's shoulder and whispered frowningly, I won't see others anymore. Song Chu's hand holding the spoon paused. I'll be able to pay back all the money next month. Can't you talk about anything except money? Annoyed, Sheng Xian twisted his body, gripping his jaw to force him to make eye contact, trying to see something else in Song Chu's eyes. But there was nothing. Song Chu replied calmly, we can talk about work, after I've paid off the debt, I will still make money for you. Ha, impressive. Sheng Xian laughed bitterly and slammed the door on his way out, eat yourself. Plenty of people outside are prettier and better looking than you, waiting for me. Listening to the sound of Sheng Xian slamming the door as he left, Song Chu felt exhausted. His hand pressed against the counter as he bit the inside of his cheek. In just 1 month, he could end this absurd, undignified relationship with Sheng Xian, but Sheng Xian was still his boss. He wanted to just quietly finish this month. Sheng Xian liked obedient ones, he could pretend to be one, but he just couldn't control his temper. Song Chu sighed and turned off the stove, thinking about how Sheng Xian might appear in some hotel right now, making his chest feel tight. Truly pathetic, he thought to himself. They met at the Jusai club. Song Chu unknowingly was pushed out by his agency as goods for anyone to choose from. Song Chu immediately noticed Sheng Xian sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, cigarette dangling from his lips, looking somewhat handsome, but just another piece of trash like the rest of the powerful men present. Good-looking trash and rotten trash made no difference, both belonged in the trash can. Sheng Xian didn't initially have any impression of Song Chu until Song Chu broke an arm of a producer right in front of him. He originally watched with amusement, but seeing Song Chu's trembling hands and eyes reddened either from anger or fear due to being provoked, his tender-heartedness couldn't withstand it anymore. Finally, thanks to his mediation, Song Chu wasn't taken to the police station on the spot, but compensation was unavoidable. His shabby little brokerage company also wanted to terminate the contract with him. Song Chu was young and unknowingly signed an unfair contract. But their contracts were all reviewed by lawyers, with no loopholes at all. Song Chu's refusal to follow the company's arrangements even caused adverse effects, resulting in another hefty penalty for breach of contract. All this mess added up to nearly 5 million yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket for Sheng Xian, but for Song Chu, who had just graduated, it was an astronomical sum. Sheng Xian wasn't running a charity, he had ulterior motives when he helped Song Chu pay the compensation and penalties. He just didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. The alpha, dressed in a suit, sat casually in the boss chair, absent-mindedly playing with an expensive trinket on the desk, and smiled while asking, how do you plan to repay me? The teenager in white shirt and jeans hesitated only for a second before answering. He could read the amusement in the big boss's eyes clearly. Song Chu thought like this at that time, at least his looks weren't bad, so it wouldn't be a loss. The contract was signed while sitting on Sheng Xian's lap. Officially, Song Chu became one of Sheng Xian's artists, but secretly, he was his little lover. This relationship had lasted for more than a year. Sheng Xian hadn't actually left far. His anger had clouded his judgment when he went out, not even changing his shoes, he just wore slippers downstairs. At the moment, he was sitting by the small flower bed downstairs, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Fortunately, he had brought his phone, otherwise, there would be no cigarettes to smoke. He flicked the ashes into the carton box, which was almost full. Sheng Xian's mind was a mess, like porridge. He had already made advances, so why couldn't Song Chu understand? Why must he be so stubborn? It's self-inflicted, all self-inflicted. Back then, he was blinded by the reckless charm of Beta taking alpha role. This little short temper really did something. His words always choked Sheng Xian, driving him crazy with anger. After finishing half a pack of cigarettes, Sheng Xian threw the ash into the trash can and got up to go back upstairs. Maybe because of the cold, or perhaps because there was still someone at home. When Song Chu opened the door for him, Sheng Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't this my house? Can't I come back? Sheng Xian's frowning face softened somewhat when he saw the late-night snack Song Chu had prepared on the dining table. Song Chu was wearing pajamas that Sheng Xian bought for him and served him a bowl of soup, saying, "Eat." Sitting on the chair, Sheng Xian placed both hands around Song Chu's waist. "You know, I've only ever brought you home." The alpha didn't even know what nonsense he was talking, but he just wanted to express that Song Chu was different to him. Song Chu smiled, not necessarily because of these words and feeling happy. For others, the difference might be between home and hotel, but ultimately, they ended up on the same bed. Song Chu didn't think this was some special favor or something worthy of gratitude. Why are you smiling? Did I say something wrong? Sheng Xian rarely said soft words to anyone, let alone make gentle promises. Song Chu's laugh made his ear tips red at the moment, not out of embarrassment, but more out of shame. Song Chu used the pads of his fingers to rub the alpha's ears. This pampered young master, who hadn't faced much setbacks, today deigned to lower his face and say a few kind words, which was already enough of a courtesy. The alpha extended his hand to pull Song Chu into his arms and kissed him, whispering softly, "Little Chu, stay tonight." Song Chu's eyelashes trembled like a butterfly, and an unexplained bitterness welled up in his nose. This man was too sentimental. Perhaps one day, he will stop for someone, but it surely wasn't him, it was merely a deal. All right. The late-night snacks were on the dining table, untouched by either of them, eventually turning completely cold without any steam. Sheng Xian leaned against the headboard of the bed, lighting a cigarette, his hand lightly resting on the sleeping Beta Alternative's head. The smell of alpha pheromones filled the room, so strong it was almost suffocating. If it was a mega, they'd likely have been unable to walk by now. However, Song Chu is beta substituting as alpha, thus unaffected by the pheromones and incapable of being marked by him. In his sleep, Song Chu turned over, facing away from Sheng Xian. The raised blood scab on his neck seemed to mock the alpha's incapability. Sheng Xian stubbed out the cigarette, his expression stern as he gently turned Song Chu back to face him and pulled him close in his arms. With the lights off in the room, the alpha stared into the darkness, seeing things unknown. Finally, he bent down and kissed Song Chu's forehead. "Little Chu, I may, like." Song Chu's eyelashes flinched slightly within the darkness, hiding in the shadows. Sheng Xian pursed his lips, not finishing the sentence, then again kissed Song Chu's forehead. Song Chu's debt to Sheng Xian would be paid off next month. Next month, there would only be the relationship between the boss and the subordinate artist. Hey, this is truly fucking frustrating. Chapter 42, Enigma Pheromones Without Morality. The room was filled with the scent of Attractalode's calming pheromones. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, and under the light, the pheromones seemed to take on a misty, tangible form. The small night lamp beside the bed seemed to have received a brief reprieve, having rested all night without being turned on. Sheng Xining slowly opened his eyes, not sure if it was an illusion, but his body felt much lighter than usual, as though he just had a full-body massage, leaving him feeling completely relaxed. His sense of smell awakened his brain first, and Sheng Xining suddenly widened his eyes upon realizing that he was enveloped by Attractalode's pheromones. Only then did he notice Enigma's forehead pressed against his shoulder. Lu Zhixing appeared to still be deeply asleep but continued releasing pheromones, a gentle, non-intrusive emotion without domination or invasion. Sheng Xining could feel Lu Zhixing's breathing passing through the thin fabric onto his shoulder, it was warm and calm. The alpha's long lashes fluttered like moths. Oh heavens! Did we sleep together? Ah, damn. Sheng Xining nervously pulled back the covers with trembling hands only to find his clothes fully intact, with every button perfectly fastened. The alpha let out a sigh of relief, then began recalling what had happened yesterday, since he hadn't been drinking and thus couldn't have blacked out. Yesterday, after calling Sheng Xianen, Lu Zhixing had cut him a plate of fruit. Then he had nestled into the sofa, eating the fruit while watching TV, until he fell asleep. So why was he lying in Lu Zhixing's bed now? Sheng Xining inserted his left hand into his hair, staring at the chandelier on the ceiling, feeling how absurd the world was. After eliminating the possibility of flying into Lu Zhixing's bed himself, the only plausible explanation left was that Lu Zhixing had carried him in. The alpha furrowed his brows, thinking he might have dimly sensed someone holding him in his daze, but that embrace had been too comfortable for him to bother opening his eyes. Sheng Xining frowned unhappily. What happened to my vigilance? At 24 years old, how could he sleep so deeply? The enigma resting beside him curled his lips slightly upward, for Sheng Xining had been temporarily marked twice. His blood already bore the mark of Lu Zhixing. So even if Sheng Xining muttered about wanting to leave, Lu Zhixing wasn't worried. Because no mega could withstand the combined S-grade alpha and S-grade enigma pheromones. Enigmas were simply immoral, inching forward step by step, invading and taking over the territory that belonged to them. After Sheng Xining fell asleep yesterday, he released the calming pheromones he had never used before, and just as he thought, Sheng Xining slept even deeper under their influence. Without the alpha's knowledge, he was slowly becoming an enigma's possession. It was unethical, but Lu Zhixing didn't care. He had already told Shining that he was accustomed to scheming. The innocent Alpha at the time had only scolded him, failing to realize that he himself was also part of the Enigma's calculations. But fortunately, Lu Zhixing decided to play the gentleman, or the Alpha would probably have been swallowed up entirely, not even leaving a bone shard behind. Shining felt the person next to him move, and he immediately slapped his hand against Lu Zhixing's face, not too hard, but enough for a sharp sound to resonate. Lu Zhixing, you despicable rogue, I'll kill you. Grinding his teeth, Shining sat up, gripping Lu Zhixing's neck and applying some force. Once again, Lu Zhixing recalled the cat claw tattoo on the Alpha's hip bone. The Alpha was just like a cat with flared fur right now, claws protruding from its paw pads, aiming to scratch through the Enigma's throat. Furiously, Shining tightened his grip, causing veins to pop up on Lu Zhixing's neck, yet the Enigma looked at the Alpha silently, his gaze sticky and dangerous. Shining felt his hair rise under his stare. Finally, Lu Zhixing reached out and grasped Shining's wrist. His voice was hoarse from waking up but sounded almost overly raspy, as if it had been worn down. Nian, you should have broken my neck instantly, otherwise you're just making me feel good. Shining tugged his lips slightly and suddenly leaned down, pressing his nose tip against Lu Zhixing's, his breath falling onto his face. Lu Zhixing's eyes immediately darkened. Lu Zhixing, do you think you're the only one who knows how to tease others? The Alpha murmured. Lu Zhixing's lips moved slightly, but before he could speak, the Alpha's head suddenly tilted upward and then came crashing down, hitting his forehead hard. Enigma's vision immediately blurred with stars. What kind of incredible person was Shining? Shining didn't fare much better, trading blows with self-inflicted damage, but still took a bite after shaking his head, showing no hesitation. A bead of blood rolled onto the pillow, instantly staining a spot on the dark pillow. This development surprised Director Lu, who had been dazed just moments ago but was now suddenly clear-headed. Shining propped himself up and pressed down on Lu Zhixing's nape with force, pulling at his lips as he smiled. I wonder if there's ever been a case where an Enigma is marked by an Alpha. I'm truly curious what would happen. Lu Zhixing curved his lips slightly, sitting up. His forehead was already red from being hit, with traces of dried blood on the corner of his mouth. You can try, I'd be happy to comply. What would happen? The Alpha pheromones would temporarily stay in his system. But Alpha pheromones could never resist the high-grade pheromones of an Enigma, they couldn't complete a reverse marking. At best, it might count as a little indulgence granted by the dominant to the subordinate. The moment the Alpha canine pierced him, intense pheromones would surge into his oral cavity, so concentrated and pure that it would instantly trigger the Alpha's sensitive period. During this time, the Alpha would probably beg for the Enigma's favor like a wagging dog, their sanity long gone during their sensitive periods. Enigmas were always a dangerous group, though how dangerous exactly was something ordinary people rarely knew. The Kai's Empire, aiming to prevent social panic, classified such information under the confidential department. Still, people could find out through various channels that Enigmas were not to be messed with. And our Shining, who stopped reading books or following the news after graduating from university, flaunted around without realizing he was just a lamb ready for the slaughter. You wish. Shining tugged on his rumpled clothes and decided to go home and take a shower. Lu Zhixing got out of bed barefoot and said, come over for lunch. Shining turned back and arched a brow, who wants to eat with you? Brother Nian has an appointment. From Jinbei to Shisai, there's a line waiting for me. Your turn. Lu Zhixing watched Shining's retreating figure and glanced at the bedside lamp. Yesterday, the room was dark, but he hadn't reacted instinctively, probably because the Alpha's white peach pheromones were too warm. The Alpha strode proudly out of Lu Zhixing's door, unaware he was heading straight to Lin Huai's place for a meal. It had been ages since he last visited auntie and uncle. As Shining criticized Lu Zhixing all over from head to toe while showering, those flames of anger flowed down the drain with the water. How else could Lin Huai say he was cheerfully counting someone else's money? He cared too little. He thought taking a bite counted as retaliation. Thought being teased back evened things out, his brain circuitry was far too dry and slippery. Another part of the reason was that Shining felt being an Alpha meant sleeping peacefully covered by a blanket without losing anything in return. And anyway, Lu Zhixing wasn't bad looking. After washing up, he gleefully flexed his biceps in front of the mirror. But after turning around, behind his back, on the Alpha's shoulder blade was a red mark, popularly known as a strawberry mark, scientifically speaking, a subcutaneous capillary rupture leading to a bruise. Chapter 43, Tires Punctured. Since the visit was to Lin Huai's parents, Shining did not ride his motorbike. He feared Lin Huai's father more than his own. There was no other reason. Lin Huai's father had served as chief of the Jinbei police station, serious and unsmiling, while his mother was a law firm partner who had spent her life entangled in the law, highly valuing rules and order. Had Shining been their son, he'd have been kicked out long ago. After preparing mentally, holding the gift, he rang the doorbell. Lin Huai came to the door. Shining, you're here. Shining smiled and followed Lin Huai inside. Uncle, aunt, disturbing you again, sorry. Mr. Lin was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. Hearing Shining's voice, he turned his head and frowned when he saw the Alpha's pink hair, but held his tongue. Brat, sure do know how to time your visits, huh? Just in time for a meal, right? Mr. Lin put down the newspaper and motioned for Xing Xining to sit. Hee, uncle, I'm hungry. Xing Xining had one major advantage: he didn't change his behavior regardless of the environment. Even though he was a bit afraid of his uncle and aunt in his heart, he had been coming to this house since he was a child. So very naturally, he picked up an apple from the table and took a bite, not acting like a guest at all. Although Mr. Lin was a strict elder, he liked Xing Xining, this carefree kid who was always cheerful as if he didn't have a worry in the world. Mr. Lin helplessly shook his head. You're still the same as when you were little. Your father told me you're already engaged. And you're still acting like a child. Xing Xining pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile but didn't offer any explanation. Lin Huai went to the kitchen to help his mother carry the dishes, and at this point, Xing Xining also showed some initiative and ran toward the kitchen. He always thought that Mr. Lin was like the old discipline master who caught him skipping class, making him feel uneasy sitting alone with him. After the dishes were on the table and they started eating, Mrs. Lin brought up Xing Xining's engagement again. Xining is already engaged, Xiaohui, you need to step it up. You're older than Xining by a year. The classic segment for elders, matchmaking. Xing Xining chewed on a rib and chuckled silently in his heart. It wasn't him being urged after all. Lin Huai placed a piece of broccoli on Xing Xining's plate. Eat more vegetables, it'll balance your nutrition. Then he said to his mother, Mom, finding someone with high compatibility and mutual liking isn't so easy. Mr. Lin raised his gaze and looked at him. Feelings can be cultivated. High compatibility is the key, only compatibility can ensure a long-term stable marriage. Lin Huai slightly furrowed his brows and poked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. Their family was such a traditional AO household. His parents got together because of high compatibility, registered after knowing each other for 3 days, and over the past 20-odd years, their relationship remained respectful and harmonious, yet that was all there was to it. When Lin Huai was a child, he liked going to Xing Xining's house because the family atmosphere there was especially lively, full of life. One's original family shapes a person inside and out. Back in their youth, Lin Huai and Xing Xining once discussed what kind of partner they would look for in the future. Xing Xining's answer was, of course, I'd look for someone I like. See. A child raised in love chose love first. Lin Huai's answer was, I will find a partner with high compatibility. Sometimes he wanted to rebel too, but these teachings had been ingrained deep in his bones. Xing Xining glanced at Lin Huai's expression and spoke, some people might never develop feelings their entire lives. Brother Huai, you're still young, you should choose someone you like. Mrs. Lin laughed, still a child, thinking too naively. Do you know how high the divorce rate is among those chasing true love without high compatibility? But they did love each other. When they registered, they must have thought of spending their whole lives together. Xing Xining whispered softly. Mrs. Lin smiled and shook her head, sometimes suitability matters more than liking. Xing Xining opened his mouth, then closed it again, deciding to just eat instead. The generation gap isn't something that can be bridged with just a few words. Mr. Lin looked at Lin Huai. Xiaohui, you should start preparing for blind dates. Your mother and I will pick someone premium and compatible for you. Lin Huai tightened his grip on his chopsticks. All right. On the surface, this meal seemed peaceful, but Xing Xining was awkward enough to curl his toes into the floor. Why must they always interfere in their children's lives? It was truly pitiful for Lin Huai to have such controlling parents. After lunch, Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin went to take a nap as usual. Only Xing Xining and Lin Huai remained in the living room, and Lin Huai looked quite dejected. Brother Huai, why don't you move out? My place is pretty close to your hospital. I'll give you a room. Xing Xining confidently patted Lin Huai's shoulder. Lin Huai massaged his temples. Our family rule is that before getting married, we have to live with our parents. Oh my, the Qing dynasty has already fallen. What are all these outdated rules? Xing Xining leaned back against the sofa, his arm draped over the edge of it. If you want to get out, there will definitely be a way. Lin Huai looked up at him. That makes some sense. That's right, Xing Xining happily said, you don't want to go on blind dates, and your parents won't be able to force you either. Brother Huai, I'm saying this, not to sound mean, but sometimes you're really too obedient. Lin Huai sighed and took an apple from the fruit plate, taking a bite. Years ago, when filling out college application forms, his parents had hoped he would apply for national defense or law studies. The family had already paved the way for him. But Lin Huai resolutely applied to medical university and even got whipped for it. That was his first attempt to choose his own life, and he succeeded. However, the compromise made by his parents was that in the future, any major decisions must take their opinions into account. Sigh, I've already agreed with them. How can I go back on my word? Lin Huai also leaned against the couch, looking at the ceiling and sighing. Xing Xining kicked him out of frustration. I really don't understand you. You're not the emperor. What's so bad about changing your mind? Lin Huai didn't get mad at being kicked. Instead, he smiled faintly. Xining, I truly envy you, living so freely. These words of yours, nobody's tying you down but yourself. It's because you've tied yourself up. If you want to, you'll always be free. Alpha is usually carefree and appears unreliable, but when it comes to making sense, he makes quite a bit of it. Lin Huai fell into deep thought. Xing Xining's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Zhixing. Lu Gubi, someone punctured your motorcycle tire. Shit. Sheng Xining immediately leaped off the couch. Who did this? So malicious. My tire. Lin Huai looked at him with confusion. What tire? Sheng Xining grabbed his jacket and rushed out hurriedly. Big brother Huai, I've got an emergency. Gotta go. While rushing out, Sheng Xining muttered anxiously, my big baby, daddy failed to protect you properly, Chapter 44, Thief Flipped Over. Sheng Xining stormed out, just in time to hail a taxi. After getting in, he called Lu Zhixing. Hey, what happened? I'm telling you, I only rode it once. Sheng Xining violently ruffled his hair, full of irritation between his brows. His dad had literally tripped over misfortune and thrown it into the coffin. He was completely doomed. The driver glanced at the Alpha through the rearview mirror, silently observing how irritated he was. He seemed like a pretty well-behaved kid otherwise, so why was his mouth full of curses? Who knows? Are you still on your date? Lu Zhixing's voice was cool and emotionless, lacking any sentiment. Date? Oh. Sheng Xining remembered the lies he'd told Lu Zhixing earlier, becoming visibly uneasy. I finished my date and I'm heading home now. Oh. Go then. It's not good for a mega to come home by himself, is it? Lu Zhixing said indifferently. Sheng Xining pulled at the corners of his lips guiltily, my little one is so obedient. Why do you have so much to say? I'm hanging up, I'll head home now. There seemed to be a sigh from the other end of the phone, come directly to the parking lot. Sheng Xining's eyes were brimming with flames of anger, wishing he could beat the hell out of the kid who had punctured his tire. Clenching his teeth, he growled okay, before slamming the call in anger. He threw a series of punches into thin air, scaring the driver, who quietly adjusted his seat closer forward, fearing that Sheng Xining might unintentionally injure him. The Alpha cracked his wrists and said, man, I can't believe this lousy neighborhood. Either the electricity gets cut or my tires get punctured. What crap property management? The taxi driver steadied his nerves and responded, nowadays, some property management companies don't even act like humans, they just know how to collect fees. Sheng Xining chimed in irritably, exactly. The homeowner's rights aren't protected at all. The driver suddenly grew interested, hey, don't be upset. Our neighborhood is currently holding an election for a homeowners committee. You should organize one when you get back too. Sheng Xining hugged his arms and leaned back against the seat, confused, what's a homeowners committee? It's self-governance by the homeowners. The driver sat up straight, ready to lecture on the subject. Hey, handsome, where are we headed? Sheng Xining wasn't interested in self-governance, but he still replied, Yu Hua Bay. You. The driver choked on his breath. The Yu Hua Bay was one of the top 10 high-end neighborhoods in Jinbei City, with minimum starting prices of 3.2 million yuan per square meter, and each building came with its own property manager. As Sheng Xining scrolled through his phone, noticing the driver hadn't spoken, he glanced up. The driver awkwardly smiled, handsome, you live in Yu Hua Bay. Sheng Xining nodded, so what? Nothing. The driver laughed nervously, nearly grinding his teeth. How would the world change if there was one more rich person? Following Lu Zhixing's instructions, after getting out of the car, Sheng Xining rushed straight to the underground parking lot. A few people were standing at the parking spot. Sheng Xining immediately noticed Lu Zhixing. He was wearing a long coat over his pajamas, paired with slippers, clearly having rushed out of the house. Sheng Xining felt a small amount of gratitude in his heart and quickly walked to Lu Zhixing's side. What's going on? The property management thought it was my car. During patrol, they found nails stuck in the tire, so they called me. Lu Zhixing lowered his eyes and casually appraised Sheng Xining. There was a faint smell of wind bell flowers pheromones emanating from him. He had smelled this scent in the hospital before, it was the pheromones of Sheng Xinyang's childhood friend. So hard to smell. Enigma averted his gaze, gripping his hand tightly inside his coat pocket, wanting to saturate the Alpha with his own pheromone so that every bit of him carried his scent. Sheng Xinyang was entirely focused on the motorcycle in front of him, heartbroken to the point of nearly kneeling down, completely unaware of how dangerous Enigma's gaze was. Who is so cheap? Sheng Xinyang squatted down to look at the flat tire, practically losing control. The Alpha vigorously rubbed his hair, standing up and frowning at the property management. Don't you owe me an explanation? How long have I been living here? First power outages, now punctured tires. The property manager's forehead was beaded with sweat. He quickly glanced at Enigma by his side and said, Mr. Sheng, the surveillance is broken. How familiar these words sounded. Sheng Xinyang's face turned dark immediately. Are you taking me for a fool? Sheng Xinyang pointed at the overhead surveillance camera. It was fine yesterday, but broke today. Every month I pay so much in property fees, and you're trying to evade responsibility? Under the rage, the white peach pheromones turned bitter, and the few ordinary alphas among the property staff instantly felt oppressed in their glands. That person clutched his gland, looking pained. Mr. Sheng, we are really sorry. The Alpha opened his mouth slightly, feeling a little reluctant, quietly retracting his pheromones. Lu Zhiheng saw the Alpha so upset for the first time, slightly raising his eyebrows. Sheng Xinyang irritably raised his hand towards those bowing to him, making them stand straight, muttering, "Don't pull this act, as if I'm bullying you." Lu Zhihong touched Sheng Xinyang's shoulder gently and softly said, "Xinyang, they didn't mean to do this intentionally, they're just workers, don't get angry." "Yeah, I know." Sheng Xinyang pressed his lips into a straight line, "But isn't the victim me? I don't mean to accuse you." Lu Zhihong soothingly pinched Sheng Xinyang's arm, unsure if it was his illusion, but he seemed to see the alpha's ears drooping. Lu Zhihong couldn't help himself and pinched Sheng Xinyang's ear. "Don't be mad, I'll have someone air freight you a new tire." Sheng Xinyang shook his head, dodging Lu Zhihong's hand, letting out a heavy sigh. "Not necessarily, getting the tire patched will do." After saying that, he looked at the property people. "No, next time, work more seriously, fix the surveillance as soon as it breaks." The property staff nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Sheng, will definitely pay attention from now on. We sincerely apologize." Sheng Xinyang squatted down on the ground, pouting high and grimacing as he apologized to the motorcycle. "Dad failed you. Dad didn't protect you well enough. My son. What a tragic family drama." Lu Zhihong glanced at the sorrowful Sheng Xinyang, wanting to laugh at what he heard, but restrained himself, turning his head to tell the property people, "Thank you for your hard work." Should be. The property manager was drenched in cold sweat. Well, neither of these guys were easy to deal with. Lu Zhihong waved his hand, "Go back to work." Upon receiving the command, the property staff quickly bolted off. Only after walking a distance did they catch their breath. "Brother Zhao, why does this Mr. Lu always do such things? Is he in conflict with Master Sheng?" A newly hired intern whispered. Shoo. This gentleman is our investor, lower your voice." Brother Zhao quickly looked back, seeing their boss Lu squatting over young Master Sheng's head on the ground right then, getting his hand slapped by the latter. In Brother Zhao's heart, being an NPC in this situation was tougher than eating a bitter gourd. Couldn't the rich play their games without dragging the working people along? Having to both work and act, oh heavens, what inhumanity. "Hey, boss. 10,000 yuan transferred to my wage card." Brother Zhao hastily pulled out his phone to check, grinning broadly indeed. As expected, he got his bonus. "Oh, anything for Boss Lu." Chapter 45, I can be your exclusive enigma. "Xinyang, let's go home, the gasoline smell in the parking lot is too strong." Lu Zhihong sneezed. Sheng Xinyang glanced at Lu Zhihong's bare feet in slippers, feeling a little guilty momentarily. "Sorry, aren't you very cold wearing so little?" "No problem." Lu Zhihong lowered his eyes and rubbed his nose, his voice tinged with a nasal tone. Sheng Xinyang quickly pulled Lu Zhihong's arm onto the elevator. "Today has been tiring for you, I can't make ginger soup either, but I'll heat some milk for you when we get home, okay?" Lu Zhihong's lips curved slightly as he softly said, "Sure, thank you." The elevator made a ding sound and opened the door. Sheng Xinyang pulled Lu Zhihong back to his own place. "Lu Zhihong, just make yourself comfortable on the couch while I heat up some milk for you." Sheng Xinyang casually took off his coat and threw it aside. Lu Zhihong, seeing the wool overcoat lying on the sofa, silently picked it up and hung it on the coat rack. Sheng Xinyang initially intended to change into loungewear but realized his fiancée was still around, so he resisted the urge. Instead, he grabbed a carton of pure milk from the fridge. Considering that Lu Zhihong didn't like sweets, he simply poured the milk into a glass and placed it in the microwave. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Zhihong standing in front of his display cabinet, appreciating his collection. Sheng Xinyang approached with a smile and proudly said, "How about it? Pretty impressive, right?" Lu Zhihong nodded. "They're beautiful, you seem to really like stones. Why is that?" Sheng Xinyang stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. "When I was young, it was all about the fun of it, then later I came to realize that no matter how much they're worth, these stones have gone through thousands, if not millions of years to form. Just imagining them being witnesses to so much history makes them fascinating. To be able to maintain such a hobby from childhood till now is admirable." Lu Zhihong pointed at one of the stones. "Can I take this out and admire it?" "Of course." Sheng Xinyang opened the glass cabinet and handed over the translucent piece of jadeite mixed with some purple coloration to Lu Zhihong. Sheng Xinyang curiously asked, "How did you know I liked collecting stones when I was young?" Lowering his gaze at the raw stone in his hand, Lu Zhihong tapped on its peculiarly ugly outer layer. "These things should reflect your childhood aesthetic." Sheng Xinyang laughed twice. "I've always liked oddly shaped, ugly stones since I was little. Even now that I'm grown up, I can't bring myself to throw them away. They're all filled with traces of time, aren't they impressive? It's been more than a decade already, I've grown, but they remain exactly the same." Lu Zhihong put the jadeite piece back inside, lifting his eyes to look at the worthless pebbles. "Yeah, carrying different emotions and memories, surpassing their own intrinsic value already." Sheng Xinyang looked at Lu Zhihong's soft gaze fixed on his collections and spoke. "Mr. Lu wouldn't have thought of your first love, would you?" Lu Zhihong paused momentarily before turning his head toward Sheng Xinyang, with an amused glint in his amber-colored eyes. "So what? Are you jealous?" "Ha! What do I have to be jealous about?" Sheng Xinyang snorted, making a face. "Is the rock in your profile picture not some kind of token of love?" "Token of love?" Lu Zhihong pondered for a bit. "If I get the chance, I'll ask him." Xing Xinyang's face visibly darkened, clearly displaying "I'm not happy" written all over it. Even the volume of his voice increased. Are you still in touch with him? Is it because he has a partner now that you want to rush into marriage to get back at him? The alpha's brain circuit seemed to suddenly click, realizing with anger, no wonder you insisted on marrying me after I kissed you. Oh, I get it, that day you went to Jusei wasn't it because you were drinking alone due to heartache? Seeing the alpha's line of thought deviating further, Lu Zhihang couldn't help but flicked his forehead. You shouldn't study investment studies, you should go for directing. You're too good at making stuff up. Frowning, Xing Xinyang rubbed his forehead and clenched his teeth. I'm the substitute white moonlight from a novel. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Zhihang found the alpha's behavior quite cute, and gently ruffled his pink hair. Hey, don't touch my head. Your touching is stunting my growth. Annoyed, Xing Xinyang slapped away Lu Zhihang's hand. Enigma slightly bent down, aligning his gaze with the alpha's. There's no ex-boyfriend, there's only a fiancé. They were so close now that even the slightest movement could bring their noses together. Xing Xinyang could feel warm breath hitting his face. Lu Zhihang continued to elaborate, and there's no mention of substitutes either, there's only one Xing Xinyang. Though seemingly full of implications, the alpha's attention was stuck on the three words, fiancé. Who's your fiancé? We haven't even set the engagement yet. Stop taking advantage of me. Xing Xinyang moved a bit farther, as the milk in the microwave was already heated up. Wearing a heat-resistant glove, he took it out and placed it on the dining table. Lu Zhihang, your milk is ready. Drink it and leave quick. Lu Zhihang leisurely walked over, pulled out a chair and sat down, using a spoon to lightly stir the milk in the cup, forming a thin layer of creamy skin on top. The phone that Xing Xinyang had placed on the sofa rang, prompting the alpha to quickly stride over and answer it. Lu Zhihang lowered his gaze to the milk in his cup, hesitating momentarily with the spoon in hand. After hearing the alpha greet warmly with, "Hey, Dad," he resumed stirring. A diary book? Xing Xinyang sat at the edge of the sofa, gently tapping his toes on the floor. From when I was little. You're not supposed to snoop. The voice from the other end of the line, belonging to Yi Jiqing, said, this book of yours has a password lock. Oh, you didn't trust your dad even as a kid? Not really. I've forgotten all about it. Xing Xinyang scratched his head, recalling how back in elementary school, he'd been infatuated with writing diaries for a while. It happened because all the classmates were writing journals and flaunting their fancy ones, so Xing Xinyang jumped on the trend and bought one too. He vaguely remembered showing it off in class because his notebook was the only one with a lock. But later, finding it bothersome, he probably abandoned it after just a month without knowing where it ended up. I'll place it in your room, come pick it up when you have time. I might not be able to hold myself back from peeking. Yi Jiqing chuckled. Xing Xinyang knew his father was just teasing him, they always respected their child's privacy. Yeah, okay, I'll go home after work tomorrow. Xing Xinyang continued chatting with Yi Jiqing for half an hour, mainly talking about what happened today at Lin Huai's house, concluding firmly, Dad, I think love is more important than compatibility. I definitely want to spend my life with someone I like. Didn't you already find someone? Xing Xinyang rolled his eyes, the hint failed. Just as he was about to declare in front of Lu Zhihang that he didn't like him, Yi Jiqing seemed to have some matters on his end and hastily hung up. The words, I don't like Lu Zhihang, got stuck in his throat, unspoken. Xing Xinyang put down the phone and turned around, startled to find Lu Zhihang standing behind him somehow, almost reflexively giving him a scolding. What are you doing? Eavesdropping on my call. Lu Zhihang looked down, his amber-colored eyes resembling those of an injured fawn. Were you about to say you don't like me? Awkwardly, Xing Xinyang remained silent. Lu Zhihang stepped back 2 steps, sighed, and looked bitter. Sounds pretty heartbreaking, doesn't it, Nian Nian? Can't you truly like me? Looking at his sorrowful expression, Xing Xinyang felt a pang of guilt. Look, Lu Zhihang, actually, you're quite a decent person, but as I've said before, I only want to be myself. I don't want to be exclusively anyone's. Do you understand? I can be your exclusive enigma. Can you try liking me? Lu Zhihang softly whispered, looking into his eyes. A gentle cloud of Attractalode's information pheromones enveloped the alpha, gripping his heart tightly. Stunned, Xing Xinyang felt thrown off by Lu Zhihang's vulnerability, his mind becoming foggy as he submerged entirely within the advanced pheromones released by Enigma. The man who wielded authority, commanding the business world like wind and rain, now stood before him trying to charm him. That cold face usually could also exhibit such fragile expressions. Overwhelmed by the tumultuous emotions brimming in his eyes, Xing Xinyang stammered while scratching the back of his head, all right, all right. Lu Zhihang didn't say anything more, heading to the kitchen silently cleaning the glass he had used for drinking the milk. Feeling remorse creep in, Xing Xinyang exclaimed, hey, that. Without pausing further, Lu Zhihang exited the door without wiping his hands, his silhouette somewhat desolate and pitiful, resembling a young wife driven out by her husband. As the door closed with a sound, Enigma faintly smiled. Chapter 46, completely losing face to Lu Zhihang. Tisk. The alpha gradually recovered from the dissipating Attractalode's information pheromones, rubbing his nose and muttering, why do I feel like I've been lured by a fox spirit? Sheng Xinyang tapped his head thoughtfully, lamenting his weakness towards beauty. Demonstrating weakness, Lu Zhihang's features indeed appeared rather pitiable, possibly inherited from his mega-father, though Uncle Lu's looks did lack slightly in comparison. Chilly smell clung to Sheng Xinyang's clothes, which he threw into the washing machine. Anyway, he lived alone now. Once the curtains were drawn, he strutted naked unabashedly. Lin Huai's mother hailed from a hometown region that relished spicy cuisine, so their dishes were heavily spiced, leaving the alpha with a bit of stomachache. Sheng Xinyang drank a glass of hot water, massaging his abdomen and planning to return to his room for a nap. Sheng Xinyang was awakened again by a searing pain in his stomach. He felt like his stomach was being scorched by fire, and his intestines seemed to have knotted up inside him, twisting him into a cold sweat. Acid kept surging up his esophagus, making Sheng Xinyang's nasal cavity sting and his eyes well with tears as he rushed to the bathroom, lifting the toilet seat. The alpha heaved violently, as if attempting to vomit out all the food from the day along with his stomach. The putrid smell of the vomit only led to more dry heaving until nothing else could come up. His eyes were red-rimmed from the retching, yet the symptoms did not abate, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably from the abdominal pain. Sheng Xinyang shakily stood up, flushed the toilet, and rinsed his mouth at the sink. As he wiped his mouth clean and before leaving the bathroom, another wave of pain sent him back in. Suffering from both vomiting and diarrhea, the alpha was utterly drained, cold sweat continuously breaking out over his body. I won't die here, will I? Ouch, so painful. Leaning against the wall, Sheng Xinyang moaned in agony as he slowly dragged himself toward the bedroom like a snail. Finally reaching the bed, his legs buckled and he collapsed onto it, biting into the sheet. Trying hard to grab his phone to call 120, Sheng Xinyang suddenly received a call from Lu Zhihang. Hey, Nian Nian, would you like to have dinner together? With his head buried in the blanket, Sheng Xinyang groaned through the pain, beads of cold sweat soaking the bed. Lu Zhihang. There was a brief pause on the other end before Enigma's concerned voice came through. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm going to die. Just as Sheng Xinyang finished speaking, there was an urgent knock on the door downstairs. Nian Nian, open up. What's the password? Lu Zhihang's calm voice barely masked his panic. 97, 6344. Downstairs, the sound of the lock clicking followed by hurried footsteps ascending the staircase echoed. Since the layout of their homes was identical, Lu Zhihang quickly located the alpha's bedroom. Nian Nian, are you okay? The curtains were drawn tightly in the darkened room, allowing only a blurred outline of the figure on the bed visible as Lu Zhihang switched on the light. Clad only in his underwear, the alpha clutched his stomach and curled up painfully, resembling a shrimp, his prominent spine clearly visible. Engsub tightened his throat and approached quickly, wrapping the alpha in the blanket. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? The alpha's lips quivered faintly. My stomach hurts, and I've been throwing up. Lu Zhihang brushed aside his damp bangs and checked his forehead. He had a slight fever. Did you eat something bad? It might be gastroenteritis. Nian Nian, we're going to the hospital. Attempting to scoop the alpha up with the blanket, Lu Zhihang was stopped by Sheng Xinyang grabbing his arm. The alpha's red-rimmed eyes indicated a fever. Let me put some clothes on. I can endure a little longer. Gritting his teeth, Sheng Xinyang pointed shakily towards the wardrobe. Just pick something for me. At a time like this, your face is already pale from pain. Although frowning slightly, Lu Zhihang swiftly entered the closet and pulled out a hoodie and pair of casual pants. Receiving them, Sheng Xinyang sat on the edge of the bed, struggling to put them on, saying resolutely, you wouldn't understand. Dying from social humiliation is still dying. A handsome man must die with dignity. Stop rambling. Seeing how slow he was, Lu Zhihang grabbed the pants directly and looked down. Extend your legs. Swallowing hard, his mouth still tasting bitter, Sheng Xinyang stared at the crown of Lu Zhihang's hair as he reluctantly extended his feet. Enigma knelt on one knee beside the bed, bending down and supporting Sheng Xinyang's back with one hand while speaking indifferently in his ear. Lift your waist. Biting his lip, Sheng Xinyang wobbled and wrapped his arms around Lu Zhihang's neck as Lu Zhihang gently rose, using his strength to lift the alpha's body. The other hand pulled the waistband up, adjusting it carefully to ensure it fit perfectly. His thumb joint accidentally grazed Sheng Xinyang's well-toned buttocks from working out, causing the latter's body to tense up before he could protest. However, Lu Zhihang had already retracted his hand, tying the drawstring neatly in a bow. Sheng Xinyang tried to suppress it but decided not to unjustly accuse anyone, since Lu Zhihang had genuinely offered help in good faith. He felt like he had lost all his dignity in front of Lu Zhihang, having confidently stated 2 hours ago that the two weren't suited for each other, and now needing his help to put on pants. Lu Zhihang looked at the alpha sitting by the bed with an expression of discomfort. His face was pale but flushed with red cheeks. Sorry about that. Not entirely. Sheng Xinyang's abdomen contracted painfully, so he hunched over and spoke while inhaling cold air. Lu Zhihang wrapped Sheng Xinyang up in the thin blanket and scooped him into his arms before heading down the stairs and out the door straight toward the elevator. From getting dressed to leaving the house took less than 3 minutes. Lu Zhihang truly was efficient. Sheng Xinyang's pride as an alpha paled in comparison to his current pain. His bare feet were a bit cold, so he edged closer to Lu Zhihang. Enigma hesitated briefly. The elevator arrived at their floor, and Lu Zhihang stepped inside, glancing down at the poor little figure in his arms, white-faced but with red ears. What did Lin Huai give you to eat? Sheng Xinyang moved slightly. Did you know I had dinner with Lin Huai? A faint laugh escaped from Lu Zhihang's nose. Stay away from unclean food. Sheng Xinyang tried to say something more, but the elevator had already reached the first floor, where Sun Zhenhua was waiting after parking the car. Seeing them, he quickly opened the car door. Lu Zhihang placed Sheng Xinyang in the back seat and bent down to get in. What's wrong with Master Sheng? Asked Sun Zhenhua as he started the vehicle, driving noticeably faster than usual. Sheng Xinyang furrowed his brow and said somewhat sheepishly, nothing, just ate too many spicy peppers, my stomach hurts. Lu Zhihang adjusted the blanket draped over him, then suddenly pulled his ankle, placing Sheng Xinyang's foot on his own lap and covering it with his warm hand. His foot was cool, but Enigma's hand was warm. Lu Zhihang emitted soft comforting pheromones. Sheng Xinyang smelled a faint herbal scent, and whether it was his imagination or not, his stomach seemed less painful, though shame crept up afterward. Sheng Xinyang tried to pull his foot away, but Lu Zhihang held onto it firmly, leaving him too weak to resist. You. I didn't wash my feet, muttered Sheng Xinyang, his pink face buried in the blanket in disarray. Lu Zhihang softly chuckled, it's fine, I don't mind. Then he gently pinched Sheng Xinyang's plump toes. The alpha pursed his lips, his face wrinkling, brother, what are you doing with my size 42 feet? At 180.27 centimeters tall, size 42 really wasn't large for an alpha. But why did it feel so weird? Isn't this bizarre? Who would ever treat a 42-sized foot like this? Lu Zhihang sighed and ignored him, seemingly dismissing him as lacking sophistication. Chapter 47, Heartache. After arriving at the hospital, Sheng Xinyang was carried straight to the emergency room by Lu Zhihang. The doctor conducted a preliminary examination and diagnosed acute gastroenteritis, instructing him to lie on the examination bed while issuing a blood test order. Sheng Xinyang feared nothing except needles, even his older sister intimidated him less. As the young nurse inserted the needle into his arm, he wanted to bury his head into Lu Zhihang's chest. It wasn't the pain he dreaded but rather the fear of the unknown when the tip of the needle pierced his skin. That was why he took suppression drugs during his receptive phase. Despite suppressants being faster acting and having fewer side effects, he still avoided injecting himself. Lu Zhihang lifted his hand and pressed his head against his chest, soothingly massaging the nape of his neck. The alpha's fingertips were deeply embedded in Lu Zhihang's palm, leaving red marks, yet Enigma showed no sign of discomfort and continued caressing his hand with his thumb to ease his tension. After the nurse drew 3 vials of blood, she secretly smiled, unnoticed by Sheng Xinyang in Lu Zhihang's embrace, otherwise his face would have heated up again. After the blood draw, Sheng Xinyang awkwardly extricated himself from Lu Zhihang's arms and said with embarrassment, everyone is afraid of something, right? Lu Zhihang lightly patted his head and agreed, that's right, like how I'm scared of the dark. Sheng Xinyang pursed his lips, thoughtful for a moment, then mumbled, are you just pacifying me? Lu Zhihang handed the warm water to his lips, drink some warm water, it'll make your stomach feel better. Sheng Xinyang drank a big gulp from his hand and was then embraced by Lu Zhihang back to the emergency room to wait for the results, as natural as if Sheng Xinyang lacked legs. There were many people in the emergency room, and as Lu Zhihang waited anxiously watching Sheng Xinyang's ghastly pale face, he took out his phone intending to let Sun Zhenhua arrange a VIP channel. However, Sheng Xinyang stopped him. Let it be. I'm much better now, look at them. Sheng Xinyang's gaze rested on the blood-soaked patients who were being urgently treated, we shouldn't take up medical resources for such a minor illness. Lu Zhixing lightly gripped Sheng Xinyang's hand, his deep eyes under long lashes reflecting the alpha's face, Nian Nian is so kind-hearted. Sheng Xinyang weakly smiled at him, but it seemed that in the emergency room, only he could receive Lu Zhixing's calming pheromones, while others felt uncomfortable to varying degrees. The family member of this patient, your pheromones are affecting my other patients, the emergency doctor said after judging Lu Zhixing's identity from his high-level pheromones, but before life and suffering, there was no distinction of class. Is there a separate examination room? Lu Zhixing asked. The emergency doctor glanced at Sheng Xinyang, go to the small room next door, it has no patients right now, but you can't stay too long. Lu Zhixing nodded, bent down and carried Sheng Xinyang into the small room next door. It's mainly because I didn't wear shoes, otherwise, I could have walked by myself. Sheng Xinyang leaned against the bedhead, holding a hot water cup in his hand, nearly burying his face in it. It's my fault, we were in such a hurry that I forgot to get your shoes. Lu Zhixing sat beside his bed, speaking gently. Sheng Xinyang bit the rim of the cup, then looked up. Today's Lu Zhixing seemed excessively gentle, agreeing with everything he said. Normally, Lu Zhixing was a rather snarky man, very typically Scorpio. Lu Zhixing reached out and brushed aside Sheng Xinyang's sweat-drenched bangs. How about it? Still very painful. Sheng Xinyang shook his head, I've already thrown up everything I needed to throw up, and emptied everything else. It doesn't hurt as much as before. At first, I thought I was going to die. I will never eat, no, I won't eat chili for the next month. Lu Zhixing softly chuckled and wiped his sweat with a tissue. Sheng Xinyang drank some water, suddenly his face changed, looking at Lu Zhixing with hesitation and pain, quickly scanning around while hunched over. Lu Zhixing immediately picked up the trash can from the corner and placed it on the ground, gently patting Xingxinya's back. Go ahead and vomit, it's fine, no one will laugh at you when you're sick. Ugh, there wasn't much left in his stomach, so what came out was just water. The alpha cried with discomfort. Lu Zhixing wiped his mouth, slightly frowned, laid Xingxinya down, then took out his phone to send a message to Sun Zhenhua. Jiaolu Venture Capital had donated many medical devices to Jinbei Hospital, partly to thank them for providing Lu Zhixing with a secret treatment environment, and partly as charity. The reason the hospital director agreed to provide secret treatments for Lu Zhixing was also to enhance the hospital's reputation in scientific research by studying enigma's differentiation, simply put, mutual benefit. Therefore, Lu Zhixing and the director could hold a conversation. After sending the message, Lu Zhixing looked back at the lying alpha with closed eyes. The alpha was well-educated, empathetic, and strong morally. Lu Zhixing had once clearly stated that he was a despicable person, not as kind-hearted as an alpha. If he had the ability to use privilege, why not? Enigma understood a principle from a young age: if people don't act for themselves, heaven would destroy them and earth would crush them. Lu Zhixing leaned down and kissed the mole on Xingxinya's nose tip covered in sweat beads. Xingxinya's eyelashes fluttered but did not open his eyes. A minute later, the blood test results were out. It was acute gastroenteritis caused by consuming spicy food. Xingxinya was admitted to the VIP ward, received antiemetic injections and fever-reducing shots, and hooked up with inflammation-reducing 4 drips. After receiving the shots, the alpha felt much better but groaned while rubbing his butt, so painful. I haven't had such tiny injections since I grew up, and even worse, they were administered by an omega nurse. My pride as a dominant male is shattered. During the needle insertion, the pain made him instinctively cling to familiar people, so Lu Zhixing was present, helping lower the waistband of Xingxinya's pants. Of course, it was merely the shallow part connecting to the waist, no dramatic scene unfolded. Enigma wasn't a moral paragon, his eyes hadn't left until the nurse finished injecting all the liquid from her syringe. Lu Zhixing thought that sooner or later, something else would end up here. Xingxinya was unaware of the twists and turns in Lu Zhixing's mind. He was currently immersed in the sorrow of having been seen by an omega, never realizing a more dangerous person was sitting beside him. There was nothing Enigma could do about it. In the eyes of the public, he was just a man with powerful pheromones. In their hearts, Enigma was still an alpha gender. So Xingxinya didn't make any fuss over being seen in his current state by Lu Zhixing. He cared more that an omega saw him act scared of injections, which would damage his pride as an alpha. As the pain subsided, his sense of shame returned. Xingxinya pretended not to care and sneakily glanced at Lu Zhixing's face, but it seemed like he had no reaction, maintaining a serious and calm demeanor as if contemplating critical matters related to his company. But Lu Zhixing still keenly detected the gaze of the alpha and asked in concern, "Is there anything wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm much better, Lu Zhixing. It will take me a long time to finish these 2 bags of liquid. You might as well go home first." Xingxinya was scheduled to receive 3 days of anti-inflammatory infusions. Lu Zhixing, worried about letting him go home alone, decided to arrange for him to be hospitalized. This was the first time Lu Zhixing had heard Xingxinya think of him, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Before Enigma could speak again, Xingxinya continued, "Brother Huai is on night duty today. If he has time, he can come take care of me." Chapter 48, With you, I'm not afraid of the dark. Lu Zhixing's expression froze for a moment, and his calming pheromones tasted slightly bitter. Xingxinya wrinkled his nose. "Why does your pheromone taste different? It's not as fragrant." Lu Zhixing quietly controlled his pheromones. "Don't bother Dr. Lin. It's not appropriate for him to come during working hours." Xingxinya scratched his face with his right hand that wasn't receiving the injection and thoughtfully said, "That makes sense, but I don't want to tell my father or daddy. If they find out I'm in the hospital, they'll probably have heart attacks. Aren't there nursing aides here?" Actually, I don't need one. I feel like I'll be jumping around soon." "Alright, stop overthinking. Why can't I stay with you?" Lu Zhixing glanced at the medicine box tied to the alpha's left hand. Every day boasting about being such a tough alpha, now receiving intravenous fluids and even tied to a medication box. How cute. You staying with me? Isn't that inappropriate? Don't you have work tomorrow? Lu Zhixing indicated toward the guest bed nearby with his chin. "I can sleep there, and there's nothing pressing at the company recently anyway." The door was tapped twice, and Sun Zhenhua came in holding a thermos. "Mr. Lu, the food is here." Lu Zhixing nodded, reaching out to take it. After expressing concern for Xingxinya's condition, Sun Zhenhua retreated. Xingxinya watched Lu Zhixing grasp the lid of the thermos, the veins on the back of his hand faintly visible, and whispered, "I feel like I'm turning into Daji." Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. Xingxinya chuckled. "From now on, the king neglects morning court sessions, right? You're not even going to the company anymore." Lu Zhixing scooped 2 bowls of congee from the thermos to cool down, his lips curving upward slightly. "You don't quite count yet." "My stomach's empty." Xingxinya stared hungrily at the porridge, following up with, "Why not?" "Because you haven't slept with me." Lu Zhixing remained composed as if discussing a regular meeting. "What a pervert. You." Xingxinya felt his temple throb twice. He realized the gentle Lu Zhixing disappeared along with his earlier pain, and the sarcastic side remained now. What do you mean by, yet? It's impossible. After having his way with his verbal jabs, Lu Zhixing ended the topic. He stirred the congee with a spoon, ensuring it was cooled before serving it to Xingxinia. Xingxinia gestured to his needle-pierced left hand, being unreasonable, feed me. He was clearly harboring resentment, seeking retaliation. But the one being targeted didn't see it as bullying. One spoonful after another was fed diligently, and eventually what the alpha didn't finish, Lu drank directly from the bowl. After a busy period, Lu Zhixing was hungry too. This small portion of porridge was merely enough to clear the gaps between his teeth for a 190 centimeters enigma. He lifted his eyes to check Xingxinia's foredrip, knowing it wouldn't finish anytime soon, and went out to eat the crab roe buns bought by Sun Zhenhua. Just after finishing and returning to the ward, he found Xingxinia staring at him fiercely. Lu Zhixing. Did you eat the crab roe buns? Apparently, his nose worked well. Yeah, you can only have liquid food now. Lu Zhixing, with a notebook in hand, sat on the companion bed and started handling emails. Xingxinia coldly huffed and gave him a condemning glance. Lu Zhixing ignored all of it, occasionally looking up at Xingxinia's foredrip and at the sleeping Xingxinia. When they removed the needle, Xingxinia was asleep. The young nurse softly praised, Mr. Lu, you're really kind to your wife. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze and looked at Xingxinia once, it's only right. The VIP ward on the top floor was very quiet, with the steady breathing of the alpha in his ears. Lu Zhixing felt his own heart calm down as well. He raised his hand and turned off all the lights in the ward. Xingxinia himself was the source of all his security. As long as he was around, Lu Zhixing would never fear the darkness. The night in autumn carried a chill, and there was no air conditioning on in the ward. Xingxinia felt the warmth nearby and snuggled closer to it. Lu Zhixing lifted his arm and drew the alpha into his embrace, lightly kissing his eyelids and softly saying, this is your reward. He was a businessman, he didn't rise early without profit. Whenever he gave something, he always expected to get something back. There was a faint smell of alpha pheromones in the room. Enigma's heat periods occurred every 6 months, much more intense and less controllable than an alpha's susceptibility period, and suppressants couldn't fully normalize their behavior. Other enigmas might release their excess pheromones onto their partners, but Lu Zhixing usually stayed home alone during these times. Lu Zhixing's susceptibility period for the latter half of the year was a month away, but the white peach pheromones lingering under his nose were enticing him, bewitching him. Lu Zhixing could clearly feel himself changing, his eyes in the dark fixated on Xingxinia's neck. He could feel the Cyperus pheromones rushing around looking for an outlet, an instinctive reaction towards someone he liked. This was simply nature's way. So he loosened his hold on the alpha, intending to get up. But the alpha clung to him with both hands and legs. Lu Zhixing sighed, self-inflicted suffering. He should have slept in the guest bed. Closing his eyes for a moment, trying hard not to focus on those sweet pheromones, the alpha's face pressed against his shoulder, warm. Lu Zhixing found it hard to resist, gently pushing Xingxinia's arms and legs off of him before taking a few steps into the bathroom and locking the door. The entwined, craving, Cyperus pheromones immediately filled the small bathroom. Lu Zhixing leaned against the sink and looked at himself in the mirror. This wasn't the susceptibility period. It was merely a desire for the one he loved. Lu Zhixing turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face several times. Leaning against the wall, he folded his arms and silently thought about the company's investment plans for the year. Work was always something that could help one cut off affection, but suddenly Lu Zhixing heard the alpha call his name with a nasal tone. Lu Zhixing. Are you in the bathroom? The heat that had just subsided surged again. Lu Zhixing slowly exhaled and made a muffled sound. The ward returned to calm. Lu Zhixing, always mature, steady, and abstinent, frowned and undid his belt, his actions tinged with impatience. He turned the tap on slightly, the subtle sound of water mixing with the suppressed primal affection of the enigma. Many images flashed through his mind, eventually settling on the day at Juessa, when the alpha had tugged on his collar and kissed him with great intensity. Lu Zhixing slowly opened his eyes, the amber in his irises seemingly misty but quickly dissipated. The enigma turned the faucet up higher, squeezed out some antibacterial hand wash. When he stepped out of the bathroom, the bedside lamp next to Xingxinia's bed was on, emitting a soft yellow glow. The alpha's head was buried in the blankets. Was he doing this because he feared I would be scared? Lu Zhixing's heart softened, walking over to Xingxinia's bedside and freeing his head from beneath the blanket. The alpha yawned, what are you doing? I'm already asleep. Lu Zhixing said nothing, lowering his head and placing a kiss on Xingxinia's lips. Transferring a hint of the residual craving-filled Cyperus pheromone scent. Xingxinia widened his eyes, lifting his arm and vigorously wiping the corner of his mouth. What do you think you're doing? Should I call a doctor? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Alphas were sensitive to his pheromones, and instantly blushed red at the tips of his ears. Lu Zhixing let out a low chuckle, ruffling Xingxinia's head and raising his hand to turn off the light. With you, I'm not afraid of the dark. Xingxinia paused for a moment. After finishing his sentence, Lu Zhixing walked to the companion bed and lay down. Good night, Do Bao. Do, Xingxinia lost his breath, grinding his teeth. Do what? Annoying. Chapter 49, Enigma's Little Thoughts. Shengxinye went to bed early yesterday, and woke up early as well. After the intravenous fluids, aside from feeling somewhat weak, his body was already greatly recovered. At 7 in the morning, the sky was already bright. A thin gauze curtain hung on the window, letting sunlight stream through the gaps. Lu Zhixing leaned against the companion bed with a laptop on his knees, working while stray strands of hair fell casually across his forehead, casting patches of light and shadow on his face. Shengxinye was peeking at him from the pillow. Lu Zhixing's furrowed brow and sharp profile under the light made him look focused and composed as he glanced down at the screen, his fingers gliding over the touchpad. Men really were at their best when they were absorbed in work. Nice view. Lu Zhixing paused what he was doing and looked at him against the light, relaxed. Up pretty early. The alpha had lost all dignity yesterday, so there was no shame in being caught sneaking looks this time. Squinting slightly against the light, Shengxinye flashed 2 rows of white teeth and grinned. You do look good with your hair loose, makes you seem younger. A low laugh escaped Lu Zhixing's throat. Your cheer shows you're feeling better, have breakfast. Lu Zhixing put aside the laptop and opened an insulated pot, scooping out a bowl of porridge. Shengxinye sat up in bed, leaning forward to peer inside the pot, frowning. How come it's porridge again? We had this last night. Lu Zhixing sprinkled a small amount of sugar into the porridge and stirred it. Last night was millet porridge, today it's rice porridge. Do you want me to feed you or will you eat yourself? I'll eat it myself. Shengxinye reached for the bowl and took a spoonful, muttering, can't we have some century egg and lean meat porridge or seafood porridge? The doctor said you need bland food these few days. Lu Zhixing ruffled his unruly curls. Bear with it, I'll cook something nice once you're fully recovered. All right. Shengxinye picked up the bowl and ate a few more bites before suddenly looking up. Wait, I haven't brushed my teeth. He immediately set down the bowl and went to the bathroom in slippers. There were 2 toothbrush cups inside, obviously a couple set. They must have been bought by Sun Zhenhua. Shengxinye picked up the one that hadn't been used yet. The electric toothbrush handle inside even had a pink kitten engraved on it. He twitched the corner of his mouth, squeezing some toothpaste onto it. Then he looked at the toothbrush in Lu Zhixing's cup, same model but blue. Shengxinye thought enigmas were secretly mischievous. After washing up, the alpha came out and noticed a man in a white coat standing in the ward. He greeted him with a smile, Elder Huai. Lin Huai avoided Lu Zhixing's gaze and walked over to Shengxinye. You wouldn't let me come last night, how are you feeling now? I didn't want to disturb your work, right? Other patients seeing wouldn't be good. I'm much better now, though. But the doctor wants me to get another 2 days of 4 fluids. Shengxinye had just washed his face, his damp bangs were swept aside, revealing a smooth forehead. He seemed quite mature. Just follow the doctor's advice. Sorry, Xian, my mom added too much chili to her dishes. Lin Huai apologized. It's fine. I didn't care about it when I was little. Maybe it's because I drank icy water after coming home. Shengxinye appeared unconcerned. Lu Zhixing interjected, even a strong stomach can't withstand abuse, avoid spicy foods. Lin Huai wrinkled his eyebrows faintly and smiled, Mr. Lu, everyone has different tolerances for food. You might just not share the same dietary habits as Nian. Lu Zhixing paused with his fingers on the keyboard and gave Lin Huai a mild smile. No problem, I can adjust to his habits and take care of his stomach. Visits to the hospital should be minimized. Lin Huai opened his mouth to say something, but the ward door was tapped twice and then opened. Su Yu entered smiling. I heard Mr. Lu's fiancé was hospitalized, so I came to visit. Whoa, Dr. Lin is here too. Director Su. Lin Huai responded indifferently. In the not-so-large ward, 4 people gathered together. Shengxinye scanned Su Yu, then looked at Lin Huai. Hey, both of you are visiting but didn't bring anything. Lin Huai laughed. You can't eat anything now, what do you want me to bring? Flowers? Shengxinye chuckled, waving his phone. No need for that trouble, transferring money works. Deal. Lin Huai replied helplessly, I'll transfer it later. Shengxinye then looked at Su Yu. They had only met once and exchanged a few words. It would be awkward to ask for money. Su Yu blinked and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Here, how about one? Lu Zhixing sighed, Dr. Su, smoking is banned in hospitals. Don't mislead the kids. Su Yu laughed loudly, just messing around, why are you so worked up? Shengxinye keenly sensed that Dr. Su and Lu Zhixing had a good relationship. Although Lu Zhixing seemed to be disapproving, he actually spoke very casually to Su Yu, without much pretense. Shengxinye glanced at Su Yu's nameplate, Pheromone Internal Medicine Chief Physician. It appeared that Dr. Su was the attending doctor treating Lu Zhixing's pheromone functional disorder. Su Yu suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Huai, Dr. Lin just finished his night shift, right? Let me give you a ride. Lin Huai shook his head, thank you, Director Su, during working hours we shouldn't leave our posts unattended. I'll take a taxi home. Su Yu shrugged, I don't have any outpatient sessions today. There's only one marking cleaning surgery in the afternoon, so I'm not busy. But I really don't need it. Lin Huai seemed reluctant to deal with Su Yu and said to Xingxinya, I'm going home to rest first. Call me if there's anything. Xingxinya nodded, alright, by the way, Huaigu, please don't tell my dad about my hospitalization. I don't want them to worry. Lin Huai smiled, you've grown up, alright, I know. I'll go then. After Lin Huai left, Su Yu didn't leave either. He sat on the chair and chatted with Xingxinya. Being naturally sociable, he could chat with anyone easily. Xingxinya was also quite socially adept, chatting happily with Su Yu and asking many of the questions he was curious about. Lu Zhixing was driven crazy by their conversation, went out for a company meeting, and asked Su Yu to take good care of Xingxinya. He trusted Su Yu very much. Although Su Yu looked unreliable, he was actually a doctor with good medical skills and ethics. Is the marking cleaning surgery because they broke up? Is it due to low compatibility? Su Yu held a cigarette holder in his mouth, unlit, and deeply replied, it has nothing to do with compatibility, but everything to do with character. There are always some rotten alphas who mark someone and then refuse to take responsibility. Nowadays, although equal rights are advocated, megas are naturally at a disadvantage. They can only be permanently marked by one alpha, but an alpha can mark many people. It's extremely unfair. Xingxinya frowned and bitterly complained. Su Yu smiled, little master is truly kind-hearted. However, I've known Mr. Lu for 8 years and I can guarantee he's a man with deep and monogamous affection. I wouldn't let him mark me. Am I crazy? I'm a perfectly fine alpha, why would I let him mark me? Xingxinya smirked while leaning against the headboard. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, is that so? But you have the smell of his pheromones on you. I accidentally got it on me. Xingxinya fiercely argued. As a pheromone internal medicine doctor, Su Yu had done some research on enigmas. Naturally, he knew that Xingxinya's body had already buried Lu Zhixing's pheromones long ago. Like an invisible rope, without Xingxinya knowing, it had already tied him down tightly. Su Yu laughed in his heart. Wasn't this the classic strong-take-all tactic? Quite cunning indeed. Chapter 50 Infinite Speculation. Su Yu didn't continue discussing this topic with Xingxinya and changed the subject, your hairstyle looks great. If I weren't a doctor, I'd dye it a different color every day. You can try coloring spray when you're off duty, it washes out the same day. My hairdresser's skill is pretty special. Xingxinya felt regretful that they hadn't met sooner after chatting with Su Yu for a bit, enthusiastically suggesting, do you want me to recommend him to you? He's excellent for alphas. Unfortunately, I prefer alphas. Su Yu openly stated his preference. Xingxinya widened his eyes slightly in surprise, thinking it might be rude but suppressing part of his reaction. Dryly, he said, wow. Then reconsidering, he narrowed his eyes hesitantly, you're not trying to hit on my Huaigu, are you? Su Yu smiled but didn't respond. Xingxinya clicked his tongue, that won't work. Huaigu likes megas. Moreover, his family is very traditional, so he must find a partner with high compatibility. You, bad luck. Su Yu crossed his legs, looking completely unfazed, did he tell you he likes megas? Or what? Su Yu smiled, Dr. Lin lives quite a twisted life, somewhat interesting. Xingxinya frowned, Dr. Su, although I think you're nice, if you play with Lin Huai's feelings, you'll have to ask whether I agree or not. Do I look like that kind of womanizer? Just as Su Yu finished speaking, Lu Zhixing walked in holding something and asked, what womanizer? He's after my Huaigu. Xingxinya didn't hide it, directly tattling, an old bull eating tender grass. Su Yu pressed his lips together, speechless, kid, what nonsense is this? Lu Zhixing put down what he was holding and said indifferently, your Huaigu. My childhood friend, Lin Huai. Xingxinya picked up the warm drink Lu Zhixing brought, what's this? Uncle's son prepared it for you, apple juice. He said it's good for protecting the stomach, give it a try. Lu Zhixing opened the thermos cap for him, and the fragrant scent of apples floated out. It tastes good. Uncle's son really has excellent skills. Xingxinya praised. Lu Zhixing sat next to him, Uncle's son's grandson has poor stomach health, can't eat raw or cold food. These skills have been honed over time. I just gave it a try. Xingxinya wanted to grab a disposable cup for Lu Zhixing, but Lu Zhixing drank directly from his straw, lowering his gaze and smiling faintly, it's delicious. It had a peach flavor. Humph. Xingxinya lightly huffed and rubbed the straw with his fingers as if he were quite disgusted. Isn't Uncle's son about your age? And he already has a grandson? Xingxinya hugged the thermos and sat cross-legged on the bed drinking happily when the nurse came in with an 4-drip to administer fluids. Xingxinya bit the straw and extended his hand backward, yesterday's injection spot was slightly bruised. Lu Zhixing glanced down briefly and said to the nurse, he's afraid of pain. Could you please be gentle? Hey. Lies. I'm not afraid of pain, I'm just afraid of needles. Since he was now fully conscious, Xingxinya felt too embarrassed to bury his head in Lu Zhixing's arms again, leaving his hand exposed while his gaze wandered, his whole body tense. Lu Zhixing stood up and instinctively pressed Xingxinya's head into his chest, whispering softly, no one's laughing at you. Sheng Xinya's face rested against Lu Zhixing's abs, his hand disinfected by the young nurse, cool and refreshing. In the next second, the needle pierced into the vein. Actually, it didn't hurt at all, no particular sensation. As soon as the nurse left the room, Lu Zhixing released soothing pheromones. Sheng Xinya suddenly realized that not only did he no longer repel Lu Zhixing's pheromones, but he also, kind of liked them. Almost forgot to tell my dad I won't be going home today. Sheng Xinya took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi Jiqing. Dad, I'll be busy for a few days, I'll come home after I finish. Yi Jiqing didn't ask much, just replied, alright, take care of yourself. Sheng Xinya put down his phone and saw Lu Zhixing taking out some pills and swallowing them with water right before his eyes. Sheng Xinya glanced at the needle on his own hand, restrained himself for a moment, but couldn't help asking, can your illness be cured? Lu Zhixing thought for a moment and honestly replied, I don't know. Oh. Silence fell over the room. Sheng Xinya lay on the hospital bed staring at the white ceiling, feeling drowsy, then remembered something and asked again, do you always feel that uncomfortable every time your condition flares up? It was painful, but Lu Zhixing had become accustomed to it, and as long as he took his medication on time, such situations could be avoided. But Mr. Lu still said, uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. The alpha, who had been half asleep, suddenly woke up and hesitated, saying, I can understand you, I used to have poor health as a child, and I also found it very difficult. Lu Zhixing reached out with his thumb and gently smoothed the frown between the alpha's eyebrows, his voice soft with laughter, Xinya should stay healthy. Sheng Xinya looked at Lu Zhixing seriously like he was looking at a fellow patient with empathy, patting his hand, you too, stay healthy. After the needle was removed, Sheng Xinya insisted on taking a shower, claiming that he hadn't washed yesterday and felt like he might smell bad, but Lu Zhixing only smelled the fragrance of white peaches. Lu Zhixing applied waterproof bandages to Sheng Xinya's hand and adjusted the temperature of the shower for him, you have 10 minutes. You're weak right now, don't pass out. Don't worry, I feel perfectly fine. Sheng Xinya walked into the bathroom holding a bathrobe. The VIP ward was no different from a hotel suite except for the interior decoration. When the shower was turned on, the hot water immediately relaxed every pore of the alpha's skin, and he even considered soaking in the tub. Lu Zhixing sat in the chair reviewing the latest data sent by Assistant Zhou, pinching the bridge of his nose, with nothing but the sound of rushing water from the bathroom entering his ears, unable to focus on work. In front of his eyes involuntarily appeared the image of the alpha wearing only underwear, and those two small cat paw tattoos, and further down. Lu Zhixing closed his laptop, walked to the windowsill, and opened the window to let in the night breeze, calming down. He glanced at the wall clock, then walked to the bathroom door and knocked lightly, are you done yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the doorknob turned, and the door opened. Sheng Xinya stepped out wrapped in a bathrobe, steam following him as he used a towel to dry his hair, you're really pushy. Lu Zhixing wrapped an arm around the alpha's shoulder, which was still damp from the bathroom air, and nudged him back inside, dry your hair or you'll catch a cold. What? You sound just like my dad. My hair isn't that long, it'll dry on its own. Sheng Xinya turned to leave but was pulled back by Lu Zhixing. The bathrobe fabric was thin, secured only by one belt, if it were undone, the whole of the alpha would be exposed. Lu Zhixing's gaze darkened. He picked up the hairdryer and firmly held the alpha between himself and the sink, blowing his hair dry. The alluring information of Zhangzhu wafted out from Engma's glands. Sheng Xinya looked into the mirror, where Engma's eyes were half closed, and gulped, Lu Zhixing, what are you thinking about? Through the mirror, Lu Zhixing met his gaze, his amber eyes seemed shrouded in the bathroom mist, but they revealed an unbridled aggressiveness toward him. That was the look of a male animal regarding its prey. Sheng Xinya's heart quivered, feeling slightly stifled for a moment, and he awkwardly averted his eyes. The hairdryer continued to hum as Lu Zhixing leaned down and nibbled at the alpha's ear stud, grinding it with his teeth. Engma's hand moved towards the fastener of the alpha's bathrobe waistband, whispering lightly, what am I thinking? I'm wondering. Are you wearing anything underneath? Chapter 51, do you like me even a little? Sheng Xinya froze for a moment, Lu Zhixing never concealed his straightforward emotions in front of him. What a shameless old lecher. Do you think you're the only one who can flirt? The alpha arched an eyebrow provocatively, opening his mouth to form a silent word, no. Through the mirror, Lu Zhixing locked eyes with his challenging stare, the sound of the hairdryer masked Engma's increasingly unstable breathing. The alpha's hair was pink, his lips too, and they glistened with moisture. A moment later, Lu Zhixing surrendered, pressing his forehead against Sheng Xinya's shoulder with a bitter smile, you've gone too far. I give up. He placed the hairdryer in Sheng Xinya's hands and lightly kissed his cheek, finish drying your hair. Holding the hairdryer, Sheng Xinya felt a tingle run through him and turned around, shouting, where are you going? I can't take it anymore, I need some fresh air, said Lu Zhixing as he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Lu Zhixing entered the stairwell intending to go up to the rooftop to cool off, but the door to the rooftop was locked tight, probably to prevent patients from jumping off. So, he stood on the platform at the turn of the stairs, looking out the short window to the scenery outside, trying to shift his focus to ease the excitement the alpha had stirred within him. His phone vibrated in his pocket, it was Lu Yanchang calling. Father, what's up? There was a pause on the other end, followed by a sigh, I just wanted to ask you. How does November 21st sound for your engagement banquet with Xinya? The master calculated it to be a good day. If you agree, I'll let Mr. Xing know. Lu Zhixing's gaze landed on the opposite wall, the yellowing paint slightly peeling, revealing gray lime underneath. The sound-controlled light in the stairwell flickered on and off. Suddenly, Lu Zhixing remembered that day driving home from the amusement park when Lu Xining softly asked him, "Uncle, have you proposed to Yirj? I really like this little auntie. Even children know you should propose first, get the other party's agreement, before proceeding with the engagement and marriage." As the sound-controlled light was about to go out, Lu Zhixing spoke up, "Father, the timeline is quite rushed." True, engagements are major events. Do you have any ideas? Lu Zhixing brushed some wall dust off his sleeve, "Let me discuss it with Nian Nian further. This kind of thing shouldn't be rushed. You also shouldn't be too relaxed, I'm eager to have grandkids," Lu Yanchang chuckled. "Father, it's late. You should get some rest," Lu Zhixing deflected the topic. "Alright, if you find time, bring Xinya over for dinner. Ning Ning seems to like him, she's been pestering to play with her little auntie." "Alright, I will." After hanging up the call, Lu Zhixing's agitated pheromones gradually calmed down. Grandchildren? Perhaps he couldn't grant Lu Yanchang's wish after all. For an alpha to convert into a mega requires being permanently marked by an engsub. Xinya didn't want to become his mega, and Lu Zhixing didn't plan to force the matter. Although Lu Zhixing wanted to permanently mark Xinya, if he didn't agree, then that was that, they were already a mated pair. Even a mega would feel pain from being marked, let alone an alpha. Lu Zhixing touched the back of his neck, unsure if it was just his imagination, but lately his pheromone seemed much calmer. Xinya finished blow-drying his hair and the droplets on his body had dried too. He quietly went back to his room to fetch his pajamas and returned to the bathroom to change. The alpha lay in bed and glanced at his phone. Lu Zhixing had been outside for half an hour already. Did he really need that long to do, whatever it is? Normally, Xinya could fall asleep within 10 minutes of touching the pillow, but tonight he couldn't settle down no matter how he tossed and turned. Click, the door opened slightly as someone tiptoed inside. Lu Zhixing looked at the hanging bedside lamp that was still on, smiled faintly, and walked over to the alpha's bed where he gazed at the sleeping face before leaning down and lightly brushing his lips against his. The alpha's eyelids fluttered once, closing tightly. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow and chuckled silently, "If you keep pretending to sleep, I'll pull off your blanket." Xinya opened his eyes and frowned at him. "Do you have any sense of adulthood? You stole a kiss and now that I've caught you red-handed, I pretended to sleep to save you from embarrassment, yet here you are shamelessly exposing yourself." Nian, Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze to look at him. What is it? Xinya pulled the blanket higher up to cover his mouth, mumbling. Lu Zhixing pulled the blanket down slightly and whispered softly, "Do you like me even a little?" Xinya froze for a moment, then yanked the blanket back up over his head, rolled over to face away from Lu Zhixing, and shouted, "It's late. Go to sleep." Under normal circumstances, the alpha would outright deny such a question, but as Lu Zhixing watched the lump under the covers, his heart felt electrified, beating wildly. He leaned forward and pressed a kiss through the blanket, whispering gently, "I like you, so why don't you like me back?" After saying this, Lu Zhixing turned off the small light and returned to the guest bed. Holy shit, what the actual fuck? Fuck fuck. Though Lu Zhixing usually expressed his affection for the alpha, this was the first time he'd actually vocalized liking him. Xinya felt like he was going to explode inside his cocoon of a blanket. His mind went blank, struggling for air beneath the smothering fabric. The scent of peach pheromones drifted over from the other bed, making Lu Zhixing close his eyes with contentment. He knew he'd sleep soundly tonight. After spending 3 days in the hospital, the alpha bounced back to life, annoyed that Lu Zhixing only gave him kanji every day. On that very day, he went back to the Xing family home. Lu Zhixing cursed internally, calling him a little ungrateful brat, but still asked Sun Zhenhua to drive him home. Coincidentally, Xinya arrived home during the mealtime. As soon as he stepped in, the smell of food greeted him, teasing his salivating mouth. He hadn't eaten anything flavorful for 3 days straight. So fragrant. Xinya quickly swapped his shoes for slippers and dashed into the dining room. Yi Ziqing peeked out and laughed, "Oh dear, who's come back? It's your favorite son." Xinya hugged her and cooed. I'm still here." Xiang interjected while munching on half an ear of corn. Xinya sat beside him after pulling out a chair. "Big brother, why did you come back? Is that supposed to mean I wander aimlessly around all year?" Yi Ziqing ladled a bowl of pork rib soup for Xinya and said to Xiang, "And here I thought you'd lost count of the number of times you've come home this year." Grumbling, Xiang muttered, "Isn't this due to my busy work schedule?" Huaiji coldly sniffed, "Are you sure that's work? Running around behind some young actor like a tail, isn't that embarrassing?" Xiang placed the corn on his plate and frowned slightly, "How am I being embarrassing? What's wrong with actors?" Don't think I don't know, being in Tianbei doesn't make you invisible. Using your money to force others into complying, what's that if not sexual harassment? How exactly isn't that embarrassing? Huaiji didn't originally intend to interfere excessively, but the constant front-page headlines about his son made anyone sick. His old friends had used this situation to mock him non-stop. Sheng Xian sighed, "Father, it's not quite as you think." Song Chu. The rest of the sentence stuck in his throat. Was Song Chu willingly involved? No, not exactly. Sheng Xian had always considered himself Song Chu's benefactor, helping him repay debts, resolving conflicts, and boosting his career resources, which Song Chu reciprocated by becoming intimate with him. He thought the arrangement was fair and mutually beneficial. But now. Chapter 52, How to Chase Someone. What's wrong with him? Wasn't he the one you coerced? If you show up in another scandal, don't bother coming home. Sheng Huaizhi slammed his chopsticks on the table. Don't be mad. Seeing an argument brewing, Sheng Xinya quickly tried to mediate. Nowadays, news is half true and half false. They write whatever grabs attention, don't take it seriously. Sheng Huaizhi was about to say more, but a glare from Yi Ziqing shut him up. That's enough. How many times do I have to tell you not to lecture our children at the dining table? We'll talk about this after the meal. She then glared at Sheng Xian, and you, behave yourself. With all the love I share with your father, how could we have ended up with such a hopeless romantic like you? Cough. Sheng Huaizhi tugged at his wife's sleeve under the table and whispered, "Honey, you're harsher than me." Sheng Xinya picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fried tofu on Sheng Xian's plate, noticing his sullen expression. He quietly asked, "Big brother, are you okay?" Sheng Xian shook his head, took a bite of the tofu, and realized what his father had pointed out today. Song Chu had never done anything willingly, the only tie between them was debt and a labor contract. Sheng Xian had always known that Song Chu was different from his other lovers, but he considered this difference as the alpha's natural sense of possession. Song Chu belonged solely to him. Unbeknownst to himself, from some unknown point, Sheng Xian would no longer appear in others' beds. Whenever he had time, he would seek out Song Chu. When all your focus, eyes and heart, are on one person, greed inevitably takes over. Sheng Xian wanted Song Chu's body and heart completely. But Song Chu had never been kind to him. In the past, it didn't matter to him since satisfaction was all that counted. Now that he cared, it hurt everywhere. Sheng Xian couldn't enjoy the meal, while Sheng Xinya, thinking of Lu Zhixing's reminder, also dared not eat much, only savoring some soup. After the meal, Sheng Xian poked his brother's arm. "Wanna chat?" About what? Following his big brother upstairs, Sheng Xinya asked. They sat cross-legged on the rug of the small balcony on the second floor. The balcony wasn't sealed, so the night breeze made it rather cold. Sheng Xian went indoors and fetched a thin blanket, tossing it to Sheng Xinya. "Wrap yourself well, don't catch a cold." Smiling, Sheng Xinya shook out the blanket and wrapped himself tightly, leaning back on the small sofa. Although they had a good relationship, they hadn't chatted face-to-face like this for a long time after growing up. As adults, each had their own secrets, even from their closest siblings. With one knee drawn up and his arm resting on it, Sheng Xian held a can of cold beer. "How's it going with Lu Zhixing?" Burrowed in the blanket, Sheng Xinya rubbed his nose. "Pretty good." At some point, his aversion toward Lu Zhixing had disappeared, replaced by a subtle change. "Oh," Sheng Xinya lightly swayed his can of beer, somewhat awkwardly opening up. "Nian Nian, do you know how to chase someone?" So this was the main point. Sheng Xinya raised an eyebrow and teased, "You want to chase Song Chu?" Sighing, Sheng Xian rubbed his forehead with his knuckles, troubled. "It's just. I don't want to break up with him, do you understand?" Sheng Xinya knew a little about their situation and could tell his brother was genuinely emotionally invested. "I don't get it fully." Sheng Xinya joked. "TSK, I just like him, alright." Though embarrassed, Sheng Xian blushed slightly. "How can I make him like me?" Sheng Xinya burst out laughing, teasing sarcastically, "If Song Chu doesn't slap you, that's already pretty good, let alone liking you." Taking a sip of beer, Sheng Xian frowned. "Why can't he like me? I'm rich and handsome, why wouldn't he like me? Who would like someone who tramples on their dignity? Stockholm Syndrome? Song Chu doesn't seem like that type." Sheng Xinya ruthlessly shot back at his brother. "What did I ever do to trample on his dignity?" Sheng Xian frowned. "I've always treated him quite well, right? When he went to Haicheng to shoot his movie, I was afraid he'd get bullied, so I flew there whenever I had time." The more he talked, the guiltier he felt, and he gulped down more beer. "You forced him to pay off debts with his body, making outsiders think he rose through selling himself. Isn't that trampling on his dignity? Did you even tell him you went to Haicheng because you were worried about him getting bullied?" Speechless for the first time, Sheng Xian stuttered, "Big brother, if you haven't clearly expressed your feelings, how can you expect others to understand?" Sheng Xinya took the beer out of his hand, drank a sip himself. It was a bit cold, and thinking of Lu Zhixing's reminder, he let it linger in his mouth for a while before swallowing. "Alright, understood, no more nonsense. So tell me, how can I make Song Chu like me?" Sheng Xinya sighed. "You two don't even have an equal relationship, how can you talk about feelings? Does Song Chu even dare to like you? Besides, with your past record, who knows how long your interest will last? Lost boys can change, but anyone who thinks they can change a lost boy is stupid." Sheng Xinya didn't dare say that out loud for fear of getting hit. Truly, reaping what one sows is unavoidable. If Xing Zian had foreseen this today, he definitely wouldn't have acted as he did back then. He rubbed his face into his hands, muttering in frustration, I'm screwed. What should I do? Xing Xinya, unusually serious, patted his shoulder, big brother, you need to learn to respect him. Accept the possibility that he might like you, but also accept the possibility that he might not. Xing Zian paused. Accept that Song Chu might not like him. The volatile pheromones of rum wafted from his alpha glands, causing Xing Xinya to sneeze. Control your pheromones. They're too strong. Xing Xinya waved the air around him a bit to disperse the smell, then leaned closer, big brother, are you really sincere? Go away, or I'll beat you. Xing Zian slapped him on the head. Seeing his brother was genuinely angry, Xing Xinya stood up, rubbing his head and backing off a couple steps before throwing in another taunt, you deserve it. You're just asking for trouble. Then he ran off like the wind. Xing Zian smiled wryly, feeling utterly dejected. He never imagined there would come a day when he would be lectured by someone like Nian Nian, and yet, the person made sense. Xing Zian fell back onto the rug, staring blankly at the ceiling. Not knowing where to start, he couldn't figure out how to begin anew with Song Chu. Xing Xinya peeked through the doorway with a mischievous grin, big brother, there's a particularly accurate and harsh way to solve your problem. Do you want to know? What method? Xing Zian turned to look at him. Xing Xinya gave a mysterious smile, let him go. Allow Song Chu to start a new life. I'm really going to beat you now. Xing Zian leapt off the rug, grabbed a slipper, and threw it at Xing Xinya. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Xing Xinya dodged it and locked the door behind him upon returning to his room. You brat, always asking for trouble, Xing Zian fumed, sitting back down and muttering, letting Song Chu go. Impossible. Song Chu's life must include me. He finished off the beer in one go, then pulled out his phone, opened his chat window with Song Chu, and sent a message. I miss you. 10 minutes later, Song Chu replied, if Mr. Xing needs anything, take care of it locally. I have work to do, no time to fly over. Ugh. A vein popped out on Xing Zian's temple as he angrily threw the phone to the ground. Flicking his bangs aside, Xing Zian paced furiously back and forth in the room. What kind of response was that? What kind of answer was that? Was it only that one matter when I thought of you? Couldn't I simply think of you without any motive? After gulping down a glass of water to quell his anger, Xing Zian quietly picked up the broken phone screen, tapped a few times, still usable. Mr. Xing sat on the bed, typing into his damaged phone, Little Chu, I didn't mean that, I just missed you. Song Chu responded instantly, oh, alright. Oh. Alright. Oh, alright. Xing Zian punched the pillow hard several times, continuing to humbly type on the damaged phone, rest early, good night, sweet dreams. Song Chu, peace. Chapter 53, Little Pumpkin's Diary. After Xing Xinya returned to his bedroom, he showered first, then sang as he picked up his phone to play some games. Suddenly, he remembered the diary that Yi Jiqing had packed for him when clearing things out. The alpha tousled his damp hair and found the password-locked diary on his desk. He had forgotten the password long ago, so after trying 3 common ones without success, Xing Xinya simply placed the diary on the floor and stepped on it with force, breaking the lock open. The password locks on such diaries were made of plastic. They could be described as gentlemen's locks, only suitable for parents like Yi Jiqing who respected their children's privacy. For others with controlling tendencies, even steel bars could be bent open. Xing Xinya blew the dust off the cover, switched on the small lamp, and began flipping through it seated at his desk. As the alpha looked at the dates on the pages, he realized how time flew. It had already been 14 years. These words are so ugly, Xing Xianyan mused. Although his handwriting now wasn't very pretty either, his childhood scrawl was absolutely terrible. What dog scratch in the dirt probably looked better. Xing Xianyan furrowed his brows, scrutinizing carefully before realizing that he'd written vertically, a trend that used to be cool back then in his class. He initially wanted to reminisce about his childhood, but each diary entry only contained 2 or 3 lines of meaningless text filled with mundane updates. After reading a few pages which tired his eyes, he found one valuable entry, Lin Huai ate my chicken sausage today. The alpha snapped a picture of it and sent it to Lin Huai, though Lin might still be working as there was no reply yet. Xing Xianyan casually flipped through a few more pages until he saw an entry that spanned half a page, the longest one so far. It was from his 10th birthday. Today I went to the orphanage with Dad for charity work. I donated my lucky money to a very handsome older brother, hoping my future wife could be just as good looking too. And I also gave him a small stone I picked up by the riverside. Jia Bei. What kind of name is this? Super double. Xing Xianyan chuckled, critiquing and teasing while noting that he truly didn't remember this at all. After all, alphas like himself were carefree people, and it had already been 14 years, memories faded inevitably. All TV dramas show this stuff happening. So I asked Jia Bei if he could be my wife in the future. Jia Bei said, Little pumpkin, you need to grow up to be 180 centimeters first. I'm not a little pumpkin. Not at all. Xing Xianyan, Pu Qi, laughed out loud. Back then, his body was frail, so Yi Jiqing fed him anything nutritious, improving his physical condition but also making him overweight. What impolite behavior from this Jia Bei. Closing the diary, Xing Xiannian hummed A Thorny Rose. But something familiar about this Jia Bei's words made Xing sit up straight and quickly check Lu Zhixing's WeChat profile. Impossible, right? How could such coincidences exist? Xing Xiannian scratched his head. He collected so many stones, except for those exceptionally ugly ones whose origins he could vaguely recall. Most others brought surprises every time he visited his miniature museum because he couldn't keep track of where he found them. Lu Zhixing was only taken back to the Lu family when he was 20, meaning he shouldn't have been called that name back then. Xing Xiannian opened the diary again, hoping to find any other mentions of Jia Bei but came up empty-handed. Chewing on his knuckles, Xing Xiannian hoped Lu Zhixing wasn't Jia Bei, since Jia Bei grew up in an orphanage. If Lu Zhixing said Mr. Lu Yanchang didn't recognize him back then, apart from going to an orphanage or welfare institution, how else could such a young child survive? His phone vibrated, breaking his train of thought. Picking it up quickly, it was a message from Lin Huai. A bit of unspoken disappointment flickered inside. Lin Huai, what is this? Alien writing for aliens? Smiling, Xing Xiannian sent a voice message in irritation, look again carefully. See what's written there. 5 minutes later, Lin Huai called him on voice chat, a chicken sausage worth noting down in your diary. You're so stingy. Leaning back into his chair, Xing Xiannian swayed and replied, compound interest, it's been 14 years. How much do you owe me now? Lin Huai chuckled, why don't you bring up how you used to snatch my breakfast? Compound interest, how about you calculate that? Lin Huai's parents were always busy, so they would give him money to buy his own breakfast. Meanwhile, Xing Xiannian's food was carefully prepared by a housekeeper, healthy, but bland. So Xing often ate Lin Huai's meals to satisfy his cravings. I don't want to hear it, I refuse to acknowledge it. Xing Xiannian scratched around on the notebook in front of him. Hey, Huaigo, did I ever tell you about my charity trip to the orphanage? Let me think about it, Lin Huai paused after some contemplation. I think I have a vague impression of it, but I can't remember clearly. Why bring this up suddenly? It's nothing. Do you remember anyone called Jia Bei? Lin Huai laughed, double. Super double. Did playing landowner screw up your mind? Before Xing Xiannian could insult him, another familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, Dr. Lin, is the surgery done? Let's leave together. Lin Huai replied nonchalantly, Dr. Su, please go ahead first. I still have some work left. Dr. Su, you said, no worries. I'll wait for you. Let's go together, I didn't drive, so you can drop me off. When Xing Xiannian heard Lin Huai sigh, he spoke into the phone, Xiannian, I'm busy right now. We'll talk later. Alright, Xing Xiannian hesitated for a moment, not wanting to expose someone's orientation but also worried his junior might be at a disadvantage. He whispered into the phone, I think Suyu is not serious, keep your distance from him. No sooner had he spoken when Suyu said, what bad luck you have, criticizing people behind their backs. Xing Xiannian froze for a second, his face immediately turned red as he laughed nervously, hee, Dr. Su, Lin Huai. You should really change your phone soon, it leaks sound so badly. Bye. After this interruption, Xing Xiannian's previous train of thought was completely lost, and he no longer wanted to pry into Lu Zhixing's dark past, since no one enjoys remembering pain. But as an alpha, Xing Xiannian couldn't hold things in and still sent a text to probe Lu Zhixing. Jia Bei Gu. As soon as this message was sent, the screen showed typing. Lu Dog Coin, what? Who are you sending messages to? Xing Xiannian rolled his eyes, it wasn't him if the response was like this. Bean Bun Year, no one. Go to sleep early. Good night. As soon as he sent it, Lu Zhixing's call came in. Xing Xiannian asked puzzledly, what's up? Enjma's voice sounded a little sarcastic, who's Jia Bei Gu? Another brother after being home for just a while. Xing Xiannian raised his middle finger to the air, muttering, nuts, hang up. The alpha stood up from his desk, turned off the small table lamp, and suddenly noticed a cut-out newspaper page on the floor. Xing Xiannian vaguely remembered this, as it was the first time he appeared in a newspaper, feeling novel enough to cut it out and keep it. The alpha picked it up from the ground, unfolded it, and found that apart from praising the Xing family, the article urged public attention toward orphanages. Flipping to the other side, Xing Xiannian saw a photo taken with a boy back then. Chapter 54, Fang Jinghe. The alpha widened his eyes slightly. Even though the picture was yellowed and blurry, he could still recognize the familiar shadow in the young boy's face. In the photograph, the young boy held up a sign accepting donations, his expression indifferent towards the camera. Beside him, Xing Xiannian grinned foolishly, holding his hand. Alphas are often aesthetically driven, once an alpha, always a slave to good looks. This photograph seemed to unlock the dusty gate of sealed memories with a creak, as sunshine filtered through weathered cracks, revealing floating tiny specks of dust, and those worn-out, somewhat faded memory fragments rushed back into Xing Xiannian's brain. 14 years ago, Xing Xiannian followed Yi Jiqing to Chifu Orphanage, accompanied by a group of media. Yi Jiqing didn't favor such publicity, but doing so would attract attention to the orphanage and increase adoption rates, so he agreed to the media request. After arriving at the orphanage, Yi Jiqing was busy distributing the brought donations, so Sheng Xiannian slipped away quietly to find the kitten he'd seen upon entering. Meow meow, Sheng Xiannian called out for the kitten and unknowingly wandered into the backyard, where there was a pavilion not far away. Inside the pavilion sat a neatly poised teenager wearing slightly worn white short sleeves. The breeze stirred the hair around his forehead, and Sheng Xiannian seemed to smell the scent of lavender laundry detergent on him. When the youth heard a commotion, he turned his head and looked in Sheng Xiannian's direction. Sheng Xiannian then saw his pale, amber-like eyes under the sunlight. Sheng Xiannian instantly forgot about the kitten and approached him boldly, imitating an adult trying to make conversation. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" The youth redirected his gaze, pointing at the workbook in front of him, doing exercises. Oh. Sheng Xiannian cared nothing about his actual activity. He leaned on the table and edged closer with a bright smile. "What's your name?" The youth furrowed his brows slightly but didn't explode, instead, imperceptibly moving his chair a little further aside. Sheng Xiannian leaned forward again and flipped open the workbook on the table, seeing the name, Fang Jinghe, written on the inside cover. Powerful brushstrokes, graceful yet bold. Fang Jinghe's handwriting was light years ahead of Sheng Xiannian's, truly incomparable. "Oh brother." Sheng Xiannian gave himself an approving nod, pulling a piece of white rabbit candy from his pocket and extending it with a grin. "Want some candy?" Fang Jinghe shook his head. "No, it causes cavities." He glanced at Sheng Xiannian's outfit from the corner of his eye. Even if he wasn't knowledgeable, he could tell that the clothes were expensive. This boy clearly wasn't from their orphanage, he must have been the child of one of the people here for charity today that Mother Dean mentioned. Fang Jinghe didn't want to be rude to the people who were helping them, but the chatterbox in front of him was driving him crazy. No matter how much Fang Jinghe ignored him, Sheng Xiannian kept talking endlessly, making his head hurt. Fang Jinghe moved further away from him. "Brother He, where are your parents?" Sheng Xiannian sat beside him, a crinkled candy wrapper on the table. Fang Jinghe, whose emotions rarely fluctuated, frowned this time, and his tone wasn't friendly. "Young master, this is an orphanage." A crowd of reporters surrounded them, flashlights flashing everywhere, under the guise of charity but without even knowing where they actually were. Yet Fang Jinghe simply couldn't bring himself to dislike the good-looking boy in front of him and chose not to respond anymore. Unabashed, Sheng Xiannian edged closer, smiling until his eyes squinted into slits, his face all scrunched up with joy. "Don't be mad, I'll apologize. Here, take this." A star-shaped stone landed in Fang Jinghe's palm as Sheng Xiannian forced his hand open to place it there. "My dad said, every person who dies becomes a star in the sky." Fang Jinghe wanted to say that death meant nothing more than burning in the crematorium and turning to ashes, which then became fertilizer, useless beyond that. But looking into the boy's glittering eyes, he refrained from speaking his thoughts aloud. There are always some people who were born loved. The little pumpkin paused, seeming to choke, patting his chest while coughing for a bit. "You can think of this stone as your dad." Sheng Xiannian hugged him in a childish imitation of adults. "He will always be with you, always loving you." Fang Jinghe's eyebrows twitched. Was this pumpkin-headed kid's brain a little off? Did rich children usually come with defects? But he didn't want to appear rude to those aiding the orphanage, so he stood up, collected his workbook, and left. "Brother He, where are you going?" Sheng Xiannian jumped up after him only to bump into the dean arriving to find someone. "Little He, oh, Master Sheng is also here." "Great, both of you come over." Fang Jinghe was the most academically gifted and understanding child at the orphanage, and Yi Jiqing asked Sheng Xiannian if he would donate his lucky money to Brother He. Sheng Xiannian, known for being stingy, didn't hesitate before nodding, astonishing even Yi Jiqing. Thus came the photograph that appeared in the newspaper. Before leaving, Sheng Xiannian quietly asked Fang Jinghe, "Brother He, can you be my wife in the future?" Sheng Xiannian rubbed his head, pulling himself out of the memory, carefully recalling his conversation with Lu Zhixing. He realized Lu Zhixing probably recognized him long ago. He was going insane, now not marrying a wife but getting himself involved. Sheng Xiannian fell back onto the bed, feeling an odd sensation swelling in his heart, indescribable. Could it be that Lu Zhixing had fallen for him at first sight, secretly liking him for 14 years, hence why he was so obsessed? Thinking about it made him feel somewhat embarrassed, so the alpha pressed his lips together and hit the pillow with his head. Then he jumped off the bed and quickly changed his clothes. He desperately wanted to see Lu Zhixing now to ask what Enigma was all about. As the alpha tiptoed downstairs, he noticed the dining room light was still on. Being frugal, he wanted to turn it off but instead smelled the spiciness of hot pot. In front of Yi Jiqing and Xing Huai were bowls of hot pot with plastic bags, clearly something they'd bought outside. All three looked at each other in silence. Dad, you ate snacks without me and brother too." Sheng Xiannian widened his eyes, shocked by their deceitfulness. Yi Jiqing never let them eat such things, claiming it was unhygienic. So when Sheng Xiannian craved these, he'd go out alone in secrecy. Who would have guessed? Xing Huai tried to cover his embarrassment. "Ah, Xiannian, you kids have long lives ahead. Your father and I are old and don't care about this so much, Humph." Folding his arms, Sheng Xiannian approached Yi Jiqing and pointed to the shrimp paste in his bowl, opening his mouth wide. Ah. Yi Jiqing smiled, picked it up, and fed it to him. Naughty kid, shall I get you a bowl? Sheng Xiannian shook his head while chewing the shrimp, as he had just gotten out of the hospital and neither the doctor nor Lu Zhixing allowed him to eat randomly. Suddenly, Yi Jiqing caught his left hand and frowned. How did you get needle marks? Are you sick? Upon hearing this, Sheng Huai also stood up to look and asked anxiously, what's the matter? It's nothing serious. I just had diarrhea so I went for an 4-drip. Sheng Xiannian said indifferently as he withdrew his hand. I'm fine. Yi Jiqing asked worriedly, are you sure it's not heart-related discomfort? I'm sure it's not. Sheng Xiannian patted Yi Jiqing's shoulder. I'm fine. Sheng Huai said, isn't it because you don't eat properly when living alone? How about moving back home? It's just waking up earlier. Sheng Xiannian shook his head. He finally managed to live independently and his precious car was still at home waiting for him. By the way, someone cooks for me. Lu Zhixing lives opposite me. Coincidence, right? Sheng Huai exclaimed in surprise. Oh. Isn't Zhixing supposed to live at Qiushui residence? Why did he move to Yuhua Bay? Sheng Xiannian smirked a little awkwardly. Indeed, Lu Zhixing was a stalker with some abnormal tendencies. Chapter 55, So who is Brother Jiabi? Yi Jiqing slapped Sheng Huai's arm. Hey, what's wrong with you, Dad? Stop meddling in your children's affairs. Okay. Sheng Huai chuckled embarrassedly. It seemed like things got complicated now. I'm not in the kind of relationship with Lu Zhixing that you're imagining, Sheng Xiannian groaned. Yi Jiqing looked at the thick coat he was wearing. Why do you dress so formally? Are you going out? At this time of night? I'm looking for. Sheng Xiannian scratched his face helplessly, then gave up trying to cover it. Lu Zhixing, I need to talk to him. Yi Jiqing suddenly understood everything, or thought he did. Damn, no amount of jumping into the Yellow River could clear this up. Both Yi Jiqing and Sheng Huai saw Sheng Xiannian out of their house. They pushed him around behind his back like they wanted to say something but didn't. Sheng Xiannian turned back and blinked curiously. What's up? Do you have something to tell me? Sheng Huai pushed Yi Jiqing forward and laughed dryly twice. Your mom wants to talk to you. Yi Jiqing shot him a glare and whispered, he's an alpha. How can I bring this up? Sheng Huai puckered his face in misery as if to say, but his son-in-law-to-be is an enigma. Yi Jiqing clenched her fists in an almost heroic posture, scaring Sheng Xiannian a bit. Dad, what's wrong? Is anything wrong? Are you too sick? Not at all. Yi Jiqing pulled Sheng Xiannian aside, avoiding the chauffeur and Sheng Huai. You're grown up now, your father and I are very open-minded. Sheng Xiannian felt utterly lost and confused. So what? What is it? Just say it. Quickly, Yi Jiqing grabbed a package from his pocket and stuffed it into Sheng Xiannian's pocket. Dad won't say much. You young people surely understand better than me. Sheng Xiannian didn't even notice his dad's movements and certainly didn't see what was in the pocket clearly. His mind murmured, not saying much. Did you actually say anything? Before Sheng Xiannian could ask, Yi Jiqing shoved him into the car and waved goodbye. Go on, drive carefully. The car started its engine and slowly left Shanlin Garden. Sitting in the back seat, Sheng Xiannian pulled out the thing given to him by Yi Jiqing and quickly returned it to the pocket after glancing at it. His face instantly turned red. This is too far. Is Dad overly understanding or what? His phone buzzed. It was a message from Sheng Huai. Xiannian, since you're not married yet, you must take precautions. Accidents wouldn't be good for you. Sheng Xiannian almost burst into tears and ground his teeth before sending back, Dad. It's not like what you're thinking. Oh my goodness, who would ever remember that he's an alpha? After reaching the building where he lived, Sheng Xiannian realized that he probably lost his elevator card somewhere. Helpless, he decided to call Lu Zhixing. Enigma seemingly fell asleep already, and his voice sounded muffled and hoarse. Hey, Nian, what's up? Sheng Xiannian scratched the wall. I lost my magnetic card and can't get in via the elevator. Could you come down and pick me up? Lu Zhixing sounded more awake now, sounding surprised. Aren't you supposed to return to the Sheng family residence? Well, there's something. I came back. Sheng Xiannian heard the sound of rustling fabric and the click of lights turning on over the phone. Lu Zhixing said, all right, I'll be right there. Sheng Xiannian leaned against the wall opposite the elevator, recalling the picture of Lu Zhixing from the newspaper when he was young. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing Lu Zhixing in a dark gray pajama shirt, slippers, and tousled hair. As their gazes met, Sheng Xiannian couldn't help but sigh at how time had flown by so quickly. Enigma approached him, carrying a hint of the scent of Acanthus semperflorens pheromones. To Sheng Xiannian, it seemed as though he saw the 14-year-old boy from 14 years ago, dressed in a rumpled work shirt, exuding the fresh aroma of laundry powder all over. The 29-year-old Lu Zhixing overlapped with the 15-year-old Fang Jinghe in Sheng Xiannian's mind. Looking up slightly, Sheng Xiannian remained silent for a moment. Lu Zhixing extended his cool fingertips and pinched Sheng Xiannian's cheek, smiling faintly and saying, dumbstruck. Fang Jinghe. Sheng Xiannian stared at him dazedly, softly uttering this name. Lu Zhixing paused momentarily, the laughter in his eyes growing softer. finally remembered me? Little winter melon. Sheng Xianian lowered his eyes to rub his own face, although they'd only been apart for a few hours, an awkward feeling had arisen. Perhaps it was because of the grandiose promises he made in his childhood about making someone his wife. Together, they stepped into the elevator, and Lu Zhixing looked at the suddenly quiet Alpha with a calm expression. Who is Brother Jiabi? Straightening himself against the elevator wall, Sheng Xianian gave a wry smile. Why do you care so much? Because I'm jealous. Lu Zhixing raised his eyes to watch the numbers on the display rising, speaking openly. Sheng Xianian faltered briefly, tilting his head to lean it against the elevator wall, and smiled. Jealous of yourself? How commendable. Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow, then realized something. You must have such awful handwriting to mistake, for Jiabi, right? How dare you talk like that? I wrote it vertically. Though his handwriting was indeed terrible, he couldn't lose face. Exiting the elevator one after another, Lu Zhixing led him into his home. Sheng Xianian didn't resist. His mind was in chaos, full of things he wanted to say or ask, yet unsure of where to start. Lu Zhixing pulled out a pair of pink cat-shaped slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the ground, signaling Sheng Xianian to wear them. Did you come back late at night just to confirm if I am the person you know? Yeah. Sheng Xianian took off his coat and tossed it casually onto the sofa. The small box in his pocket fell to the floor. Life was just an endless cycle of embarrassing moments, and one gets used to it after a lifetime. Sheng Xianian almost instantly bent down to pick it up, but Enigma beat him to it. Ultra-thin 0 cents. Lu Zhixing read aloud the large letters, but before he could finish, the Alpha snatched it back. Sheng Xianian's face turned beet red, hurriedly shoving it into his pocket while stammering. Why you, don't get it wrong. I. Lu Zhixing admired the flush that spread to the Alpha's neck, raising an eyebrow and extending his arm to pull him into his embrace. You didn't sleep to come find me at night and even brought this thing. What else could I misinterpret? No, hey. It's not what you think. Sheng Xianian pushed at Lu Zhixing's chest, but to no avail. The Alpha thought that tonight was too embarrassing to describe and certainly couldn't tell Lu Zhixing that it was given to him by his dad. Good heavens. He really wanted to dig a hole and disappear, but it was on the 21st floor, digging would only lead to falling to death. So cute. Lu Zhixing gazed at the flustered and awkward Alpha, his eyes darkening as he leaned down and kissed him. It wasn't a fleeting kiss. Startled, Sheng Xianian tried to dodge but was held by the nape by Enigma, unable to escape. The strong Acanthus semperflorens pheromones infiltrated, sliding down his throat, with the fragrance of Chinese herbal medicine. Maddened by the high-grade pheromones, the Alpha opened his mouth unwittingly. Lu Zhixing's lips curled faintly as his hand moved upward from the back of Sheng Xianian's neck, gently massaging the back of his head as if giving a reward. As the Alpha's breathing became increasingly erratic, this kiss deepened. Chapter 56, Could it be that you've liked me since we were young? Peach pheromones overflowed. Sheng Xianian's pupils abruptly contracted. He felt Enigma's high-grade pheromone seep into his glands. Through his bloodstream, it quickly spread throughout his entire body. His head was dizzy, his legs weak. As Lu Zhixing had said, if he wished, he could do anything to the Alpha. But he still released Sheng Xianian, wiping the corner of the Alpha's mouth with his thumb and whispering softly, I'll let you go because you're so cute. Sheng Xianian rested his forehead against his shoulder. As the Acanthus semperflorens pheromones gradually stabilized, he regained his clarity. In a hoarse voice, he muttered, Lu Zhixing, you lack martial virtue. Lu Zhixing chuckled lightly twice. Remember to buy extra large next time. Have some shame, Sheng Xianian said helplessly, I didn't buy it, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Zhixing paused in his light stroking of the Alpha's back, his voice icy. Didn't you go back to the Sheng family estate? Who gave this to you then? If it weren't for the unopened small box, Enigma wasn't sure if he could control his impulse to mark the Alpha entirely. Sheng Xianian didn't notice Enigma's slight change in emotion, moving his lips and muttering a few words that were completely inaudible. Lu Zhixing lifted the wolf-tail strands from the nape of his neck. His thumb lightly caressed the fresh scab over the gland which still carried traces of blood. This was painful. Under the influence of pheromones, he'd ignored the pain earlier, but with this touch, the sensation returned forcefully. Ouch! Are you crazy? Sheng Xianian slapped away Lu Zhixing's hand hard, teeth gritted as he muttered, are you part dog or something? Lu Zhixing's expression remained cold. You deserve the pain, so you won't run around flirting. What have I flirted with anyway? It's my dad who forced it on me. Sheng Xianian used his hand to fan the area behind his neck, finding relief in the cool air. Oh, given by your uncle, huh? Lu Zhixing tilted his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, apparently not having slept enough made his brain function poorly. Sheng Xianian called out, Fang Jinghe. What is it? Lu Zhixing smiled at him, looking suddenly much happier. It had been a long time since someone had called him by this name. His father wanted him to forget his past life and start anew, conveniently oblivious to the hardships of the past. Fang Jinghe wouldn't become an aloof nobleman just because he changed his name. And Sheng Xianian was the only one who would call him this name again. Stepping back 2 paces, Sheng Xianian crossed his arms and scrutinized him carefully. Isn't your house in Qiushui estate? How come you're now my neighbor? The alpha successfully climbed to the moral high ground, ready to lecture. But Enigma wasn't playing by the rules of morality and lost his calculation. Unfazed, Lu Zhixing turned around and handed Sheng Xiannian a glass of hot water, maybe because I have too many houses. Bullshit. Sheng Xiannian flopped onto the couch, sipping on the warm water. Stalker. Sitting on the small sofa opposite him, Lu Zhixing admitted frankly, alright, I admit, I just wanted to be closer to you. Sheng Xiannian let out a disdainful snort, wiggling his toes, avoiding his gaze as he slightly narrowed his eyes unnaturally. You don't like me since we were kids, do you? What? Lu Zhixing laughed, do you know how old you were 14 years ago? I'm not that kind of pervert. Sheng Xiannian choked, biting into the rim of the glass as he raised his eyes to look at him. Then why do you insist on marrying me? Just because of the marriage contract between the Lu and Sheng families? With heightened pitch in his voice, the alpha seemed dissatisfied with his answer. Propping his head up on one hand, Lu Zhixing's eyes curved slightly in amusement. The living room was lit only by a circle of dim yellow ambient lighting, and after their recent kiss, the atmosphere grew even more intimate. Infuriated by his gaze, Sheng Xiannian grabbed his coat and tried to leave but was blocked by Lu Zhixing standing up. Are you angry? Why are you always getting mad? I get mad. You're amusing. Sheng Xiannian pushed at his shoulders ineffectively, furrowing his brows. Why would I be angry at you? I'm going home to sleep. The first time I saw you at the Lu residence, I recognized you instantly. Lu Zhixing ruffled Sheng Xiannian's hair, making the curls even messier. Back then, you still had black hair. During Lu Xining's full moon celebration, Sheng Xiannian went with his second brother to deliver a red envelope. At that time, Lu Zhixing had just been brought to the Lu family, and according to etiquette, he and Sheng Xian also visited Lu Zhixing. Sheng Xiannian remembered this clearly, the pale young man sunken in the bedding, looking as though his life might slip away at any moment. Lu Zhixing continued, when you walked in, you glanced at me and said, how come this guy looks sicker than me? He said it with a smile, but Sheng Xiannian couldn't find the strength to laugh, feeling complex emotions. Back then, I was just speaking without thinking, I meant nothing by it. Lu Zhixing chuckled softly, I knew that. Back then, I thought, little winter melon is still asking for punches, but seems thinner than the first time we met, and even better looking. But if I were to pinpoint the exact moment I fell for you, it should be in my office, when you gave my name new meaning. Enigma went through everything thoroughly, honest like a confession seeking leniency. So what illness did you have back then? Despite trying to suppress his curiosity, Sheng Xiannian couldn't hold it in. It's probably because of what you said about pheromone disorder. After the second differentiation, I can hardly control my pheromones at will, they go rampant in my body and even harm people around me. Lu Zhixing only explained up to this point, not going deeper into the reasons, and Sheng Xiannian didn't press further. Having accepted too many truths today, his mind was hazy and confused. Lu Zhixing opened his door, sending Sheng Xiannian across to the opposite side for a light embrace. No matter if I'm Fang Jinghe or Lu Zhixing, I like you. Once confession began, such words became easier with practice, and now Enigma could express this very naturally. But he no longer asked if Sheng Xiannian liked him back, because he wasn't in a hurry anymore, there was plenty of time to wait for the alpha's response. Sheng Xiannian returned the hug briefly, what's done is done, it's all good now. Alright, go rest soon. We have work tomorrow. What do you want for breakfast? Lu Zhixing asked. I'd like small dumplings and steamed pork buns. The somewhat melancholy alpha answered truthfully, from Grandma Lu's dumpling shop across the road from Tianbei No. 1 Middle School. Alright, we'll be able to eat them early tomorrow. Go to sleep now. Lu Zhixing watched him enter his apartment before turning back to his own place. Today indeed gave him quite a surprise. Lu Zhixing hadn't figured out how to tell Sheng Xiannian about their childhood encounters yet. Meetings during childhood always gave one a sense of fate, which would earn him some extra points. Not bad, another big step towards their official status. Lin Huai opened his eyes, a long overdue hangover made his head almost explode. After staring blankly at an unfamiliar ceiling for 2 seconds, he suddenly sat up and looked at the man lying next to him. Wherever the blanket had slipped, there were marks of purple, red, and bruising. The man heard the commotion, turned his head, and struggled to open one eye with a pair of fox-like eyes curving slightly. Suyu wasn't wearing his usual fake gold-rimmed glasses that added airs of superiority. His messy hair made it hard to tell he was over 30. His face bore a suggestive smile. What's wrong, babe? This is the first time I've deflowered someone. Lin Huai's brain went buzz, completely short-circuited. At 25 years old, his life deviated from its track for the first time. No, not deviation, it plunged straight into the gutter. Chapter 57, Concern for Future Happiness. After getting up, Sheng Xian subconsciously knocked on Lu Zhixing's door. Who would drink cold yogurt when someone was cooking? Lu Zhixing opened the door for him. Good morning. Morning, morning. Sheng Xiannian greeted him with a radiant smile. Gij he, what are we having today? Hearing this title, Lu Zhixing slightly raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to eat small dumplings and pork buns? But when I went to buy them this morning, the shop you wanted was closed, so I went to the supermarket instead. Let's see if they're as good. Sheng Xiannian walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, shook them off casually, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Looking at the small dumplings sprinkled with chives on the dining table and the plate of pork buns, he felt a little touched. It's more than half an hour drive from our place to Tianbei High School, right? Actually, I just mentioned it randomly. Our place. Lu Zhixing paused mid-action, warmth spreading from his chest, urging the corners of his lips to curl uncontrollably. Lu Zhixing took out a spoon from the kitchen and handed it to him cheerfully. No problem anyway, since I wake up early. Try these. If you don't like them, I'll make them myself for you in the future. Sheng Xiannian was surprised as he took the spoon and put it in his bowl. You know how to make dumplings? Wow, truly all-round development, Gij he. Each call of Gij was sweet enough to disorient General Lu. Lu Zhixing's smile broadened, sitting opposite him, watching him scoop up a small dumpling into his mouth and then suck in cool air because of the heat. Blow on it first before eating, it's just out of the pot, it's hot. The dumpling had to be tossed around several times inside the alpha's mouth before finally being swallowed. Sheng Xiannian nodded. Taste is fine, but still not as good as Grandma Lu's. When we have time, I'll take you to try them. Sheng Xiannian blew on the soup in the spoon before taking a sip and praised, but the broth you made is really good. That's great if you like it. Lu Zhixing stirred the dumplings in his bowl gently with the spoon. Nian Nian, if you're free Friday, can you come with me to the Lu family for dinner? Why? Lu Zhixing sipped some soup. My father said Xining misses you and keeps crying to play with you. He asked me to bring you home sometime. Oh, alright then. Of course, I'll go if Xining wants me. Sheng Xiannian bit into a pork bun speared by chopsticks. After finishing their meal together cheerfully, they went to work together, creating a strong illusion of living together. Sun Zhenhua smiled and greeted, Mr. Lu, good morning. Then he said to Sheng Xiannian, Mr. Sheng, it seems like you've fully recovered. Sheng Xiannian smiled and replied, yeah, I'm all better now. The business car arrived at the company at 8:25 a.m. The front desk was already used to Mr. Gan arriving right on time. After all, gossip spread the fastest in the company, and the news that Sheng Xiannian was going to be their future boss's wife had spread throughout the whole Jia Lu group. Sheng Xiannian was very clever and quickly adapted to the company's rhythm. He had already started taking on some of Zhou assistant's tasks, such as making tea. Lu Zhixing looked down at the cup of plain water and tapped his desk toward Sheng Xiannian who was slacking off. Sheng assistant. Sheng Xiannian asked curiously, what's up? Lu Zhixing pointed to his small teacup. Sheng Xiannian leaned over and saw, oops, forgot to put in the tea leaves. Then he opened the cabinet, took out a tea tin, broke off a small piece from a tea cake and placed it into Lu Zhixing's teacup. There, drink up. Lu Zhixing smiled as he watched the floating tea leaves, picked up the cup, blew lightly, and sipped. Meanwhile, Sheng Xiannian drank his fresh squeezed orange juice with honey, openly slacking off and playing landlord online. In less than 10 minutes, the alpha lost all his happy beans and activated recharge mode. Occasionally, Lu Zhixing would look up from his busy work schedule to glance at him, which served as a way for him to unwind briefly and escape from the tedium of his day. Zhou assistant gently knocked on the office door and placed the freshly printed documents on Lu Zhixing's desk. Mr. Lu, here are the project data you requested. Good job. Lu Zhixing retracted his gaze from the ear stud of the alpha and focused back on his work. When he looked up again, he found the pink-haired boy missing, not sure when he had left. 2 minutes later, Sheng Xiannian walked in carrying takeout. Here, treat from Big Brother Xian today, let you try the charm of greasy and salty food. Lu Zhixing put down the documents and sat opposite Sheng Xiannian, watching him unpack and reveal a large box full of red peppers covered in spicy oil. Hot pot. Lu Zhixing broke apart a disposable pair of chopsticks. Sheng Xiannian raised an eyebrow. You've tried it? I thought you didn't eat this kind of stuff. Am I really someone so otherworldly in your eyes? Lu Zhixing sighed helplessly. Before entering the orphanage, during his hardest times, he had to soak every piece of bread in water just to survive. His past life was beyond what Sheng Xiannian could imagine, but he didn't intend to tell him. Not really, I just think you're too showy about how perfect you seem. Sheng Xiannian opened the plastic container of rice and placed it in front of Lu Zhixing, which still had a slight plastic smell. Why do you think I'm pretending? Lu Zhixing picked up a piece of cow tripe and rinsed it in a cup before placing it into Sheng Xiannian's bowl. Your health has just recovered, it's better to avoid heavily spiced and oily food. Just kidding, I simply feel you act older than your age by only eating vegetables and drinking tea, it's boring. Sheng Xiannian picked up the rinsed cow tripe from his bowl and dipped it into the soup. Who eats something boiled in water only? I'll eat less though. While claiming to eat less, he actually consumed more than half of it. In the afternoon, Sheng Xiannian ran to the toilet 5 times, clutching his stomach and staggering against the wall while entering. Lu Zhixing couldn't bear to see this anymore, sighed, put down his work, and forcibly dragged the alpha to the hospital where another needle was administered. For diarrhea, it was highly effective. Holding his sore butt, Sheng Xiannian finally learned his lesson and wouldn't dare touch anything spicy for at least a month. This nurse must be an intern. I feel my butt is bruised. Sheng Xiannian sat grimacing in the back seat, slightly lifting his rear end as it truly hurt. Inside Lu Zhixing's heart, he thought, you deserve it. Then he looked down at him saying, is it? Should I check if it's really bruised? Who do you think you are to check my butt? Sheng Xiannian pulled out his phone and made himself a daily reminder, do not eat spicy food. Lu Zhixing handed him the hot water and said nonchalantly, "We've seen worse." Sheng Xianian swiftly glanced at Sun Zhenhua seated in the driver's seat and gritted his teeth. "Brother, mind your words. It was in the hospital when you were helping me with the shot, okay, be serious." Lu Zhixing nodded, "Okay." Sun Zhenhua quietly raised the privacy screen between the front and back seats, but Sheng Xianian clearly noticed him suppressing laughter through the rearview mirror. "A social death once a day, each different, no big deal, life is short, one will eventually die anyway." Lu Zhixing glanced at Sheng Xianian's slight movement of lifting his body and sighed in his heart. The alpha seemed very sensitive to pain. What if he couldn't bear the loneliness later on? Lu Zhixing opened his phone and began searching for high-level pheromone information of ENJGMA that could have an anesthetic effect on pain. Apparently, there was little medical information available about ENJGMA, and he couldn't find anything relevant. After some thought, Lu Zhixing sent the information to Suyu, since Suyu had been with him for so long and should know something about ENJGMA. Suyu replied quickly, "Hey, has Mr. Lu finally decided to make a move on the lam? I haven't done it with ENJGMA, so how would I know what your courtship pheromones smell like? Or should Mr. Lu contribute to the cause of medicine? Let me collect some of your pheromones during your hypersensitivity period." Lu Zhixing didn't reply to him. After teasing him, Suyu felt relieved and sat down on the stool instinctively, but then he jumped up due to the pain. Lin Huai's technique was really terrible. Suyu bit his cigarette dryly and lit it after opening the window. Shit, he hadn't sacrificed himself for love until he was 24, yet at 34, this actually happened. He was completely infatuated with Lin Huai's face. Suyu exhaled a puff of smoke and scratched his head. Sigh. Lin Huai was drunk at the time, but he wasn't. Chapter 58, Ill-Fitting Clothes. On Friday afternoon, Sheng Zini and Lu Zhixing finished work half an hour early because Lu Xining specifically asked them to personally pick her up from the elementary school gate. With their tall figures standing out among the parents, they drew a lot of attention, especially Sheng Zini with his flashy hair color. Almost everyone wanted to take a look at this unconventional parent, but due to the towering ENJGMA by his side, everyone dared only to steal quick glances. As soon as the school bell rang, the quiet campus became lively. Parents waiting at the Great Pacific waiting zones looked forward eagerly. Although it was just 5:30 p.m., it was already pitch dark outside, with the roadside poplar trees rustling in the autumn wind. Dead leaves were swept up by the wind onto Sheng Zini's head and brushed off casually by the alpha before falling to the ground. "It's getting windy, it's going to rain," Sheng Zini sneezed, tightening his coat around himself. Lu Zhixing reached over and pulled his collar higher. "Let's wait in the car. Xining will be out soon." "I'm fine, no need to rush." 5 minutes later, Lu Xining rushed into Sheng Zini's arms excitedly, "Brother Year." Lu Zhixing took her backpack, laughing, "Didn't expect to lose my charm so quickly." Sheng Zini gave him a smug smile and gently lifted Lu Xining up into his arms. "Kids prefer good-looking adults. Mr. Lu, don't you get it? Brother Year is better looking than you." Lu Xining wrapped her arms around Sheng Zini's neck and turned back to Lu Zhixing. "Uncle, you're handsome too. You're both handsome. Master Balancer, little girl." Sheng Zini pinched her cheeks and put her down, leading her toward the parking lot. Just 2 steps in, heavy raindrops began to fall. Sun Zhenhua had already arrived with an umbrella. "Mr. Lu, umbrella." Lu Zhixing took it and held it over Sheng Zini's head. Lu Xining looked up at him. "Uncle, favoritism. I'm already wet." Lu Zhixing smiled, tilting the umbrella towards Lu Xining. His own self was completely exposed under the rain, while Sun Zhenhua hurriedly tilted his umbrella to shield him. Sheng Zini looked down and tugged at Lu Xining's ponytail. "What kind of kid needs an umbrella? Rain helps grow taller. Do you want to race Brother Year to see who reaches the parking lot first?" Lu Xining became interested. Sure. "Ready, set, go." The little girl sprinted first into the rain, and Sun Zhenhua worriedly said, "Oh dear, miss, don't catch a cold." Before he finished speaking, Sheng Zini also started running and called out to Lu Xining, "Little brat, you cheated." "Ah, Master Sheng." Sun Zhenhua looked troubled at Lu Zhixing. "Mr. Lu, what should we?" Lu Zhixing smiled. "Kids love playing. Let them be." A young man with pink hair wearing a black overcoat and a ponytailed little girl ran through the increasingly heavy rain, darting past street lamps one after another. Behind them followed a tall man holding a black umbrella. Through the rain, his eyes softened. Sheng Zini suddenly turned around and waved at him with a smile. "Hurry up." Lu Zhixing quickened his pace, his leather shoes splashing through small puddles, soaking the cuffs of his pants. Fortunately, the parking lot was nearby, and they didn't end up soaked. Lu Zhixing took out 2 thin blankets and wrapped them around the 2 of them. The warm air was blowing, and the 2 of them were sneezing in competition. Sheng Xianian rubbed his nose. "Damn, if you catch a cold, Xining, will Uncle Lu and Aunt Su beat me?" Lu Xining held the hot water and took a sip, full of brotherhood. "Achoo. Don't worry, I'm the one who encouraged you." Sheng Xianian nodded in appreciation and sneezed again. Lu Zhixing sighed. "Probably before your father hits you, Uncle Sheng and Uncle Yi will hit me first." Relax, I'll definitely pin the blame on you." I'll say that you didn't give an umbrella to either me or Xining. Sheng Xinyan laughed with a snicker. Lu Zhixing smiled and shook his head, teasingly saying, Uncle Sun, you are an eyewitness, remember to testify for me later. It was the first time Sun Zhenhua had heard such joking words from Lu Zhixing, and he kindly smiled, yeah, sure. By the time they reached the Lu family residence, it was already after 6. The ground was soaked through by the rain. Just as the car stopped, the butler came with an umbrella to meet them. Su Ziwen saw Lu Xining's wet hair and clothes and felt extremely upset. What happened? Why did you get drenched? Then she gave Lu Zhixing an unfriendly glance, clearly blaming him. Sheng Xinyan said awkwardly, that, Auntie, it's not Lu Zhixing's fault, Before the alpha could finish speaking, the principled Lu Xining interjected, Grandma, it was me insisting that your brother race me in the rain. Ning Ning, you've mixed up the terms of respect. Call her aunt, Lu Yanchang spoke up. Sheng Xinyan shivered involuntarily at this title. It gave him goosebumps. If anything, calling him uncle would be better. Uncle Lu, good. Lu Yanchang smiled, nodding, today we've made a lot of good food. We'll see if it suits your taste. Thank you, uncle. Lu Xining was taken away by Su Ziwen to take a bath. Sheng Xinyan's body was also moist, making him feel very uncomfortable. Father, I'll take Zini to take a shower. Lu Zhixing put his arm around Sheng Zini's shoulder and walked upstairs. Are you cold? Sheng Zini whispered, I'm not cold, but what if I don't have any clothes to change into? I shouldn't have been caught in the rain. Lu Zhixing pushed open the door to his own bedroom and let Sheng Zini enter. We're mine, go wash first, I'll find some for you. The clothes my childhood friend wears probably wouldn't fit me either, right? Sheng Zini threw off his damp coat unsure where to place it, so he just dropped it on the floor. The inner clothes were dry, though somewhat humid. Doesn't your buddy Lin Huai's clothes also not fit you? Lu Zhixing suddenly opened his mouth, taking out a new set of robes and handing them to him, go wash first. What about my buddy? What does Lin Huai have to do with this? Sheng Zini rubbed his own hair and entered the bathroom with the robe. Lu Zhixing no longer spoke, feeling a bit melancholy inside, remembering the ill-fitting clothes the Alpha wore back in the parking lot of Lushan Hotel. Not only did they not fit, even the style wasn't suited to Sheng Zini. Sometimes having too good of a memory isn't ideal, he kept getting jealous over nothing. Lu Zhixing sighed, went into the walk-in closet, found clean underwear that hadn't been worn, and looked up a set of leisure clothing that hadn't been much used by him either. But then reconsidering, stuffed the clothes deep back into the cabinet. Sheng Zini pulled at the oversized shirt that almost covered his buttocks in the bathroom, yelling pointlessly, do you not have any other clothes except shirts? Lu Zhixing replied without a hint of shame, there aren't many clothes left here, and I haven't found others yet. Then he curled his lips into a smile, is the shirt the only thing that's too big? Does the underwear fit? Go to hell. Are they clean? Sheng Zini gritted his teeth. Such a braggart. Yeah, they haven't been worn. If you want ones that have been worn by me, it's possible too. The moment these words fell, there came a loud bang, it was the Alpha kicking the door. Chapter 59, I like you a little. 5 minutes later, Sheng Zini came out of the bathroom with damp hair. He had tucked part of the shirt into his waistband, rolled up the cuffs exposing his wrists, and rolled up the trouser legs twice. Actually, it turned out pretty well. With a height difference of only 10 centimeters, the size discrepancy between their bodies transformed Lu Zhixing's usual formal attire into a casual look on Sheng Zini. As Lu Zhixing's eyes traveled twice over Sheng Zini's figure, thinking about the lean, slender waist under his shirt now encased within his own, his pheromones started stirring restlessly. What are you looking at? Should I pluck your eyeballs out? Sheng Zini tied the lace string on the waist of the trousers. Dry your hair before going downstairs. Lu Zhixing pushed Sheng Zini back into the bathroom and carefully blow-dried his hair with the hairdryer. This scene was also eerily familiar. Sheng Xinyan snatched the hairdryer from Lu Zhixing's hand, I'll dry my own hair, your hands are too clumsy. All right then. Lu Zhixing didn't argue further and let go of him. By the time they made their way downstairs, the food had been reheated once more. Lu Zhixing smelled the same shower gel scent on Sheng Xinyan that he himself used, making his mood exceptionally pleasant, even bringing smiles to his face when he looked at Lu Yanchang and Su Ziwen. Xinyan, Zhixing said that setting the engagement date for November is too rushed, so we need to discuss with you. Have you two reached a decision? Lu Yanchang asked. Sheng Xinyan remembered the doctor's advice to avoid greasy foods and focus on lighter options, and thus paid close attention while eating congee with century eggs and lean meat. Hearing Lu Yanchang's words, he glanced questioningly at Lu Zhixing. What engagement in November? And what does it mean that Lu Zhixing found it too hasty? Lu Zhixing added a piece of broccoli to his plate and explained gently, Father found someone who calculated that the 21st of November is an auspicious day. But I thought it was a bit rushed, so I refused it. I've been busy recently and haven't gotten around to discussing it with you yet. Oh, I see. Sheng Xinyan involuntarily straightened his back. Yes, it is a little rushed. That. What was going on? Didn't Lu Zhixing always want to marry him as soon as possible? Why did he now think it was rushed? Lu Yanchang didn't dwell on it too much, alright, take your time discussing it. We parents will fully support you. Thank you, father, Lu Zhixing said. Sheng Xinyan followed suit, thanks, uncle. Just a moment ago, the congee seemed so appetizing, but now it suddenly lost its flavor. Sheng Xinyan reached out with his chopsticks to grab a piece of spicy chicken and was about to pop it into his mouth when Lu Zhixing silently stopped him and murmured just loud enough for the two of them to hear, have you forgotten again? Do you really want me to spank you and give you a shot? Sheng Xinyan gave him an angry glare before continuing to sip on his porridge. The rain outside showed no sign of stopping and instead thunderous roars echoed, announcing a torrential downpour. Zhixing, Xinyan, don't leave tonight. Driving in the rain isn't safe. Stay here for the night, Lu Yanchang said as he glanced out at the heavy rain outside. All right, father, Lu Zhixing agreed. Sheng Xinyan watched the lightning flashes and heard thunder rumbling, fearing he might be struck dead along the way and didn't protest staying. But when it came time to retire to their rooms, there was no servant guiding him to the guest room. Sheng Xinyan nudged Lu Zhixing's arm, where do I sleep? Where are your family's guest rooms? Follow me, Lu Zhixing stepped up the stairs, with Sheng Xinyan trailing behind. Looking at the very room he'd left earlier, Sheng Xinyan furrowed his brow, isn't this your room? That's right. Lu Zhixing opened the door, pulled him inside, and leaned against it with a faint sound. Alpha's head bumped gently into his palm as Lu Zhixing carefully shielded it. My fiancée, would she rather sleep in a guest room than with me? Lu Zhixing's breath nearly brushed Sheng Xinyan's face, making the Alpha turn away uncomfortably, stop fooling around. Back off. Lu Zhixing grabbed his chin and turned his face back towards him, your mood wasn't right during dinner, am I making you mad? Truly dog-like intuition. Not at all, why should I be mad? It's just annoying that I can't eat anything, Sheng Xinyan slapped away Lu Zhixing's hand but couldn't break free from his embrace. Lu Zhixing loosened his grip slightly, leisurely twirling his fingers through the strands of his hair. So, are you upset because I said the engagement date is too rushed? Hit the nail on the head. You're talking nonsense. I wish you'd call off the engagement. How could I possibly be upset over this? Sheng Xinyan raised his voice and lifted his leg to kick Lu Zhixing's shin. Lu Zhixing stepped back to dodge, a smile playing on his lips as he watched him, really? But I'd prefer marrying you tomorrow. He explained tenderly, delaying the engagement date doesn't mean I don't want to. I just don't want you to feel forced. I'm telling you for the last time. I'm not mad. Sheng Xinyan truly disliked being seen through like this. Even he hadn't fully understood his own discontent when Lu Zhixing brought it all to light. Fine, you're not mad, Lu Zhixing took his hand and squeezed it gently. Is the end of the year okay for our engagement? I already said, I don't want to engage myself to you. As Lu Zhixing watched Sheng Xinyan shyly turn his head away and stubbornly deny any feelings, his heart stirred. His gaze slowly descended from the Alpha's eyes to his pale lips, his breathing becoming somewhat unstable. Lu Zhixing gripped his chin, tilting his head back and descending to silence the noisy mouth. Where was the dominant Alpha? Sheng Xinyan tried to punch and kick, but Lu Zhixing pressed his knee between his legs, leaving him powerless. Lu Zhixing's arm encircled his waist with a force that seemed intent on pressing him into his embrace, as if to fuse their flesh together. The heat of Engma's palm passed through the thin fabric onto the Alpha's waist, causing all the muscles in his body to tense up. I like you, I want you to be happy, I want you to willingly marry me. Or if you don't like the word marry, then let me marry you. Lu Zhixing's breathing wasn't steady, as he murmured against Sheng Xinyan's lips. Sheng Xinyan's eyelashes fluttered like moths, and it took him a while to control the rapid spike in his heartbeat, contemplating whether he should take some medication. This was different from any of his previous episodes, his chest didn't feel congested at all, but his wildly beating heart made his lower back tingle with numbness. Closing his eyes, Sheng Xinyan grabbed onto the edge of Lu Zhixing's clothes, hesitantly responding. Lu Zhixing froze for a moment, excitement bursting from every pore as pheromones surged through his bloodstream, eventually overflowing from his glands. Before being fully controlled by the pheromones, Lu Zhixing pushed away the dazed Sheng Xinyan, opening the drawer next to the bed and taking out an inhibitor. He swiftly injected it into the vein of his arm. The storm of pheromones finally transformed into a gentle drizzle. Realizing what he had just done, Sheng Xinyan tried to run, only to be scooped up by Lu Zhixing after a few steps. You provoked someone's pheromones and now you want to run? Lu Zhixing chuckled softly, pinning him within his arms. Are you serious? Should I stay and wait for you to do something? Sheng Xinyan struggled fiercely, inadvertently elbowing Lu Zhixing's nose in the process. Lu Zhixing covered his stinging nose, tears of physiological reaction spilling instantly from his eyes. Relax, Engma has very regular periods of sensitivity. Just now it was only a temporary loss of control over the pheromones. I've already taken the suppressant, so there won't be any problems. Ah. Sheng Xinyan stopped struggling and sheepishly moved closer to offer concern. Are you alright? Is your nose bleeding? Lu Zhixing's amber eyes brimmed with laughter, making Sheng Xinyan's face flush continuously. What kind of look is that? Stop staring. Isn't it that you're starting to like me? Sheng Xinyan choked, scratching his hair and averting his gaze, mumbling after a while, just a little bit, okay? Lu Zhixing smiled gently. Sheng Xinyan moved his throat slightly, muttering under his breath, alright, then, good luck. Chapter 60, Can you hug me? Nian Nian, I'm sure you prefer not to share a bed with me, right? Lu Zhixing kindly said. Sheng Xinyan approvingly nodded. Young Lu, I think your emotional quotient has improved recently. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Zhixing warmly smiled at him and stretched his long legs to move the blanket on the bed to the sofa. Sheng Xinyan almost wanted to put a little red flower on Lu Zhixing's forehead. If saying he liked him a little could make Enjma act human, he would have said it long ago. Anyway, it wouldn't lose a pound or two. In fact, losing some weight might be better. He'd gained 1 pound recently. Lu Zhixing spread the quilt on the sofa. This blanket is thick, and since you've been unwell recently, it's better for you to use it. I'll find a thinner one from the cabinet later. What? What? Sheng Xinyan's emotions hadn't caught up yet, with 3 obvious black lines across his shiny forehead. You mean for me to sleep on the sofa? Lu Zhixing shrugged his shoulders. Then what? Is this how you treat guests? Sheng Xinyan directly sprawled out on the bed in a big T pose. You were just saying you liked me before. This is how you show affection. Lu Zhixing sat on the edge of the bed, looking sincerely at him. Didn't you call me an old man? My old arms and legs would ache if I slept on the sofa. Sheng Xinyan pushed at his waist, laughing spitefully. I give up. You have more ulterior motives than a needlepoint eye. Now you're getting revenge. Just good memory, that's all. I don't care. What's mine is mine. Sheng Xinyan clutched the bedsheet to prevent Lu Zhixing from dragging him away. Lu Zhixing pretended to sigh deeply, bringing the quilt from the sofa back. There's no way around it. My bed is so big, 2 people wouldn't even feel crowded. Sheng Xinyan flipped over and sat up, scratching his eyebrows and said helplessly, weren't you waiting here for me? I can't understand what you're talking about. Lu Zhixing shoved Sheng Xinyan aside, asking him to move so as not to delay his bedmaking. Sheng Xinyan grinned sarcastically. President Lu must be magnanimous enough to share his quilt with me, right? It's not that. Before Lu Zhixing could finish speaking, Sheng Xinyan punched him in the stomach, causing him to bend over instantly. Fortunately, he had eaten little for dinner, but the blow was strong. Sheng Xinyan jumped up and pinned Lu Zhixing down on the bed, avoiding his face, for calculating with me. And making me sleep on the sofa. I'll beat you to death. Lu Zhixing blocked Alpha's attacks with his arms, unable to hold back a smile. Wrong, I was just joking. I'll sleep on the sofa. Sheng Xinyan let go of him panting heavily, holding back strength without really hitting hard but still feeling more tired than from an actual fight. The commercial elite image of Lu Zhixing was thoroughly broken for him, even more childish than his niece Lu Xining. What are you laughing at? Wrinkles are coming out. Sheng Xinyan glared at him. Lu Zhixing got up and ruffled Sheng Xinyan's head. I'm going to take a shower first. That sounded so ambiguous. Get out. Sheng Xinyan played landlord with Lin Yu while hearing the sound of running water. Recently he had been behaving well and was about to be released by his father, who even allowed him to play with his phone. They blatantly cheated using WeChat voice chat. Sheng Xinyan said, I'll send out one too. Is the little joker in your hand? The landlord doesn't dare to play the big joker. Don't play yours until I send out the 3 in my hand. Lin Yu lazily grunted, then teased, I heard from Lin Huai that you were betrothed to Lu Zhixing. As Lin Huai's younger cousin, Lin Yu was only 2 months younger, never calling anyone brother. Due to his adoptive parents' jobs, he had grown up overseas but quickly became close with Sheng Xinyan after returning to China, turning Lin Huai from cleaning up 1 mess to 2. What do you mean by betrothed? Can't it be him betrothed to me? Sheng Xinyan obviously felt much better after sending out that card. That's Enjma. Ha, what use is it to differentiate into an alpha if you're still destined to be dominated? Lin Yu finished playing his cards, winning as the farmer. Did you send the past 15 days learning propriety to the dogs? Can't I be the one on top? Sheng Xinyan leaned against the bedhead with his legs crossed. On the other end of the phone, Mega burst out laughing. Haven't you seen EA's movie? I can make it happen. Would you like your brother to pass on some experience? That's all fake. Who let he make movies for you? Stop watching all sorts of nonsense. Oh man. When can I meet an E? I hear Enjma is way stronger than Alpha. Lin Yu looked forward greatly. When Lu Zhixing came out of the bathroom, he immediately picked up this sizzling sentence being broadcast aloud, raising an eyebrow. Seeing him come out, Sheng Xinyan quickly hung up on Lin Yu, afraid that the kid would say something inappropriate. Talking on the phone with friends? Omega? Lu Zhixing asked casually. Sheng Xinyan didn't hide it. Yeah, Huai's younger cousin. Lu Zhixing nodded. Although there aren't many Enjmas, I would still advise your friend not to find an E-boyfriend. Why? Sheng Xinyan couldn't tear his eyes away from Lu Zhixing's upper body half exposed in the bathrobe. Even if it's a premium mega, enduring Enjma's pheromones is quite strenuous. Lu Zhixing sat on the sofa, looking up at the blanket smiling. The mobile phone on the sofa vibrated slightly. He picked it up. It was a strange number, sending a text message containing a photo. Lu Zhixing opened the picture, freezing his laughter halfway, his complexion instantly pale. It was a faded paper photograph, pasted inside a notebook filled with writing. In the photo, a young man was chained on a narrow bed, with various devices showing different vital signs around him. The man turned his head sideways, his face unclear, only revealing a small red mole behind his ear. Sheng Xinyan watched his sudden change in expression, put down his phone, jumped off the bed, approached him nervously. Lu Zhixing, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhixing switched off the phone screen with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and looked up at him forcing a weak smile. Nian Nian, could you hug me? Without hesitation, Sheng Xinyan stretched out his arms and embraced Lu Zhixing, pressing Engma's head down to lean on his shoulder. See. Big brother Nian's arms are also full of security, aren't they? Lu Zhixing raised his arm that hung by his side and hugged Sheng Xinyan tighter. Sheng Xinyan acutely sensed the difference in Lu Zhixing compared to usual, so much that he didn't even have time to hide the emotions in his pheromones. Brother what's wrong with you? He openly expressed his concern, slightly tilting his head to look at the phone Lu Zhixing had tossed onto the carpet. A moment ago, someone must have sent a message to Lu Zhixing. What could it be that made the usually steady Engma lose his composure? Lu Zhixing lifted his hand and pressed Sheng Xinyan's head into his chest as if he'd already adjusted his emotions. I don't want to talk about it right now. I'll tell you later, okay? He didn't want to deceive Sheng Xinyan with lies, but at this moment, he really didn't want to speak. Sheng Xinyan didn't press further but lightly patted his back. Of course, everyone has privacy. But if someone's bullying you, brother Nian will beat him up for you. Lu Zhixing chuckled faintly. Thank you, brother Nian. This embrace wasn't forceful or teasing, nor did it carry any lust, yet it was warm. Lu Zhixing found himself reluctant to let go. Sheng Xinyan pushed away Lu Zhixing's hand that was gradually sliding from his shoulder blades down to his waist. Are you saying you feel like it's not worth hugging unless you take advantage of it? Even though he said that, Sheng Xinyan still didn't loosen his grip, maintaining the embrace. Chapter 61, You Are My New Beginning. Lu Zhixing lay on the sofa, propping his left arm under his head, listening to the shallow breathing of the alpha next to the bed, his emotions gradually returning to calm. The curtains weren't fully closed, and the faint light from the street lamps outside seeped in, keeping his vision from being completely dark. Even without Sheng Xinyan in his arms, just being in the same space as him was enough for Lu Zhixing not to react adversely to the darkness. Lu Zhixing slightly turned his body, gazing through the dimness at the alpha sprawled out on the bed. Even though he couldn't see clearly, the image of the smiling alpha was vivid in his mind. The Engma briefly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The scent of white peach pheromones unconsciously released by Sheng Xinyan sleeping nearby filled his nostrils, reminding him of his earlier words, I kind of like you, causing a curve on the corner of his mouth to widen involuntarily. Is this what falling in love feels like? It felt good, the sense of pleasure seemed to permeate every capillary in his body. Lu Zhixing thought perhaps he was enchanted. The alpha's pheromones enveloped him, providing him with a long-lost sense of security, something no amount of money could ever match. He clenched the phone in his palm tightly, reopening that text again, its glow casting a fluorescent hue over his face in the dark. Through 9 years of temporal rivers, Lu Zhixing saw himself again at the age of 20. Calmly reviewing his past, memories of being tied up in the basement without sunlight, forcibly injected with various agents daily, surged back, overwhelming his ability to breathe, like an unstoppable tide choking him. Outside, lightning momentarily streaked across the sky, illuminating the fleeting glimmer in the Engma's eyes before disappearing instantly, followed by a thunderous roar shaking the earth. The alpha stirred slightly in his sleep, flipping over with a soft snore escaping, carried gently through the continuous rain to Lu Zhixing's ears, soothing his agitated spirit. Lu Zhixing silently stared at the small scene before him as if punishing himself, wanting to save the young man who once existed 9 years prior. His vision blurred, his temples tensed with veins bulging, the luxurious crystal chandeliers before him fading away replaced by moldy lime walls and flickering incandescent lights. Finally, the distorted face of the man in a white coat, grinning fox-like, remained fixed in his mind. In his ears, he could almost hear the beep-beep sound of instruments recording his physical characteristics, along with the squeak-squeak of mice struggling on sticky boards beside the wall. Lu Zhixing's breathing became increasingly rapid. He extinguished the phone, sitting upright on the sofa with his palms covering his face, his irises glowing with red. His chest rose and fell sharply, and he grabbed his medication, quietly walking onto the balcony, pulling the sliding door shut behind him. The rapidly surging pheromones were dispersed by a strong wind accompanying a thunderclap, eventually dissipating into the rain. Under the moonlight, Lu Zhixing fumbled opening the pill bottle, scattering the contents all over the floor in his panic, and trembling picked one up, shoving it into his mouth. The machine sounds in his ears finally ceased, and Lu Zhixing, in disarray, knelt down on the ground, inserting his fingers deeply into his own hair, feeling murderous. Since the balcony window was unsealed, the cold autumn rain slanted against Lu Zhixing's body, slowly dousing the fury in the Engma. Lu Zhixing sat on the floor with one leg bent, lying on his back as the rain soaked his hair. Water droplets trickled down the contours of his face before splashing onto the floor. The enigma opened the text message again in a self-tormenting manner, gazing at the past version of himself who had been trampled on like a piece of meat. He raised his hand to wipe away the rainwater from his face. Then he smiled silently. It had been 9 years, and he was no longer the frightened little boy he once was. After sending that text, the mysterious number went silent, as if waiting for Lu Zhixing's response. Lu Zhixing's eyes grew cold and dark, not even a punctuation mark did he reply. If a single picture could manipulate him, then these 9 years had been wasted. Through the sliding door blurred by the rain, Lu Zhixing looked at the sleeping alpha inside, feeling suddenly grateful that Xing Xinyan, 5 years younger than him, had differentiated so late. Luckily, he hadn't fallen into that reckless era when gland traffickers were rampant. His legs felt numb, and he rose, resting his hands behind his head and stretching his stiff neck with faint, crack sounds. A bolt of lightning briefly split the darkness, followed by an echoing thunderclap, brewing ominous black clouds filled with storms. Holding the water-drenched phone cautiously, Lu Zhixing tiptoed out of the room. Inside, it was warm and fragrant with the sweet scent of peaches. Lu Zhixing quietly entered the bathroom with a clean bathrobe, not daring to turn on the light. There would be no stress reaction to the dark now, only fear of waking Xing Xinyan. As his body gradually warmed up under the hot water, he didn't dare use the hairdryer. After drying his hair halfway with a towel, he opened the bathroom door, blinking his eyes unaccustomed to the brightness. "What are you doing up so late at night?" Xing Xinyan, dressed in oversized pajamas, leaned against the doorframe half asleep and let out a huge yawn. The articulate and silver-tongued Mr. Lu was momentarily speechless. However, Xing Xinyan simply forced one eye open, gave him a quick look up and down, and then waved his hand dismissively, "Go to sleep. Stop indulging yourself, or you'll age prematurely." With a fleeting XJ sound, the alpha didn't finish speaking, threw off his slippers, and burrowed back into the bed. Stunned, Lu Zhixing silently processed the meaning of indulging oneself, then chuckled helplessly. Was he being taken for some lust-driven fool? The enigma turned off the lights and returned to lie on the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling in dimness and asking softly, "Were you pretending to be asleep that night at the hospital?" Xing Xinyan grunted twice, his voice muffled by the blanket. "Young people lack self-control. You're such a lecher." Lu Zhixing bunched up the blanket, held it tightly, and tossed it onto the bed before lying in too. Xing Xinyan propped himself up and glared at him. "What are you doing?" "The things perverts should do." Lu Zhixing patted the mattress. "I lack self-control, so you'd better move inside." This time, Xing Xinyan didn't kick him but rolled around a couple of times, wrapping the blanket around himself and scooting inward. Lu Zhixing lay sideways facing Xing Xinyan's back, reaching out his long arm and pulling both him and the blanket into his embrace. "When did you wake up?" Xing Xinyan sighed, extending his head out from under the blanket while remaining with his back to Lu Zhixing. "Your mattress is too hard, I couldn't sleep deeply." But with those light snores, how could it not be deep sleep? It was likely that the alpha had woken up during the time Lu Zhixing was on the balcony. He didn't say anything, so Xing Xinyan pretended not to know, but in the end, still got up to check on him, only returning to bed after ensuring Lu Zhixing was fine. Though appearing carefree and unconcerned, the alpha was actually very observant on the inside. Lu Zhixing remained silent, his cool nose lightly brushing against the back of the alpha's neck, where scabs hadn't yet healed, carrying the scent of Zhangzhou pheromones mixed with white peach. Xing Xinyan also reached out his hand from under the blanket, placing it on Lu Zhixing's arm, embracing him, giving it a light pat. He didn't know exactly what Lu Zhixing had encountered, but what needed to be comforted must still be consoled. Lu Zhixing's heart softened, and he kissed Xing Xinyan's hair. "Good night, Nian Nian." Closing his eyes, the enigma held his alpha as if hugging the entire world. All the turmoil in his heart faded away under those gentle pats, retreating like the tide, and everything returned to calm. "The past is over, and you, my dear, are my new beginning." Listening to the steady breathing behind him, Xing Xinyan closed his eyes. The rain gradually stopped, and moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, lighting up their embrace within the room. A pink head was snugly nestled in someone's arms, its cheek pressed against Lu Zhixing's arm, brimming with cuteness. There were still glistening streaks of saliva on Lu Zhixing's arm, and in a half-dream state, Xing Xinyan absently wiped his mouth. He mumbled something, grabbed a handful of Lu Zhixing's chest, and fell back asleep. Chapter 62, Mr. Lu's durian shenanigans earned him another beating. Xing Xinyan didn't usually sleep soundly in unfamiliar environments, so he woke up as soon as dawn broke. They had gone to bed with separate blankets, but when Xing Xinyan woke up, his blanket was halfway on the floor and he was cradled in Lu Zhixing's arms, one leg draped over him. Feeling warm and comfortable, he drowsily opened his eyes without moving. The side profile of Lu Zhixing came into view. The first beam of morning light danced across his face. Xing Xinyan blinked, he could see the translucent fine hair on Lu Zhixing's face and the barely noticeable stubble on his jawline. Xing Xinyan ran his fingertip gently over Lu Zhixing's stubble. It felt rough but no different from his own. A tingling warmth spread through his heart. Something had sprouted overnight, like breaking through soil and budding anew. His heart squeezed out joy that quickly coursed through all his veins. Xing Xinyan stretched his hand to touch Lu Zhixing's eyebrows. They were beautifully arched, with few stray hairs, there was no need for trimming. He then traced along the bony ridge down to Lu Zhixing's eyes. Xing Xinyan always noticed people's eyes first. He remembered how Lu Zhixing's irises were amber-colored, turning even lighter under the sunlight, warm and attractive. Next, he grazed the tip of Lu Zhixing's straight nose and finally paused at his lips. With an alpha's instinctive curiosity, he prodded them lightly before withdrawing his hand as if jolted, only to have it gripped by Lu Zhixing. Xing Xinyan's hand was pulled and firmly pressed against Lu Zhixing's mouth. "Good morning," Lu Zhixing said, his just-awoken voice carrying a lazy rasp. He tucked Xing Xinyan's hand back under the blanket. Morning, Sheng Xinyan grunted, arching his back slightly, feeling embarrassed and wanting to extricate himself from Lu Zhixing's embrace. But the enigma held him even tighter, pressing him closer. Mornings are like this, when a person wakes up, the little brother does too. Big Sheng boldly jabbed against Lu Zhixing's waist. Through the thin layer of fabric it was obvious what was going on. Both froze momentarily. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, his thumb brushing the spot where the cat claw tattoo would be, chuckling softly, "Is it because of me?" "You're giving me ideas," Sheng Xinyan muttered, jumping off the bed and rushing to the bathroom, ears tips flushed red. "I drank too much water. Need to relieve myself." Lu Zhixing exhaled slowly, pulling at his belt, "But I think it might be because of you." After brushing his teeth, Sheng Xinyan tilted his head backward and let the shower spray rinse his face. Autumn air was dry, and Sheng Xinyan wanted to apply some facial essence or lotion. But after ransacking the entire bathroom, not even a bottle of Dayu cream could be found. Having changed into his clothes dried last night, Sheng Xinyan walked out of the bathroom and asked, "Lu Zhixing, don't you have any oil or cream for moisturizing?" Lu Zhixing looked at him quizzically, "Isn't that for omegas? Are you saying an alpha's face can't wrinkle?" Sheng Xinyan approached and cupped Lu Zhixing's face for inspection. It was white and tender, not a single fine line visible. Truly infuriating, all the skincare efforts in the world couldn't compete with these people who only washed their faces with water and called it a day. Lu Zhixing reached out to pinch Sheng Xinyan's cheek. "It is a bit dry." "What kind of remark was that?" "What kind of remark?" Sheng Xinyan rubbed his face. It was still soft. "I'll go get you something to moisturize your face." Lu Zhixing patted his forehead affectionately, buttoned his sleeping robe, and stepped out. Sheng Xinyan sat cross-legged on the couch, waiting and wondering if Lu Zhixing wouldn't dare bring back Su Ziwen's cosmetics. 2 minutes later, Lu Zhixing returned holding a cute-shaped little jar, which turned out to be baby cream. "Did you sneak Ningning's baby cream?" Sheng Xinyan laughed as he weighed the little jar in his hand. It seemed expensive, but indeed it was baby cream with simple ingredients and minimal chemical substances. Lu Zhixing unscrewed the jar, scooped out a little, and dabbed it on Sheng Xinyan's face, rubbing it in gently. "It's not stealing, it's borrowing. Ningning said if you like it, she'll give it to you." Sheng Xinyan squinted enjoying the facial massage, pretty generous. Lu Zhixing smiled softly, and leaned close to sniff the alpha, detecting no perfume, just a faint scent of milk. Seeing the alpha's eyelids flutter closed, the enigma bent down and pecked at the corner of his lips. Seeing no resistance, he intended to continue. Sheng Xinyan opened his eyes. "Have you brushed your teeth yet? You just occupied the bathroom, and didn't let me in while you were showering." Lu Zhixing solemnly explained. "Nonsense, it's fully transparent. Your beauty doesn't need help." Sheng Xinyan pushed his head away. "Hurry up and wash up, I'm hungry." "Hungry? Stomach hunger, my stomach, s. Mock." Sheng Xinyan helplessly pointed at his stomach. "That's where the stomach is." Lu Zhixing adjusted Sheng Xinyan's hand upward slightly. The enigma said seriously, "What you pointed to earlier was your small intestine." Sheng Xinyan looked down and pressed his belly with his fingers. "Oh." Lu Zhixing wore an enigmatic smile, his gaze hovering near Sheng Xinyan's navel. Sometimes comprehension really shouldn't come so quickly. The veins on Sheng Xinyan's forehead twitched a few times as he closed his eyes for a moment before decisively kicking Lu Zhixing. "I'll kill you." If Jia Lu employees knew their usually tight-lipped boss either got beaten or kicked every day, they would certainly be flabbergasted. Even though he was kicked by Sheng Xinyan, Lu Zhixing wasn't angry and entered the bathroom rubbing his red belly cheerfully. After tidying up, the two went downstairs for breakfast. Lu Yanchang watched them walk down the stairs together, finding them more suitable as a pair with each passing moment. "Uncle, Aunt, good morning." Sheng Xinyan greeted them cheerfully. "Good morning." Su Ziwen slightly smiled at Sheng Xinyan. She quite liked him. This stemmed from her affection towards Sheng Ziyan and Lu Songshi, whom she had watched grow up from being childhood friends. As such, she also viewed Sheng Xinyan favorably. Su Ziwen served Sheng Xinyan a steamed dumpling soup and started chatting about household affairs. "Have you heard that your second brother has taken a liking to a young actress recently?" Sheng Xinyan took a bite of the steamed bun. "Yes, he really likes her." Su Ziwen glanced subtly over at Lu Zhixing, alluding to something. "Tell Xian to be careful, don't let anyone step on him to get ahead. One can never truly know someone's intentions. Don't get blinded by beauty." Lu Yanchang furrowed his brows slightly, opening his mouth but swallowing his words back down. Lu Zhixing stirred the porridge in his bowl, his eyes hidden beneath long lashes betraying no emotion. "What? I think your second brother wouldn't mind getting stepped on." Sheng Xinyan chuckled with this statement, causing Su Ziwen's expression to stiffen somewhat. Lu Zhixing's lips curved into a faint smirk. Sheng Xinyan noticed Su Ziwen's unease and quickly added, "Aunt, I will make sure to pass along your message to my second brother." After finishing breakfast, Lu Zhixing decided not to have son Zhenhua come pick them up. He randomly retrieved a car from the underground garage and drove Sheng Xinyan out of the Lu residence. The phone resting on the armrest box vibrated as the traffic light turned green, and Lu Zhixing didn't have time to check it. Sheng Xinyan glanced at it briefly then shifted his gaze out the window. It was a message from Zhou Zhu. "Mr. Lu, we found out who owns that number, his name is Shenrang." Chapter 63, Merchants Without Integrity. Xing Zian sat lounging on a recliner with sunglasses on, slightly loosening his tie. With his legs crossed, he observed Song Chu leading a large golden retriever to shoot an outdoor advertisement under the shade of an umbrella. Feeling that his little treasure couldn't be seen clearly through the sunglasses, Xing Zian took them off and tossed them to the assistant nearby. Little Chu's face is turning red. Tell your photographer to hurry up. The young assistant nodded, carefully placing the boss's sunglasses on the small square table with the fruit platter and jogged over to communicate with the photographer. Song Chu tilted his head to look at Xing Zian not too far away. The glare of the sun against the backdrop hurt his eyes, so he raised his hand to block the sunlight. Xing Zian suddenly straightened his body in surprise, staring intently without blinking at the young man dressed in a white short-sleeve loose shorts. At that moment, he seemed to see the Song Chu from a year ago, radiating the refreshing vibe of orange soda in the summer heat. If the location were different, he would have already pinned Song Chu down for a kiss. Just as Xing Zian was about to wave at Song Chu, the other person only gave him a glance before turning around to continue working. With his arm raised halfway, Mr. Xing awkwardly performed a stretch movement. The cell phone on the little table rang, and seeing the incoming call display, Zhan Do Bao, Xing Zian answered it. Did you eat yet, big brother? Xing Xinyan's giggling voice came through. Xing Zian's lips curved upwards as his gaze fell on Song Chu, a weasel paying respects to chickens. What do you want, calling your big brother? What kind of talk is that? My second brother could at least be considered a duck. You brat, are you asking for another spanking? Xing Xinyan laughed twice and hesitated. I have a favor to ask you. Humph. Xing Zian frowned slightly as he watched Song Chu directly take off his short-sleeve shirt to change clothes. I'm busy here. Spit it out quick. Big brother, you have a wide network. Can you help me look into this person named Shenrang? Xing Xinyan blurted out. Shenrang? Who is this person? Xing Xinyan was about to explain when his big brother continued. Never mind, I don't even want to know. Just send me these 2 characters on my phone, and I'll have someone look into it for you. Thank you, big brother. Humph. Xing Zian frowned slightly as he watched Song Chu take off his short-sleeve shirt to change clothes. I'm busy here. Spit it out quickly. Before his little brother could speak, Xing Zian hung up directly, storming toward Song Chu with anger in his stride. Is it acceptable for men to change their shirts in public? It's disgraceful. Song Chu looked at him with confusion. Mr. Xing, what's wrong? Are you thirsty? Hot. Xing Zian forced a smile and pointed the electric mini fan at Song Chu. Song Chu's eyes grew more puzzled. Not really. It's autumn, it just looks a bit sunny. Xing Zian swallowed, gazing at the little freckles makeup on his face. Carry on then. He turned around to go back under his sun umbrella, but Song Chu called from behind. Could you fetch me a bottle of icy water? I'm a bit thirsty. Xing Zian paused in his steps, turning around with a smile. All right. After walking towards the RV, he grabbed a chilled bottle of water from the mini fridge inside and hurriedly handed it over to Song Chu. Song Chu tried unscrewing the cap, discovering that Xing Zian had already loosened it so that only a little force was needed to open it. Looking at Xing Zian, Song Chu recalled the unfinished words of that alpha knight, feeling a bit unsettled, but quickly shook it off. After finishing shooting the morning segment, they needed to switch venues indoors, leaving Song Chu and Xing Zian alone in the RV. As soon as Xing Zian pulled the door shut, he embraced Song Chu tightly and kissed him for a long while. Little Chu, you look great today. Song Chu held Xing Zian's hand which was sneaking into his clothes and frowned. We still need to work. I didn't intend to go all the way. Xing Zian nuzzled against his neck, feeling a bit misunderstood and aggrieved. Song Chu sighed and patted his head. Understood. Xing Zian released him, proudly stating, although today we're just shooting ads as a brand ambassador, once our purchasing power goes up, I can be upgraded to a spokesperson. Song Chu nodded. With his status, getting appointed as a high-end luxury brand ambassador was already due to Xing Zian's resource swap. Mr. Xing, you don't need to worry about me so much. Xing Zian held his hand sincerely. In the past, I was an idiot. Little Chu, let's be good. I can give you everything. Song Chu gripped the water bottle tightly, looking at the man who loved to play transactional games indifferently. Can liking someone be exchanged for items? The commission for this project is quite high. Xing Zian grinned. Are you happy? Of course. This commission will clear the debt I owe to Mr. Xing. Song Chu pinched the water bottle. Xing Zian's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean by that? Song Chu steadied himself, meaning, after this, we will only meet in the office or on set, not at hotels or in your bed. Xing Zian remained slightly bent over, holding his hand, his face instantly paling. The laughter in his eyes faded, replaced only by gloominess and hurt, startling Song Chu. Xing Zian retracted his hand and leaned back on the chair, pressing his temples. The small space became eerily silent. After a long pause, the alpha spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Little Chu, don't you like me at all? Song Chu glanced out the window, deeply inhaling and exhaling one word, no. And not daring to. He wasn't some male protagonist in a romantic idol drama, having no confidence in possessing the ability to reform Xing Zian. Xing Zian's breathing became heavier. He struggled to suppress his overwhelming desire to strangle Song Chu, closing his eyes and suppressing the moisture welling up. It doesn't matter, I have all the time in the world to wait. Our contract is signed for 10 years. Song Chu frowned at him. Do you mean you're threatening me to continue being your young lover? Of course not. Sheng Xian forced out a smile. The contract says you are not allowed to date. I don't remember there being such a clause. Song Chu lowered his gaze. Back at the office, I'll have legal added. Sheng Xian winked mischievously. Don't worry, it's not targeted at you. Every artist under our label has to sign the new contract. If they refuse, compensation applies. Do you have any money left, little Chu? Boring. Song Chu refused to look at him anymore, but the tension in his body seemed to relax somewhat. Sheng Xian leaned close and kissed his cheek coquettishly. If you insist on dating, date me. It won't count as breach of contract. Song Chu raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Mr. Sheng is truly considerate. Are you planning to be a matchmaker in the company? Only effective for you. Song Chu's heart skipped a beat. Sheng Xian pulled him back into his arms and said shamelessly, the money won't be transferred until next week. I never take losses. What do you mean? Delay all your notifications this week. Let's just stay in the hotel. Sheng Xian kissed him, with strong emotions. There will be penalty fees. It's fine, count it on me. Crafty businessman. Chapter 64, The Sour Smell of Love. Under Sheng Xinyan's repeated requests, Lu Zhiheng stopped forcing him to get up for breakfast on weekends, allowing him to sleep until he naturally woke up. The bedroom was brightly lit by sunlight, the toes exposed outside the quilt flexed pleasantly under the warm sunlight. Sheng Xinyan kicked off the quilt, lying flat on the bed and stretching his limbs for a big lazy stretch, exposing a little of his stomach with hints of abs. He touched it. An alarm bell went off in his mind, and he did more than 10 push-ups on the bed swiftly, then touched his muscle-filled six-pack abs satisfactorily before getting out of bed to wash up. The alpha hummed a song while washing. With a towel on his head, he went downstairs looking for something to eat, only to find nothing in the fridge. Without hesitation, he left home and headed straight to the opposite house. After 2 doorbell rings, the door opened quickly. Sheng Xinyan showed a row of white teeth and smiled at him with eyes squinted. Good morning, brother he. Good morning. Lu Zhiheng paused, seeing him in his pajamas, still emitting water vapor, lowering his eyes and pulling him inside. So annoying, unconsciously seducing others yet scolding others as foul hooligans. Lu Zhiheng, expressionless, turned on the air conditioning heater, then found a wireless hairdryer in the bathroom, forcing him onto the sofa diligently drying his hair. Sheng Xinyan's head leaned against the armrest of the sofa, facing up and smiling at him. His little hand scratched Lu Zhiheng's forearm where the sleeve was rolled up a few times, smiling and saying, very virtuous. Lu Zhiheng felt a slight sting in his arm, quickly appearing a few red scratch marks. This cat's paws were not generous at all. Enigma lowered his gaze at him, the bottom of his eyes flickering, outlining the prominent collarbone of the alpha. I'm hungry, can you go cook for me? Sheng Xinyan rudely said, I want pineapple sweet and sour pork. Okay. Alphas often use their charm, and their range of attacks are usually people they know very well. Since that day when he slightly communicated feelings with Lu Zhiheng, he put Enigma into the category of attackable objects. Every use was satisfactory. Lu Zhiheng's tolerance towards him seemed higher than his own father. You're pretty good at tormenting people. Lu Zhiheng looked down at him, with hands intertwined in his hair, moving downward to pinch his thin and soft earlobes. Sheng Xinyan smiled, won't cook for me. Lu Zhiheng bent his lips and smiled, pressing his thumb against his mouth, with fingertips touching Alpha's canine teeth. What benefits? Do you think little lord will eat everyone's food? Asking for benefits from me, I'll give you at most 20 yuan. The obvious advantage of Alpha's coquettishness was sweetness, but the disadvantage of lack of patience and easily getting angry was also prominent. Lu Zhiheng sighed with light laughter, leaning down and pinching the back of his neck to shut up his cursing mouth. Kissing is like learning new skills. After 2 or 3 tries, it became somewhat addictive. Alpha blinked his eyes and returned him a kiss with fresh toothpaste flavor. Sheng Xinyan thought about his shattered principle of liking someone first, then confessing, then dating. His situation with Lu Zhiheng had completely reversed it. He kissed without even seeing each other's faces clearly, met parents immediately after knowing each other's names. On the first day of understanding each other's feelings, they slept cuddled together, though under a blanket purely chatting, still making him question if it could be considered a stable relationship. Ah, do you belong to dogs? Sheng Xinyan furrowed his brows slightly, trying to push away, but Lu Zhiheng caught his wrists behind his back. Still kissing you, and you're distracted? Lu Zhiheng lightly tapped his waist threateningly. The hairdryer fell on the carpet, still blowing hot wind. Lu Zhiheng's fingertips were burning. His sensitive period was coming in half a month. Enigma believed that he would eventually be killed by the information overload from this little fox. Cannot force, cannot scold, unwilling to hit. In the end, the alpha successfully ate the pineapple sweet and sour pork, except that his collarbones hurt a bit, they were even broken. Chewing with his cheeks full, Song Chu glared at Lu Zhiheng silently blaming him. Lu Zhiheng lowered his eyes, avoiding the glance Song Chu threw at him, and served him a bowl of yam and red date spare rib soup that had been stewing since the morning to soothe his stomach. Sheng Xinyan took a sip of the soup and suddenly looked up. Oops, I forgot to go to the hospital for my physical examination today. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Zhiheng asked with concern. No, it's just a regular checkup, I go every day, but today I overslept and forgot about it. Sheng Xinyan picked up another piece of pineapple. Isn't blood drawing done on an empty stomach? It's fine, I'll accompany you tomorrow, Lu Zhiheng offered. Tomorrow is Monday, don't you have work? The physical checkup won't take long, it won't delay anything important. Lu Zhiheng glanced at the pile of bones in Sheng Xinyan's plate. Your stomach has just recovered, don't eat too much meat. Drink more soup. Okay, I know, Sheng Xinyan grinned as he held the bowl towards Lu Zhiheng. You are really like my wife, capable of handling everything both indoors and outdoors. Lu Zhiheng smiled without answering, looking at Sheng Xinyan with particular tenderness. The two stared at each other across the table, a flirtatious current buzzing under the sunlight. Sheng Xinyan's phone rang inappropriately. Lu Zhiheng glanced at the incoming call display. Hanbao. Sheng Xinyan, your old man here has been released, ha ha ha, come pick me up for some fun. Lin Yu's manic laughter came through from the other end. Sheng Xinyan quietly turned down the volume on his phone. Congratulations, congratulations, sentence served, remember to be a good person. Bullshit, Dad's out of the country on business, so free as a bird. You've already differentiated, let me introduce you to a sweet little boyfriend. Lu Zhiheng paused while serving food, giving Sheng Xinyan a passing glance. Sheng Xinyan immediately felt guilty, as if caught cheating by his wife. Annoyed, he muttered into the phone, get lost. A decent guy like me won't go astray with you. Can you calm down a bit? Careful or Uncle 2 will lock you up again. Who said years ago that as soon as you differentiate into alpha, you'd conquer all the pretty boys around the world? Ah. So you've become virtuous now? Lu Zhiheng gave another quick look at Sheng Xinyan, with a tinge of reproach. Sheng Xinyan cursed silently, this damn phone leaks audio too severely. But he couldn't leave to answer privately, it would only worsen the misunderstanding. He lowered his voice angrily, I haven't even been to see, how could I reform? Lin Yu, you're annoying, stop blabbering, or I'll beat you. Lin Yu chuckled a couple of times, hey, aren't you with your husband right now? Lu Zhiheng didn't look at Sheng Xinyan anymore, only curling the corner of his lips slightly. Sheng Xinyan's face flushed red, wanting nothing more than to strangle Lin Yu. Didn't your husband buy you a motorcycle? Why not give Big Brother a spin? Lin Yu called out loudly again. What husband? Don't talk nonsense. Sheng Xinyan quickly glanced at Lu Zhiheng sitting opposite him and covered his phone as he whispered furiously, would you die if you spoke a little softer? The bike is for my wife. Wife? Ha ha ha, you and Lu Zhiheng standing together look like someone who's destined to get walked all over. Now you've got a wife. Sheng Xinyan. You deserve death. Don't hesitate, come out for drinks tonight, bring your wife, ha ha ha. Sheng Xinyan hadn't even managed to respond when Lin Yu had already hung up. He's an idiot, don't pay attention to him, Sheng Xinyan said awkwardly as he sipped the cooled soup. Lu Zhiheng scooped a bowl of warm soup and swapped bowls with him, drinking the cool one himself with a faint smile. Does the husband not want to bring me along? Pfft, the hot soup just drunk was sprayed all over Lu Zhiheng's face. In terms of being subtly seductive, who can compare with President Lu? Chapter 65, the gears of fate begin to turn quietly. Sheng Xinyan rode his newly fixed motorcycle, carrying Lu Zhiheng to a street full of bars. The dynamic engine roars drew admiring looks from many young people. An alpha performed a cool drift turn, parked the motorcycle, removed his helmet and flicked his hair, raising his chin slightly as he met everyone's envious gaze. Being arrogant feels so great, grr. Wow, this alpha is super handsome, and the one behind him with the pink helmet, is it his mega? Whispers arose among the crowd. Probably, look at those long legs, so enviable. Their luxurious car carries beauties, while my reserved seat requires sharing with others. The beauty removed her helmet, glancing indifferently at the watermelon-eating man nearby, causing him to cough violently from a watermelon seed stuck in his throat. After removing her leg from the motorcycle, she stood almost half a head taller than the stylish alpha. The audience was stunned as the scent of Changshu pheromones instantly spread through the air. Holy crap, Engma. He's Lu Zhiheng. Sheng Xinyan quickly pulled Lu Zhiheng and hurried away, looking utterly embarrassed. That's enough. Control your pheromones, they work better than an ID card. Lu Zhiheng's gaze lingered on Sheng Xinyan's hand intertwined with his for a moment before his eyes curved into a gentle smile. Sheng Xinyan led him through winding alleys to the last bar on the long street. Despite its less than ideal location, it was bustling with customers. As soon as they stepped inside the bar, deafening heavy metal music mixed with the hot air enveloped them. Lu Zhiheng rubbed his ears gently. Sheng Xinyan, however, looked thrilled, swaying his body slightly to the beat of the music. He casually grabbed a waiter and had him lead them to a private room upstairs, where it was quieter and less noisy. Pushing open the door, they saw Lin Yu and his new boyfriend inside, along with a gloomy-looking Lin Huai. Son, I've missed you. Sheng Xinyan patted Lin Yu's shoulder, trying to give him a big hug but was subtly pulled back by Lu Zhiheng who pinched his waist instead. Hello, I am Nian Nian's fiancé, Lu Zhiheng. Hello, I am Lin Yu. This is my boyfriend, Yan. Lin Yu gave Lu Zhiheng a quick handshake and then glanced at Xing Xinyan. TSK, destined to be overpowered. What's wrong with Brother Huai? Xing Xinyan leaned against the sofa intending to pour himself a drink but was handed a glass of juice by Lu Zhiheng instead. No idea, he looks like he got taken advantage of, Lin Yu said lazily while snuggling up to his boyfriend. Lin Huai paused, startled, don't say nonsense, I'm just tired from work. Ah, make sure you rest well then. I hear that many doctors at your hospital are going bald, Xing Xinyan said worriedly. Since Xing Xinyan entered, Lin Huai hadn't even looked at him much, just keeping his head down and staring at the wine glass in his hand. Yeah, I know. Lin Yu gestured for Yan to pour more wine and said sarcastically, you two are really something, one drinking juice, the other playing around with the wine in his hand. What's the point? Lu Zhiheng took the cup of wine Yan tried to push toward Xing Xinyan and smiled faintly. Yan has been having issues with his stomach lately, and he has a physical checkup tomorrow. I'll drink it for him. Oh, Lin Yu made an exaggerated noise, exchanging a subtle glance with his boyfriend, teasing with a raised brow, stomach problems, huh? Xing Xinyan frowned irritably, Lin Yu, do you only have lewd thoughts in your head? After realizing Lu Zhiheng was still present, Xing Xinyan quickly shut up, glancing at his expression but couldn't tell if his comment had affected him. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, what's it to you? By the way, I'm leaving the country next month. Both Lin Huai and Xing Xinyan looked up at him, why? Xing Xinyan probed cautiously, has your dad finally snapped and disowned you, exiling you? Get out of here, don't spout nonsense. I applied to a university abroad, for further studies. Lin Huai glanced at Yan, who was still clinging to Lin Yu, so doesn't that mean you're going to be in a long-distance relationship? Lin Yu chuckled softly and pinched Yan's cheek, yeah, we'll be apart. Baby, will you wait for me? Yan's face was red from the alcohol, I'll wait for you. Lin Yu laughed heartily, give it up, baby. Yan simply smiled without answering. Xing Xinyan couldn't resist kicking Lin Yu's foot, always trying to fool around with young college students. Humph, I'll soon regain my status as a college student, won't I? Lin Yu raised his cup toward Lu Zhiheng, Xinyan is in your hands now. If you dare bully him. Lin Yu grinned slyly. Lu Zhiheng accepted his toast, no chance. Xing Xinyan sighed helplessly, Lin Yu, which of us is the mega again? Tone it down or else someone might mark you. Then you'll regret it later. TSK, don't speak ill of me. Who dares mark me? I'll chop them up, Lin Yu touched his gland, besides, isn't there anti-marking surgery now? Maybe I should get one. Lurking silently in the corner, Lin Huai finally spoke, stop messing around. Any behavior defying natural laws always comes with side effects. Don't harm your body for temporary pleasure. I was just saying, Lin Yu shrugged, letting Yan instinctively massage his neck. Xing Xinyan couldn't drink due to his stomach issues, and Lin Huai insisted on giving up alcohol altogether, so both held glasses of juice, which made Lin Yu's head ache. In the end, all the drinks ended up in front of Lu Zhiheng. Xing Xinyan watched as this enigmatic figure kept pace with Lin Yu glass after glass during their usual socializing and stopped him, if you can't hold your liquor, then stop drinking. We're among friends after all. Since we're not outsiders. Lu Zhiheng's eyes sparkled with amusement as he smiled, it doesn't matter, I can hold my liquor. Xing Xinyan thought he was boasting until Lin Yu ended up completely drunk while Lu Zhiheng remained unaffected, instead asking if Xing Xinyan wanted a late-night snack. Xing Xinyan felt her perception of Lu Zhiheng had been updated once again. After 3 rounds of drinks, they cheerfully called it a night. A tipsy Lin Yu was half carried away by Yan. Xing Xinyan still couldn't help but say, Yan, don't bully him. Yan turned around and grinned at him, do you think I'd dare to bully brother you? Xing Xinyan chuckled, then don't let him bully you. Take it slow on the way. Alright. Yan hailed a taxi and left with Lin Yu. Lin Huai silently took out his phone and snapped a picture of the taxi's license plate, not saying anything, but his brotherly concern lingered. That's it, Brother Huai should go home too, take it slow on the way. Xing Xinyan wasn't worried about him one bit, waving goodbye as he walked off with Lu Zhiheng. Lin Huai watched their elongated shadows under the streetlights until they disappeared around the corner before turning around. Everyone has grown up. He spun the car keys twice on his fingertips and stepped into the car under the moonlight, starting the engine to slowly drive toward home. But at a certain intersection, he suddenly turned back. Chapter 66, Let's Date. Knock knock, the office door was tapped. Come in. So you saw Lin Huai and arched an eyebrow, well, Dr. Lin, so you're no longer avoiding me. I'm not avoiding you, I'm just thinking about some things. Lin Huai placed the takeout food he'd brought over onto Su Yu's desk. Su Yu didn't hesitate and started digging into the box, breaking the disposable chopsticks apart, so have you figured it out? Lin Huai looked down with his head low like a student expecting to be scolded, nervously fidgeting with his fingers, do you like me, or did you just? Because of being drunk? Su Yu paused momentarily in eating his rice noodles, feigning nonchalance, what difference does it make? Lin Huai frowned in confusion, we're both alphas. Su Yu put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his office chair, massaging his temples mockingly, you're 9 years younger than me, how come your thoughts are older than mine? Dr. Lin, I actually really like you, but I don't need your supposed responsibility to force yourself. Su picked up the chopsticks again, we're all adults here. If we made a fool of ourselves when drunk, don't take it too seriously. The steam from the rice noodles fogged up Su glasses, yet he didn't remove them. Can something like this be considered a joke? So what do you want to do? Su removed his glasses, regardless of whether you prefer alpha or not, let's not say silly things like dating to take responsibility just because you're drunk. Lin Huai remained silent as he looked at him. Su patted his shoulder, both of us were drunk, there's no right or wrong, it's over, okay? You said you liked me. Shit, why are we circling back? Su lost patience and blinked suddenly, what if I give in to you? That way, we'll call it even. Lin Huai stared quietly at him. Su felt like his noodles were about to get soggy, assuming he scared the boy. Just as he was about to explain it was a joke. Lin Huai replied, alright. Huh. Su tugged his lips slightly, as if 10,000 mud horses were galloping inside his heart, what a stubborn kid, go back home and sleep already. Dr. Su, Alright, go home quickly, I'm busy. Su stood up, grabbing him and shoving him toward the door. Once Lin Huai was chased out, Su took out his eyeglass cloth to clean his glasses and burst out laughing in the empty office. Damn it, now I like him even more. The night breeze was cool. Sheng Xinyan pulled his collar higher and stuffed his hands into his coat pockets. A gust of wind chilled him enough that he hunched his shoulders slightly. An alpha glanced beside him, noticing Enjma Lu Zhiheng walking straight ahead, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, showing an indescribable obstinacy. Sheng Xinyan slowed down his pace and couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Lu Zhiheng, who was struggling hard to walk in a straight line and looked very stiff as a result. He leaned closer, are you drunk? Lu Zhiheng lowered his gaze to look at him, his face having a faint flush. The lamplight coated his hair with a warm golden hue. Enjma said earnestly, I'm not drunk. Really not drunk? Sheng Xinyan waved his hand in front of Lu Zhiheng's eyes. His gaze followed the movement, then lightly furrowed his eyebrows and grabbed his hand. Stop it, I feel dizzy. Sheng Xinyan laughed and reached up to pat his head, Lu Zhiheng obediently bent down slightly. Hey, our Mr. Lu is really cute, Sheng Xinyan was contentedly ruffling Lu Zhiheng's hair, which turned out softer than he had imagined. Lu Zhiheng moved his arm, pulling Sheng Xinyan into his embrace. His lips brushed against the left earlobe of the alpha, and a warm voice surged into the ear membrane, not Mr. Lu. Sheng Xinyan tilted his head, his left ear turning red as if burned, then who are you? I'm your husband. Lu Zhiheng mumbled softly. He nudged open the wolf-tail-shaped tuft of hair at Sheng Xinyan's nape with the tip of his nose, savoring the even more concentrated sweet scent of white peach pheromones here. It felt as if molten lava was flowing through his throat after drinking alcohol, urgently needing cool ice water to lower the temperature, freshly squeezed peach juice with ice would be better. As if wishing could make it so, upon these words, an even more rich and appetizing white peach aroma flooded his nostrils. Lu Zhiheng greedily inhaled deeply. His tongue grazed over his canine tooth, drawing a bead of blood that hovered at Sheng Xinyan's neck. The blue ageratum pheromones suddenly burst forth from the enigma's nape gland, heavily enveloping the alpha. The alpha trapped in his embrace shuddered, his voice changing as he tried to stop him, Lu Zhiheng. Lu Zhiheng wiped the droplet of blood on Sheng Xinyan's neck with his thumb, then after pondering for a moment, completely smeared it over the alpha's gland in circles again and again. Sheng Xinyan's forehead rested on his shoulder, biting his teeth without making any strange noises. He felt as though his body was experiencing an unbelievable reaction. Why was he so sensitive to Lu Zhiheng's pheromones? Sheng Xinyan thought that Lu Zhiheng would mark him temporarily again, but his mind was tangled with tension, anticipation, and the desire to push him away when Lu Zhiheng released him. Confused, Sheng Xinyan looked up at him. Lu Zhiheng leaned down and lightly touched the tiny mole on his nose, smiling faintly. You have a physical examination tomorrow, and I've had alcohol, so I can't mark you. Sheng Xinyan snapped back to reality, pushing Lu Zhiheng once before striding toward the parking lot. He vigorously rubbed his neck and shouted, "Who said anything about being coveted?" Lu Zhiheng staggered slightly but made an effort to walk straight behind Sheng Xinyan. He was somewhat sober and somewhat drunk. Even watching the alpha's infuriated and embarrassed back made him feel that this world was truly F***king adorable. No, not the world, but Sheng Xinyan. Sheng Xinyan felt a sticky sensation at the back of his neck. Looking under the lamplight, the pads of his fingers were stained red, carrying the urgent essence of blue ageratum pheromones. Was this him trying to hold back? Just because I have a checkup tomorrow? Sheng Xinyan stared at the long shadow pulled by the lamplight on the ground. The corners of his mouth hidden in the shadows slightly curved upward. Why was his mood so good? The alpha turned around and beckoned to the enigma 2 meters away with a crook of his finger, "Come here." Lu Zhiheng hesitated, then took a step forward, swaying unsteadily as he walked faster. Sheng Xinyan smiled and stepped forward to meet him, grabbing the collar of Lu Zhiheng's shirt and pulling him closer. Time split open like a fissure, quickly rewinding, as if bringing them back to the day they first met at Juesha. Only this time, the roles of the drunken ones were reversed. Once again, Sheng Xinyan tasted the flavor of blue ageratum pheromones. It was slightly bitter, mixed with the smell of alcohol, but he found it incredibly sweet. Fang Jinghe, tell me, who do you like best? The alpha asked while kissing him, squinting and glaring fiercely, just like a little thug. Lu Zhiheng let out a soft laugh. I like you the most, and only you, year by year. Let's date. Let's date. We should date, Is that okay? I'll treat you well. Let's go out, come on. Sheng Xinyan hooked his neck, planting a kiss after every word, looking monkey-like as if he were the one drunk. Lu Zhiheng froze, his throat tightening. He hugged him tightly, suppressing the excitement in his voice with difficulty. Okay. Finally, he caught the first gift the world gave him, exclusive to him alone. The best gift ever. Chapter 67, Enchant You. Sheng Xinyan was woken up by the first alarm. Opening his eyes, he had dark circles under his eyes, he hadn't slept much at all. Excited about falling in love for the first time, he also felt a bit shy. The alpha remembered how he and Lu Zhiheng had been passionately kissing under the streetlight for half an hour, groaned, and quickly pulled the covers over his head. His foot kicked around outside the blanket several times. Lu Zhiheng looked so cute when he was drunk. Seemingly proper on the surface, but his eyelids were red. Sheng Xinyan forced himself to interrupt his reminiscence, pulling the quilt back to greet Dashi with a layer of cloth in between. His phone vibrated. Sheng Xinyan eagerly opened it, seeing a message from Lu Zhiheng. The note had been upgraded from Luguobi to Gugu. Every time he called Lu Zhiheng brother he could feel the enigma's pleasure from inside out. Gu, Nian Nian, are you awake? We'll eat something after visiting the hospital. Bean Bun Year, I'm getting up now, just wait a bit. This bit of waiting stretched for an hour, as fashionable guys on the streets require their time. Sheng Xinyan was humming while spraying hairspray onto his head, carefully arranging it with his hands. Then he ran into the wardrobe room and dug out his leather jacket, polishing the Martin boots with shoe polish before swaggering out of the house to knock on Lu Zhiheng's door. He also posed nonchalantly at the door, his whole body exuding the air that I'm so handsome and you're not dazzled enough. Lu Zhiheng opened the door and chuckled inwardly at the sight of him. Good morning. Morning, darling. Sheng Xinyan didn't have any awkwardness from having just established their relationship, walking in and kissing Lu Zhiheng on the face. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Sheng Xinyan poked Lu Zhiheng's cheek. It won't be. It's where you bit me yesterday. Lu Zhiheng rubbed his own face. I'll have to stick a band-aid before going out. Sorry. Sheng Xinyan smiled embarrassingly. I couldn't control my strength. It's fine. Lu Zhiheng took out the first aid kit, got a band-aid from inside, and stuck it on his face, barely covering it. Sheng Xinyan casually scanned his view and suddenly noticed a black little rubber band hidden under Lu Zhiheng's cuff, raising an eyebrow. Big brother are you a thief? Lu Zhiheng looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Sheng Xinyan pulled up his sleeve and sniffed lightly. Isn't this familiar? Lu Zhiheng kept a straight face and lowered his sleeve. I found it in my car, it's mine. You're really? Sheng Xinyan laughed and moved closer to him. A lewd rogue, I've never seen you wear it. Do you put it on only when sleeping? Lu Zhiheng openly met his gaze. Like how you sleep with me, can you give me more? This one doesn't smell like you anymore. How about letting me mark you? Then you'd be all over my scent. Sheng Xinyan, resting his chin, grinned at him and licked his lips. Lu Zhiheng's breath hitched for a moment. You can try. The two locked eyes for a while, the temperature in the living room seeming to rise. Sheng Xinyan fanned himself with his leather jacket, so easily agreeable. There must be a trick. I wouldn't. Let's go for the physical checkup, I'm hungry. Alright, I'll change clothes. Lu Zhiheng stood up and walked upstairs. In fact, he truly hoped that Sheng Xinyan would try marking him, because then the alpha would directly be induced into a hypersensitive phase by his pheromones, submitting to his advanced pheromones, begging for the love of the dominant one. At that time, inhibitors wouldn't help the alpha, they'd only depend on the enigma's most primitive care. And Lu Zhiheng could also, under the pretense of rescuing Sheng Xinyan, do what he almost dreamt about every night. Unfortunately, Lu Zhiheng sighed, such a clever child, instinctively avoiding risks. Well, he has all the time in the world to wait, everything is moving toward a better direction. If Sheng Xinyan really doesn't want to. Lu Zhiheng paused while buttoning his suit. That doesn't matter either, little master will soon realize how despicable the enigma gender can be. Lu Zhiheng picked up his phone and went downstairs, subconsciously looking at the text message interface. Since that day, Shen Rang hadn't sent a new message, as if that MMS never existed. For a fleeting moment, the enigma felt a hint of gloominess, but upon seeing the alpha who fell asleep after waiting no more than 10 minutes downstairs, those emotions quickly dissipated, replaced by deep tenderness. He wasn't afraid of anything because he already had his armor. Nian Nian. Lu Zhiheng sat beside him and gently called out. Sheng Xinyan rapidly opened his eyes. I'm not sleeping. Let's go, for the physical examination. Lu Zhiheng smiled and kissed his corner of the mouth. Good morning kiss. The two left the house, clinging together. Sun Zhenhua pulled open the car door for the duo and quickly glanced at the band-aid on his boss's face. Was he abused at home? Indeed, if you live long enough, you see it all. After silently criticizing, Sun Zhenhua said to Xing Xinyan, Master Xing looks very handsome today. Thank you, Uncle Sunday. Xing Xinyan winks proudly and whispers, isn't my husband handsome? Lu Zhiheng didn't bother arguing for any verbal advantage and simply nods, handsome. The first item on the physical examination was blood drawing. With an air of bravado, he extended his arm while turning his head to bury it in Lu Zhiheng's chest. Lu Zhiheng smiled silently and rubbed his nape as a gesture of comfort. It took less than an hour to finish all the checkup items, and Xing Xinyan, feeling like a new man after the blood draw, instructed Sun Zhenhua to drive them to Jinbei Middle School. Brother Year will let you taste Grandma Lu's corn and fresh meat wontons, Xing Xinyan yawned with his leg crossed. Sun Zhenhua signaled to Lu Zhiheng through the rearview mirror, Director Lu, there's a meeting this morning. Lu Zhiheng gently shook his head, meaning, postpone it. Watching the pink back of the head next to him, who was dozing off with his face towards the window, the enigma thought, this guy might truly be someone like De Ji. Classes had already started for the students, so there were only a few people scattered around in the dumpling shop. Pushing aside the curtain, Xing Xinyan walked in, smiling and calling out, Grandma, I've come to eat. An elderly woman with gray hair and a spry spirit came out of the kitchen. Oh, young one, how long has it been since your last visit? And why has your hair color changed again? Xing Xinyan pulled Lu Zhiheng to sit nearby, shaking his head and grinning, doesn't it look good? Good, very good, wait a moment, Grandma will prepare food for you. Grandma Lu kindly glanced at Lu Zhiheng next to Xing Xinyan, and Lu Zhiheng modestly nodded to her. Are you familiar with this elder? Lu Zhiheng asked. Xing Xinyan nodded, when I was in school, I often came here with Lin Huai to eat dumplings. You must try them, they're truly delicious. Just as they were talking, Grandma Lu suddenly brought over a plate of fried chicken popcorn. Young one, try this, it's freshly fried. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma Lu turned to Lu Zhiheng, is this your boyfriend? Xing Xinyan nodded while eating the chicken popcorn, yes, my wife. Grandma Lu laughed until her wrinkles deepened, good, really good, you've both grown up. Today's meal is on Grandma. No, Grandma, my wife has plenty of money, super rich. Xing Xinyan joked happily while looking at Lu Zhiheng. Lu Zhiheng nodded, yes, Grandma, I have plenty of money. Grandma Lu burst into laughter, this kid, no matter how rich you are, you can't pay today or don't come again in the future. Xing Xinyan didn't refuse further, wow. Grandma is really generous. After a short while, 2 bowls of small wontons garnished with fresh chives arrived on the table. Lu Zhiheng tasted it, indeed it was much better than those outside. Before getting back into the car, Lu Zhiheng said he forgot something and returned to the dumpling shop. He came out 10 minutes later. Why did it take so long? What did you forget? I found it after a while, it wasn't important. Lu Zhiheng pulled out his hand from his pocket, which held a piece of paper filled with ingredients, torn unevenly. Chapter 68, Cat Claw Tattoo. As soon as they entered the company gates, everyone noticed the band-aid on Lu Zhiheng's face. Subordinates wanted to glance but dared not blatantly stare, pretending that an eye would grow on top of their heads. The minute Lu Zhiheng and Xing Xinyan got onto the elevator, the company's gossip group exploded. My goodness! Did you see the band-aid on Director Lu's face? Was it scratched by the boss lady? Nope, I bet it was bitten by the boss lady. Wow! That sounds thrilling, Director Lu even let the boss lady share his office. You sound like you've discovered some amazing truth, Aya. Plav. For a moment, the chatter was lively. In the employees' eyes, the aloof and otherworldly Director Lu who embodied abstinence completely crumbled his image. After returning to the company, Lu Zhiheng went to the conference room for a meeting, and Xing Xinyan slipped into the president's office nap area, kicked off his shoes, and directly dived into bed to catch some sleep. If calculated carefully, yesterday he slept for less than 2 hours, and his spirit was already scattered. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he drifted into sleep under the faint scent of Attractalode's information pheromones. During the nap time, the door of the rest area opened once, and his leg sticking out of the blanket was gently tucked inside. Then, someone bent down to give him a peck on the forehead. As a 24-year-old adult, Xing Xinyan wasn't quite knocked out dead asleep. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw Lu Zhiheng, grinned foolishly, then closed his eyes again, burrowing his head back into the blanket. When he woke up completely, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Xing Xinyan sat up in confusion, increasingly feeling uneasy about earning 3,500 yuan a month. The carefully styled hair from the morning had already been slept into a mess. Xing Xinyan opened the door and poked his head out to look at Lu Zhiheng. I feel like I'm overpaid. Lu Zhiheng was only wearing a shirt, the good figure wrapped with muscle strength inside it made Xing Xinyan always feel like the few buttons on his chest would pop open with just a bit of movement. The enigma stood up against his direct gaze, smoothing out his messy hair. Don't worry, they'll be almost all deducted. Huh? What? Hearing that the money was gone, Xing Xinyan finally tore his eyes away from Lu Zhiheng's chest. Are you hungry? Lu Zhiheng took out the thermos, laid out the dishes still warm inside, and placed the chopsticks for him. Come eat. Xing Xinyan muttered while eating. Just 3,500 yuan, and it's already all deducted. Money-loving kid, the boss is already yours, why are you still thinking about that little salary? Lu Zhiheng poured him a glass of lukewarm water and placed it on the coffee table. I have a bit of work today, eat slowly by yourself, I'll go to work first. Sheng Xinyan nodded, go ahead. After finishing his meal, he washed the thermos on his own, grabbed oranges and apples in the tea room to cut a fruit platter, and leisurely carried it towards the office, then suddenly remembered to ask his brother to check up on Chen Rang, so he turned around and retreated back to the tea room. Hey. The voice on the other end of the phone came lazily. You didn't just wake up, did you? How could the difference between bosses be so great? Lu Zhiheng doesn't even rest during lunchtime, yet his second brother actually slept until this point. That's not right, his second brother is also a workaholic, how could he waste time? Sheng Xinyan leaned his ear close to the phone, carefully listening, indeed hearing that familiar voice, even lazier and hoarser than Sheng Xian's. Who's there? Sheng Xinyan's face heated up, my heavens, had he disturbed his second brother doing something good? Only hearing shuffling sounds coming from the phone, Sheng Xian whispered, Xinyan called. Continue resting. Sheng Xinyan scratched his head, his older brother probably left the room, and his tone became impatient, spit it out quickly. Did you find the person I asked you to check? Who? Sure enough, he'd forgotten. Sheng Xinyan stood straight from where he leaned on the wall, Chen Rang. Haven't you forgotten about me? An alpha raised his eyes and suddenly saw a glimpse of a clothing corner flash past in the tea room. His voice faltered as he quickly stepped out the door, but found no one. He scratched the back of his head, maybe he'd seen wrong. Cough. Sheng Xian cleared his throat, rubbish, how could I forget? It's Monday today, the person just started working, how could they have checked so fast? Ho ho, I think you're stuck in your honeyed paradise and can't get out. Sheng Xinyan criticized unceremoniously. Forget about it, I'm worrying here, little Chu will soon finish repaying the money, and I don't know what to do next. Sheng Xian's voice sounded melancholic, as if he were smoking. Is this the world of adults? Without feelings, they can still stay in bed until afternoon. Hey. Let me cook for you, go back and lie down. Sheng Xian's concerned voice came, followed closely by, Nian Nian, I've got work here. Alright, bye-bye. Sheng Xinyan smiled, they were busy chasing after their sister-in-law. After hanging up the phone, more than half of the fruit platter had already been eaten by him. He washed another apple, cut a new plate, and then carried it toward the office. Just as he met Zhou's assistant coming out, Zhou gave him a shallow smile and nodded. Sheng Xinyan smiled back, pushed the door open to go inside, stopped for a moment, and twisted his head to take a look at Zhou's retreating back figure. Zhou's clothes color was similar to the clothing corner glimpsed briefly in the tea room earlier. Sheng assistant, is the fruit platter in your hands for me? Lu Zhiheng's voice rang out at an appropriate time, interrupting Sheng Xinyan's thoughts. Ah, yes. Sheng Xinyan cheerfully placed the fruit platter on his desk, have some vitamins. Lu Zhiheng quietly gazed at him, his eyes filled with warmth, beneath the calm waves of emotion surged, but they were all full of Sheng Xinyan. What kind of look is that? Sheng Xinyan touched his face, do I have something on my face? Lu Zhiheng shook his head, looked at the differently sized and oddly shaped apple slices in the fruit platter, picked one up with a toothpick, and put it into his mouth. Thank you. Sheng Xinyan raised an eyebrow, just cutting fruits, what's there to thank? Lu Zhiheng didn't say anything, quietly ate all the apples and half an orange in the fruit platter clean, and then wiped his hands clean with a wet wipe. The alpha's gaze was burning hot, making Sheng Xinyan's face flush, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhiheng grabbed his arm and pulled him into the restroom. Hey! What are you doing? Sheng Xinyan sat on the edge of the bed. Lu Zhiheng carefully rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong forearms. He knelt down in front of Sheng Xinyan and tore off a band-aid from his face. All for cutting a fruit platter, why had he gone down on his knees? Sheng Xinyan stared in shock at the enigma's fiery gaze. Can you please stand up? Lu Zhiheng arched an eyebrow, rested his forehead against Sheng Xinyan's knee, and let out a low chuckle. Then he gripped Sheng Xinyan's ankle and lifted it upward. Sheng Xinyan's head hit the mattress, slightly dazed but not hurt, while Lu Zhiheng maintained his original posture. Lu Zhiheng. What in the world are you? The alpha propped himself up with one elbow on the bed. With the sound of the zipper pulling open, the dirty words in his throat got stuck as his eyes widened. Enjma's kiss fell devoutly on those two cat paw prints. This exceeded the syllabus. This topic exceeded the syllabus. The alpha's face was red all afternoon. There were many files on his desk, yet he couldn't focus on a single word. His gaze kept glancing at Lu Zhiheng, focusing on the tiny break on his lips. Then moving downwards to his throat. And each time this happened, the heat in his cheeks reignited after barely cooling down. The alpha clasped his head, roughly ruffling his own hair. The world of adults truly was, so stimulating. He liked it. Should he cut 2 trays next time? Chapter 69, Do Not Easily Trust Strangers. Though Lu Zhiheng had been working continuously, his peripheral vision never missed any of Sheng Xinyan's small movements. Looking at how he scratched his ears and cheeks, his completely red face, laughter almost spilled out from the corner of his mouth that he forcibly pressed down. Lu Zhiheng lifted his teacup, took a sip of clear tea, and lightly touched the fine wound with his lips where the water caused a slight sting. Then, he caught sight of Sheng Xinyan quickly burying his head in his arms with only his burning ears showing. Engma's Adam's apple slid swiftly, and there seemed to be a trace of Peach's sweet freshness in his mouth, mixed with a hint of blood. Lu Zhiheng leaned on his chin, spinning the pen between his fingertips. Before his eyes once again appeared the image of the alpha leaning on one hand by the bedside, another arm across his forehead, face buried in his elbow, biting hard on his lip but unable to stop the soft murmurs spilling out from his throat. Pleasant, melodious, wanting to record it forever to keep. The mobile phone on the office desk vibrated, interrupting Lu Zhiheng's reverie. A flashing unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Lu Zhiheng lightly tapped the desktop with his fingers, rose from his boss chair, and turned toward Sheng Xinyan's desk before reaching the door. Leaning over, he softly whispered to the fainted Alpha, "Feels good?" The little curls of hair on top of Sheng Xinyan's head trembled slightly. His head still hidden in his arms, he extended his right hand, giving Lu Zhiheng the middle finger. Lu Zhiheng chuckled softly, parted the Alpha's wolf tail hair, and placed a kiss on his posterior neck gland. Sheng Xinyan tightly pursed his lips, lifting his head in distress as he covered his neck, his face flushed red as he angrily glared at Lu Zhiheng. You. In the end, he couldn't make much sense because of the surge of emotions, even standing up felt risky to Sheng Xinyan. Lu Zhiheng smiled as he patted Sheng Xinyan's head, already returning his phone to normalcy. "I'll go take a call outside. Think about what you want to eat later after work." Sheng Xinyan looked at Lu Zhiheng's back, gritted his teeth, and silently cursed, "Seductress." The wooden door of the office quietly closed, the gentleness in Lu Zhiheng's eyes gradually replaced by frost creeping upwards. He turned around and entered the stairwell around the corner. Although Lu Zhiheng didn't have a habit of smoking, he wanted a cigarette more than anything at this moment. He watched through the stairwell window at the dusk remaining outside, the twilight seemingly burning brightly in the late clouds, fierce and vividly reflecting in the enigma's pupils. Silently leaning against the wall, the coolness pierced through his thin shirt, bringing him back to thoughts of that very hard iron bed, and the cold liquid flowing into his body. It rapidly mixed with his bloodstream, mingling with pheromones. An explosive pain surged throughout his veins, nearly tearing them apart. The pheromones in his body rebelled again and again like waves of suffocating tide, threatening to drown him entirely. He could only catch his breath during the gaps, preparing for the next wave of agitation. Enigma had always been the type to endure, but back then, he experienced fear of death for the first time. No, it was worse than death because he couldn't survive and couldn't die. He lost the final right to be human. His hands and feet were locked, so all he could do was bite his teeth and grip the bedsheet tightly to resist the flood of pheromones coursing through his veins. The white bedsheet was torn apart, bloodstains smeared over its surface, bright red streaks contrasting sharply with the white fabric. The pain of tearing flesh under his nails was nothing compared to even a fraction of what the information hormone turbulence inflicted. Lu Zhiheng hung his head slightly, his body trembling slightly. Memories in his mind might blur, but muscle memory never fades. His body remembered every bit of the inhumane suffering he once endured, not a trace forgotten. Raising his right hand to cover his face, Lu Zhiheng concealed the crimson killing intent that flickered at the corner of his eyes. The confined space was saturated with Enigma's advanced level of oppressive information pheromones, as if searching for something, an urgent desire to strangle his enemy's neck. As the sun set, the stairway grew dimmer. The vibration of his phone triggered the sound-activated light, jolting Enigma from his painful memories. Before the ringing faded, Lu Zhiheng answered and activated the recording function. Silence reigned for a few seconds, both parties silently dueling, waiting for the other to break the silence. Finally, a faint laugh came from the other end. "Little he, oops, President Lu, nice to meet you again." Lu Zhiheng's left hand clenched into a fist in his pocket but relaxed shortly after. His amber eyes remained hidden in the shadows, emotions indiscernible. Shen rang. The laughter on the other end of the phone grew more joyful. "Great job, you still remember my voice after 9 years. Unforgettable forever." In Fangjing He's sophomore year, the school suddenly received notice that to prevent alpha information hormones from causing harm to omegas, they would conduct physical examinations for all alphas. Shen Rang was the leading doctor. After the results came out, Fangjing He received a call from Shen Rang saying there was an issue with his information hormones, requiring him to seek treatment at Jinbei Hospital. At that time, Fangjing He was just a poor student, but to avoid hurting classmates, he went to the hospital with all his money. Shen Rang smiled warmly and reassured him there was no need to worry, just a minor issue requiring a second blood draw for verification. Relieved by his words, Fangjing He gradually relaxed. Afterward, Shen Rang bought him a hot drink and praised him, saying, "S-level alphas are rare, your parents must be very proud of you." Fangjing He fiddled with the paper cup in his hands and responded indifferently, "No one will be proud of me." That night, after finishing his part-time job, Fangjing He returned to school only to be knocked unconscious and stuffed into a burlap sack. When he woke up, his limbs were chained down to the hospital bed, with an unknown liquid being injected into a vein in his hand. Shen Rang, wearing a white coat, stood in front of a machine that beeped rhythmically, making records. Upon noticing his awakening, Shen Rang grinned and said, "Little friend, your parents didn't teach you not to trust strangers." Facing Fang Jing, his gaze filled with murderous intent, Shen Rang apologized, "Sorry, I forgot, both of your parents passed away." Fang Jing, he was an S-level alpha whose resistance was fiercer than anyone else's. Security guards tried using electric batons to suppress him but were denied by Shen Rang, who feared damaging his excellent test subject, thus affecting the final results. Shen Rang wasted none of his learned psychology knowledge, doing just one thing, turning off all the lights in the basement, plunging Fang Jing into darkness, leaving him surrounded by only the sound of machines beeping and the cold infusion into his bloodstream, causing chaos and collapses within his pheromone system again and again. In the dark, senses beyond sight grow infinitely sharp, the unknown fear mingling with the pain of nerve-splitting anguish every minute and second, pushing Fang Jing his spirit to the brink of collapse. He lost his ability to struggle. It wasn't until after he differentiated into Enigma and was transferred from the basement that he ended up being auctioned on the black market. One S-level Enigma gland almost shocked the entire world. Later, a rich businessman purchased him for 100 million yuan, but what was bought wasn't just the gland, it was Fang Jing he himself. Since then, the world ceased to know Fang Jing he, instead, only Lu Zhiheng existed. Chapter 70, Not Taking Verbal Advantage. Lu Zhiheng entered the coffee shop and saw the elegant man sitting by the window. Clenching his fists briefly, he walked over. "President Lu." Shen Rang wore a kind smile, showing no sign of the person who, those many years ago, coldly injected catalysts into his body in that dark basement. Lu Zhiheng sat opposite Shen Rang, watching as he unabashedly admired him with surprise. His face remained expressionless as he met Shen Rang's gaze. "What is your purpose?" Shen Rang raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously as he stirred his coffee with a small spoon. "Don't be nervous, I just came to take a look at my great masterpiece. Oh, by the way, I don't go by Shen Rang anymore. I've been waiting for you to find me in Seth Hospital, but since you didn't show up, I decided to come find you." He took a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhiheng. It read, "Director of Seth Central Hospital's Pheromone Internal Medicine Department, Shen Zui." Lu Zhiheng glanced down at the card on the table, his tone unreadable. "You were involved in the laboratory of Seth Hospital under the military's jurisdiction." I am the lab director," Shen Rang said openly. "Didn't you see the news? The components of punic acid are what I extracted." Lu Zhiheng thought the world was truly absurd. How had the chief researcher of the Gland Crime Syndicate turned into the director of a military laboratory? The catalysts that he himself created, he acted like a savior of those poisoned by the same catalysts he developed. What a bottomless piece of trash. Under the oppressive information pheromones emitted by Lu Zhiheng, Shen Rang's glands were in pain, yet his face brimmed with excitement, twisted and unhealthy. "Little he, that news article was issued for you. Back then, your father took you and 185 test subjects and left. Now, aren't you the only one still alive?" Shen Rang grinned widely, his face pale from the pressure but radiating a peculiar joy. Lu Zhiheng looked at him coldly. "Money sure is a wonderful thing, only rich people can survive." Shen Rang smirked, yet there was venomous jealousy lurking beneath his eyes. "I'm curious, how did you manage to live after fleeing the Gland Group with Chen Zui?" Lu Zhiheng calmly asked, easily brushing aside Shen Rang's mockery. Hearing this name caused Shen Rang's hand stirring the coffee to hesitate, his smile vanishing. Lu Zhiheng leaned his elbows on the table, interlocking his hands under his chin as he spoke peacefully. "Tell me your purpose." Shen Rang hesitated for a moment, leaning back against the chair and laughing out loud twice. "Little he, you've become much smarter, I'm glad." Lu Zhiheng glanced at his wristwatch. It was almost time to finish work. Standing up, the chair scraped lightly against the floor. "Shen Rang, no matter what your purpose is, if you think I would allow myself to be threatened by mere photographs, why don't you immerse your brain in formaldehyde and then fish it out again?" Lu Zhiheng took a couple of steps toward the door before stepping back, towering over Shen Rang with an oppressive presence, as though looking at a dead dog. Mice hiding in sewers who don't keep their tails tucked generally end up very badly. After Lu Zhiheng walked out of the cafe, Shen Rang regained consciousness. Touching the back of his neck where the glands had gone numb from being pressed, he smirked crookedly. He tilted his head and gazed thoughtfully at Lu Zhiheng's retreating figure entering Jialu Company's building through the glass window. "Little Zui, I will let you live well." Zhou Zhu noticed Lu Zhiheng's slightly hurried steps and questioned curiously, "Mr. Lu, is there any pressing work remaining?" Lu Zhiheng waved at him. "Zhou Zhu, it's time to finish work. Go back and rest well." As Zhou Zhu slowed down following his movement, he stood frozen in place. Had Mr. Lu just shown concern for him? Pushing open the office door, Lu Zhiheng saw Qing Xian's impatient face. He pointed at the phone. "Lu Zhiheng. Did you lose yourself on the call? It's already been 10 minutes since work ended. Didn't you say we'd go eat after work?" Lu Zhiheng apologized. "Sorry for making you wait so long, but why didn't you call me?" Qing Xian scratched the tip of his nose. It had only been 10 minutes, so there was no need for such sincere apologies. "I thought you might have important work, so I didn't want to disturb you." Lu Zhiheng grabbed the coat hanging on the rack and put it on, walking to Qing Xian's side and gently embracing him. How obedient. Qing Xian flashed him a wide smile, raising a hand to pinch Lu Zhiheng's earlobe. "Since you've treated me so well, I can't help but show you some care, can I?" Lu Zhiheng's eyes sparkled with amusement, dazzling Qing Xian. "Master, I could still treat you better, would you like to try?" Hooking Cheng Xian around the waist, Lu Zhiheng lifted him slightly. Forced to stand on tiptoes, Cheng Xian pressed closer to Lu Zhiheng. Alpha's mind quickly replayed the adult content Lin Yu had shared with him, featuring scenes inappropriate for children. He swallowed silently and increased the distance between himself and Lu Zhiheng. No thanks. He wasn't sure if what he'd seen was real or fake. Alpha in front of Enigma behaved just like a mega in heat, entirely losing control and letting others take charge. No, it was worse than that. Although Xing Xinyan had never seen a mega in heat, he'd certainly never seen an alpha who during their sensitive period didn't want to be on top but rather just wanted to be dominated. It was horrifying. The thought alone made Xing Xinyan's bottom hurt. Lu Zhiheng observed the changing expressions on Xing Xinyan's face and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Stay away from me. You seductive fox." Xing Xinyan pushed him away, as if facing a great enemy. What nonsense is this?" Lu Zhiheng chuckled, bending his finger to lightly tap Xing Xinyan's forehead. "Have you decided what you want to eat?" "Brother, I ate lunch after 1 o'clock. It's not even 6 yet. How could I get hungry so fast?" Xing Xinyan said with disbelief. Lu Zhiheng gently patted down Xing Xinyan's tousled bangs and softly said, "Then why are you waiting for me here?" Xing Xinyan pulled his face down and kissed him, his dark pupils brightly reflecting Lu Zhiheng's image. "Let's go on a date, wife." Each time the alpha called someone wife, he subconsciously reminded himself that he was a fierce alpha. Absolutely not to be seduced by any fox spirit. Alphas were always the ones on top. Wife. Lu Zhiheng was the wife. Lu Zhiheng didn't mind the title at all, he was happy for Alpha to call whatever he wanted. Such little verbal perks could make Alpha happy, why not? Anyway, later on, there would be times when he'd be begging to be called husband. Lu Zhiheng lowered his eyes, his long lashes hiding his urge to devour the little lamb completely. "Alright, by the way, have the physical exam results come out?" Xing Xinyan showed him the test report on his phone, perfectly fine, except for a slightly elevated white blood cell count, likely due to gastritis, nothing serious. Lu Zhiheng meticulously read through it again before returning the phone to Xing Xinyan only after confirming everything was okay. "Let's go on a date." Chapter 71, We'll kiss you later. Sun Zhenhua parked Lu Zhiheng's Bentley downstairs at the company building, cheerfully handing over the car keys to manager Lu. It was wonderful having a boss in love, it even meant he could go home early to see his grandson. Xing Xinyan sat in the driver's seat, scrolling through his phone for tonight's movie showtimes and asked, "Big brother what type of movie do you like?" Lu Zhiheng stepped on the gas pedal, passing the stop line in the last 3 seconds of the green light. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Documentary." "Oh, not interested." "Do you want to watch a romance or a horror movie?" Xing Xinyan continued scrolling through his phone, smiling before he could answer, "Let's watch a horror movie then. If you're scared, you can lean on me." Lu Zhiheng curved his lips, perfectly aware of the calculations ticking away inside Xing Xinyan's head. "Sure, it's up to you." After parking the Bentley in the negative third-floor underground parking lot of Wanlu Mall, Xing Xinyan wanted to rush to the fourth-floor cinema hall but was stopped by Lu Zhiheng, redirected to the first-floor dining area instead. "I ate late this afternoon, so I'm not hungry yet." Xing Xinyan tried pressing for the fourth floor. Lu Zhiheng grabbed his hand and pressed it onto his own stomach, lowering his gaze to look at him. Xing Xinyan blinked, his hand audaciously grabbing a hold of Lu Zhiheng's abs and smiled, "Good feel." Lu Zhiheng tapped his head, chuckling, "I meant I'm hungry." Xing Xinyan exclaimed with understanding, "Ah," then boldly grabbed another handful, with the trend gradually moving downward. He acted like a little ruffian. The elevator, ding, announced its arrival on the first floor, where Lu Zhiheng held Xing Xinyan's hand as they walked out, little rascal, still misbehaving under the surveillance cameras. Then isn't Mr. Lu's abstinent persona completely ruined? Wanlu Mall was one of Jialu Fengtou's subsidiaries. Since Lu Zhiheng took over Jialu, he expanded the company's territory across various business sectors, impacting people's clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, breaking completely away from Jialu's previous focus on real estate investment barriers. Before circling the third floor once, their hands were filled with various flyers. Xing Xinyan simply dragged Lu Zhiheng to sit on the waiting chairs and started flipping through the flyers. "Big brother what do you feel like eating?" Lu Zhiheng took the flyers from Xing Xinyan's hand. "Your gut hasn't been doing well recently, so Japanese cuisine, hot pot, and roasted meat are all off limits." In the end, Lu Zhiheng tapped a noodle restaurant in his hand. "Let's go eat clear broth noodles." "How interesting, bringing your boyfriend to eat noodles on the first date." Xing Xinyan snorted in dissatisfaction. Lu Zhiheng lowered his eyes to look at him. "I don't mind it. If you want to go to the hospital for another shot later today, then let's have greasy and spicy food now." Xing Xinyan immediately felt the soreness of the large bruised spot on his buttock where he'd been injected earlier and quickly stood up from the chair. "Alright, let's go eat noodles, bland clear broth noodles." Lu Zhiheng followed behind him, chuckling and raising an eyebrow. This kid just needed some straightening out. The two walked shoulder to shoulder. No, 180.27 centimeters was not quite at par with 190 centimeters. Lu Zhiheng pushed aside the highly traditional pearl curtain in front of the noodle shop, letting Xing Xinyan enter first. They then both sat down by the window and ordered 2 bowls of clear broth noodles. The waiter smiled and asked, "Mister, do either of you have any dietary restrictions? Would you like green onions and cilantro?" "Give me cilantro, no green onions," Lu Zhiheng replied faintly. "Okay, mister," the waiter took the menu and headed for the kitchen. Sheng Xinyan questioned curiously, "Green onions add freshness to dishes, weren't you always fond of garnishing meals with them? Why stop suddenly?" Lu Zhiheng leisurely picked up the small teapot and poured himself a cup of tea brewed with chrysanthemum and cassia seeds to cool his inner fire. "Because there's no place here to brush teeth." Lu Zhiheng sipped a bit of tea calmly, "I'll need to kiss you later." Hearing these shameless words, Sheng Xinyan grimaced complexly, "This afternoon, I didn't see you being so considerate. I think green onions smell much better than that whatnot." Lu Zhiheng propped his elbow on the table and supported his cheek with one hand as he looked at him, smiling warmly, "Is that right? Disliking something that's yours?" It seemed Enigma was reflecting, with his tongue tip brushing against his canine tooth, "It carries the scent of your pheromones, I really like it." Sheng Xinyan startled and swiftly glanced around to make sure nobody noticed their conversation before whispering lowly, "Shut up. Old pervert. Your 29 years of pretending purity is over." Lu Zhiheng nudged the teacup by Sheng Xinyan's hand slightly towards him, with mischief glinting in his eyes, "Young Master Sheng should drink some too, chrysanthemum tea cools internal heat." "But I'm not upset, why cool my heat?" Sheng Xinyan picked up the teacup and drank a sip, it wasn't tasty. Lu Zhiheng spoke leisurely, "It's quite concentrated, cooling will help your mental health." Poof, Sheng Xinyan turned his head and sprayed a mouthful of tea on the ground purely out of instinct, otherwise, he would have probably sprayed it all over Lu Zhiheng's face. Embarrassed, Sheng Xinyan pulled out several napkins to wipe his mouth and apologized to the cleaning server who came by. He gritted his teeth fiercely, "Lu Zhiheng. You have no shame." Lu Zhiheng paused mid-drink, seemingly puzzled, "What? I merely said this tea was quite concentrated, how is that shameful?" Sheng Xinyan's eyes widened a little, his face displaying a kaleidoscope of colors before blushing red. He huffed coldly and ignored Lu Zhiheng further. "Damn it. Smelly pervert. Who can be more lewd than you?" Grinding his teeth silently, Sheng Xinyan sighed while patting his legs in defeat, lost, totally lost, the dignity of the alpha gone. A server set the 2 bowls of clear broth noodles on the table, with excellent professionalism. He overlooked the alpha whose ears had turned completely red but still swayed slightly as S-level alpha pheromones filled the air. Sheng Xinyan hurriedly adjusted himself, it was too unsportsmanlike. How could he release his pheromones in the presence of a mega? The clear broth noodle soup base was bone broth, extremely fresh. Despite claiming not to be hungry, the alpha ate heartily with great enjoyment. Although Sheng Xinyan usually acted brash, he had excellent eating manners. Even while eating noodles, he made little sound except for his annoyingly curling hair strands falling over his face, which bothered him. Lu Zhiheng removed a small leather band from his wrist and handed it to him, "Tie it up." Sheng Xinyan raised an eyebrow and accepted it, good thing, he carried it with him now. Lu Zhiheng bit into a slice of egg in his bowl, "Remember to give it back. Screw you until you're stingy. Besides, it's originally mine." Sheng Xinyan held up the bowl and took a sip of the bone broth. Lu Zhiheng laughed without responding, the small rubber band would reabsorb Sheng Xinyan's pheromones, allowing him sweet dreams tonight. Sheng Xinyan was like a ray of light, shining over his life since 14 years ago. If all the sufferings he endured led to meeting this alpha, then Lu Zhiheng was willing to accept destiny's gifts. Chapter 72, Secrets in the Projection Room. After finishing their meal, Sheng Xinyan hastily pulled Lu Zhiheng's hand and rushed upstairs, "Quick, quick, the movie starts in 10 minutes. Sheng Xinyan took his phone and went to the self-service ticketing machine to collect their tickets. While he was doing this, Lu Zhiheng had already returned with a bucket of caramel-flavored popcorn. The alpha grabbed one and tossed it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Good. But $48 for a bucket is a bit too much." Lu Zhiheng followed behind Sheng Xinyan as they queued up to enter the hall, "You can refill after we eat." Sheng Xinyan immediately stared at him as if he'd just lost $8 million, utterly shocked. Lu Zhiheng smiled and patted his head, "It doesn't matter anyway, all the money I make from now on will be yours, you little miser." Sheng Xinyan snorted lightly and handed over the ticket to the ticket checker. After checking the tickets, Lu Zhiheng held out his hand toward him, "Can I have the stub?" "What do you want that for?" Although Sheng Xinyan was confused, he still gave it to him. Lu Zhiheng placed it in his overcoat pocket, "This is our first date, so let's keep a souvenir." Wow, who would have thought? Sheng Xinyan and Lu Zhiheng found their seats in the last row, whispering quietly, "So smooth, but you act pure love, playing the cute contrast, huh?" What does cute contrast mean? Elderly Mr. Lu rarely surfed online, he watched mostly financial news. The lights in the screening room suddenly went out, plunging them into darkness. In that instant, Sheng Xinyan leaned in and kissed Lu Zhiheng's cheek, "Wife is truly adorable." On the large screen, flickering light cast shadows across the room as Lu Zhiheng held Sheng Xinyan's hand, placing it on his thigh. His heart pounded without any rhythm beneath his calm exterior, revealing Enigma's bright excitement. Unaware of Lu Zhiheng's complex emotional fluctuations, Sheng Xinyan only felt that one word, wife, had helped him reclaim his alpha dignity. He withdrew his hand contentedly and embraced the popcorn bucket, happily munching away. Thinking that Lu Zhiheng might fear ghosts due to being afraid of the dark, Xing Xinyan chose a horror movie. Unexpectedly, throughout the theater's cacophony of screams, the man never even furrowed his brow. Unable to resist, Xing Xinyan leaned closer to ask, Fang Jinghe, are you not scared? Lu Zhiheng's gaze shifted from the ghostly figures flickering on the screen. They're all fake. Do you need me to be afraid? As soon as these words left his lips, Enigma pulled Xing Xinyan's arm over his neck and awkwardly leaned his tall frame against the alpha's shoulder. Nian Nian, protect me. Xing Xinyan smacked his lips, casually patting his shoulder like an older brother. Don't worry, brother Nian will protect you. Then he shoved Lu Zhiheng's head aside and focused back on the screen, silently stuffing his mouth with popcorn, feeling unimpressed by the excessive reliance on music and editing to create a terrifying atmosphere. But, I thought your fear of the dark came from childhood ghost stories. Xing Xinyan rested his head on Lu Zhiheng's shoulder. Lu Zhiheng pinched the alpha's earlobe softly and whispered, Nian Nian, the scariest thing in the world isn't ghosts, it's human nature. Xing Xinyan raised his eyes to look at him, many thoughts passing through his mind. But he didn't ask anything, just rubbing his face against Enigma's palm and murmured, Brother Nian will protect you from now on. Good. Lu Zhiheng caressed his face and, amidst the intermittent lighting changes, poured all the overflowing affection into the alpha's heart. Xing Xinyan's eyelashes quivered as he wrapped his arms around Lu Zhiheng's neck. I knew earlier that Lu Zhiheng wasn't afraid of ghosts. I should have chosen a romantic movie. It's hard to kiss properly while everyone else is shrieking wildly. In the haze, Xing Xinyan clawed at Enigma's thigh several times before he gently grasped his hand and guided it upward. The alpha tried to evade, but the disparity in strength was evident. You were just praised for being pure love. There are cameras here with night vision, they see everything clearly. Xing Xinyan turned his face away, whispering. Lu Zhiheng silently drew his overcoat around them and gazed at him, his restraint and anticipation conveyed completely in the dim surroundings to Xing Xinyan. Xing Xinyan pressed his lips tightly together and refocused his gaze on the big screen. His hand felt almost on fire. Fortunately, both of them had attached pheromone concealment patches before entering the screening room, but all the alpha wanted was a simple kiss. On the surface, Xing Xinyan remained calm, but inside, he was slapping himself frantically. Stay calm. How hasn't this ended yet? Xing Xinyan. Hold steady. You're an alpha. What kind of storms haven't you seen? The alpha's body stiffened. Enigma's soft breathing sounds accurately penetrated the noise-filled environment, landing precisely in Xing Xinyan's ears. Not deafening, but it played on repeat. Lu Zhiheng held his hand and gently wiped his sweaty palms with his coat. Xing Xinyan's focus returned to the big screen once more, his hand nearly burning. Xing Xinyan stood up with a rustle, tugged at his shirt, and strode out of the screening room, quickly slipping into the restroom and entering a stall. Calm down. Big Sheng. Calm down. Follow my advice. Lie low. Xing Xinyan closed his eyes and silently recited calming words, unconsciously biting his finger before quickly spitting and muttering, poo poo poo. A light laugh came from outside the stall. Nian Nian, what are you doing in there? Pooping. Am I here to have dinner? Xing Xinyan snapped back irritably, what do you want? Smell me. Lu Zhiheng cheerfully ignored the alpha's impatience and asked again, need any help? Shut up. No need. Get out. You're creepy. Xing Xinyan kicked the door with his foot. Alright then, I'll wait for you outside the restroom. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. After this commotion, Big Xing finally calmed down. But Xing Xinyan still stayed inside the restroom for 10 minutes before going out, pretending to flush the toilet water afterward. Upon exiting, he washed his hands twice with hand sanitizer, taking his time before leaving. Lu Zhiheng waited for him outside the door, smiling at him. Xing Xinyan pretended not to notice the teasing look in his eyes, walking ahead with his hands in his pockets, ignoring the unfinished movie. They strolled aimlessly like an ordinary couple through the mall, with Lu Zhiheng carrying 2 cups of bubble tea in his hand. These clothes are really nice. Xing Xinyan pulled Lu Zhiheng into a clothing store and bought 2 pink couples hoodies. The front print was of a cartoon pig head. Lu Zhiheng stared silently at his reflection in the mirror while wearing it. Xing Xinyan burst out laughing, looks good on you. Let's wear them for a while longer before heading home. Lu Zhiheng struggled inwardly, muttering to himself, at 29 years old, nearing 30, walking around with a pig head on my hoodie. Xing Xinyan generously took out a card and handed it to the cashier, which Lu Zhiheng recognized as the black credit card he had given her. The alpha hummed a tune, holding Lu Zhiheng's hand proudly as they walked side by side, making Lu Zhiheng want to hide his face. Mr. Lu. Is that? A staff member dressed in uniform was surprised to recognize Lu Zhiheng, who hadn't been noticed earlier when he wore a coat but was now spotted in the pig hoodie. With an expressionless face, Lu Zhiheng replied, I'm just accompanying my fiancée. Carry on with your work. Then he grabbed Xing Xinyan and left. Xing Xinyan turned around to see the stunned staff member's astonished face, laughed heartily, and didn't dwell on the word fiancé. Chapter 73 Baby, I'm happy now. Xing Xinyan purchased a large batch of household items. Your place is way too empty, it has no sense of life at all. We should add some vitality. Next, let's go to the home market and pick out some big pieces. While playing with some small decorations on the shelves, Sheng Xinyan muttered, once I find time, I'll redo my house decoration. My dad made it too classic, not suitable for someone as common as me. I can arrange a designer for you, Lu Zhiheng said closely following behind him. Sheng Xinyan smirked, it takes at least half a year for proper ventilation after renovation. I don't want to stay home, so renting or staying in a hotel is the question. You could stay at my place, Lu Zhiheng suggested from behind him. Bending down to admire a stress-relieving gadget, Sheng Xinyan straightened up upon hearing these words, folding his arms and raising an eyebrow at Lu Zhiheng, stay at your place. Are you crazy? You sleep in the master bedroom upstairs, and I'll take the guest room downstairs, Lu Zhiheng coaxed gently, I will cook for you every day, wash your clothes, and keep the house clean without you worrying about it. Sheng Xinyan went to pay for the selected small decorations, glancing sideways at him, I don't even need to clean anyway since there's a housekeeper who comes regularly. And you already cook for me right now, anyway. Lu Zhiheng sighed softly, accepting the shopping bags from Sheng Xinyan. They arrived empty-handed, but left with countless packages, far exceeding what Lu Zhiheng could carry with both hands. Thankfully, the alpha was observant enough to help lighten Lu Zhiheng's load significantly. They waited quite a while for the elevator, and the lineup to exit the underground parking also took a long time. They eventually made their way out after spending more than half an hour trying to leave. The traffic in your mall is pretty heavy, Sheng Xinyan remarked. Lu Zhiheng slowly stepped on the brake at the red light, lightly tapping the steering wheel with his fingers, good location, surrounded by office buildings. White-collar workers coming here for dinner and shopping after work is very convenient. Enigma gave a formulaic answer. Sheng Xinyan looked at his smooth facial profile, straightened lips, and teased, are you upset because I'm not moving in with you? Not really unhappy. The light turned green, and Lu Zhiheng stepped on the gas, just a little bit of disappointment, that's all. Nothing serious. After all, we just started dating, and if things progressed too quickly, I would be worried about scaring you. Straightforward enough. Sheng Xinyan turned his head to look at the bright city lights outside the window, so bright that they outshone the stars in the sky. Sheng Xinyan's phone made a ding sound. It was a message from Xing Zian. Xinyan, I've sent Shen Rang's information to your email. This person is pretty complicated. Why do you want to investigate him? The alpha straightened up, found the newly arrived email in the inbox, opened it, and saw the dossier on Shen Rang from his childhood to adulthood. Having lost both parents at a young age, Shen Rang had been raised by his grandfather. From elementary school to university, he always stood out academically. He studied medicine and spent 3 years studying abroad, then came back and passed the exam to enter Jinbei Hospital directly. It seemed like a classic rags to riches story. Sheng Xinyan silently sighed as he continued scrolling down. However, on the day after being overlooked for promotion, Shen Rang resigned from Jinbei Hospital, and since then, there was no more news about him. His file ended 9 years ago. Furrowing his brow, Sheng Xinyan flipped through the entire dossier only to surprisingly find not a single photo of Shen Rang, as though someone had deliberately erased them. 9 years ago, electronic files might not have been as complete, but there shouldn't have been 0 photos either. The alpha's mind was chaotic. Intuition told him that Shen Rang must have been involved in some part of Lu Zhiheng's life, related to ages 37 and 29. Sheng Xinyan pursed his lips and looked at the enigma driving the car. Do you prefer older or younger partners? Huh? Lu Zhiheng sounded confused. What are you talking about? Sheng Xinyan frowned. I'm asking, do you like men older than you? Nope. Lu Zhiheng didn't hesitate. Why do you ask this? Nothing. So, you like younger ones, right? Sheng Xinyan fiddled with his phone while replying to his brother. No worries, it's for a friend. Just helping check. Lu Zhiheng took 2 turns, making a sharp corner. I don't like younger ones either. Sheng Xinyan's hand froze mid-motion. He lifted his head, glaring at Lu Zhiheng with bared teeth. What did you say? Lu Zhiheng swiftly freed one hand and rubbed the alpha's head to soothe him, speaking gently. I only like you. There's no standard, I simply like you. Sheng Xinyan gave a light hum, his mood improving like the weather turning clear after cloudy skies. The phone buzzed again. It was his second brother. A friend's rumor says this Shen Rang might be connected to a scandalous enigma gland auction 10 years ago across Seth, but his name wasn't on the recent arrest list. No idea if he's alive or dead. It's all rumors anyway. Don't get too involved, alright? Sheng Xinyan's eyes fell on enigma gland auction, and an incredible possibility suddenly popped into his mind. He felt a chill run down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Lu Zhiheng noticed the sudden change in emotion conveyed through alpha pheromones, activated the hazard lights, and pulled the car to the side, gripping his hand. Sheng Xinyan's hand was icy cold, his complexion pale, and his shocked gaze hadn't faded when looking at Lu Zhiheng. Lu Zhiheng touched his face tenderly and asked softly, what's wrong? Why does your face look so terrible? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Sheng Xinyan blinked and grabbed Lu Zhiheng's hand. Nothing, just had a sudden stomach ache. Lu Zhiheng caught a glimpse of the glowing screen on Sheng Xinyan's phone, and the latter quickly flipped the phone face down onto his lap. But Lu Zhiheng still keenly spotted the words, gland preparation. Lu Zhiheng unfastened his seatbelt, his dry, warm palms gently massaging the alpha's head, filled with soft affection. Nian Nian, is there something you want to ask me? Sheng Xinyan's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Lu Zhixing, opening and closing his mouth several times. He didn't know how to start. If the answer deep within his heart was true, no, he couldn't bear to accept it. Lu Zhixing was orphaned as a child, expelled by his biological father, growing up in an orphanage. These experiences already made Sheng Xinyan wish to tear apart his own heart and present it to Lu Zhixing, telling him that he would love him deeply. If Lu Zhixing was also a victim of some massive experiment, Sheng Xinyan felt he would lose his mind, overwhelmed with pain. But the medication Lu Zhixing was taking, referred to as information disorder, clearly pointed to the same answer lurking deep in Sheng Xinyan's heart. Seeing the tears welling up in the alpha's pitch-black eyes, Lu Zhixing's heart trembled. What's wrong, baby? Why are you crying? Sheng Xinyan wiped his tears with his arm, voice choking. I'm fine. Lu Zhixing had truly not intended to lay everything on the table so soon with Sheng Xinyan. First, he hadn't figured out how to broach the subject. Secondly, Sheng Xinyan grew up surrounded by love and kindness. Lu Zhixing didn't want the alpha to know about the dark side of this world. But seeing him cry for him, Lu Zhixing felt worse than the 3 months he had spent in that basement. Enigma pulled away the alpha's arm covering his face and tenderly kissed the tear marks on his cheek. Sweetheart, I'm fine now. I'm living well and have the most handsome and adorable fiancé in the world. God has treated me kindly. Sheng Xinyan tried to widen his eyes to stop the tears but felt unbearable pain in his heart. Lu Zhixing saw through him and gave an answer. Chapter 74, Faking Hardship Really Works. The alpha wailed loudly, smearing snot and tears all over Lu Zhixing, sobbing intermittently. Is this what you call kind treatment? You damn sky, why would there be a screw-up like you, ugh. Lu Zhixing's eye rims were also a little wet. 9 years ago, when he was bought back from the black market by Lu Yanchang, he had already been mentally broken and barely human, but his father didn't shed a single tear for him. This was the first time someone cried out of empathy for him. Enigma released soothing pheromones, gently patting his back stroke by stroke. Because I've endured so much hardship, I met you. Thinking this way makes it easier to accept. Bullshit. Sheng Xinyan swore roughly, yelling at the heavens and cursing Lu's family for 18 generations in a muffled voice. Who said suffering and happiness must balance each other out? If that's the case, does it mean that before meeting you, I went through even more pain? Sheng Xinyan wiped another streak of snot on Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing leaned in to kiss his cheek, speaking softly. I've gone through all your hardships already, Nian Nian. Right now, I'm very happy. Sheng Xinyan looked up, his eyelashes clumped together with tears, his red-rimmed eyes glistening with water, resembling a drowned puppy. Lu Zhixing's gaze flickered as his Adam's apple moved up and down. Just as he was about to say something, Sheng Xinyan cupped his face fiercely and took a big bite, crying messily, from now on, Big Brother will protect you. No one will dare bully you anymore. Lu Zhixing, smeared with tears, smiled faintly and stared deeply into the alpha's eyes, whispering softly, all right, you protect me. Sheng Xinyan opened the armrest compartment, took out tissues to wipe his tears and blow his nose, frowning. So who exactly is Shenrang? What does he want with you? Lu Zhixing squeezed the alpha's palm and replied succinctly. He was the lead researcher in the experiment involving 10,000 people. Posing as a doctor at Jinbei Hospital, he collected information on many quality alphas and kidnapped them to the main camp of the gland dealers to use as test subjects. Fucking hell. Sheng Xinyan cursed under his breath, furrowing his brows deeper. Then, are you also an enigma transformed by medication? Will those drugs harm your body? You. Lu Zhixing chuckled softly and stopped the alpha's anxious questioning. Don't worry. So you conducted genetic tests on me, and the probability of differentiating into an enigma is over 90%. Shenrang's catalyst merely induced premature differentiation. His so-called catalyst is nothing more than a gimmick created for fame and recognition. Sheng Xinyan briefly put his worried heart at ease. So, what about your body? I'm fine. It's just the residual effects left behind by the catalysts. Suyu has been looking for a cure method, don't worry. Lu Zhixing's fingertips grazed his eyelids, causing Sheng Xinyan to close his eyes slightly. Why did he approach you? Why isn't he in jail yet? This idiot deserves to be shot 100,000 times and fed to dogs piece by piece. Sheng Xinyan muttered angrily. I'm not entirely sure either. After my secondary differentiation, the head of the gland traders, Poison Snake, gave Shenrang a large sum of money. Later, there was a fire, and he disappeared along with one of the testers. I thought he died too. A cold glint flashed in Lu Zhixing's eyes. Sheng Xinyan was confused. Test subject. Did he take off with his lover after receiving the money? Lu Zhixing paused momentarily, laughing. How do you know it's his lover? Sheng Xinyan sniffed. That's how TV dramas go, right? The villain falls in love with their hostage. But would that test subject really fall for him? That guy's crazy. Lu Zhixing had very few impressions of Cheng Zui. He only remembered being a rather delicate man locked up next to him. His only memory was the shock and sorrow on Shenrang's face when he saw Cheng Zui in the basement. However, Lu Zhixing wasn't interested in others' affairs of love and hate. He merely guessed that the relationship between the two was unusual. If Cheng Zui really was the person Shen Rang liked, then it was truly tragic. Lu Zhixing didn't think that Chen Zui being harmed by the drug developed by Shen Rang himself was Shen Rang's retribution. What kind of fate was it when retribution fell on someone else? It should be Shen Rang himself who suffered. Sheng Xinyan cursed loudly and insulted Shen Rang's ancestors from the beginning of time, his throat nearly smoking. Lu Zhixing smiled as he took out a bottle of purified water and handed it to him. All right, don't get angry. He will receive the punishment he deserves. Sheng Xinyan took a sip of water. Then why did he approach you? Lu Zhixing leaned against the backrest and turned to look at him. I'm not quite sure either, but it should be related to Cheng Zui, the one he loves. But these are just my guesses. Sheng Xinyan slightly frowned. Report him to the police. Lu Zhixing gently shook his head. I've checked. All traces of his existence in the Gland Traders organization were erased long ago. There is no evidence now. Sheng Xinyan furrowed his eyebrows even deeper. Lu Zhixing used his thumb to gently press between Sheng Xinyan's eyebrows. Nian Nian, I am Lu Zhixing now. No one can hurt or bully me anymore. Besides, even without the identity of the Lu family, I'm an enigma. Don't worry. That makes sense, Sheng Xinyan nodded. With such powerful pheromones, who could handle you? Lu Zhixing chuckled but did not tell Sheng Xinyan that Shen Rang had become the director of the Seth lab overnight. Saying so would only add to the Alpha's worries, and he hoped Sheng Xinyan could remain carefree and happy every day. If their life together meant living in constant anxiety, Lu Zhixing would never forgive himself. He would handle all of this on his own and personally send Shen Rang to prison. After all the commotion, when they returned home, it was almost 12 o'clock at night. Sheng Xinyan was humming and hesitating to enter his own door. Lu Zhixing looked at him puzzled. What's wrong? Sheng Xinyan turned around arrogantly. I want to sleep with you today. Lu Zhixing stood frozen in place. Was this a good thing? Hey! Stop your imagination. Sheng Xinyan coolly stretched out his hand. This sleep is a noun, not a verb, you understand? Lu Zhixing softly said, and nodded. All right, I got it, a noun. He pulled his fiancée's hand and cheerfully unlocked the door to his house. Lu Zhixing understood clearly that Sheng Xinyan probably associated his dark trauma with the experience in the basement, showing concern for him. The morally unburdened Mr. Lu joyfully exploited the Alpha's strong empathy. He inwardly marveled, no wonder everyone likes to fake hardship, it really works. Sheng Xinyan suddenly broke free of his hand. I need to go home and grab some clothes for changing. Good. Lu Zhixing smiled and watched Sheng Xinyan leave. When the Alpha returned, he had already taken a shower and changed into pajamas, carrying the fresh scent of body wash, blended with the sweet aroma of white peach pheromones. Lu Zhixing silently swallowed hard and injected himself with an inhibitor upstairs. His sensitive period was approaching, better to be safe. He didn't want to scare his little A. Chapter 75, Where do you think your hand should go? Sheng Xinyan peeked inside his bedroom doorway and just saw him tidying up the used inhibitor. What are you doing? Why are you injecting that thing for no reason? Sheng Xinyan took over the inhibitor from Lu Zhixing's hand, noticing it was an efficient alpha inhibitor. Currently, medical science has yet to produce specific inhibitors for enigmas, and their sensitive periods were particularly intense, making even highly effective inhibitors insufficient for them to function normally during those times. However, they were enough for handling some unexpected situations during regular days. During his sensitive period, Lu Zhixing would lock himself at home. Why are you injecting this? Even the best inhibitors have side effects on the human body if used long-term. Sheng Xinyan rubbed his chin with his knuckles, examining Lu Zhixing carefully. Then he moved closer and asked quietly, Mr. Lu, are you too frustrated? Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow. So what? Do you want to help me? Sheng Xinyan made a refusal gesture with his hand. Not really. After saying that, he yawned, kicked off his cat-shaped slippers, and climbed into Lu Zhixing's navy blue quilt. Stop teasing me. Let's go to sleep. Lu Zhixing lowered his gaze and watched Sheng Xinyan pat the bed before lifting the other side of the quilt and lying down next to the Alpha. Since the relationship had been clarified and their feelings communicated, Sheng Xinyan didn't hesitate anymore. As soon as Lu Zhixing lay down, he burrowed into his arms. What kind of tough Alpha was Lu Zhixing anyway? The physique honed through years of exercise was truly magnificent, especially those abs. My goodness, they were perfect for lying on. Where do you think your hand should go? Lu Zhixing pressed Sheng Xinyan's fingers trying to sneak into his pajama buttons and helplessly asked. Sheng Xinyan's eyes were slightly closed as he sniffed the bitter but rich aroma of sweetgrass pheromones. Satisfied, he smacked his lips. Don't be so stingy. All right. Lu Zhixing generously let go of Sheng Xinyan's hands. Tracing down along the spine of the Alpha, he flicked at the edge of his pants. His fingertips gently massaged the hip bone of the Alpha. The cat paw tattoo suddenly got touched by Enigma's cool fingers, making Sheng Xinyan startled awake, slapping away Lu Zhixing's hand. Where do you think your hand should go? Lu Zhixing closed his eyes and held Sheng Xinyan's shoulder, pulling him back into his embrace as he said unhurriedly, Don't be so stingy. Sheng Xinyan. The Alpha dared not move recklessly anymore, afraid of losing control right here. Silently flipping over to face Lu Zhixing's back, he tightly gripped his own pants while falling asleep. When he woke up in the morning, Sheng Xinyan had sprawled himself out in a large T shape. The big bed measuring 2 meters long and 1.8 meters wide had been completely taken over by him. His head even ended up at the foot of the bed. When Lu Zhixing called him to get up after preparing breakfast, he smiled at this peculiar sleeping posture, joyfully taking out his phone to record the precious moment. Seriously, this guy had such poor sleep manners. Just one night and Lu Zhixing got punched in the jaw, kicked in the waist multiple times. In the end, he had to hug him with all his limbs. No wonder this guy claimed to be Sun Wukong when drunk. Lu Zhixing felt he could cause even more trouble than a monkey. He could slightly control Sheng Xinyan while hugging him. He only got up half an hour earlier, and Sheng Xinyan already turned into this mess. Lu Zhixing squatted down, kissed his cheek which was indented by his fingerprint lightly, whispering, "Baby, it's time to get up and have breakfast." Sheng Xinyan slightly opened his eyes, muttered something incomprehensible, then buried his head back into the quilt, refusing to move. Lu Zhixing sighed slightly inside, now understanding why office romances weren't allowed. One part of it affected work, another part was that he as a boss needed not only to warm the bed and cook breakfast, but also provide a wake-up service. It was self-inflicted. Lu Zhixing silently chuckled, looking at the grumpy alpha, Nian, really not getting up. Sheng Xinyan made no response. Lu Zhixing stood up, washed his hands in the bathroom, then without hesitation, lifted the quilt, using his moistened hand to pinch Sheng Xinyan. Sheng Xinyan got startled, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. He quickly opened his eyes and pushed Lu Zhixing away. All was dark around them as they were still covered by the quilt. Lu Zhixing supported himself beside Sheng Xinyan with one arm. "Mr. Sheng, are you awake?" You. Humph. Sheng Xinyan mumbled, seemingly pushing but actually inviting more touch from the enigma. They exchanged looks, each sending their deep emotions, tears welling up in both their eyes. While Sheng Xinyan was having an intense love affair, his brother was going through a far more miserable experience. Staring at Song Chu who sat across from him wearing a content smile, Sheng Xian clenched his teeth. He'd never seen Song Chu look this happy before. "Mr. Sheng, I've already paid off all the money. Shouldn't you give me back my IOU?" Song Chu smiled, exuding a relaxed aura. Sheng Xian snorted softly, pulling the IOU out from his phone case and tossing it at Song Chu. "Here. You kept my IOU in your phone case. Such valuable stuff should always be close to my body for peace of mind." Sheng Xian swung his legs, staring straight at Song Chu. Song Chu confirmed the contents, and in front of Sheng Xian, shredded the IOU and threw it into the trash can, ripping his heart apart in the process. Looking resentfully at Song Chu, he remembered how wild things were last night. Beneath that high-neck sweater were marks bitten out of anger, covering every inch of his skin. And within just a few hours, their relationship snapped like dry twigs. As he watched Song Chu's smiling face, Sheng Xian involuntarily curved his lips too. "That happy, huh?" "Of course." Song Chu straightened his back. "I'm leaving now, Mr. Sheng." "Chu." Sheng Xian called out softly. Song Chu paused his movements, not turning around or leaving. Sheng Xian walked over personally to open the office door for him, reaching out to ruffle his hair affectionately, saying gently, "Chu, I like you." Song Chu's body stiffened at the confession, his gaze dropping as he nervously fidgeted with the edge of his sleeve. He hadn't expected such a sudden declaration. After a brief moment, he said, "Thank you for your favor, Mr. Sheng. The entertainment circle has no shortage of people, pretty and handsome ones keep coming in waves. Today it's me you like, but tomorrow it could be someone else." Sheng Xian's anger shot up to the top of his head. This was the first time he confessed to anyone, and it seemed to mean so little to Song Chu. Mr. Sheng swiftly leaned down and pecked his lips briefly before pressing down his irritation. "I'm not going to explain anymore. You'll see my actions. If I go after someone else, I swear I'll cut off my own balls right in front of you." Song Chu looked up at him, slightly intrigued that he hadn't lashed out but entirely distrustful about Sheng Xian staying single. "All right, Mr. Sheng. I'll find you a copy of the Manual of Immortal Transformation with my salary." Sheng Xian laughed through his anger, smoothing his hair while gripping Song Chu's chin forcefully, narrowing his eyes and smiling viciously. "You're in for it. There will never be a day when I castrate myself. Who's going to take care of our dear Chu otherwise? Huh? You'll be crying later." Song Chu gave him a gentle smile, batting his hand away. "Mr. Sheng, that won't happen." Sheng Xian's laugh froze on his lips. Song Chu watched his flustered expression with satisfaction and feigned a troubled look. "Mr. Sheng, to tell you the truth, I haven't had the heart to say this before. Your skills, well, never mind, goodbye." Song Chu walked away without any hesitation. A lightning strike jolted Sheng Xian black, completely shocking him. "You." Sheng Xian stared at Song Chu's retreating back, choking on his emotions as he coughed twice and returned to his office for several gulps of water. After some time, he chuckled again. How dare the guy who always begged for mercy criticize his technique? Still, it seemed Song Chu was now more relaxed around him. "TSK, something wasn't right, he looked so happy leaving me." Sheng Xian drank another cup of cold water in frustration. Chapter 76, I seem to like you even more. Being pampered must have made him feel comfortable. Sheng Xinyan was very compliant all day long, helping Zhou assistant with quite a bit of work, appearing earnestly absorbed in what he did. There was no significant news from Shenrang's side, but Lu Zhixing wasn't worried. Since Shenrang had risked ruin to come see him, he was clearly looking for something specific from Lu Zhixing, which Lu didn't care about being exposed. He didn't care if people feared or pitied him as long as Sheng Xinyan understood and stood by him, that was enough. Besides, Siu had all his treatment records and health data, so even if those pictures were leaked, he could still maintain the situation. Lu Zhixing had already dispatched someone to investigate Shenrang's evidence regarding the involvement in gland crimes. He believed that anything that had been done would definitely leave traces. Although Shenrang's experiment records were the most direct physical evidence, Lu Zhixing wasn't in a rush to get them. He trusted that Shenrang would preserve them even better. The door of the office was tapped lightly twice, and Zhou assistant came in to remind, Mr. Lu, at 8 o'clock tonight, you need to attend Zhao General Manager's 60th birthday banquet. Lu Zhixing nodded, alright, I know. Assistant Zhou, pick a suitable suit for Assistant Sheng. Sheng Xinyan raised his head from the computer curiously, what do I have to do with it? Enigma spun his pen slightly and smiled faintly, my escort is naturally supposed to be my fiancé. Sheng Xinyan quickly glanced at Zhou assistant, seeing no emotional ripple on his face, it made sense, Lu Zhixing's assistant surely knew everything. You're asking for overtime here, so you have to pay my overtime fee. Sheng Xinyan raised an eyebrow and turned his head to check the investment plan book sent by Zhou assistant. Even brothers need clear accounts. Everything he earned now counted as premarital property. The salary he received last month was almost nothing after deducting insurance premiums and full attendance bonuses docked for being late. By the end, only 1,800 yuan was credited to his account. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. It's too much. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Zhixing chuckled softly, alright, I'll give you 5 times the overtime pay. Sheng Xinyan's eyes curved happily as he winked at Lu Zhixing, Mr. Lu, isn't that against the rules? Take it from my personal account. Lu Zhixing took a sip of warm water from his cup, having recently suffered from insomnia. His mind was filled with inappropriate scenes involving Sheng Xinyan, seriously affecting his sleep, so he stopped drinking tea. It probably wasn't effective anyway, maybe Alpha was right, his restraint had just grown unbearable. I want 10 times. Sheng Xinyan boldly made an outrageous demand, completely unhesitant. Agreed. Lu Zhixing readily agreed, as it was just like moving money from his left pocket to the right, he was more than willing to share all his assets with the Alpha. Zhou assistant thoughtfully picked a couple-themed suit for them. After putting it on, Sheng Xinyan marveled at how not everyone could be an assistant, he hadn't even sent his size to Zhou assistant, yet the suit fit him perfectly. Sheng Xinyan couldn't help but praise Zhou assistant to Lu Zhixing, Zhou assistant is really impressive, how did he get such a perfect fit? Their father and mother are both tailors, so it's second nature to him. Lu Zhixing fastened a collar pin on Sheng Xinyan's shirt. It had 2 tiny pink gems linked by a chain, playful yet elegant. Oh, that makes sense. Last time, he even bought the underwear in just the right size. Lu Zhixing's hand hesitated while adjusting his tie clip, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you talking about? It was during our trip to High City. I didn't bring any spare clothes, so Zhou assistant bought some for me. Sheng Xinyan was unaware of the jealousy brewing inside Lu Zhixing. Besides, he didn't like beta alphas anyway. Lu Zhixing wore a matching tie clip that complemented Sheng Xinyan's collar pin. Alright, from now on, I'll buy everything for you. Sheng Xinyan finally understood what Lu Zhixing was implying and pinned him down on the sofa for a good session of kisses. His eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother you're so adorable. I think I like you even more. Lu Zhixing chuckled softly and tenderly played with the little tuft of pink hair on Sheng Xinyan's head, twirling it suggestively around his fingers. Do you? How much do you like me? Sheng Xinyan wickedly curled his lips into an evil grin and whispered in his ear, I like you enough to want to sleep with you. Afterward, he playfully slapped Enigma's butt and quickly hopped down, walking over to the mirror to fix his slightly disheveled suit, pretending as if nothing had happened. Lu Zhixing's Adam's apple moved up and down, and he slowly sat up, gazing at the erect bulge under his suit pants caused by alpha sensitivity. Taking a deep breath, this young devil truly enjoyed bringing out his hypersensitive phase early, didn't he? The two continued to indulge in their affectionate moments until they tidied themselves up after their lunch break and prepared to attend the dinner. Lu Zhixing lamented again that office romances were really unfeasible, when your loved one was always by your side, who could possibly focus on work. Next time, he'd have Zhou assistant reiterate the prohibition against workplace romances across the entire staff. As Sun Zhenhua drove leisurely, delivering them both to Mr. Zhao's riverside villa, the house was brilliantly lit with festive decorations. Looking at the red and green ornaments scattered across the yard and the dazzling golden interior decoration, Sheng Xinyan muttered quietly to Lu Zhixing, it looks like we're visiting a nouveau riche. Lu Zhixing's face stretched into a smile as he raised his hand to cover his mouth, whispering in agreement, you guessed right. Sheng Xinyan shot him a smug look that said, told you so. Lu Zhixing smiled faintly, taking Sheng Xinyan's hand as they walked inside. Zhou assistant handed the gift over to the butler and retreated, knowing he wasn't supposed to participate in such events. Upon entering, Lu Zhixing and Xing Xinyan immediately drew everyone's attention, especially to their intertwined hands. Since the official engagement announcement between the two had not been released, only rumors floated around. Although these were likely accurate, the crowd still eagerly inspected Xing Xinyan standing beside Enigma. With a pink wolf-tail hairstyle, a small bun at the back of his head, Xing Xinyan appeared delicate and charming, tall and slender, undoubtedly an S-class alpha. Paired with Lu Zhixing, the two looked exceptionally well-suited. Xing Xinyan, being genuinely sociable, didn't care about others' gazes one bit. Let them look, he would give them a treat for admiring such handsome features. However, if someone stared for too long, he'd return the gaze until they awkwardly looked away. This tactic worked every time but left his eyes feeling slightly sore. Despite flaunting the title of Lu Zhixing's fiancé, Xing Xinyan was relatively restrained, smiling politely and nodding courteously. After waves of people approached Lu Zhixing to greet and toast him, Xing Xinyan found his cheeks aching from smiling continuously. He stopped caring altogether, letting go of Lu Zhixing's hand and escaping to the dessert section to indulge in some sweets. Chapter 77, Is there a commemoration day? Do Bao. The distant voice of Xing Xiuyuan carried toward them as she pulled Li Wei along and approached. Are you here with Mr. Lu? Big sister, brother-in-law, you're here too. Xing Xinyan cheerfully waved at the two of them. Xing Xiuyuan dressed in a neat suit sighed in complaint, today happens to be our anniversary. Why does this old man insist on hosting his birthday party on this day? Xing Xinyan asked curiously, what kind of anniversary? Haven't you already celebrated your wedding anniversary? Li Wei smiled gently, 13th anniversary of holding hands. Xing Xinyan nearly choked on a mouthful of cake. An anniversary for holding hands? My goodness. Wow. Xing Xinyan responded with lukewarm enthusiasm, then dug a forkful of cake into his mouth. Xing Xiuyuan curved her finger and tapped him lightly on the head before apologizing to Li Wei, honey, let Do Bao keep you company for a while, I'll quickly mingle with the crowd and then we'll go home to celebrate our anniversary. Alright, you go ahead. I don't mind at all, Li Wei smiled softly, eyes brimming with tenderness. Xing Xinyan had never seen his elder sister acting so affectionately, it was a bit unsettling. He took 2 steps back, holding the small cake in hand as he watched his sister's fingers grabbing Li Wei's waist a few times, then shook his head silently inside. Love is truly terrifying, even his fierce older sister had turned gentle. After soothing Li Wei, Xing Xiuyuan reverted to her usual expression, Do Bao, don't run around too much. Just stay with your brother-in-law. Li Wei was a university professor but suffered from severe social anxiety and avoided contact with others outside of work most of the time. Despite this, the couple clung to each other like glue. Generally, whenever Li Wei had free time, Xing Xiuyuan would always come out with him. Understood, understood. You go do your thing. Xing Xinyan waved, almost patting his chest to prove how reliable he was. With a glass of wine in hand, Xing Xiuyuan left, looking back 3 times after every step. She ran into Lu Zhixing shortly thereafter, and they whispered something between them. Xing Xinyan stared listlessly and grabbed another piece of cake for Li Wei, brother-in-law, this is super delicious. Li Wei shook his head, it's too sweet. My metabolism can't match yours young people. I'd better not indulge. You look good no matter what to my sister anyway. Saying that, Xing Xinyan also put down his own piece of cake, deciding against eating it. You prefer me no matter what, but brotherly still wants to maintain his best condition. Seeing the sleepy little dumpling, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. What did children know about these matters? 10 minutes later, Lu Zhixing walked over and gave Li Wei a slight nod in greeting. Then he draped his coat over the sleeping alpha resting on the sofa. Xing Xinyan wasn't deeply asleep either, waking up slightly upon hearing some noise, half opening his eyes to ask him, are we done? Lu Zhixing's fingertips lightly brushed through his hair at the forehead, you've worked hard. We'll go home soon. 10-fold overtime pay right here, no need to be polite. Xing Xinyan rolled his neck. No amount of playing phone games late into the night ever made him drowsy, yet handling real responsibilities seemed to knock him out cold. Li Wei, being perceptive, could see the genuine care in Lu Zhixing's actions and felt relieved deep down. He regarded Xing Xinyan as his own younger brother, and seeing him happy brought him joy. Mr. Lu, has Xinyan caused any trouble lately? Li Wei asked. If Xinyan calls you brother-in-law, then by all reason, I should call you the same. Hence, there's no need for formalities, call me Zhixing. Lu Zhixing displayed impeccable gentlemanly manners and politeness, sitting up straight as he said, Xinyan is doing great at the company and helping me a lot. Xing Xinyan couldn't listen anymore and laughed, are you talking about me? Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, isn't that true? The tasks assigned by Zhou assistant have been completed well, and the tea brewed by you smells very fragrant. Although usually thick-skinned, the alpha suddenly felt a bit embarrassed being praised earnestly like this. Li Wei chuckled knowingly, catching sight of Xing Xiuyuan striding toward him. He waved at her. Xing Xiuyuan held Li Wei's hand and nodded at Lu Zhixing, I'm busy now, so I won't bother you both further. Let's visit the Xing family together some other time to share a meal. I'm leaving. Lu Zhixing stood up, sure, please drive safely. Xing Xiuyuan pulled Li Wei toward the door for a couple of steps before stepping back to beckon Xing Xinyan over with her finger. Xing Xinyan immediately grimaced, dragging himself unhappily over while muttering, "Sis, I've been really good recently, please don't scold me again. Does me calling you mean I must reprimand you?" Xing Xiuyuan arched her finger to flick his forehead but saw him instantly closing his eyes tight. She smiled and eventually placed her hand gently on top of his head, rubbing his hair softly. "Do Bao has grown up, but I will always be your backup. Understand?" Xing Xinyan hesitated and murmured, "Why say this now?" "Nothing, brat, all right. Your boyfriend is waiting for you. I'll leave first." After saying that, taking advantage of Xing Xinyan being stunned, he patted his back of the head. "All you do is hit me." Xing Xinyan rubbed his head, "Drive slowly, look at how anxious you are." Xing Xiuyuan made a gesture to turn back and scare him, which made Xing Xinyan laugh and quickly run behind Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing looked at the smiling alpha tenderly, "The relationship between you and your sister is great. Of course, they are the ones who love me most in this world." Xing Xinyan smiled faintly. Lu Zhixing took his hand and put it in his coat pocket as they slowly walked out. "I am also the one in this world who loves you most." Xing Xinyan paused for a moment, raising his eyes to look at him, the smile in his eyes deeper, sparkling as if filled with little stars. Sun Zhenhua's car was parked at the entrance of the riverside villa. Lu Zhixing opened the door and let Xing Xinyan get in first, then got in himself. Leaning against the backrest, Lu Zhixing suddenly thought, "Does Mr. Xing have something urgent?" "No big deal, went with my brother-in-law to celebrate their anniversary." Xing Xinyan sighed, 13th anniversary of holding hands, I'm truly impressed. Even having an anniversary for holding hands, love really blinds people. Lu Zhixing seemed deep in thought, opening his phone and looking at the calendar. Curious, Xing Xinyan watched his fingers fly over the screen. When he leaned closer to take a look, Lu Zhixing was recording their first kiss, first hug, first time sleeping together. Hey. What you're writing could be misinterpreted. Xing Xinyan grabbed his phone, changing sleeping to under blankets, before handing it back to him. Lu Zhixing curved his lips into a smile and added another line. First time without blankets, unknown, currently striving for it. Xing Xinyan's peripheral vision caught the text on the screen, and he turned to look out the window, seeing his own grin reflected in the glass, so shameless. Chapter 78 His body accepted Suyu before his brain. Suyu finished his last adenoid repair surgery at 1 in the morning. Exhausted, he sat unwillingly in his office chair. The image of the mega-bloodied and severely damaged gland lingered in Suyu's mind, and he wiped his eyes, pushing the window open and lighting a cigarette. The cool night wind blew away some of his fatigue as he leaned his elbow on the windowsill, gazing out at the bright lights of the city. There were so many lit windows in Jinbei, yet none of them waited for him to return home. Suyu exhaled a ring of smoke, quickly dispersed by the wind. Tomorrow was his day off, and he considered whether to go spend the night at a bar. Bars were lively, he feared silence too much. Every time he was alone in his cold home, his mind always involuntarily thought about the scene where his alpha father used a knife to carve up his mega father's gland until it was bloody and torn. What good is a high compatibility if one's feelings break, all you're left with is burdens? Suyu's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He just came back from a tutoring session, only to find police tape sealing off his house. Seth has special protection laws for megas, hence his father was sentenced to life imprisonment, while his mega father needed lifelong medication due to the damaged gland. After getting the divorce certificate, his mega father left Jinbei, and Suyu only saw him during the holidays. Suyu extinguished the cigarette, ensuring there was no trace of smoke smell in the room before closing the window. Clearly, he wasn't suited to staying alone, letting his thoughts wander uncontrollably. Suyu changed into casual clothes and grabbed his coat, intending to go to a bar to feel some human warmth. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Huai standing outside. This guy was indeed adorable. Suyu resumed his laid-back demeanor, not appearing like a serious doctor anymore. "Dr. Lin waiting for me?" Lin Huai nodded. "I just saw the light in your office still on. Did you just finish surgery? Let me send you home." You live with your parents. Go home early so they don't worry about you." Suyu patted his shoulder, trying to walk past him. Lin Huai followed him into the elevator, calmly saying, "I've moved out now. I never have a fixed time to come home, always disturbing them." "Oh." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Alright, that's good. In that case, thank Dr. Lin for sending me home. But my car is here. Can you pick me up in 2 days for work?" "Sure." Lin Huai did not hesitate. They both went to the parking lot to retrieve their cars. Leaning against the passenger seat half asleep, Suyu tried to stay alert. "Dr. Lin, I consider myself quite good at reading people, but I can't quite figure you out." Lin Huai glanced at him, motioning for him to continue. Suyu yawned. "For example, I can tell that you like curly hair guys, but I don't understand what your current attitude towards me means." Lin Huai frowned slightly. "Xin Yan is the best brother of my life. But on the premise that he must be a mega, but he isn't, so I can't like him." "Can't like?" Suyu chuckled lowly. "Are you an old zombie who just crawled out of a coffin? Do you really value AO combinations so much? It's the natural law. You're a doctor too, you should believe in science and gene selection." Lin Huai sighed softly, mocking himself. "Even if I liked Xin Yan, what could I do about it? I can't help him at all during his heat period. Long-term use of suppressants has side effects on the body, and since he's afraid of needles, he only takes medicine, which harms his body even more and puts strain on his heart. His heart condition isn't good either. Suyu rolled his eyes internally. I'll introduce you to a psychiatrist. How about that? Lin Huai looked at him. Am I wrong about anything? Nope, everything you said is right. Suyu adjusted his seat back. You can rationally analyze the pros and cons when facing love. I truly admire you, you're amazing. In this way, the harm we cause each other can be minimized. Moreover, Xin Yan doesn't like me, my feelings toward him would only become his burden. Lin Huai hit the brake for the traffic light, continuing, this is pretty good. I won't lose a friend, and besides, Lu Zhixing cares about him a lot. It's clear that Xin Yan likes him, or else he wouldn't tolerate Lu being around him all the time. I bless them. Damn, so you couldn't help but swear and clapped for his brilliant statement. Dr. Lin absolutely isn't a zombie. Lin Huai sounded puzzled with a Suyu smiled happily. You are at the level of terracotta warriors, too stubborn. High IQ people do have defects in certain aspects indeed. Lin Huai frowned looking at Suyu's thumbs up. Why do you always bring up Xin Yan? If the curly-haired guy marries Mr. Lu, will you be sad? Suyu looked at him. If he marries Lu Zhixing, then it simply means he likes Lu Zhixing. Why should I be sad? I said, I wish him happiness. His happiness is all I care about. Suyu smirked while crossing his arms. Dr. Lin, some things cannot be explained by science. Feelings themselves are uncontrollable. Your rationality only shows that your feelings for the curly-haired one haven't reached a certain depth yet. Lin Huai wanted to refute his view on love, however, Suyu unfastened his seatbelt, teasingly pecked his lips, saying flirtatiously, dummy, Dr. Su will teach you what true liking is. Lin Huai was stunned for a moment, pressing down the accelerator gently at the green light with his face turning red as he mumbled a sentence. You are not polite. Suyu burst out laughing, my goodness, what a pure big baby did I just run into. This needs to be brought home. Lin Huai dropped off Suyu, but Suyu showed no intention of getting out of the car, bending his eyes, why do you send me home? Lin Huai hadn't opened his mouth yet when Suyu continued, out of guilt. The alpha's conflicted expression showed he had no answer in his mind. But Suyu did. Lin Huai seemed rigid and obstinate, but was actually very simple. He felt they developed intimacy, and subconsciously, Suyu triggered some sense of responsibility within him. That was what they call a nice guy, automatically caring for people around him without even feeling tired. Alright, stop thinking. Suyu unfastened his seatbelt. He didn't want Lin Huai to figure it out. He still planned to take advantage of this situation and turn this central air conditioner into his own private property. Suyu got out of the car, but before entering the door, he turned around and tapped on Lin Huai's car window. Lin Huai snapped out of the previous question, rolling down the window and looking at him. What is it? Suyu bent over and smiled suggestively at him. You said you follow genes. AO is a natural choice, so you like megas. Yes, exactly. Babe, that night, couldn't you smell the alpha pheromones? After saying this, Suyu hummed a song and went inside the apartment building. Our common folks are happy today, so happy. Lin Huai turned pale instantly, stunned in place. Of course he could smell those alpha pheromones, rich and invasive, conflicting with his own scent and having a strong woody aroma. How could he not feel it? But he ignored all that. He didn't resist the pheromones from his own kind, and his body had accepted Suyu's alpha identity before his brain did. Lin Huai pressed his face against the steering wheel, his principles cracking for the first time. It felt like the building was about to collapse. Suyu went upstairs and stood on the balcony, looking at the car downstairs that hadn't driven away yet. He touched his chin, muttering, Tisk, did I say too much? Did I scare this dumb kid? He stretched his body and without any moral burden went to take a shower. Chapter 79, The Alpha with a Heavy Idol Burden. Lu Zhixing wore house clothes, slippers on his feet, with messy hair unbecoming of a boss as he descended the stairs, turned on the TV first, and switched to the news channel. Then he went to the kitchen to make himself a simple sandwich and poured a glass of cold milk. Today Xing Xiannian wasn't eating breakfast, so he also didn't bother to make anything fancy and nutritious. He would just make do with what was there. According to the latest data transmitted back from the lab, engsub pheromones differentiated under the catalyst will be uncontrollable. The chaos caused by these pheromones can have unimaginable harmful effects on society. Citizens are advised to take note. The television broadcasted the voice of the anchor reporting the morning news, and Lu Zhixing chewed on his sandwich slowly while eating. As the camera shifted focus, it turned to Seth Labs, where even if burned to ash, the figure in the white coat could still be easily recognized. Lu Zhixing took a sip of milk. Shen Rang couldn't contain himself anymore and actually appeared on the news. The official news objectively explained the strength of the engsub pheromones and the harm of the catalyst, advising citizens who know anyone who escaped from the 10,000-person experiment to persuade them to go to the Seth Center Hospital for physical examinations. Lu Zhixing watched indifferently as the TV screen scrolled through the list of missing persons, lingering briefly on the name, Fang Jinghe. The previous news expressed worry over the health conditions of the missing persons, but now it grouped the missing people with social instability threats. News really changed quickly, day by day different. Lu Zhixing chuckled sarcastically, drank the rest of the milk in his cup, and rinsed it clean under the tap. He then grabbed the remote off the coffee table and turned off the TV. Lu Zhixing walked towards the balcony, grabbed a handful of his unruly hair, and stretched toward the sun. He sent a message to Zhou Zhu, keep an eye on public opinion trends. There will be someone making articles about my engsub gender. He then found a number in his contacts without a note, sending a text message, Minister Xiao, I've sent the file to your email. If you have time, let's meet up. After finishing the texts, he put on his running shoes and started the treadmill on the balcony, jogging while pondering the issues. Lu Zhixing roughly guessed what Shen Rang's big move was aiming for, probably Chen Zui's physical condition couldn't wait for him to do experiments leisurely. He was urgently seeking answers on how to inhibit the side effects of the catalyst from Lu Zhixing. Unfortunately, for someone who himself was about to differentiate into engsub, his advanced pheromones could resolve part of the toxin of the catalyst. What could fatally kill an excellent alpha only had the side effect of momentarily losing control of his pheromones for Lu Zhixing. And recently, he wasn't sure if it was due to being in love, but he felt his internal pheromones had become much gentler. This matter needed to be discussed with Suyu one day. Was there really such an effect of falling in love? Lu Zhixing increased the speed of the treadmill, squinting his eyes slightly under the morning sunlight, amber eyes becoming more shallow in the light. His alpha should be sleeping soundly in bed right now. Peach-scented alpha. Lu Zhixing smiled faintly, feeling the sunshine today was really good, hiding all the filth. He was completely tranquil inside, his heart capable of holding only Sheng Xianian. Sheng Xianian sneezed in his sleep, waking himself up. He got up, still half asleep, wandered into the bathroom to wash his hands. Opening his blurry eyes, he glanced at his phone, it was only 7 in the morning. So, the alpha climbed back into bed and enjoyed a return-to-nest sleep. When he finally woke up fully refreshed, he found himself sprawled across the bed. The sun was already high up in the sky, and he looked at his phone. 11:35 a.m. Weekends were comfortable. The alpha stretched lazily, limbs spread out. Hearing a ringing sound from downstairs, he cautiously opened a drawer and took out a pocketknife. Barefoot, he quietly opened the door and looked down through the glass railing. Brother He, what are you doing at my place? Sheng Xianian rested his arms on the railing and smiled as he watched the man in the open kitchen, busy in an apron. Lu Zhixing was cutting something, glanced up, and caught sight of the dagger in Sheng Xianian's hand. The look in his eyes became a bit more guarded. Didn't you tell me the password to your place last time? Lu Zhixing pointed to the fish on the chopping board that he had just finished slicing into fancy cuts. Today we're having grilled fish. Sheng Xianian remembered, it was the password he told Lu Zhixing when he had acute gastroenteritis last month. Within just 1 month, their relationship had completely transformed. You really don't mind the hassle? We could have gone out to eat. The food outside has too much seasoning, it tastes good but isn't healthy. Lu Zhixing looked up and gave him a warm smile. Go wash up, and come downstairs to help me. Got it. Sheng Xianian put the knife back in the drawer, walked into the bathroom, and saw his own messy reflection in the mirror. He briefly panicked, his image was ruined. His carefully curated image of being a handsome man was shattered. Then he noticed there was some crust by the corner of his eye. His mental state completely collapsed as he froze on the spot. He quickly recalled whether Lu Zhixing was close enough to see the crust in the corner of his eye. Then, in a fit of distress, he rubbed his already messy hair even more disheveled. Finally, in a state of despair, he picked up his toothbrush and started brushing his teeth lethargically. This was how lovers in the throes of passion were, they paid so much attention to their appearances. But the alpha clearly forgot that he'd already lost all sense of decorum before. Lu Zhixing was putting the prepared fish into the oven when Sheng Xianian suddenly leaned in mysteriously. Zhixing. When they were alone, the alpha only called him by his name when something was bothering him. Lu Zhixing closed the oven door, adjusted the time and temperature, and took off his gloves. What is it? Just. Dressed in a fuzzy loungewear set, the alpha looked soft and cuddly. He scratched his eyebrows and appeared conflicted. Leaning against the countertop, Lu Zhixing hooked his hands around the alpha's waist and smiled gently. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Did you see? Sheng Xianian narrowed his eyes and looked serious, did you see the crust by my eyes? Lu Zhixing rarely sounded speechless. No. I didn't. Oh, good then, no worries then. Sheng Xianian sighed in relief, trying to pull away from Lu Zhixing's embrace. But he couldn't, and looked at Lu Zhixing instead. No good morning kiss today? Mr. Lu asked softly. Sheng Xianian raised a brow. Not in the morning, but in the afternoon. Lu Zhixing fondled the fuzzy fabric of the alpha's pajamas and exchanged a toothpaste-flavored kiss with him. The two of them let their pheromones flow unrestrainedly, intertwining under the sunlight, creating an intimate atmosphere. You've been drinking coffee, haven't you? It tastes bitter, even more bitter than your pheromones. Next time I'll rinse my mouth. Chapter 80, Such a Diligent Wife. Sheng Xianian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the pots and various utensils on the stove like a master inspecting his domain. Casually flipping through them, he said curiously, I didn't even know I had this many things at home. I found them in the cabinet. Lu Zhixing tilted his chin slightly toward the adjacent cabinet door left ajar. But anyway, you don't need to know, you're not the one cooking. These words were beautifully spoken, pleasant to hear. Sheng Xianian smiled brighter on his face, wrapping his arms around Lu Zhixing's waist from behind and rubbing his head along Lu Zhixing's spine. Why is my wife so diligent? Humph. Lu Zhixing let out a light snort from his throat. Call it whatever you want, but you'll be the one on the bottom in the end. Sheng Xianian's warm face was pressed against Lu Zhixing's back, and the tips of his curly locks brushed against the nape of Lu Zhixing's neck, causing a slight itch. It wasn't clear if the alpha was deliberately doing this or teasing him, but shallow breaths wafted over Lu Zhixing's collar. Tiptoeing, he used his cool nose to sniff at the area where Lu Zhixing's scent glands were, ready to mark his territory. Through the glossy lid of the pot, Lu Zhixing could see a flicker of desire in Sheng Xianian's eyes, and the fangs peeking out at the corner of his lips, as though waiting for an opportunity. Alphas naturally longed to mark their partners and claim them as their property. Like male creatures in nature who wanted to leave their marks on their mates, telling others that this person belonged to someone. A simpler explanation would be like a dog marking its territory by urinating. Lu Zhixing slowed his flipping action slightly. The Engma's throat tightened, waiting patiently for the alpha's next move. Sheng Xianian did nothing and pouted, rear-resting his head on Lu Zhixing's shoulder. The alpha instinctively sensed that this behavior might not be in his best interest. Yet his hands weren't idle, his fingertips lifted the hem of Lu Zhixing's loungewear. Tracing up along the contours of Lu Zhixing's body, he teasingly grazed over the skin. It was unclear who had taught him this. Lu Zhixing's actions paused for a moment. The enigma swatted the restless hands of the alpha away. Stop fidgeting and come help me. Sheng Xianian pulled his hand from beneath Lu Zhixing's clothes, reluctantly grabbing a hold of his waist. What do you need me to do? Wash the broccoli and break it apart with your hands. I'll make you a quick stir-fried side dish. Lu Zhixing took Sheng Xianian's hand, turned on the tap, and rinsed his fingers with warm water. This act stirred desires within the alpha, who couldn't help but focus on Lu Zhixing's fingers gliding through his own, clearing his throat nervously. Lu Zhixing glanced down and smiled faintly, choosing not to expose the other's wandering thoughts, making the gestures even more alluring. The sweet white peach pheromones spilled into the air, swirling around. Catching the gentle curve of Lu Zhixing's lips from the corner of his eye, a spark seemed to connect Sheng Xianian's meridians. Lu Zhixing, are you doing this on purpose? Do I really need to wash my hands before washing vegetables? Sheng Xianian tugged back his hand, splashing droplets onto Lu Zhixing's face. Engma slightly squinted his eyes as water droplets hung on his face, smiling lightly. The alpha tugged at his shirt, trying to conceal some signs of excitement. Uncomfortable, Sheng Xianian stepped back a couple of paces, leaning sideways to place the broccoli in a basin under the stream of water, breaking it apart. Although his little schemes were discovered, Lu Zhixing, with his thick hide, didn't care one bit. He wiped the splashed water off his face with a tissue. In his mind, a scheme brewed, his goal was simply to tease Sheng Xianian whenever possible. Step by step, tempting the alpha to deepen their intimacy, ideally skipping any inhibitors during this sensitive period. The revolution wasn't yet complete, there was still work ahead. No hurry, no rush, time was on their side. Lu Zhixing's eyes twinkled warmly as he cut tofu with a kitchen knife, appearing calm outwardly while internally waves crashed violently. After the meal, as they cleared the table together, Sheng Xianian received a call from Lin Huai. Hello, big brother Huai, what's up? Lin Huai's voice sounded tired. Xianian, Xiao Yu can't leave the country. Confused, Sheng Xianian entered the living room. What happened? He hasn't even reported and got expelled already. Not that, Xiao Yu has been marked, Lin Huai sighed deeply. You know the saying, if you walk by the river often, how can you avoid getting wet? Sheng Xianian felt his brain buzz. Lin Yu was a mega. Once marked, his heat cycle could only be endured with the help of the marking alpha, weakening the effectiveness of suppressants to less than half. Modern medicine allowed for removal of markings, breaking the rule where a mega could only be marked by one alpha for life. However, the marking cleaning surgery carried significant harm to the scent glands, infertility being just one of several potential consequences. The worst risk caused permanent pheromonal chaos for the mega, affecting health irreversibly. Though Sheng Xianian disapproved of Lin Yu's hedonistic lifestyle, he was still a brother to him. In someone else's case, he might have thought, he deserves it. But humans were hypocritical. Now, all he wanted was to drag out whoever dared to mark his brother and beat him senseless. Sheng Xianian's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Is it Ian? Xiao Yu almost killed him. It's chaotic at home now. He is demanding to go to the hospital for a marking cleaning surgery. Last time I saw Ian, he looked like a pure young man, always following Xiao Yu's orders. How dare he? Sheng Xianian got up and went upstairs to change. Have the second uncle and aunt been told about this? I'm coming over. The second uncle doesn't know, but the second aunt does. Let's talk when you get here. As Lin Huai spoke, Sheng Xianian heard Lin Yu's roar on the phone, Wen Yen. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Only one of us will survive today. Looks like his intervention wouldn't be needed after all. Sheng Xianian rubbed his ear and silently hung up. Now he didn't know whose situation to sympathize with, imagining easily that Wen Yan must have already been beaten into a swollen pig's head. Lu Zhixing arranged the bowls and chopsticks taken from the dishwasher neatly, looking at Sheng Xianian who had changed into casual wear. What's wrong? What happened? Sheng Xianian squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Lin Yu has been marked and is going crazy right now. I need to go over there and make sure no one dies. Really? Can being marked cause death? Lu Zhixing was surprised. Not exactly, it's Yan who's about to be beaten to death by Lin Yu. I'll go and stop it, and if he isn't dead, I'll give him another stab. That doesn't sound good. Lu Zhixing quietly swallowed. If Sheng Xianian had marked him, would he die even worse? Alphas often kept a dagger casually in the bedside drawer. Joking. I'm just going to see what's happening. Lu Zhixing let out a slight sigh of relief. Alright, go ahead. Sheng Xianian finished putting on his shoes, quickly went over and kissed him. Brother I'm sorry. It's not that I consider you an outsider, but it's better if you don't come along with me regarding this matter. I understand. Call me if anything happens. Lu Zhixing rubbed his head. Ride carefully on your way. Okay, I'm leaving. Chapter 81, Lin Yu falls. As soon as Sheng Xianian pushed open the door to Lin Yu's house, a teacup came flying at his head at high speed, causing the alpha to hastily dodge sideways. With a thud, it hit the step outside and shattered all over the ground. If Sheng Xianian hadn't reacted fast enough, he might have gotten a bloody gash by now. Sheng Xianian quickly shut the door to prevent neighbors from peeking, and then strode inside. He saw Wen Yan kneeling on the floor. The handsome face bore multiple slap marks, and his mouth corner was bruised, exuding an air of stubborn defiance regardless of punishment. This. Sheng Xianian pulled at his lips. What happened? Lin Yu, wearing home clothing with hands on his hips, seemed to have giant flames leaping from his head. Xianian, why are you here? I came to check out the commotion, well, actually to find out what's going on. Sheng Xianian nudged the man on the ground who knelt with his head lowered. Yan, what happened? Wen Yan looked up at Sheng Xianian once, displaying a determined look that suggested defiance until death. He seemed somewhat asking for a beating. I marked brother Yu. Oh, poor kid. Sheng Xianian couldn't help himself but tapped the back of his head, saying helplessly, why did you mark him? Do you know what marking means? I do. Wen Yan straightened his back and looked fiercely at Lin Yu who stood there aggressively, complaining, aren't you planning to dump me after you go abroad and fall into the arms of some foreign hotshot? Humph, you bastard, and you dare talk reason. Lin Yu kicked towards his shoulder. Do I appear so promiscuous in your eyes? I never indulge in such despicable acts. Lin Yu glared at Lin Huai and Sheng Xianian. You two speak. When have I ever cheated or been unfaithful to anyone? Never mind that. Sheng Xianian waved his hand. At most, you've left one boat for another. Sheng Xianian. I'll kill you. Lin Yu leapt onto the sofa barefooted, and in a flash pounced onto Sheng Xianian, yanking his hair. Sheng Xianian let out a cry of pain, about to retaliate, when suddenly Lin Yu painfully shoved him away and clutched his nose. Why does your pheromone suddenly smell so terrible? The room fell silent. Marked megas instinctively repelled pheromones from alphas other than their marker. Wen Yan kneeled backward a couple steps, only to have Lin Yu, realizing the situation, straddle him and raise a fist to deliver a blow. Sheng Xianian wrinkled his face as he rubbed his scalp, while Lin Huai quickly stepped forward. Little brother Yu, calm down. Lin Yu held his fist aloft, staring down at the stubborn youth under him who had already suffered a black eye and refused to resist further beatings, clenched his fists tightly and slammed them beside him in anger. You know I hate being controlled, so why did you do it? Tears pooled in Wen Yan's eyes and rolled down, wetting the carpet. I didn't mean to control you, I just didn't want to be separated from you. When did I say we'd separate? Lin Yu was both furious and speechless. Wen Yan suddenly shouted louder, sobbing, you were never sincere with me. You were just playing with me. If you went abroad, you'd definitely dump me first. I like you so much, Wu. Sheng Xianian and Lin Huai glanced at each other, raising an eyebrow. Wow, brother Huai, deep-rooted hatred in a twisted relationship. Stuff your tears back in. Lin Yu glared at him, flipped around and sat on the carpet, grabbing a cigarette and shoving it into his mouth, and here I am, tripped up by you, a young punk. Wen Yan sobbed and sat by his side, taking the lighter to light the cigarette for him. Sorry. I lost my head and couldn't control myself, Lin Yu crossed his leg grandly like a master, smoking and scratching his messy hair. He looked like someone who had eaten poop and couldn't throw it up. Sheng Xianian cleared a small clean area on the chaotic coffee table, sat down with a thud, and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Aren't you just into little A's who are good-looking, full of stamina, but not very smart? Wen Yan looked up at him with red swollen eyes. Brother Yan, I'm in the top 3 of my major and get scholarships every year. Sheng Xianian helplessly glanced at him. What a stupid kid, wasn't this his Lin Yu taking advantage? I do like you, but how can you mark me without my permission? This kind of behavior could land you in jail. Lin Yu frowned. Lin Huai, standing aside all this time, finally spoke up. Yes, brother Yan, that was unethical. Wen Yan hung his head low, muttering under his breath. It's because you wanted to spice things up by not wearing, and when I told you I might lose control, you still didn't let me go. Ha ha ha, Sheng Xianyan couldn't hold back his laughter. Well, aren't you asking for it then? Lin Yu's face turned red instantly as he gritted his teeth. Why do you say everything out loud? That was when I was drunk. Drunk. When Yan had a bit of grievance left, and you probably said those words to lots of people. Shut up. Lin Yu glared at him, pinching his neck while shaking him, only said it to you. And I fell right back into your trap again. You damn idiot, I'll strangle you. When Yan's eyes lit up. Even though he was choking, he grinned foolishly. Lin Huai, the old-fashioned one, looked thunderstruck. He once got drunk and messed up with Su Yu, which made him feel extremely guilty towards Su Yu. Are the young generation these days so unruly? That's enough, enough. Sheng Xianyan rescued Wen Yan from Lin Yu's grasp. Brother Yan, ultimately, it's still your fault. There's no way around it, humans are inherently hypocritical, and Sheng Xianyan had to side with his bro. Wen Yan bowed his head and admitted his mistake. So now, what are you two planning to do? Sheng Xianyan asked. This isn't a trivial matter after all, and I've heard Auntie knows about it. This is exactly the problem. Lin Yu collapsed, messing up his own hair in despair. My mom wants us to get married. Ah. Sheng Xianyan was briefly shocked but quickly regained his composure. Unexpected yet reasonable, Lin Yu's parents would love for him to settle down sooner rather than later. Moreover, Wen Yan came from a decent family, was a student of a prestigious university, and also handsome-looking. His mom wouldn't have any reasons to dislike him. Brother Yu, I truly love you and will treat you well. Wen Yan frantically grabbed his backpack off the couch and dumped its contents, credit cards, property deeds, and a pile of ownership certificates. All these are yours, they'll be transferred to your name. The money in the card will also be handed over to you. I really don't want to be separated from you. Wen Yan tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve with an appearance that reeked of abandonment. Lin Yu glanced at the pile of cluttered items and then looked at the youth in front of him, shedding tears. Sighing, he said helplessly, what exactly did you see in me? Chapter 82, Love Knows No Reason. In their world, it was extremely unfair for megas. Megas weren't as strong as alphas, emitted weaker pheromones, and after being marked, they develop lifelong dependence on their alpha. Hence, in the public eye, megas were always regarded as fragile beings. But Lin Yu chose otherwise. If there was something he wanted to do, he cared not about the difference between A and O. Thus, he led a free-spirited life. Having no genetic locks binding him, he also didn't care about other people's opinions. Why should alpha infidelity be called charmful, while megas having multiple partners lead to gossip? Lin Yu believed he neither deceived feelings nor wealth. It was mutual agreement, pure enjoyment when together, and natural parting when emotions faded. It was normal, and he saw nothing wrong with it. Yet, he also knew clearly that his character wasn't suited for marriage. Lin Yu could sense Wen Yan's affection for him, which was unlike any of his previous romances. This kid was earnest, simple, and naive. So occasionally, Lin Yu also thought that he didn't deserve such sincere affection. You're perfect everywhere, whatever you do, I like it. Wen Yan seriously confessed, despite his bruised face, I can truly treat you well, please don't break up with me. I really know I was wrong, demarking hurts a lot. Lin Yu lowered his eyes, looking at the cigarette tip between his fingers. How much does it hurt? A great deal. Wen Yan deliberately lowered his voice. Then. Never mind. Let me think about it some more. Lin Yu's eyes wandered. Yeah. You'll see my actions. I'll definitely treat you well. My wife. Are you trying to push your luck? Smack, another slap landed, a bit painful, but Wen Yan smiled happily. Lin Yu helplessly pushed the alpha who was snuggling closer. Can someone like you please stop acting so cute? Wife, do you think I'm cute? Do I look like your wife? Did I even agree to marry you? You don't even have an engagement ring. Bye. I'll buy you anything. Sheng Xianyan, seeing Lin Yu's awkwardness and Wen Yan's shameless persistence, chuckled and nudged Lin Huai's shoulder. Funny, emotions really are irrational. Lin Huai pondered for a moment and finally nodded. After all the commotion, Sheng Xianyan and Lin Huai were ordered by Lin Yu to clean up the mess he'd made. Young Master Sheng had never served anyone this way since childhood. He wanted to be angry, but glancing at Wen Yan's bruised face made him laugh instead. He just couldn't get mad. The three alphas spent the entire afternoon cleaning the house until Lin Yu's temper finally cooled down. Nestled on the sofa, Lin Yu found himself smiling at the gifts Wen Yan had presented to him. Lin Yu's family was affluent, so he naturally didn't lack these material items, yet as he thought about how Wen Yan, in his fluster, had gathered all his good things to offer him, his heart softened, and warmth radiated through his body. Sheng Xianyan was exhausted, gasping for breath, looking at Lin Yu's leisurely demeanor with mounting irritation. He decided not to indulge in it any longer, picking up a wet cloth and throwing it onto Lin Yu's face with a smack. You're too much. Wen Yan didn't dare breathe loudly nearby, quietly retreating behind Lin Huai for fear of getting involved. His brother Yu did hit quite painfully. Lin Yu ripped off the cloth from his face, catching a strong scent of dish soap. The veins on Lin Yu's temples bulged as he angrily said, Sheng Xianyan. I'll pluck every hair off your head. You brat. Come on then. Come on. Sheng Xianian rolled up his sleeves provocatively. Lin Yu charged forward, scratching, pulling, pinching faces, and tugging noses. It was far less efficient than the squabbles among kindergarten kids, but neither managed to draw blood after all that wrestling. Seeing all this, Wen Yan felt genuinely hurt. When his wife beat him, she certainly held nothing back. If only Sheng Xianian didn't already have a boyfriend, Wen Yan would surely feel jealous. Lin Huai shook his head, picking up the garbage bag and turning to Wen Yan. Ian, let's go throw out the trash. Wen Yan carried the garbage, looking back frequently. Big brother Huai, my brother Yu is, after all, a mega, while brother Nian. Don't worry, Xianian was just teasing him. Lin Huai looked back at the two grappling and chuckled. Your brother Nian seems docile, but if he truly fought, his fighting power. When young Sheng Xianian used to cause trouble, always poking at cats and dogs, Sheng Xianian sent him to a combat interest class out of fear that one day someone would snap and beat him. Although he wasn't professional level, no one had seen him lose a fight. Lin Huai sighed helplessly. Children really grow up. With tousled hair and rumpled clothes, Sheng Xianian returned home to find Lu Zhixing sitting in the living room watching TV, wearing an apron while making small dumplings. The alpha stood at the entrance like a refugee, staring at this tranquil scene. Lu Zhixing turned upon hearing the sound and couldn't help but laugh. Were you here to mediate or start a fight? Enigma got up, patted the flour off his hands, and smoothed out the alpha's unruly hair with a curl of lips. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? Sheng Xianian took off his shoes and embraced him, narrating the story of Lin Yu and Wen Yan's chaos. I never expected Lin Yu to actually get married. I once thought if he ends up alone forever, I'll ask him to be my nanny, and I might reluctantly keep him company. Lu Zhixing leaned down and kissed the alpha on the head. Don't let him accompany you, let me. What a nanny can do, I can do, and what a nanny cannot do, I'll still do well. Sheng Xianian lifted his head from his embrace, eyes sparkling mischievously, glaring without breaking eye contact. Oh. What can't a nanny do? Deliberately pretending ignorance. Lu Zhixing supported his hips with both hands, amber-colored eyes full of flirtation. For example, only I can serve our little master well. Sheng Xianian's cheeks flushed slightly, unable to refute him for a moment. Through today's incident with Lin Yu, his mindset changed somewhat. Love is indeed irrational. He was an alpha, while Lu Zhixing was enigma. If one day Lu Zhixing really wanted him that much, Sheng Xianian thought perhaps he would yield. After all, enigma's pheromones are much higher than his. Only if he takes the lower position can they perfectly align during their susceptible periods. Zoning out. What are you thinking about? Lu Zhixing reached out to brush his fringe aside and whispered softly, afraid? Don't be, I wouldn't force you to do anything you dislike. Sheng Xianian felt a wave of warmth surge in his heart, like warm water wrapping around him. The alpha hooked his arms around Lu Zhixing's neck and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. Give me a little more time, all right? I'll think about it. Lu Zhixing was moved deep inside. He hugged his waist tightly, and his lips landed on the tiny mole at Sheng Xianian's nose tip. Chapter 83, PA Action Movie. Under the warm kitchen light, steam swirled around as Lu Zhixing, dressed in loungewear, watched over a pot of floating small wontons. Sheng Xianian was also busy, taking 2 bowls of the same color and rinsing them quickly under the faucet, then draining them on the countertop. Lu Zhixing took the bowls, adding seaweed, shrimp chips, green onions, and seasoning with salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and white pepper. As per Sheng Xianian's preferences, he added a spoonful of sesame seeds and a few drops of spicy oil. Then he scooped a ladle of soup from the pot and poured it over the bowls, releasing an instant fragrance. Sheng Xianian blinked, tapping his fingertips on the countertop, smiling at Lu Zhixing. Why does this smell so familiar? Mr. Lu, did you secretly learn from Grandma Lu? Lu Zhixing curved his lips slightly, hiding a faint pride. I apprenticed myself. Grandma accepted me as her final disciple. Sheng Xianian looked as Lu Zhixing ladled the cooked wontons into the bowls, watching through the swirling steam how his face softened under the lamplight and water vapor, evoking a wellspring of warmth inside. So is Mr. Lu planning to open a publicly traded dumpling shop? Don't touch, it's hot, let me carry it. Lu Zhixing swatted away Sheng Xianian's hands and walked toward the dining table with a relaxed demeanor, not opening a store, just serving one person exclusively. Sheng Xianian followed close behind with chopsticks and a spoon, smiling knowingly as he asked, Whom will you serve? Lu Zhixing, whose fingers were slightly burned by the hot bowl he had just carried, pinched Sheng Xianian's cold earlobe and glanced down. You, of course. Sheng Xianian sat contentedly in the chair, scooping up a small wonton with his spoon and blowing on it gently. Let me taste whether you've graduated or not. Lu Zhixing propped his elbow on the table and smiled. How is it? Is our young master enjoying the food? Sheng Xianian gave him a thumbs up, praising, genius. How come brother he cooks so well? I'm happy as long as you like it. While stirring the wontons in the bowl with his spoon, Lu Zhixing narrated some past stories naturally. As a child, I worked part-time jobs at restaurants. Since there was only one chef in the back kitchen, I had to help out with odd jobs when it got busy, which gradually improved my cooking skills. Sheng Xianian paused mid-chew. What salary did you get? 40 yuan a day, but meals were included for 3 meals a day. Lu Zhixing straightened himself a bit, rubbing Sheng Xianian's cheek with the back of his hand and laughing. What expression is that? I only went during weekends anyway. Later, after starting university, I started doing tutoring due to good grades, which was much easier. Sheng Xianyan lowered his eyes and stared at the small wontons in the bowl, his voice hoarse. If only I knew then, I should have given you all my New Year money. I secretly kept a little to buy spicy sticks, sorry. Dear, Lu Zhixing's voice held laughter, standing up and sitting next to Sheng Xianyan, holding the alpha's face. You've helped me so much already. Without you and uncle, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish my studies. Sheng Xianyan frowned, hugging the enigma tightly and stroking his back gently. From now on, you won't suffer anymore, I promise I'll treat you well. Lu Zhixing rested his chin on the alpha's shoulder, leaning to kiss his ear piercing, and whispered warmly, if we don't start eating, these will turn into wonton soup. Only then did Sheng Xianyan release him, very obligingly finishing the soup entirely before getting up and carrying both bowls to the kitchen to wash them. Nian Nian, I need to reply to an email. Do you have a computer? Lu Zhixing glanced at his phone and asked. Although his own house was right next door, a mere 2 steps away, he just refused to leave and insisted on staying longer. Yeah, I'll get it for you. The alpha clambered upstairs and brought down his laptop, handing it over to Lu Zhixing. Then the two separated, one worked overtime at the dining table while the other laid comfortably on the living room couch playing landlord with Lin Yu. Neither of them was idle. As the night deepened outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows and winter's chill spread across Jinbei City. Thankfully, they had radiant heating, otherwise, they'd truly have to stay wrapped in blankets for 24 hours. It was freezing outside, as if winter had suddenly burst out of a blind box overnight, turning anyone who dared to step outside into a fool frozen by the biting wind. Lu Zhixing had just finished his work and was about to shut down when he spotted something extraordinary on the messy desktop of the alpha's computer. It was clear that Sheng Xianyan didn't have any OCD, half of his computer screen was filled with icons. At one glance, Lu Zhixing noticed an MP4 file named EA Action Movie. The enigma didn't overthink it, only feeling curious about the video. He politely called out, Nian Nian, can I use your computer? Sheng Xianyan was on voice chat with Lin Yu and casually responded, sure, no need to ask me. With a sense of legitimacy, Lu Zhixing clicked the mouse. The video automatically remembered the last watching time set by Sheng Xianyan and directly paused at the crucial part, displaying an R-rated scene right in front of Enigma's eyes. Lu Zhixing's hand froze midair while gripping the mouse, and sounds that caused red cheeks and embarrassed giggles filled the room. Sheng Xianyan abruptly pulled off his Bluetooth headphones and bolted like a rocket to the dining table. Snap! He immediately slammed the laptop lid shut, both of them staring at each other, one sitting and the other standing. For the first time ever, the thick-skinned alpha felt utterly mortified, his entire head burning with shame. Well, we're both men, right? You understand. Lu Zhixing let out a toneless, continuing their awkward stare down. Are you curious about how EA does it? Ha ha ha. Sheng Xianyan hugged the laptop close, trying to force a smile. Just observing, isn't it? Lu Zhixing lifted his hand to pull the laptop from his arms, his gaze filled with laughter and mischief. I've never seen it either. I'd also like to observe. Sheng Xianyan resisted a little. Not good, it's too fake. We'll watch later. Let me find a better one for you. Lu Zhixing arched a brow, thought for a moment, then released his grip. Yeah, indeed, the alpha's physique in that video isn't as good as yours. Do you even know shame? Sheng Xianyan angrily muttered under his breath, wishing to hurl the laptop at Lu Zhixing's head. Lu Zhixing chuckled without answering, watching Sheng Xianyan carry the laptop upstairs with hurried footsteps. I'm doomed. Truly doomed. Sheng Xianyan rubbed his burning ears, muttering to himself. Then came a mysterious laugh through his phone from Lin Yu. Lu Zhixing is quite patient. The unexpected sound startled the alpha. You scared me. How are we still on voice chat? Lin Yu burst into laughter. I already told you not to put everything on your desktop. Aren't you stupid? Sheng Xianyan was just about to retort when he heard Wen Yan's voice from Lin Yu's side. Wife, what are you talking about? I want to see too. Then came Lin Yu's excited voice. Honey, look at this. Wen Yan, is this red rope? Oh my gosh, you two really don't treat me as an outsider. An exasperated Sheng Xianyan cut the voice call short. Chapter 84, Your Pheromones Got Sweeter. When it came to adaptability, Lin Yu truly excelled. After getting over the shock, he cheerfully accepted the fact that he had been marked. And being someone who loved sharing, he told Sheng Xianyan, before and after being marked, the feelings are different. I feel as though I've been elevated. Sheng Xianyan rolled his eyes with black lines appearing on his forehead. Though you're my son and I'm your father, we are of different types. Can you show some decency? Lin Yu replied, oh yeah, you're an alpha, aren't you? Anyway, you won't be an alpha for much longer. Recalling his conversation with the clueless Lin Yu, Sheng Xianyan wiped away a tear of frustration. Then, pretending to be nonchalant while whistling lewdly, he walked downstairs. As he turned the corner of the staircase, he found Enigma leaning on the couch, looking up. His steps faltered. Why are you still at my place? Lu Zhixing opened his arms toward him. Come here, let's watch a movie together. Sheng Xiannian played with the tip of his curly hair, went back to the bedroom to grab a small blanket, then thud 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 ran down and landed heavily into Lu Zhixing's arms. The enigma physically felt the impact of a heartbeat, coughed slightly, and pushed the alpha's fluffy head away. Baby, you almost crushed me. Sheng Xiannian moved closer in apology, pressing half of his body onto Enigma, pulling the small blanket over them both. Lu Zhixing didn't particularly select any film but randomly flipped through the movie channels. Indeed, the late-night lineup wasn't bad. Kissing was like free candy, coo-coo. Sheng Xiannian watched more and felt his mouth go dry. Watching the protagonists on screen devouring each other, he cleared his throat, his fingertip brushing over Lu Zhixing's Adam's apple. Gidge he, how about we give it a try? Lu Zhixing paused in the middle of scrolling through his phone and looked at Sheng Xiannian. Try what? Sheng Xiannian lunged up with an aggressive, immediately cutting off Lu Zhixing's words with a kiss. Lu Zhixing's phone slipped and landed on the carpet silently after rolling twice. The news headline displayed on the screen read, a group heir suspected to be artificial enigma. After staying lit for nearly 10 seconds, the screen went black automatically. The enigma lowered his eyes as the alpha remained closed-eyed, completely lost in the moment. A hint of warmth graced his once frosted brows. With warm, dry palms, he gently massaged the alpha's back, happily indulging in this rather rash yet innocent kiss. Occasionally relinquishing control to the alpha wasn't such a bad idea either. But the glands that were increasingly harder to control had already started warning him. Lu Zhixing lifted the pink head buried in his neck, his voice slightly hoarse, Nian Nian. Sheng Xiannian was fully into it, when abruptly interrupted, his gaze was still hazy as he gazed blankly at Lu Zhixing. What's wrong? Seeing the dazed expression on Sheng Xiannian's face made Lu Zhixing feel a little breathless. Smiling, he rubbed the corner of Alpha's lips with his thumb. My sensitivity period is almost here. Sheng Xiannian blinked, So what? We can't kiss anymore. Lu Zhixing chuckled. No, even with suppressants, Enigma's pheromones during sensitivity periods cannot return to normal. If you keep teasing me like this, it might come earlier than expected. Sheng Xiannian gave out a small, his head resting on Lu Zhixing's chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat vibrating against his ears, making his entire body numb. After a long while, he murmured, is it really like what they show in those films? Lu Zhixing was carefully counting the alpha's vertebrae, barely holding back the impulse to continue downward. I just glanced at them, so how do they shoot those scenes? Sheng Xiannian got sleepy from being caressed, lazily staring at the TV as the lead actors prepared for their dim light scenes. Well, alphas will lose control under the high-level pheromones of enigmas. Sway around. Alpha sifted through his mental vocabulary to find an approved term. Lu Zhixing chuckled lightly, his gaze carrying unveiled heat. Scared now? Sheng Xiannian nuzzled against him. Not really, it's just that I don't feel much achievement as an alpha differentiator. If I differentiated into a mega, there would be no dilemma. Lu Zhixing froze his hand on Sheng Xiannian's head. Don't say that. If you were a mega, I truly wouldn't dare to touch you. Megas can't handle the high-level pheromones of enigmas. Sheng Xiannian snorted softly. Won't I eventually end up as a mega anyway? What difference does it make? It won't. Lu Zhixing kissed his hair strands, sincerity written all over his amber-colored eyes. I won't do anything you dislike. Just being my alpha is enough. Isn't Mr. Lu counting on you to continue the family line? Sheng Xiannian arched a brow. Alphas can't do that. You think so little of me? Having you alone is enough for me. Lu Zhixing pinched his cheeks. Besides, Lu family already has Xining, and I only wish to be with you. Lu Yanchang, belonging to that older generation, held stubborn, unchanging thoughts. In their eyes, male alphas were stronger. Thus, although he loved Lu Yanning dearly, even though Lu Yanning might potentially become an alpha, in his mind, only male alphas could be heirs. Being his descendant carried some sadness. However, Sheng Xiannian paid no attention to what Lu Yanchang thought. In fact, if Lu Zhixing had mentioned he must convert into a mega to continue the family line just then, he would have definitely kicked Lu Zhixing until he was disabled. Mr. Lu didn't realize his junior had narrowly escaped a crisis and was still lost in the bliss of cuddling with his loved one on a winter night. Hey, lately, I really think your pheromones have gotten nicer. Sheng Xiannian sniffed at his clothes. At first, it smelled like Chinese medicine, but now it smells sweet. Beauty lies in the lover's eyes, doesn't it? Lu Zhixing pulled the blanket higher, wrapping it snugly around Sheng Xiannian. Sheng Xiannian suddenly sat up, surprised. Big brother it just occurred to me now, I differentiated right after kissing you. Lu Zhixing nodded. Yeah, under the induction of high-level pheromones, this kind of situation is bound to occur. Is it really common? I thought we were destined by pheromones as per legend. A compatibility rate of over 98% was what earned the title of being pheromone-fated, allowing them to explain each other as their heaven-chosen ones. Lu Zhixing pondered a bit. Now that you mention it, I've noticed my pheromones have stabilized quite a bit recently too. Even if I take medication a bit late occasionally, I don't get as disoriented as before. Sheng Xiannian chuckled and hugged him, teasingly saying, so according to you, am I your medicine? Lu Zhixing flipped him over, swapping their positions, and stared at him intensely with burning eyes. You are. Neither of them paid attention to what the movie was about. In the midst of confusion, no one knew who had pressed the remote and touched the volume button. The movie finally started following its plot, the narrator's voice covering up the small stifled sounds buried within arms. Lu Zhixing, I think this isn't right, is it? Xing Xianyan's eyelashes quivered like fluttering moths. This was just too strange. Take it step by step, darling. Lu Zhixing tried hard to steady his breathing. Chapter 85, Being Alpha to Brother He. Lu Zhixing. Are my legs sandpaper now? Not an exaggeration, it felt as though they'd been ground by a file. Xing Xianyan's head buzzed, and he faced away from Lu Zhixing while applying erythromycin ointment on his own. The Alpha truly felt speechless. This ointment was something he'd bought from a pharmacy due to persistent ear infections after getting an ear bone piercing. There was still half a tube left. Back then, never would he have thought it would find any other use. The living room had a ring of little lamps turned down to the lowest brightness, making the atmosphere both ambiguous and perilous. Lu Zhixing silently swallowed 2 pills for Xing Xianyan's sensitivity period suppression. The suggestive scenes from earlier played vividly in his mind like a film reel. Pheromones during the early days of the sensitivity period were naturally restless, and this effect was quite evident at the moment. These effects manifested prominently on little Lu and the glands. Most drugs had little impact on him, relying purely on his 29 years of self-restraint willpower to suppress. He shook his head and covered his face with one hand, his gaze penetrating through his fingers to the nape of the Alpha's neck, full of suppressed aggressiveness. Lu Zhixing breathed deeply, got up, grabbed a small blanket, and completely covered Xing Xianyan. Enigma sat behind Xing Xianyan, holding him close, forehead resting against the Alpha's back, breathing heavily, helplessly saying, "Spare me." Xing Xianyan poked his head out from under the blanket, reaching out to touch Lu Zhixing's face, feeling apologetic yet tender-hearted. "Do you feel terrible?" Lu Zhixing tilted his head slightly, rubbing his cheek against Xing Xianyan's hand and then kissed his fingertips gently. "Not bad, thank you." "Not particularly exhausting either," said Xing Xianyan evasively, cheeks slightly flushed, looking away from the Enigma. "Nian nian." Lu Zhixing placed his palm on the Alpha's fluffy head and whispered lightly, "Next time, we'll do it for real." Love continued to rise, and eventually, the fortress of reason crumbled into rubble. Xing Xianyan cleared his throat, cough, "When exactly is next time?" Lu Zhixing seemed to be contemplating, "After my sensitivity period, I guess. You'll have more than a week to prepare." "What?" Xing Xianyan laughed and kicked him playfully, "Are you an emperor or something? Do I need to leave time to burn incense and bathe waiting for your majesty's visit?" Receiving his kick, Lu Zhixing grasped his ankle, his thumb stroking the prominent bony section, then tucked it back under the blanket. Xing Xianyan rested in his embrace, the movie now having reached its end, an unsurprisingly happy conclusion. "Why after the sensitivity period?" the Alpha asked, gazing at the warm scene displayed on the TV screen. Lu Zhixing twirled the curls around his fingertips, fully relaxed amidst the environment filled with peachy high-class soothing pheromones. "You know how Alphas behave during sensitivity periods, Enigmas go even further, and I wouldn't want to hurt you." Xing Xianyan went, "Oh," and didn't say anything more, slowly closing his eyes amid the flickering movie images and high-grade calming pheromones. Lu Zhixing's agitated pheromones transformed into a gentle drizzle, finally all turning into soothing pheromones, reduced to the lightest degree possible, encircling the Alpha. The entire room smelled of soft sweet gentleness, the once strongly dominant and overpowering aroma replaced by a mild scent. The movie was now playing credits, and the soft background music made the atmosphere even more serene and perfect. Xing Xianyan lay there with his eyes closed, the light from the TV flickering across his face while the tips of his pink hair moved gently with each breath. Each sway was a direct hit straight to Mr. Lu's heart. Overflowing with love, he was momentarily at a loss as to how to express it. Lu Zhixing looked down at the Alpha lying on his lap, breathing steadily, hiding his amber gaze behind his long eyelashes. The Enigma's heart was filled to the brim. In all 29 years of his life, never had he felt as content as he did right now. To be honest, Lu Zhixing had never once thought that anything would ever happen between him and that little pumpkin from 14 years ago. He had always viewed people and events around him without emotion, living life purely by rationale, always balancing pros and cons in his mind. But on that rainy night, Xing Xianyan burst into his life, so lively, completely different from him. When Xing Xianyan told him, "I like you too," Lu Zhixing felt for the first time that heaven wasn't so unkind to him after all. How can I express my feelings? If this is love, I hope it lasts forever. The end credits of the movie were playing now, the theme song reaching its last notes. The Enigma reached out to brush aside some strands of the Alpha's slightly overgrown bangs, his own unseen expression gentle. The movie channel had started broadcasting another film, and Lu Zhixing quietly picked up the remote to turn off the television before carrying the Alpha upstairs towards the bedroom. Xing Xianyan slowly opened his eyes, instinctively tightening his grip around Lu Zhixing's neck as if speaking in a half-dream. "Don't be such an aggressive Alpha anymore, be brother, he's Alpha." Lu Zhixing faltered mid-step up the stairs, almost missing a step. His heartbeat in the quiet night sounded like shattered glass spreading everywhere. Xing Xianyan always had a way of unintentionally grabbing hold of his heart tightly in certain moments. Lu Zhixing turned his head towards the side, where a huge floor-to-ceiling window stood outside the door. City lights scattered like stars over Tianbei City, inconspicuous amidst the flourishing skyline, yet every window emitted the glow of a home. And now, there was one lamp specifically belonging to him among them. Lu Zhixing placed Xing Xiannian on the bed, covered him with blankets, then leaned down to kiss his forehead softly. "Good night, wife." Xing Xiannian's eyelashes fluttered slightly, though he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he buried his head into the blanket right before Lu Zhixing could look. A chuckle escaped Lu Zhixing's lips. "Still awake, aren't you?" "Not a kid." Muffled under the covers, Xing Xiannian responded, "Not everyone can sleep like a dead pig." Lu Zhixing lightly patted Xing Xiannian through the covers. "Go to sleep. See you tomorrow." "Huh?" Xing Xiannian threw back the covers revealing wide-awake eyes. "Are you leaving?" "Not staying here. If I stay here, you won't get any sleep tonight." Lu Zhixing tapped his head and whispered near his ear, "It's about to explode already, darling." Xing Xiannian's gaze dropped swiftly down, sensing that burning sensation returning to his thigh, wisely retorting, "Go back, good night, good night." Lu Zhixing no longer teased him, turning off the room light and drawing the curtains before leaving. But Xing Xiannian reached out to switch on the desk lamp instead. "I'll turn this off after you're gone." Afraid that Lu Zhixing might experience another stress response in the dark, Xing Xiannian grinned brightly. "Good night, brother he." Lu Zhixing felt a slight prickling in his nose and chest tightness. Standing in the doorway, he gazed at Xing Xiannian for a long while. Xing Xiannian propped himself up half-heartedly, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Don't want to go." Emotions hidden in shadows. Still, Lu Zhixing couldn't resist stepping back to kiss the alpha again. "Good night, sweetheart." In this city, there truly was a light uniquely his. Lu Zhixing descended to the living room, picking up his phone from the carpet. There were several missed calls from Zhou Zhu, and one from Su Yu. Chapter 86, Public Relations. The Enigma left Xing Xiannian's place, heading directly home before calling Zhou Zhu back. "Hey, Zhou Zhu." Zhou Zhu sounded a bit exhausted. "Mr. Lu, why weren't you answering earlier?" "I was busy just then." "Is there any trouble?" Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhixing's brain quickly reviewed what just happened. With his courtship pheromones overflowing without restraint, he exhaled gently. Zhou Zhu seemed to sigh. "It's been taken care of already. Earlier, I needed your genetic report but couldn't reach you, so I asked Dr. Su for one." News is all about timing, as the saying goes. Rumors spread fast but clearing up takes legs off. 2 hours ago, the entry, inheritor of a certain group suspected to be a synthetic enigma, exploded on various news platforms and even topped the entertainment trending list. Not a single word mentioned Lu Zhixing, but every detail pointed to him. Enigma gender is so rare, combined with the prefix of being a group inheritor, almost everyone associated it with this young and accomplished business prodigy. The PR department of Jialu Group was going berserk, with all staff urgently called back for overtime work. At times like these, debunking rumors must spread faster than the rumors themselves. Otherwise, once rumors reach a certain level of dissemination, their announcement to dispel them will lose much of its effect, and tomorrow's stock prices will definitely suffer. Zhou Zhu was about to panic, but fortunately, Lu Zhixing had forewarned him earlier. He and the PR department had already prepared preventive measures in advance. But what they didn't expect was how intense the public's curiosity about enigmas would be. Deleting posts from marketing accounts was easy, but blocking public mouths was hard. The most important tool for debunking rumors was Lu Zhixing's genetic test report. The reason Zhou Zhu made the frantic phone call was to ask Lu Zhixing if he'd done a genetic test. Who knew the boss's phone would just keep ringing unanswered? It was the first time Zhou Zhu ever wanted to strangle his boss by the neck. Fortunately, Su Yu saw the news while on night duty at the hospital scrolling through her phone. When she couldn't get through to Lu Zhixing or Xing Xiannian, she eventually called Zhou Zhu instead. Purely by accident, a public relations crisis for Lu Zhixing was avoided. Now, all posts and news related to the matter have been pulled online, even search entries have been removed. They've been wiped clean. Netizens who were about to enjoy the gossip feast found the melon field completely gone. Lu Zhixing cleared his throat and sighed again at how Xing Xiannian truly acted as a dodgy, making him so immersed in pleasure. "Mr. Zhou, you've worked hard." Lu Zhixing felt somewhat apologetic towards his loyal assistant. "Take the PR team out for a team-building activity tomorrow. Expense it from my personal account." "Sir Lu, this is all part of our job. Who doesn't like a boss who not only acknowledges employee efforts but is willing to pay for it? Don't refuse. It's late now, go rest early. I have a call." "Alright, Sir Lu, you also rest well." Lu Zhixing looked at the 3 words blinking on his screen, Dr. Su, and hit the button to connect. Accompanied by his one-word thanks, "Dr. Su, thank you." Su Yu's voice filled with apology came through simultaneously. "Sir Lu, I apologize." "Huh?" As Lu Zhixing was puzzled about why Su Yu was apologizing, there came a loud knock at his door. Bang bang bang. Lu Zhixing looked at the entrance, pressing his lips tightly. Could Dr. Su possibly have told Nian Nian this? "I'm at fault. I really didn't know you were keeping it from him." Su Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Hang up now. Go pacify your wife quickly, see you." Su Yu hurriedly hung up, patted his chest, the feeling of guilt disappeared, replaced by an expression of schadenfreude. "Dr. Su, why are you so happy?" Lin Huai opened the takeout box habitually, broke open the disposable chopsticks, rubbed them slightly before handing them over to Suyu. Suyu had a distinct preference, he liked younger, aloof types. Lin Huai seemed to fit initially, but sometimes showed signs of being slightly dull. Since his past relationships were all with younger partners, Suyu was always the caring one. Now being cared for unexpectedly gave him a fresh sense of novelty. Suyu accepted the chopsticks handed by Lin Huai with a smile, squinted his eyes, took off his gold-rimmed plano glasses to prevent fogging up from steam. I've never seen Lu Zhixing look humiliated yet, just imagining it brings amusement. Suyu mixed the food in his takeout box, finding the chopsticks inconvenient, switching to a spoon. But Dr. Lin takes better care of people than I expected. Suyu scooped up a spoonful of beef barbecue rice mix into his mouth while chewing and reached for the fried chicken burger next to him, tearing open the packaging. Lin Huai frowned slightly. Dr. Su, isn't the calorie intake too high late at night? And it's bad for your health. You don't understand anything. Suyu stuffed his cheeks full with a hamburger, slurring his words. I performed 3 marking cleaning surgeries today, 1 gland restoration surgery, then swapped shifts with a colleague tonight. No, I still have to do night duty, and I haven't had dinner. You should slow down, don't choke. Lin Huai unscrewed a bottle of water that came with the takeout delivery, touched it, found it a bit cool, and went to fill a cup of hot water from the water dispenser. Suyu's eyes crinkled into half-moons as he laughed. After drinking some water, he said, Dr. Lin, don't be so kind-hearted to others casually, okay? Huh? Isn't this something trivial? Suyu shook his head. Do you know how many mega-doctors in our hospital secretly admire you? It's better to change this kind of gesture. Lin Huai crossed his arms as he watched Suyu eat. I don't treat everyone like this, do I? Suyu lifted his eyes to look at him. Lin Huai suddenly found that Dr. Su looked much younger without his glasses. Why do you wear glasses if you're not nearsighted? My mentor said I don't seem like a doctor who can reassure patients, so I got a pair of glasses. They make me appear reliable, Suyu answered honestly while picking out the slightly wilted lettuce from the burger and placing it aside. Lin Huai chuckled softly and joked, Dr. Su, your mentor made a good point. Suyu wiped the oil off the corner of his mouth with a napkin and smiled, can I call you Lin Huai? Since we've shared a bed, we should be considered close acquaintances. Lin Huai paused for a moment, slightly shifting his gaze, sure. How about what I said last time? Have you thought about it? Suyu set aside the half-eaten barbecue rice mixed with meat, feeling full and unable to continue eating. Lin Huai stared down at his white coat and fidgeted with it. The last time Suyu had asked him if he wanted to give things a try with him. Relationships built on physical attraction alone won't last long. Suyu was somewhat surprised by this answer. He had gradually guided Lin Huai to realize that he actually preferred alpha types and then gently coaxed him, would you like to give it a try with me? Suyu knew he would be rejected, but he expected Lin Huai to say something along the lines of, my parents wouldn't agree, or, society doesn't look kindly on it. Unexpectedly, after thinking for several days, Lin Huai considered the issue of whether their relationship would endure in the future. Lin Huai only considered himself and Suyu in this matter. This answer excited Suyu. Chapter 87, Don't Regret. Suyu smiled and said teasingly, how could it just be based on physical attraction? Clearly, it started with my liking for you. Lin Huai opened his mouth, how can you say such things so easily? Suyu called it a day and got up, hands stuffed into the pockets of his white coat, alright, I'm going back to my office. Thanks, Dr. Lin, for cleaning up. With that, he whistled and left without mercy, leaving Lin Huai to stare blankly in the wake of his words, I like you. Lin Huai looked at the leftovers on his desk and then at the closed door of the office. He increasingly felt that Suyu handled everything with great ease, surely this experience was cultivated through dating others. Suyu always deliberately approached him, creating small fluctuations in his heart, then walking away with a mischievous grin. Lin Huai wasn't sure if it was just his impression, but there was always a sense of being drawn in. Lin Huai pinched the bridge of his nose and resigned himself to cleaning up the mess left behind by Dr. Su. Lu Zhixing opened the door and saw the alpha wearing thin clothes standing worriedly outside holding his phone. Even inside the building, the corridor was cold, barely any warmer than outside, and Sheng Xianyan was still dressed in shorts. Upon seeing Lu Zhixing, Sheng Xianyan lowered his head and rubbed his forehead with his knuckles, helplessly saying, Brother you kept this from me. Certainly, an alpha believed that with Lu Zhixing's capabilities, the crisis could be resolved, but he hoped that even if he couldn't help, at least he could be a listener. Let's talk inside. Lu Zhixing quickly pulled Sheng Xianyan into the room, reaching out to touch the exposed skin which was already covered in fine goosebumps, icy cold to the touch. Before Sheng Xianyan could ask anything more, Lu Zhixing picked him up, threw him into the blankets, wrapped him up, and handed him a glass of hot water. You're freezing. Lu Zhixing furrowed his brows slightly, warming his face with his own warm palms. Sheng Xianyan warmed his hands with the cup of water, staring at him intently, his pitch-black pupils exuding sincerity as he gazed at him, waiting for him to speak. Lu Zhixing turned on the bedroom air conditioner to blow warm air, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I guess you also didn't plan on telling me. Sheng Xianyan held the water cup, looking down at the ripples in the cup that followed his movement. I know that with your ability, you can definitely resolve the problem, and I also know I can't offer much help, but I am. The alpha frowned slightly as he looked at him, I don't like hearing about you from other people, Fang Jinghe. You might have kept it hidden to avoid my worry, but this feeling of not being involved in your life is something I really dislike. Sheng Xiannian usually acted carefree, and Lu Zhixing had never seen such a serious expression on his face before. It's my mistake, I'm sorry. Sheng Xiannian touched the tip of his nose. It's not like you need to apologize to me, after all, your intention was to spare me worry, but still, I am your boyfriend, right? I hope that when you encounter anything, you can think of me. Cough. Sheng Xiannian cleared his throat awkwardly. Although I may seem unreliable, I'm still a strong alpha, right? I can also let you lean on me a little bit. Lu Zhixing shed all traces of coldness and there was rich amusement in his gaze. No one had ever tried to be his support, not even his mega-father, who though treated him well enough by not abandoning him when Lu Yanchang disowned his son. However, this treatment was only good enough as to not have left him behind. His mega-father Fang Yu was an actor whose career, after having Lu Zhixing, lost the assistance from Lu Yanchang and was resisted by Su Ziwen through her connections, leading to no roles being available and eventually passing away with unfulfilled desires. These matters were learned by Lu Zhixing later, after Fang Yu's death, through diaries recorded in the phone's notes. As a child, he didn't know the reason, he just knew that his dad seemed not to love him much, making the family atmosphere extremely repressive. Later, learning the reasons did not bring any feeling of relief, merely, oh, it was like this. Lu Zhixing was accustomed to doing everything by himself. Today, his alpha told him, you can depend on me. Lu Zhixing didn't know how to express the turbulence in his heart at this moment. He just felt that life was so interesting. Why are you laughing? Sheng Xiannian felt somewhat perplexed. I'm serious. If the same thing happens again next time. There won't be a next time, from now on I'll report everything to you. Lu Zhixing's voice was very soft, and the deep affection hidden in his eyes made Sheng Xiannian feel a bit bashful. Cough, not everything needs to be told to me. After all, everyone needs some private space. Sheng Xiannian turned his eyes and sipped a mouthful of water from the cup, which was sweet, as if honey was added. I don't need privacy, all my things can be shared with you, Lu Zhixing said romantic words, holding Sheng Xiannian's hand for a kiss and biting onto his ring finger. It was time to buy a ring or else they wouldn't bother with the engagement and go straight to marriage. Ouch. The pain caused Sheng Xiannian to retract his finger. A tooth mark appeared on the end of his ring finger. The alpha stared at it for a while. It felt as if a small pebble had been softly thrown into his heart and quietly sank into the lake bottom, but soon stirred up tremendous waves. For a long while, he could not speak, his eyes fixed on his ring finger. In the bedroom, only a wall lamp was lit. The yellowish glow fell upon the tooth marks, encircling it with light as if it really was a ring. Powerful peach pheromones charged with strong emotion seeped out from the alpha glands. Enigma's pupils suddenly contracted as he clumsily covered his neck. Lu Zhixing urgently pulled open the bedside table drawer, rummaging through for the last alpha high-efficiency inhibitor, without even taking out the needle yet. Suddenly, Sheng Xiannian casually put down the water glass heavily on the bedside table. A few drops of honey water splashed out, landing on the surface of the cabinet. The alpha grabbed Enigma's collar and, amidst his shock, pulled him closer, his voice unstable. I want to mark you. I wish to mark you. Can I? Young master always revealed his truest emotions without reservation. Lu Zhixing embraced him back, his voice low and inviting in the dim environment. Alright, but don't regret it later. Before the word regret was even fully out. Sheng Xiannian already came over close. Alpha could feel his own changes, he rested his forehead against Lu Zhixing's shoulder, gripping his shirt. You're shameless, emitting such pheromones. Lu Zhixing chuckled lightly, gazing intently at him. Enigma's fingertips rubbed across Alpha's abnormally heated cheek. Amber eyes concealed Predator's savagery in the shadows, feigning a tender mask, underneath which roared a fierce desire, to tear him apart. Enigma was waiting for Alpha to say yes. He patiently awaited his prey coming willingly to him. Finally, under the influence of the superior pheromones, Alpha's last shred of rationality shattered completely. Chapter 88, A Floor of Nutrients. Sheng Xiannian only felt muddled, like riding a downward elevator, losing balance continuously. His heart was thump-thump-thump, colliding fiercely against his chest cavity. Breathe, Nian Nian, breathe. Lu Zhixing's voice resonated in Sheng Xiannian's eardrum with echoes. The alpha seemed as if he were at the bottom of a dried-up lake, tightly entwined by aquatic plants, trapped and unable to break free. It felt like a tide was blocking his mouth and nose. The Attractylode's macrocephala pheromones throttled his neck. Not until oxygen passed through his oral cavity to the lungs did Sheng Xiannian's pupils focus on the person above. Medicine, my medicine. Sheng Xiannian's voice was hoarse, the words spoken unclearly. Due to the susceptible period, his hair, drenched with sweat, stuck to his forehead and face, making him appear disheveled. Lu Zhixing wrapped him in a blanket, cradling the alpha in his arms and heading straight downstairs. The moment the door opened, the corridor wind brushed against them, chilling Sheng Xiannian enough for him to shiver. With half-closed eyes, Alpha spotted the red flashing dots of the surveillance camera above and hurriedly buried his head into Lu Zhixing's shoulder, gripping tightly onto his neck with his arms. Shit shit shit. Lu Zhixing inhaled sharply, the veins pressed at his temple pulsating twice. Enigma paused mid-step, lightly patting Sheng Xiannian. His breathing unstable. Stop playing around. What about your grandpa? Sheng Xianian yelled, then whispered, you madman. There are cameras. Lu Zhixing entered the password, pushed open the door to Sheng Xianian's home, and without so much as a glance at the camera, relax, you're covered by the blanket. Enigma carried the alpha into the upstairs bedroom, finding a small medicine bottle in the bedside table. Pouring out 2 pills, he swallowed them first before feeding them to Sheng Xianian. Feeling better? Lu Zhixing reached out to brush aside Sheng Xianian's sweat-drenched bangs, kissing his smooth forehead. The suffocating sensation in Sheng Xianian's chest lessened, much better. Enigma said, then let's continue. Sheng Xianian gradually regained consciousness with his eyes half closed, seeing a pile of nutrient bottles and messy things scattered around on the floor. Earth is so terrifying, I want to return to Mars. Lu Zhixing rested his arm around him, forehead resting on his shoulder, sleeping soundly with a faint smile still lingering, dreaming happily too. The smell of atractylodes macrocephala pheromones mingled with white peach pheromones lingered in the room without dispersing. Sunlight filtered through the wide-open curtains, bathing the bedroom. Tiny specks of dust spun slowly in the beams of light. Sheng Xianian lifted his left hand, the tooth mark on his ring finger had long since disappeared, but it remained etched in the softest part of an alpha's heart, where Lu Zhixing's name was written. What he feared most, what he wanted to escape from, finally happened. Sheng Xianian stared wide-eyed at the ceiling texture, feeling uncertain about what this all meant inside. Yet strangely, there was no sense of humiliation, rather oddly, a little satisfying. Sheng Xianian inserted his left hand into his hair, scratching his head. His body was refreshingly clean, probably because Lu Zhixing had taken him to bathe. The glands, though, were slightly sore to the touch. Feeling them, Alpha could only feel rugged scabs, layer upon layer. You dog lover. Sheng Xianian ground his teeth, glancing sidelong at Enigma's calm sleeping face, extremely aggrieved. And then slapped a hand hard across Lu Zhixing's face, instantly imprinting a reddish palm mark. Lu Zhixing woke up, showing no sign of being upset, his eyes sleepy as he kissed Sheng Xianian's shoulder. Good morning, darling. Good morning. Sheng Xianian's throat was tormented, dry and raspy, clearing it, ahem. To no avail whatsoever. Lu Zhixing extended his arm, grabbing a box of nutrients from the bedside table, inserting a straw and offering it to Sheng Xianian's lips. Drink some, soothe your throat. Sheng Xianian gulped down half a box, only realizing afterwards to ask, where did these come from? I don't recall having this stuff at home. Such substances were used during an alpha's susceptibility period to prevent depletion of their strength or dehydration. After all, an alpha during their susceptible period and a mega during their fever period were not far off from wild beasts. Only one thought consumed their minds. Zhou Zhu sent them. Lu Zhixing said frankly, supporting his head on one elbow, affectionately gazing at his alpha lying next to him. Sheng Xianian nearly sprayed the nutrition liquid right in Lu Zhixing's face, shocked. What did you say? Zhou Zhu. Zhou. My God. Does the assistant have to be concerned with matters such as these? In contrast to Sheng Xianian's shock, Lu Zhixing remained exceptionally composed. Isn't this quite normal? Zhou Zhu even wished us an enjoyable susceptibility period. Earth is so terrifying, I want to go back to Mars. Sheng Xianian drank the nutrient agent with a lifeless look, pushing Lu Zhixing away. Go make food. This stuff tastes like glucose, disgusting. All right. Lu Zhixing stretched lazily, shook his neck, got up in high spirits, looking refreshed and full of energy. Sheng Xianian also wanted to get up, but when he moved, he realized his waist felt like it was broken. Why did his waist hurt? Lu Zhixing looked at the alpha propped on one arm on the bed, the other hand on his sore waist, like he had been struck by lightning. He smiled, patting his head gently. You've worked hard, darling. Sheng Xianian let out a wail, covering his face. Lu Zhixing picked up the mess from the floor, throwing it into the trash bin. He tied up the garbage bag and carried it to the trash chute located in the corridor's staircase for specialized personnel to clean later. He then stuffed the previously changed bed sheets into the washing machine, setting the mode appropriately. After making Sheng Xiaoya's bedroom spotlessly clean, Lu Zhixing put on an apron and headed to the kitchen to stew some soup for the alpha. It was indeed exhausting work, and the alpha needed to be replenished well. An hour later, the hungry alpha holding onto the railing trembled down the stairs, looking pitiful. Lu Zhixing. I'm starving. Why are you taking so long? Lu Zhixing gave him a warm smile and went to support him, but Sheng Xianian slapped his hand away, not even close. I'm fine. His entire body betrayed him except his stubborn mouth, as Sheng Xianian straightened his chest and released the railing. Ignoring his shaking steps, nothing seemed amiss. At this point, Sheng Xianian didn't care about appearances anymore, directly picking up the ribs from the rib soup and biting into them while asking, what day of the week is today? Thursday, Lu Zhixing replied, scooping more soup into the young master's bowl with a ladle. The bone in Sheng Xianian's hand clattered to the table. The alpha couldn't believe it, shocked and pained. No wonder my butt feels numb. Big brother. You're still human from weekend to Thursday? Heart-wrenching. Heart-wrenching indeed. Lu Zhixing hummed softly, placing the spare ribs from his own bowl into the alpha's bowl. Enigma is really ruthless. Sheng Xianian bit viciously into a rib, feeling a twinge of pain in his own ribs where Lu Zhixing's were. Chapter 89, Ma Yinglong. Sheng Xianan sat next to the director, fixated intently on the screen in front of him as the male lead declared his love and embrace together, gazing deeply at each other before slowly drawing closer. Mr. Sheng was almost crushing his mineral water bottle in his grip. His intense pheromones, charged with rum-like scents, spilled out uncontrollably. The director beside him suffered, clutching his glands in pain. Mr. Sheng, please, control your pheromones. Sheng Xianan paid no attention, gritting his teeth and glaring at the monitor. Just as the two were about to kiss, he abruptly stood up, causing his chair to clatter to the floor. Hold it. Sheng Xianan stormed over angrily, separating the two. What do you think you're doing? Song Chu frowned at him. Mr. Sheng, you're seriously interfering with my work. Sheng Xianan took a deep breath, lowering his eyes to another male lead, a cute-looking mega, off-angle kissing, understand? The Omega, affected by his overpowering pheromones, pinched his nose. Mr. Sheng, we have 8 camera angles. The audience doesn't want just off-angle kisses. Sheng Xianan opened his mouth to lecture the mega on something called the actor's self-cultivation when Song Chu grabbed his arm and dragged him aside. What's wrong, Xiao Chu? Do you know what's wrong? Song Chu's forehead veins bulged visibly, wanting to slap his own forehead but held back due to makeup. In the end, he could only clench his fists helplessly. Mr. Sheng, stop looking for trouble. Is the company not busy enough? What are you following me around for? Sheng Xianan shrugged, I'm just here to protect you from being bullied, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Humph, thanks, I don't need it. Song Chu pushed his shoulder forward a couple of steps, then turned back angrily, don't hinder my work. Alright. Sheng Xianan blinked, stunned for a moment, but got excited seeing Song Chu's fiery attitude. This reminded him of their first meeting, when Song Chu had acted all prickly. Sheng Xianan stroked his lips, his eyes showing determination. His phone vibrated in his pocket, it was a call from a friend. Hey, old son, what's up? Xian, last time you asked me to look up Shen Rang, oh my god, he didn't go missing at all. Now he works at Sisai Lab, inside information, Department of Weian has noticed him. I'm just giving you a heads up. Okay, thank you, I'll treat you to dinner next time. Sheng Xian hung up with a serious face. He was now full of questions. Why did Sheng Xian need to check on this person? Recently, Boss Sheng had been busy chasing his wife, paying little attention to external news, and still didn't know that his sister-in-law had quietly gained some online attention late at night. Sheng Xian watched Song Chu's kissing scene with a frown, kicking the stool beside his feet away in anger. Or maybe, he should just lock Song Chu away. No, then Song Chu would have even less chance to change her mind. Oh gosh, he was so troubled, these two were so hard to deal with. With a gloomy face, Sheng Xian walked to the corner to call his troublesome younger brother. Hey, second bro. The voice from the phone was raspy. Where's the duck coming from? Sheng Xian. What's wrong with your throat? Sheng Xian looked speechlessly at the note, sticky rice dumpling, on his screen, it was indeed his younger brother. Cough. Sheng Xian cleared his throat, I caught a cold, elder bro, do you want something? That Shen Rang guy, he's not a good one. Why did you investigate him? Sheng Xian scratched his eyebrows, thinking for a while, a friend needed to check on him. Sheng Xian was puzzled, which friend? Sheng Xian awkwardly, cough, Lu Zhixing. Why is your friend so close to our family? What does Lu Zhixing want to check on him for? Sheng Xian asked. It's nothing, big bro, seriously, nothing, just some personal grudges. Ah well, don't bother. It's private stuff about Lu Zhixing, said Sheng Xian, who didn't want to disclose Lu Zhixing's privacy to anyone else, even his own elder brother. Who cares, anyway, I'm warning you, stay away from people you shouldn't get into trouble with, hear me? I know, elder brother, have you eaten yet? Sheng Xian changed the subject. Not yet, accompanying Xiao Chu filming, ugh, so annoyed. Sheng Xian kicked another stool again. Sheng Xian moved his phone far from his ear, waiting until his elder brother finished losing his temper before bringing it back. Second bro, try to be more patient. I think your wife obviously likes soft talk rather than harsh words. Sheng Xian was cheered up by the word wife, hummed lightly twice, HPMH, I know, but I can't help spoiling her. Looks like he's the only one feeling furious and powerless. Okay, never mind, I haven't finished my meal either. Sheng Xian drank a sip of soup, which was a bit cold already. Alright, eat then, always thinking about food. Remember what I said. Stay away from bad people. Ugh, alright, holy crap, you really thought too much, gotta hang up, bye. Sheng Xian hung up and smirked at Lu Zhixing, my second brother actually thought I got tangled up with Shen Rang, so funny. Lu Zhixing apologized, sorry, it's because of me. Don't say sorry anymore, I don't want to hear that. Sheng Xian gave Lu Zhixing a look, indicating him to scoop himself some hot soup. After young Master Sheng ate enough, Lu Zhixing diligently took the bowls to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and washed them himself. Just these few dishes, not worth using the dishwasher. After finishing the cleaning in the kitchen, Lu Zhixing also prepared a fruit plate for young Master Sheng, cutting apples into heart shapes, peeling tangerines without a single fiber left, and even removing the pits from longans. Beautifully arranged, he served it in front of the alpha, then placed toothpicks in his hands. Sheng Xian was quite satisfied with Lu Zhixing's meticulous care, and lightly hummed, "Turn on the TV, I want to watch TV." Lu Zhixing picked up the remote control from the coffee table, adjusted to the channel Sheng Xian often watched. "Still hurting? Need medication?" The alpha nearly choked on a piece of orange, started coughing violently, coughing till his face turned red, his neck turned red, instinctively shifting his bottom around. "No, I'm fine." Lying. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow, pulling out a tube of Ma Yinglong ointment from a small paper bag by the entrance. When Sheng Xian saw the thing in his hand, his eyes went wide. "What is this thing? Where did you get it?" "Bought by Assistant Zhou," he said. "It's very effective." Without further listening, Lu Zhixing directly flipped the person over and pushed him down onto his legs. Seemed brutal, but his actions were gentle in fact. "How come Zhou bought everything?" Sheng Xian buried his face in his palms, ears red enough to drip blood. Lu Zhixing laughed softly, not answering, as if conducting some precise experiment. But the sliding Adam's apple betrayed his emotions. Sheng Xian's body stiffened as he hoarsely said, "What are you doing? Take it out. Be a person." Lu Zhixing reluctantly pulled up his pants and subconsciously wanted to ruffle the alpha's hair, but Sheng Xian dodged disdainfully, warning him cautiously, "Go wash your hands." Enjma smiled, "All right." Chapter 90, You Can't Save Him. Lu Zhixing got up to wash his hands in the bathroom. The phone he left on the sofa vibrated. Sheng Xian thought it was his own and picked it up casually. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number. "Mr. Lu, let's meet." Sheng Xian pierced a piece of apple with a toothpick and chewed it hard, shouting, "Lu Zhixing. I'm coming, what's wrong?" Lu Zhixing came out of the bathroom without even drying his hands completely. Seeing Sheng Xian shaking his phone, he asked, "Someone wants to meet you, who is it?" Sheng Xian could roughly guess it might be Shen Rang, but why did this uncontrollable sour feeling come up? It must be because of Lu Zhixing's bizarre pheromones. Lu Zhixing took his phone and glanced at it with wet hands, not hiding or hesitating a bit. "It's Shen Rang. He's getting anxious." Sheng Xian stopped momentarily holding the toothpick, looking at him. "Are you going to go?" "I'll go with you." "You're still not feeling well, rest at home." Lu Zhixing gently squeezed his palm. "Wait for me at home, I'll bring you something nice to eat when I come back." It was like teasing kids, but the alpha just bought it, who wouldn't be happy being teased? "All right." Sheng Xian didn't push further. He trusted that no one dared challenge an Enjma openly. He'd personally experienced how crazy their pheromones could be. He was the most direct victim. Sheng Xian glared at Lu Zhixing several times until his eyes watered and had to look away. He curled up in the couch with a little blanket, pinching his belly. "Do you think I've gained weight? I should eat less from now on. My abs aren't visible anymore." "What are you thinking about?" Lu Zhixing walked over and hooked his waist. "I actually hope you could eat more. Regular exercise will keep you healthy." Enjma smiled. "I like your figure. TSK, but it's too cold outside, I can't be bothered to move." Sheng Xian wrapped himself in the blanket and shakily went to the window. He pulled the curtain and opened a small gap in the window. A cold gust of wind immediately blew his hair around. He quickly closed the window and sneezed, "So cold." Lu Zhixing stood up and carried him back, still uncomfortable. "Why are you moving around? Stay put. Didn't you tell me to exercise?" Sheng Xian blew some annoying hair from his forehead, wondering if he should change his hairstyle. "I didn't say to start now. Another day, maybe we can run together." Sheng Xian shook his head. Can't get up. Can we run in the evening?" Lu Zhixing smiled. "There's a gym at the company. You can run whenever you want." "All right." Sheng Xian yawned. "Let's take a nap together, bro." Lu Zhixing looked at the time. There was still plenty of time before his meeting with Shen Rang. "Okay, I'll carry you upstairs." The two of them took a half-hour nap. When Lu Zhixing woke up, Sheng Xian was still sleeping deeply. Seems like he was really exhausted. Lu Zhixing leaned down and kissed his forehead lightly, then quietly left the house. As Lu Zhixing judged correctly, Shen Rang was indeed much more anxious. When they met again, Shen Rang had lost all the composure he once had. His face looked very pale. Lu Zhixing sat across from Shen Rang and glanced sideways at the experimental record notebook on the table, slightly lifting his gaze to lock eyes with Shen Rang. He waited patiently for him to speak. Shen Rang frowned slightly, his face showing pure exhaustion. "Mr. Lu, I need a tube of your blood." Lu Zhixing maintained an expressionless face, sipping his coffee. He didn't respond immediately but merely gestured for Shen Rang to continue with a light glance. Shen Rang clenched his fists on his thighs under the table, raising a hand to pinch his temples in a self-deprecating laugh. "I almost can't save him anymore, Mr. Lu. Chen Zui is just like you, innocent." Lu Zhixing's fingertips tapped lightly on the table. Understanding flickered on his face. "You want to extract the antibody of the Enjma catalyst from my blood?" "Yes." Shen Rang didn't hide it anymore. Over these 9 years, he had done everything within his power to save Chen Zui. Back then, he was too young, driven by ambition and greed. Never did he imagine that one day, he would harm the only person in the world who ever showed him kindness. A faint smile hung on Lu Zhixing's face. It seemed that Nian Nian was right after all, Chen Zui had indeed been Shen Rang's lover. Engsub put down his coffee cup and flipped through a few pages of the experiment record handbook. All the pages were filled with his body data and photos, yet he no longer felt the anger or panic he had back then. Lu Zhixing closed the handbook, his gaze turning cold. As the researcher who created the engsub catalyst, you fell in love with your own test subject. A flicker of pain crossed Shen Rang's face. Chen Zui had been kidnapped by the Gland criminal organization to stop him from sinking deeper into sin, and it was also a warning to make him recognize his place. He is not my test subject. Shen Rang rubbed his face with his palms. Lu Zhixing turned his head to look out the window, where a young couple was playing around in the square. His lips curved slightly. If I don't agree, what can you possibly do to me? Shen Rang looked up at him with a sharp gaze. Chen Zui is innocent. What's it got to do with me? Rarely swearing, Lu Zhixing spat out a curse, crossing his arms as his high-grade pheromones began to stir. Shen Rang stared straight into his eyes. After a moment of silence between them, he eventually lowered his gaze. I will extract the antibody to save Chen Zui, then confess my crimes. Lu Zhixing fondled the coffee cup, warmth spreading to his slightly cool fingertips. Unfortunately, I must tell you, my blood cannot save him. Shen Rang shot his head up immediately. What do you mean? It's simple, you cannot save him. The gene test our PR department revealed is true. I was born able to produce engsub, not because of your fake medicine. Lu Zhixing said this calmly. In an instant, Shen Rang's expression crumbled, filled with resentment, fury, and disbelief. Strangely, Lu Zhixing felt no satisfaction in revenge. He had already received the best gift the world could offer, so he was willing to accept the suffering along with it. There are gains, but there are also losses. But Lu Zhixing knew that Chen Zui was innocent, and Shen Rang's sins should be paid for by himself. He still remembered when Chen Zui gently tapped the thin wall between them during the time he was tormented by pheromone storms, offering weak encouragement. There's always a way. We'll see the light if we hold on just a second longer. That man was gentle, yet tragically loved the wrong person. He looked calmly at Shen Rang's gradually collapsing expression. You can bring him over, perhaps my attending doctor may find a way. Shen Rang clutched his head, shaking it while his voice rasped dryly. He and you both injected the first batch of reagents, and everyone who injected the first batch is dead. Is that so? Then it's too bad. Lu Zhixing stood up, taking the experimental notebook with him, and left the cafe. Shen Rang's pupils reflected icy venom like a snake, tightly wrapping around the back of Lu Zhixing's neck. He murmured crazily, there must be a way, there must be a way. Chapter 91, Why do I always make you cry? Just as Lu Zhixing was about to unlock the door with his fingerprint, someone opened it from the inside, revealing a worried face. Engsub smiled. This was the feeling of having someone wait for you at home, wasn't it? It felt great. Lu Zhixing entered, changed into slippers, and shook the paper bag in his hand. I bought you some meat floss buns. Sheng Xian's eyes, however, swept past the meat floss buns and landed on the slightly yellowed notebook in Lu Zhixing's hand. Then, he lifted his gaze to look at Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing sighed knowingly, handing over the notebook. As Sheng Xian was about to take it, Lu Zhixing pulled it back slightly. Do you really want to see it? It will upset you. Don't worry, I'm as unfeeling as stone. Sheng Xian reached out and snatched the notebook. The alpha, barefoot in slippers, settled into the couch and took a deep breath before flipping to the first page. At the sight of the first photo, which showed Lu Zhixing locked onto a hospital bed, looking weak with his eyes closed, his tears couldn't help but flow uncontrollably. Shen Rang had labeled Lu Zhixing as subject number 1001, meaning he was the 1001st test subject. Each page documented his daily reactions to the drugs, his pheromone indicators, and various bodily data. It was a chaotic mess of things Sheng Xian didn't understand, but he could see that Lu Zhixing had suffered immensely. The beginning was always marked with 1001, as if the youth lying there was merely an experimental tool, devoid of any human rights. Lu Zhixing sat nearby, watching as the alpha's tears fell, pat-pat, onto the notebook. He idly thought that this person was truly made of water. After 3 days and nights, he had cried so many times already, how could he still have so many tears today? Engsub pulled the notebook away from the alpha who had placed it on his lap, leaning over to kiss his tears away. They were salty, but Lu Zhixing always thought they tasted of peaches. The alpha hugged him and pulled him into his embrace, his already hoarse voice breaking with sobs. Nian Gu will be good to you, no one will ever bully you again. Lu Zhixing blinked, finding his belonging in the warmth of the alpha's arms. He softly hummed an affirmation and held Sheng Xian tightly. After crying himself out, Sheng Xian smeared Lu Zhixing with tears and a runny nose. Disgusted, he raised his head and ordered Lu Zhixing to go change clothes before coming back. Lu Zhixing smiled and actually left to change into home clothes before returning. Looking at Sheng Xian's eyelashes matted together by tears, Lu Zhixing felt a twisted sense of pleasure. This alpha was pained for him, weeping for him, his blood roaring with excitement. But his heart ached as it was squeezed with compassion. He took a wet tissue and carefully wiped the alpha's face, affectionately touching the edges of Sheng Xian's eyelids with his fingertips. Why do I always make you cry? Lu Zhixing whispered, brushing over the red corners of Sheng Xian's eyes. Sheng Xian closed his eyes, covering Lu Zhixing's hand with his own, rubbing his cheek against the palm, because I love you. Lu Zhixing froze. Beneath the calm surface of his features raged storms in his chest, his heart thrown up violently then gently caught again. Hearing nothing in response, Sheng Xian opened his eyes, confused at Lu Zhixing's dazed expression. What's wrong? The next second, he was forcefully pulled into a tight embrace, and Sheng Xian once again heard Engma's heartbeat thundering like a drum. Boom boom boom. Each sound wrote Sheng Xian's name. Lu Zhixing kissed him fiercely, carrying a cruelty that sought to fuse him into their very bones. I love you too, my baby. Ultimately, they didn't go all the way. Only the cat claw tattoo suffered rough treatment, turning as red as if it had just been inked. Sheng Xian nestled in Lu Zhixing's arms. As he listened to Lu Zhixing talk about how Shen Rang had become the director of the Seth laboratory, he enjoyed being fed meat floss buns by Engma's hands. He chewed slowly, asking curiously, he just handed things over like that? Is it a trick? Lu Zhixing pinched the meat floss crumbs off the alpha's lips. I've already submitted evidence related to Shen Rang's participation in gland crime to the Wayne department. The current investigation unit has launched a probe against Shen Rang. This experiment record book is now irrelevant, and within a few days, he'll be arrested. I suspect that since Chen Zui is failing fast, Shen Rang is panicking and has recreated the catalyst to extend Chen Zui's life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to catch his mistake so quickly. Lu Zhixing set down the meat floss bun. You can't eat anymore, or you won't be able to have dinner. Sheng Xian licked his lips and huffed, so Mr. Lu already had everything under control. Made me worry about you for no reason. Sorry, I'll tell you everything from now on. Lu Zhixing demonstrated the massage technique he had just looked up online, massaging Master Sheng's waist. Lu Zhixing paused briefly and confessed, tomorrow, I have to go to Shisai. The Wayne department needs my testimony, and our family business there also needs inspection. Our family? Sheng Xian arched a brow, clearly pleased with this term. Sure, I'll go with you. Sheng Xian wriggled his hips, indicating that he wanted more massage. Mr. Lu smiled and continued working diligently on the young master. All right, we'll go together, but when we get busy, I might not be able to take care of you. I'm not a child anymore, I can stay alone. I've heard Shisai has many interesting places. Speaking of fun, Sheng Xian suddenly perked up. Shisai has a very famous bar, called Color and Desire. The name sounds pretty scandalous, indicating the owner isn't serious. I'll investigate it personally to see what makes it interesting. Lu Zhixing suddenly increased the pressure of his hands, making Sheng Xian shout, what are you doing? No, you can't go, said Lu Zhixing, realizing his tone sounded harsh and softening it. You can't go alone, I'll go with you after I finish my work. Sheng Xian laughed softly. Do you think someone would dare to mess with me because I'm an alpha? And not to mention, my Engma pheromones are strong enough to keep others far away. Of course, no one dared to bully him. Not only was he a superior alpha, but his rich aroma of Engma pheromones kept others at bay. But Lu Zhixing couldn't forget that Sheng Xian's ideal type was small frame mega. What if he meets someone he takes a liking to? Even so, you're not going alone. Otherwise. Lu Zhixing threatened by patting Sheng Xian's lower waist. I'm sick of people controlling me. Are you actually threatening me? Sheng Xian muttered. Do I have no personal freedom? He didn't like being ordered around. Of course, you do. It's just that I'm worried my fiancé is too handsome and might be stolen away. Humph. Sheng Xian let out a cold snort. Let's go together then. Lu Zhixing backed off. Sheng Xian arched a brow, then call me husband and let me hear it. Husband, can I accompany you? Lu Zhixing didn't hesitate at all. These verbal endearments meant nothing to him. Besides, the alpha had already called him enough last week. He certainly didn't feel shortchanged. Hee, good. Chapter 92, Hurricane Group. It was quite a distance from Jinbei to Shisai, so Lu Zhixing gave son Zhenhua a day off, only bringing Zhou Zhu and Sheng Xian with him. One served him diligently while the other treated him as a workhorse. In some sense, it was balanced. The plane sliced through the clouds, safely landing at the capital airport of Shisai after 2 hours. Walking towards the exit, they saw a man in a suit holding up a sign. Lu Zhixing had met him several times before. He remembered him as the special assistant to the president of the Hurricane Group, their Jialu cooperation partner. Yu Zhou took over the luggage from Zhou Zhu, smiling officially. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chu is still in a meeting at the company, so he sent me to pick you up. Lu Zhixing nodded, thinking to himself that even if Chu Yang had time, he definitely wouldn't come personally. For his special assistant to come already showed him immense respect. Yu Zhou placed the luggage in the trunk of the business car and opened the back door for Lu Zhixing and Sheng Xian. Mr. Lu, Master Sheng, please get in. Sheng Xian raised a brow. I'm just a small assistant, you know. Yu Zhou maintained his polite smile without picking up on Sheng Xian's words, slowly closing the car door. After greeting Zhou Zhu, he headed to the driver's seat while Zhou Zhu sat in the front passenger seat. Sheng Xian leaned close to Lu Zhixing, whispering, your cooperation partner has been investigating me. Lu Zhixing laughed softly, ruffling his hair, and passed him a cup of hot water in a low voice. Baby, does your hairstyle even need investigating? Who doesn't know now that Jialu's future madam is an Enjma alpha? Sheng Xian choked slightly on the water, coughed twice, and recalled the banquet for the nouveau riche Xiao boss he attended with Lu Zhixing where he played the role of his fiancée. TSK, bad news travels fast. The three were arranged to stay at the Shanxin Hotel under the Hurricane Group. To put it simply, one word, extravagant, dazzlingly opulent. Yu Zhou made the arrangements. Mr. Lu, Mr. Chu heard you would stay in Shisai for a few days this time. Should I arrange a private guide for you? No need, thank Mr. Chu for his kindness. This time, I just want to spend some couple time with my fiancé. Lu Zhixing replied nonchalantly. Understood. Wish you a pleasant stay. Yu Zhou nodded, compared the subsequent schedule with Assistant Zhou, and left after that. Lu Zhixing casually slapped the bottom of the person sprawled on the bed. Nian Nian, this afternoon, I'll be going to the Hurricane Group with Zhou Zhu for work discussions. Do you want to play by yourself or come along? I won't go. Everyone knows I'm your fiancé, husband. Sheng Xian flipped onto his side, propping himself up on his elbow and leaning against the headboard while facing Lu Zhixing. It's bad enough coming out on a business trip together. I'll just catch up on sleep at the hotel. Alright, I'll return once I finish my work. Lu Zhixing bent down to kiss Sheng Xian's earlobe. After lunch, Lu Zhixing settled Sheng Xian at the hotel and went to the Hurricane Group headquarters with Zhou Zhu. There was an arcade on the first floor of the hotel, and the alpha was having a blast playing alone. Lu Zhixing kept looking back, inexplicably feeling like a worried father. Zhou Zhu couldn't help but smile slightly, captured by Lu Zhixing through the rearview mirror inside the car. Assistant Zhou, what are you smiling about? Zhou Zhu instantly retracted his smile. Nothing, I just think the bond between you and Master Sheng is great. It makes me happy for you. Lu Zhixing raised a brow. In others' eyes, do we seem very affectionate? To others. Zhou Zhu silently shed tears in his heart. Last week, Lu Zhixing said he regarded him as family and wanted him to work hard. Wasn't it all just capitalist tricks? Yes, both of you look extremely loving, Zhou Zhu responded, then startled, could it be? Since Mr. Lu asked this way, could it be that the two of them weren't as close as they appeared? That's right, we do indeed love each other very much. Lu Zhixing smiled at the window. And they were getting more and more loving, more and more happy. Zhou Zhu. For no reason, Zhou Zhu had eaten a mouthful of dog food, slang for public display of affection, and was left speechless. When the two arrived at Hurricane Group, Yu Zhou came out to greet them, still maintaining his polite smile. Sorry, Mr. Lu, Mr. Chu is currently a bit busy and couldn't come personally to pick you up. Zhou Zhu, seeing Yu Zhou's comprehensive approach and constant apologies, felt slightly better in his heart. One should always compare with others to find some sense of superiority. Fortunately, Lu Zhixing had long been accustomed to Chu Yang's whimsical style over the past few years and didn't feel in the least bit slighted. He nodded and let Yu Zhou lead them towards the reception room. Just as they reached the entrance of the reception room, they heard the giggling of a child. Lu Zhixing looked at Yu Zhou. Yu Zhou's smile seemed somewhat forced as he said, Mr. Chu, he's watching the child. As Yu Zhou pushed open the door to the reception room, they saw an attractive man helplessly tossing a toddler under 2 years old into the air. The man's hair was slightly disheveled. Upon seeing them, he casually tucked the child under one arm and laughed, Mr. Lu has arrived. Sorry about this, our nanny took a temporary leave, my wife will be here soon to pick him up. Before Lu Zhixing could exchange pleasantries with him, the kid trapped under his armpit started kicking his arms and legs while babbling unclear words, Naobao, I want Naobao. Chu Yang, tisk, Ed once, pinched the little face of his son and murmured, I'll tell you one last time, Xinghe is my wife, you must call her dad. Or don't believe me if I say I won't spank you. Yu Zhou still maintained a calm smile, extending his arms towards the child, young master, shall I take you out to play? As Chu Yang was about to hand him over to Yu Zhou, the boy struggled out from under Chu Yang's armpit and darted towards Lu Zhixing, grabbing onto his leg. He looked up with chubby cheeks, calling softly, brother, before dribbling a line of saliva that ended up on Lu Zhixing's suit pants. Mr. Lu, who remained unperturbed even when faced with crumbling mountains, silently accepted the tissue passed by Zhou Zhu, wiped the saliva off his pants, and looked at the small thing hanging onto his leg, not knowing what to do. Chu Yang burst into laughter. It was the first time he had seen Lu Zhixing embarrassed. However, he still told his son, Hail, what are you doing? How can you call him brother? He's older than your father, never mind, those without wives can be called brother. Lu Zhixing picked up Hail and glanced at Chu Yang, I have a wife. Oh. Almost forgot. Chu Yang got up and looked behind him, where is your alpha? Didn't follow along. I didn't expect this kind of taste from Mr. Lu. Such a secretive character, truly secretive. Chu Yang had also been cooperating with Lu Zhixing for several years, always thinking this person would end up with a family marriage. But who would have thought he'd end up with such a distinctive alpha? Lu Zhixing didn't feel like discussing his personal affairs with him. He sat down on the sofa holding Hail and let the child play with his fingers. His nickname is Hail. Why? Chu Yang sighed in relief because someone was looking after his child. He adjusted his clothes and hairstyle, because it snowed the day he was born. Lu Zhixing. Chapter 93, The Power of Love. Enigma touched Hale's head, pitying how unreliable his father was. With a child around, work discussions would naturally be impossible. Holding the soft little baby, Lu Zhixing couldn't help but think of how Lu Ximing looked when he was younger. But instead of just thinking of that, he found himself contemplating how adorable their own children would probably be if he and Xingxian had them. Once this thought surfaced, he quickly repressed it, valuing Xingxian's happiness and health over having kids any day. Susu. Little Hale stood on his leg and gave Lu Zhixing a kiss. Before Lu Zhixing could melt from the sweet moment, his face was soaked with saliva again. Are all kids like this? Lu Zhixing quietly took out a wet wipe to clean his face and then grabbed a new one to clean Hale's mouth. Half an hour later, Chu Yang's wife rushed over. She wasn't ordinary either, a mega. If she wore a pheromone-concealing patch, Lu Zhixing would have mistaken her for an alpha. Xinghe, you're here. Chu Yang stood up and straightened Jiang Xinghe's somewhat messy hair due to the rush, his expression filled with tenderness. Jiang Xinghe gave a cursory response to Chu Yang, then greeted Hale with a broad smile. After taking Hale from Lu Zhixing's arms, she apologized to Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing thought that Mr. Chu's wife was better at interpersonal relations than Chu Yang. In the half hour, Chu Yang's son had drooled on his clothes 3 times, and each time Chu Yang laughed without showing any apology. That's settled, let's get to work then, I'll take Hale and leave first. Jiang Xinghe glanced at Chu Yang's discontented face before leaving. She helplessly walked over, pinched his hand lightly and whispered softly, I'll go first, wait for you at home. Chu Yang sent off his wife and son to the door. Turning around, he sighed at Lu Zhixing, the kid is fun sometimes, but really annoying at others. Lu Zhixing ignored these complaints from him, which carried a bit of pride. He sat back down in his seat, looked at Chu Yang and said, can we start working now? Chu Yang slightly shrugged his shoulders, Mr. Lu is still so devoted to work, Yuzhou, let's begin. Yuzhou nodded, picked up the remote control, turned on the screen in the reception room, and connected it with his computer. He explained in detail their latest cooperative project plan to Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing and Chu Yang exchanged their views on the plan, discussing some points they couldn't initially agree on until they reached an agreement. Alright, that's settled. Yuzhou, prepare a new project plan and send it to Mr. Lu, Chu Yang said. Yuzhou nodded, alright, Mr. Chu. After finishing the business talk, it was already getting dark outside. It was early winter, and by 5:30 p.m. the sky was pitch black. Chu Yang tilted his head and took a look at the sky outside, Mr. Lu, as you're the guest here, how about we have dinner together? Lu Zhixing raised his wristwatch to check the time, my fiancé is waiting for me in the hotel. Mr. Chu, go home early and spend time with your family. Chu Yang curled his lips slightly, I found you become more personable recently, love does indeed nurture people, huh? Is that so? Lu Zhixing showed a smile on his face, maybe. Chu Yang escorted Lu Zhixing out of the company, with one hand in his pocket, if there's anything I can assist with in West Tsai, just give me a call, Mr. Lu. Although Jia Lu Public Relations handled things promptly and deleted all online records clean, it merely covered the eyes of ordinary citizens. Lu Zhixing gave him a little smile, thank you for your concern, Mr. Chu. No need to thank me, after all, we've cooperated on many projects. If something happens to you, my money will be gone with the wind, Chu Yang maliciously exposed 2 small fangs and resumed his carefree manner. Lu Zhixing arched an eyebrow, rest assured, I won't make Mr. Chu lose money. After saying goodbye, Lu Zhixing got into the car and went back to the hotel. There was no sign of Xingxian in the room. Enigma changed out of his suit, put on comfortable clothes, and took the elevator to the game room on the first floor. The alpha had been playing there all afternoon. Lu Zhixing chuckled with a sigh, not tired yet. Upon hearing his voice, Xingxian turned around, looked at him, and excitedly showed off his score, look. Pretty good, huh? Lu Zhixing didn't know much about gaming and couldn't tell if the performance was impressive or not, but he smiled and gently tousled his hair, you're amazing. Xingxian proudly leaned his head back, successfully cramping up, ow. Ow. Cramp. My neck. Lu Zhixing quickly helped him massage his neck, you've been sitting here too long, hurry up and stand up to move around. Xingxian stood up with his teeth gritted, carefully twisted his neck a few times, much better. Are you done with your work? Yeah, I'm done, Lu Zhixing straightened Xingxian's collar, are you hungry? Let me take you out to eat. What do you feel like having? Xingxian pressed his lips together, calmly replying, not really hungry, I'd just like to have some porridge. Lu Zhixing looked at him questioningly until he noticed his flushed ear tips and understood what the alpha meant. Sorry, it's my negligence. How are you feeling now? Lu Zhixing asked teasingly while even wanting to pinch his cheek. Xingxian swatted his hand away, speaking quietly, in public. What are you doing? It's fine. The alpha exited the game room and walked straight toward the elevator, let's order from the hotel's dining service. It's too cold outside, I don't feel like moving. Alright, does seafood porridge sound good? Lu Zhixing followed closely behind him and entered the elevator after swiping his card. Enigma looked apologetic, sorry, I went too far. What else should I do? Xingxian replied disdainfully, I'm an alpha, am I made for such matters? Lu Zhixing looked at the alpha's face reflected on the elevator wall. Weren't you enjoying yourself earlier? Your voice even became hoarse. Sheng Xian couldn't bear it any longer and delivered a left hook punch. Do you want to die? Lu Zhixing smiled as he blocked his punch. It's my fault, I'm wrong, I'll be more careful in the future. After returning to the room, Sheng Xian took off his coat in 2 seconds. I'll take a shower first, remember to order food. Lu Zhixing looked at the alpha who didn't treat him as an outsider and casually took off his shirt, revealing a lean and blotchy upper body. Enigma couldn't help but say, Xian, you, don't do it in front of me. Sheng Xian gave him a strange look. What? We've already slept together. Moreover, we are both men, don't be so pretentious. Lu Zhixing's information factor started to become active as if being pretentious. After the alpha smelled it, he turned back and looked at him. I'm still injured. Watch out. Lu Zhixing approached him a few steps, slightly bending over. Didn't you say you're fine? Go away. Sheng Xian slapped his hand and quickly went into the bathroom, slamming the door heavily. After hearing the sound of locking from the inside, Enigma couldn't help laughing. So weak yet eager to play. Chapter 94, I want to accompany you. At 7 in the morning, Sheng Xian was sleeping sweetly in Lu Zhixing's arms. Lu Zhixing gently pulled out his arm. Sheng Xian murmured and flipped over, pulling the quilt over his head. Xian, I have an appointment with the Wei department's personnel, to go for a routine inquiry. Can you wait for me in the hotel? Lu Zhixing asked softly through the quilt. After a while, Sheng Xian stuck his head out of the quilt, with no sign of drowsiness in his eyes. I will accompany you. It's too cold outside, dear, I'm going to the Wei department, very safe. Lu Zhixing extended his hand and used his thumb to gently rub Sheng Xian's cheek. I'm not a kid anymore. Can't I just find a coffee shop or a bubble tea shop and wait for you outside? Sheng Xian threw off the quilt, sat up, got out of bed, opened his suitcase and started looking for clothes to wear, without leaving any room for negotiation. Of course the alpha knew that without an appointment, he could not enter the government building. Even if he entered, there was nothing he could help Lu Zhixing with. But he just thought. At the very least, let Lu Zhixing feel like there is support behind him. He wanted to be with Lu Zhixing, even if it meant doing something insignificant. Lu Zhixing walked over and pulled him into his arms for a hug, full of warmth in his amber eyes. He leaned down and kissed the top of Sheng Xian's tousled hair. Thank you, Brother Year. Sheng Xian's mouth curved upwards with the call of Brother Year, lightly hummed, and patted Lu Zhixing's back. Brother Year protects you. Good. Lu Zhixing's voice contained laughter. The two ate breakfast delivered by the hotel together. They didn't bring along Zhou assistant, not out of mistrust, but because matters involved were important, and it was best if fewer people knew about it. Moreover, Lu Zhixing didn't have the habit of exposing his painful past experiences to others. The two did not even bring a driver, and they seemed like on a self-driving trip. Lu Zhixing drove a rented car, leading Sheng Xian driving on the road. In a strange city, having only each other around felt quite unique. Sheng Xian turned his head and smiled at Lu Zhixing. Does it feel like eloping? Eloping? Then I would hide you away. Lu Zhixing laughed heartily, using his right hand when free to grab Sheng Xian's hand. Alpha's hand seemed to always be warm, just like him. The two chatted lively for half an hour, then Lu Zhixing parked the car in the parking lot in front of the government building and found a nearby coffee shop to settle Sheng Xian down. It's warm here, you can order some food yourself, I'll come and find you after I'm done. Sheng Xian said helplessly, Big brother I am 24 years old this year, not 4 years old. Day by day, worrying unnecessarily. You ungrateful little one. Lu Zhixing curled his finger and tapped Sheng Xian's skull. I'm leaving, don't run around. Oh, I know, Grandpa Sheng Xian impatiently waved his hand at him. Hurry up and get busy. Only then did Lu Zhixing leave under his urging. Lu President, who was always punctual, was already 10 minutes late when he arrived at the Wei department. There were two people sitting in the visiting room of the Wei department. One was the current minister of the Wei department, and the other was his secretary responsible for recording. Behind Lu Zhixing was after all the entire Lu family, so some respect had to be given. Besides, this time Lu Zhixing came as a direct witness to provide testimony. They usually treated such good citizens properly. The young man in uniform smiled and extended his hand to Lu Zhixing. President Lu, hello, I am Xiao Ying, the interim minister of the Wei department. Lu Zhixing nodded at him. Minister Xiao, hello. I was supposed to go to Jinbei to see you, but didn't expect you to come directly. Xiao Ying gestured for him to sit. Since I have work in Shisai, it's on the way. Lu Zhixing rubbed the black rubber band on his left wrist and slowly began recounting his experiences over the past 3 months. The young minister listened with furrowed brows and couldn't help but curse, those damn gland traffickers. Are the people in the lab eating their meals without doing any work? How did they let Shen Rang join? All these fools will be investigated. The secretary nudged his arm and whispered, Cough, Brother Ying, you're the minister now, the face of our Wei department, please be a bit more composed. After regaining his composure, Xiao Ying cleared his throat. Sorry, Mr. Lu, in the front line there weren't so many formalities before. It's only been a few years since I started working in the office, still not fully accustomed. My apologies. Lu Zhixing smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Enigma's complexion turned pale as he broke out into a cold sweat from recalling that harrowing basement experience. His emotions changed and pheromones slightly leaked out. Xiaoying was an alpha, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the influence. The secretary, being a beta, saw Xiaoying's discomfort and asked curiously, "Minister, what's wrong?" "Sorry." Lu Zhixing took out a small medicine bottle from his pocket, took a pill, picked up a disposable cup from the coffee table, and swallowed it down with warm water. A few seconds later, his glands returned to normal and the high-level pheromone pressure affecting Xiaoying disappeared. Xiaoying massaged his neck. "Mr. Lu, do you mind going to Psi Hospital for a gene test? After all, your pheromones are truly overbearing." "Certainly, no problem," Lu Zhixing readily agreed. "My fiancé is waiting outside. Would it be convenient for him to accompany me?" Xiaoying smiled. "Of course, you're not a criminal after all." The three entered the elevator, ready to head to Psi Hospital right away. Better to finish this matter promptly, given Lu Zhixing's busy schedule. If it weren't for Lu Zhixing contacting Xiaoying claiming to be Fang Jinghe from the missing list, they wouldn't have suspected Shen Rang. Lu Zhixing's actions greatly contributed to the stability of the Psi Empire. As they stepped out of the elevator, Xiaoying suddenly received a call. "Hello? What? Shen Rang escaped. Useless piece of crap. Little son, send another team to help. You can't even catch an alpha. Incredible." The secretary nodded and picked up the phone to make a call. Lu Zhixing frowned slightly. "Is today the day to capture Shen Rang?" Xiaoying hesitated for a second, considering this as confidential information, but then thought that Lu Zhixing had already heard. "Yes, but he managed to escape." Xiaoying felt embarrassed. "Rest assured, he won't get far." Lu Zhixing nodded but felt inexplicably uneasy in his heart. He pulled out his phone to call Xing Xianian. "I'm sorry, the number you dialed has been powered off." Ice started forming in Lu Zhixing's amber eyes as Enigma's oppressive aura followed. He quickly walked toward the door. "Minister Xiao, my fiancé might be in trouble." "What?" Xiaoying ran after him and shouted at his colleague behind, "Set up controls around the surrounding streets. Shen Rang may be nearby." Chapter 95, Xing Xian missing. Lu Zhixing hurried to the coffee shop, only to find that Xing Xian had vanished. The usually calm Lu Zhixing once again felt panic. Since leaving the basement, he hadn't felt this way for a long time. Even more afraid than when he was locked in the basement, unsure of the date or whether he could survive. Lu Zhixing tried hard to suppress his emotional pheromones, fearing harm to innocent people, but it wasn't effective. His hands trembled as he reached into his pocket for the small medicine bottle, pouring some pills into his hand unknowingly and swallowing them down, calming his pheromones. However, the drugs could only suppress his external leakage of pheromones but could not control the ever-growing void in his heart. The coffee shop staff noticed Lu Zhixing's abnormality, stepping out of the order-taking area anxiously. "Sir, are you all right?" Lu Zhixing pinched the palm of his hand, reminding himself to stay calm. Maybe Xing Xian got impatient waiting and went for a walk. And alphas don't always have the habit of charging their phones promptly, so a dead battery was quite normal. The worst-case scenario would be if Xing Xian was indeed abducted by Shen Rang in broad daylight. However, it didn't matter since Shen Rang likely wanted to threaten Lu Zhixing through an alpha and wouldn't immediately harm him. "I'm fine. Do you remember the pink-haired alpha sitting by the window? He's my fiancé. Did he leave on his own?" Lu Zhixing asked anxiously. Xing Xian's striking hair color was quite eye-catching, especially paired with his good looks, which naturally drew more attention from the staff. "Ah, yes, that handsome guy left on his own with a coffee." Lu Zhixing nodded as the cafe door behind him opened, and Xiaoying entered in her uniform. "Mr. Lu, did you manage to contact Mr. Sheng?" Lu Zhixing looked up at her. Xiaoying pursed her lips. They had access to all the citizen records of Sais, especially for powerful families like Lu Zhixing's, where they could obtain even more information. Moreover, being an Enigma gender known for its aggressive traits, there were specialized personnel conducting regular investigations on people and matters around Lu Zhixing to ensure his non-threatening social status. Cough. Xiaoying cleared her throat, flashing her badge from her pocket to the shop attendant. "Minister Xiaoying from the Weian department. Could you please retrieve the surveillance footage to assist us in our investigation?" Upon hearing this, the shop assistant immediately complied and retrieved the footage showing Xing Xian within the time period at the coffee shop. From the internal cameras, it appeared that Xing Xian casually strolled out of the cafe alone, looking completely normal, not hinting at any issues. Xiaoying patted Lu Zhixing's shoulder. "Mr. Lu, rest assured. The surrounding areas have been fully secured. If anything happened to Mr. Sheng, we'll do everything we can to rescue him." Lu Zhixing nodded but didn't seem any calmer due to Xiaoying's reassurance. If the Weian department was so competent, Shen Rang wouldn't have managed to escape. Lu Zhixing preferred not to depend on others' efforts. He immediately dialed an unfamiliar number. "I am Lu Zhixing. Conduct a thorough search for Shen Rang and Xing Xian. I will send their photos to you. The reward will be tenfold. Bring them back unharmed." Seeing this, Xiaoying felt somewhat embarrassed. What is Mr. Lu doing?" Lu Zhixing replied indifferently. "Money talks, Minister Xiao shouldn't mind, right?" Previously, they chatted politely, yet now he became cold, clearly blaming them for being useless. Fortunately, the collaboration between the Weian department and the search division was faster than those whom Lu Zhixing hired with money, which restored some of Xiao Ying's dignity. Mr. Lu, we've detected Mr. Sheng's whereabouts, Xiao Ying announced while examining the shared information on her tablet. Next to Xing Xian stood a tall man pressing closely, and upon magnifying the image, Lu Zhixing noticed a knife subtly held against Xing Xian's waist under his clothes. It was the worst possible outcome. Without further thought, Lu Zhixing directly called Shen Rang, dialing twice before the call was answered. Let Xing Xian take the phone. From the other end came Shen Rang's mocking laugh. Mr. Lu, you still think you're in a position to negotiate? Tell me what you want. Once confirming Xing Xian was truly in Shen Rang's hands, Lu Zhixing paradoxically felt a bit relieved. At least Xing Xian was currently safe. I want your gland. Deal. But if you dare lay a finger on him, I'll kill Chen Zui first, then you. Lu Zhixing's eyes turned cold as he delivered his chilling threat. Standing beside him, Xiao Ying wanted to uphold the authority of the law but remained silent. If his wife were harmed, he would shed his uniform just to kill that person. After hanging up, though appearing calm, Lu Zhixing felt numb and extremely afraid, unable to control his fear. Mr. Lu, are you really going to trade your gland? You'll die. Xiao Ying reminded him, don't act impulsively. Trust us. We can protect both Mr. Sheng and you. Of course not, Lu Zhixing glanced at him, I'm planning to marry my fiancée, how could I die? Minister Xiao, could you lend me a gun? I have a firearm license. According to the laws of the Sais Empire, during national emergencies, all enigmas must go to war, no excuses or reasons accepted. Since enigmas produce such powerful pheromones, although posing hidden threats to societal stability, they serve as the most formidable weapons for the nation. Therefore, each enigma undergoes military training, improving loyalty and fostering identification with their values simultaneously. Xiao Ying awkwardly said, Mr. Lu, that puts me in a difficult position. The current situation does not comply with legal regulations. Alright, I'll handle it myself then. As Lu Zhixing was about to make another call for reinforcements, Xiao Ying hurriedly pressed his hand, Mr. Lu, don't put me in an awkward spot. You can rest assured, please believe in my colleagues. Lu Zhixing pinched the bridge of his nose and got into a military off-road vehicle by the roadside with Xiao Ying. He was waiting for Shen Rang's next command. With each passing second, Lu Zhixing's anguish only grew. Rationality told him Xing Xian was temporarily safe, but he couldn't help imagining the worst outcome. Lu Zhixing usually disliked lamenting over things that had already passed, but now he regretted it. He shouldn't have brought the Alpha here, or better yet, shouldn't have bothered with the Alpha at all. He should have cleaned up the mess behind him before pursuing openly and honestly. Because of his selfishness, the situation had come to this. Lu Zhixing's shoulder was tapped by someone as Xiao Ying consoled, Mr. Lu, I understand your feelings. Just hang on, trust us, and also trust your fiancé. Everything will be fine. Lu Zhixing couldn't force out a smile. Under the surface of his strong, calm demeanor, his palms were raw from clutching so tightly. While they anxiously awaited Shen Rang's next information, Lu Zhixing kept checking the time, something's off. Shen Rang is making his last stand and shouldn't keep me waiting this long. Is there another situation with Nian Nian? Xiao Ying's communicator transmitted the voice of her colleague. The Weian department precisely located Shen Rang's address. In a certain abandoned factory in the suburb of Shisai. As the two quickly moved toward the exit, Lu Zhixing's phone rang, it was Xing Xian. Xiao Ying and Lu Zhixing immediately exchanged glances. Lu Zhixing answered the call without hearing Shen Rang first, but instead, he heard Xing Xian's voice. Hey, go bro, are you done? I send you a location, when you come, could you buy me a burger? I'm hungry. Chapter 96, Your Brother is Fierce A. Lu Zhixing opened WeChat and took a look, pausing. The location Xing Xian sent coincided exactly with what the Weian department had transmitted. For a moment, the car became eerily quiet, not just Xiao Ying confused, even Lu Zhixing was somewhat bewildered. Nian Nian, are you safe right now? He anxiously asked. Yes, safe. Xing Xian laughed, kicking the man he had bound. His eyes were chilling. Don't worry, brother Gu, I'm completely safe. Lu Zhixing exhaled heavily, raising his hand to cover his eyes with his palm, the taut nerves finally relaxed. He felt weak as he slumped against the backrest. Voice hoarse, he repeated, it's good nothing happened. It's good. So, what about Shen Rang? Tied up. Didn't I tell you, I'm fierce eh? Do you know what that means? As Xing Xian flirted with Lu Zhixing, he stepped on Shen Rang's face with his foot. Lu Zhixing felt his eye sockets moisten. In these 2 hours, he had imagined every consequence. If anything really happened to Xing Xian, after killing Shen Rang, he would certainly die alongside the Alpha. Alright, Nian Nian is fierce, wait for me, I'll buy you a burger. Would you like cola? Lu Zhixing felt something lodged in his throat, struggling to hold back the sobs. Xing Xian paused, walking to one side and looking down at the tip of his shoes. Go bro, are you crying? Sorry for making you worry. The lights in the abandoned factory flickered on and off. The Alpha's nasal cavity was filled with the smell of medicine and faint mold. He heard Lu Zhixing chuckling through the phone, no, I'm not crying. I'm proud of you, Nian Nian is the best. Sheng Xian used the tip of his knife to scratch at the wall, watching white lime fall, crumbling, off. Despite having windows, the environment was very oppressive, and he couldn't imagine how Lu Zhixing endured being in the basement originally. Brother Gu, he had so much he wanted to say, but didn't know where to start. Finally, pretending to be cheerful, I want a chicken leg burger, bought personally by you. Can I? Sure, I'll go get it for you immediately. Wait for me to come pick you up. Alright, I'll wait for you. Sheng Xian softly chuckled, oh yeah, call 2 ambulances by the way. There's a patient here, it might be Chen Zui, he's almost dead. Sheng Xian twirled the dagger in his hand, standing in front of the makeshift bed, gazing at the man lying on it. His tone carried no sympathy or other emotions. Lu Zhixing didn't ask why he needed 2 ambulances, just promised, okay, stay safe. The weigh-in department is already on the way, and I will be there soon. Sheng Xian glanced at the battery level on his phone, alright, gotta go, my phone's about to die. The Alpha ended the call with Lu Zhixing, and the warm expression faded from his face. A cold, detached look of malice replaced it, something rarely seen on his countenance. He kicked over a rickety chair with his foot and sat down, leaning forward casually with one arm resting on his leg while still holding a knife in his hand. A stain of blood spattered his white down jacket, but none of it belonged to him. He looked down at the 2 men lying on the ground. One was the beta who had tried to stab him, a fool willing to sell his life for money, though not exactly formidable in combat. If it weren't for Sheng Xian's advantage against the beta, he might have really lost this fight. The other was Shen Rang, just an average alpha who spent all his time cooped up in a lab, never exercising. Dealing with him was effortless through mere pheromones alone. Sheng Xian gazed at Shen Rang as if observing a dead dog, tapping the side of Shen Rang's face with the back of his knife, stop playing dead. Shen Rang's bruised and swollen face stared back, his vision blurry but calm as he looked at Sheng Xian, kill me then, no need for idle talk. Sheng Xian sneered mockingly, still so tough when you're staring death in the face, I wonder how tough your bones are. Shen Rang curled on the ground, glancing past Sheng Xian toward the sickbed where Chen Zui lay. He pleaded, I'm the sinner here, please let him go. He hasn't wronged anyone. Sheng Xian followed Shen Rang's gaze to the barely alive man struggling for his last breath. What kind of deep feelings are you trying to pretend? He died because of you. Shen Rang rested his forehead on the dusty lime-covered floor, emitting a pained groan from his throat, it's me who betrayed him. If there's another life. There won't be another life. Sheng Xian interrupted him harshly, you've killed so many people, do you even have the audacity to speak of a next life? They sacrificed their lives for the sake of medical science. Shen Rang struggled to turn over, glaring fiercely at Sheng Xian, progress demands blood and sacrifice. To hell with that. Shithead. Sheng Xian stomped down hard on Shen Rang's ribs until he heard them crack. Watching the man gasp in pain, he dug his foot into the wound harder, eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury. Killing countless people for your own selfish desires, and you dare to say it's for the sake of medicine. Why don't you experiment on yourself? Sheng Xian found this man utterly despicable with shameless thick skin and delivered another kick. Shen Rang began to cough violently, his already battered face twisting even more grotesquely. He laughed spitefully, ha ha ha, not everyone is as lucky as Fang Jinghe, having a wealthy father. Do you think wanting fame and fortune makes me wrong? Climbing the ranks, do you think that makes me wrong? Sheng Xian tapped his temple lightly with the handle of the knife, finally realizing some people were simply born corrupt. Higher education could not wash away their evil roots. This kind of person only cared about themselves. Listening to such trash talk was an insult to his ears. Squatting on the ground, he pointed the tip of his knife at Shen Rang's swollen eye, speaking calmly, pretty dark in the basement, isn't it? Shen Rang moved slightly, smiling crookedly, Fang Jinghe must have been terrified of the darkness, you know. He'd start trembling every time the lights went out. Ah! Sheng Xian exploded in anger, driving the knife mercilessly into Shen Rang's arm, twisting it around halfway. The force behind it made his hands tremble. There was nothing left in those pitch-black eyes but raw rage. Echoes of Shen Rang's agonized cries filled the entire abandoned factory, chilling to the bone. Only when something is pierced can someone truly feel the pain. His cries reverberated through the derelict building. On the unattended bed, the emaciated man silently let a tear slip down the corner of his eye. Blood splattered onto the Alpha's pale hand and was wiped off carelessly on his clothes. Rising to his feet, Sheng Xian delivered a kick aimed directly at Shen Rang's leg bones. 1001, huh? Sheng Xian's eyes turned bloodshot, each kick directed at Shen Rang carrying venom. How about giving me 1001 cuts for calling my wife by a random number code? Blinded by hatred, Sheng Xian unleashed punches and kicks mercilessly upon Shen Rang until he was left with only faint breathing. As the adrenaline slowly subsided, the Alpha felt himself weakening, sitting dumbfounded on the ground, transfixed at the blood on his hands. For the first time in his life, after years of merely small scuffles, he realized the fear brought by his own violent actions. He shrugged, his eyes moistening, using his clean wrist to wipe away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. Wanted to go home. Chapter 97, Getting What You Deserve. The nearby bumbling beta was trembling with fear at his mercilessness and became even more terrified when he saw him cry, thinking how insane it was to beat someone like this and then cry. He carefully moved himself towards the corner of the wall. Sheng Xiannian looked up at him upon hearing the movement. Do you think I'm scary? The beta shook his head violently, fearing that Sheng Xiannian might stab him too. With a piece of rag stuffed in his mouth, he mumbled something unintelligible. Sheng Xiannian rolled his eyes at him, walked over, and pulled out the rag, squatting next to him. What were you saying? Big brother, I have an old mother who's 60 upstairs and a 3-year-old son downstairs. Please be merciful and spare my life. Wah. Listening to this cliché line from TV dramas, Sheng Xiannian shoved the rag back into his mouth. You should watch something better, these lines are outdated. Sheng Xiannian never intended to harm this beta, the law would punish him naturally. Sheng Xiannian glanced at the barely alive Shen Rang, threw the dagger in his hand away, and began to inspect the makeshift laboratory inside this old factory. The equipment was fairly complete, scalpels, anesthetics were all ready, and even hospital-specific devices were present. Sheng Xiannian's attention was drawn to the reagents on the shelf. He picked one up for a look. Is this the Enigma catalyst? Your fake medicine. Shen Rang was curled on the ground in pain, and no one answered his question. Sheng Xiannian was about to put the reagent down when he noticed the notebook beside it. It was filled with densely written records of side effects and precautions after the gland transfer. The alpha sneered, throwing the notebook onto Shen Rang's face. Did you kidnap me for brother he's gland? Fucking hell, you're really devoid of conscience. Sheng Xiannian had originally thought that Shen Rang kidnapped him just for some money or to escape using the power of the Lu family and the Xing family. But he didn't expect that Shen Rang wanted Lu Zhixing's life. Those surging fears turned into anger once again. Sheng Xiannian casually grabbed a syringe and injected the liquid marked as a catalyst into Shen Rang's veins after flipping him over and rolling up his sleeves without hesitation. Shen Rang, there's a phrase called reaping what you sow, so enjoy the torment of your own research drug while facing the court's judgment. As the liquid entered, Shen Rang's agony magnified exponentially, with pheromones bursting uncontrollably. But they had no effect on Sheng Xiannian, the alpha. Sheng Xiannian went over to check on Chen Zui. Fortunately, although Chen Zui wasn't S-level, he was still considered decent enough not to be influenced by Shen Rang's pheromones. Sheng Xiannian sighed, pulling the blanket up for Chen Zui and remarked, brother, people obsessed with love always end tragically. How could you like such a bad person? The alpha wiped away the tears at Chen Zui's corner of the eye with his clean fingers. Sorry, are you awake? I shouldn't have hurt him in front of you. Chen Zui's eyelashes trembled but did not open. His breathing had become very faint. Sheng Xiannian felt sorry for him. Alpha once again thought of Lu Zhixing. If Lu Zhixing was not destined to become Enigma, it should have been him lying there now. No, Lu Zhixing wouldn't even have lived until now. He would have died silently in the basement like those victims, eventually appearing on the death list in the news. Sheng Xiannian was seized by fear, then the next second, he heard police sirens and footsteps. Members of the security department cautiously pushed open the door of the room they were in, shocked by the bloody scene before them. One of them holding a protective shield eyed the alpha cautiously. Is that Sheng Xiannian? Sheng Xiannian's white down jacket was splattered with blood, and so were parts of his cheeks. You finally come to rescue me. The team leader twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at Shen Rang's pitiful state. Exactly who are we rescuing here? After confirming there was no danger, the doctors carried Shen Rang and Chen Zui on stretchers while the beta with superficial injuries was directly cuffed. Sheng Xiannian looked past these people toward the door, not seeing Lu Zhixing's figure. Relieved slightly, he was glad he'd asked Lu Zhixing to buy him a burger earlier. He still cared somewhat about his image and didn't want Enigma to see this bloody side of him. Under the protection of the security department, Sheng Xiannian walked out the door just as Lu Zhixing hurried over. The aroma of the burger instantly masked the smell of blood. Sheng Xiannian blinked, his voice hoarse yet brimming with excitement regained. Big brother he. Lu Zhixing saw the blood on his body, and his heart seemed to drop into an ice cellar. His face changed dramatically. Where are you injured? Was it Shen Rang? It's not my blood. Sheng Xiannian stretched out his arms to show him. This was the first time hearing Lu Zhixing swear. It was kinda cool. Lu Zhixing carefully opened his down jacket and examined every detail. After discovering only minor abrasions on the alpha's hands, he finally relaxed and pulled Sheng Xiannian into his arms with a trembling voice. You scared me to death. Sheng Xiannian buried his face in Lu Zhixing's chest, rubbing against him coquettishly, feeling utterly secure in his embrace. The heart that had been pounding furiously with anger and fear now found its proper place. He brother, I'm dirty, I've got you all messy. Sheng Xiannian muffled his voice, yet unwilling to leave his arms for even a second. Lu Zhixing gently stroked his head, feeling the tension in Sheng Xiannian's stiff body gradually ease. Not dirty, Nian Nian is the cleanest little kid. Sheng Xiannian chuckled softly, there's number 24-year-old kid, I'm already an adult. Lu Zhixing had nothing else in mind right now but to follow along. Yes, you're an adult, already knowing how to protect me. Nian Nian is really capable. Sheng Xiannian's eyes welled up, hugging him tighter. Lu Zhixing's gaze moved slightly, seeing the blood stains on the floor and Shen Rang, drenched in blood and being loaded onto the ambulance. He asked nothing, because Enigma had already understood that the Alpha was taking revenge for him. Touched yet guilty, Lu Zhixing felt as if he didn't deserve the wholehearted love Xing Xianyan gave him. Lu Zhixing kissed Xing Xianyan's hair tenderly, wanting only to pour all his love into him. Holding Xing Xianyan even tighter, his voice hoarse, "Don't do such dangerous things again in the future, or I'll confiscate your motorcycle." Xing Xianyan looked up at him in his arms, shocked. "Ah. No way. You're too cruel." But when he noticed the worry and regret in Enigma's eyes, he pursed his lips and said, "All right, I won't do it like this again in the future." Minister Xiao led the colleagues from the investigation department out after checking the scene and watched the two who were still clinging together. Mr. Lu, young Master Sheng, it's almost dark, can we go home and continue hugging there? Chapter 98, Sorry for not being able to take care of you. Because the scene was too gruesome, Xing Xianyan was brought into the interrogation room for routine questioning. "Officer, I've told you 3 times already." As soon as I went in, Shen Rang put a knife to his arm. Xing Xianyan placed his hands on the interrogation table, playing with his fingers. The interrogator officer looked exasperated. "Then how about those wounds on his body?" Xing Xianyan winked at him. "He insisted on bumping into my foot himself." Xing Xianyan. "Please pay attention to your attitude, stating the truth is every citizen's duty." The interrogator couldn't help but slap the table. Xiaoying walked in, "Old dry, calm down, calm down." Xing Xianyan glanced at him. "Wasn't I defending myself properly? I was kidnapped, I wouldn't kill him, then he would kill me. Criminals have human rights, but do law-abiding citizens like me not deserve them?" Xiaoying poured him a cup of warm water and placed it on the small table in front of Xing Xianyan. "Young Master Sheng, calm down, it's just routine questioning, not treating you like a criminal." "Humph." Xing Xianyan picked up the water cup and took a sip. "I won't say anything more until the lawyer comes." Lu Zhixing hired him the best lawyer, whose loss record was practically zero, someone who could twist black into white. Ah, that was wrong, it should be someone who thoroughly understands the law. Since Xing Xianyan was actually the victim, plus the silver-tongued lawyer added to it. Within 24 hours, the Alpha was released. He was inside for 24 hours, and Lu Zhixing waited outside for 24 hours. Lu Zhixing tenderly caressed his face. "How come you suddenly feel thinner?" Xing Xianyan laughed. "Brother He, what's up? It's just 1 day, how thin can I get? Besides, I ate 2 chicken leg burgers yesterday." Lu Zhixing stared at him without blinking, and the sympathy in his eyes did not lessen at all due to his joking words, unable to forget the sight of Xing Xianyan covered in blood from yesterday. "Even though you might not want to hear it, I still want to say, I'm really sorry, it's my fault for not taking good care of you." Lu Zhixing smoothed out the slightly messy hair of the Alpha. Xing Xianyan usually paid attention to his appearance, but these days he has let himself look like a little wild child, making Lu Zhixing feel very apologetic. "Hey," Xing Xianyan embraced Lu Zhixing, gently patting his back. "Haven't I told you already? Brother Nian will protect you, and no one will ever bully you again." Lu Zhixing's gaze flickered slightly as he held Xing Xianyan even tighter. "Thank you, Brother Nian." Minister Xiao had worked all night and just stepped out of the office to see the two tightly embracing lovers. He involuntarily pulled at the corners of his mouth, speechless. It was just a formality, they had been treated well while being detained for a day, but it felt like a life-and-death separation. But this little Alpha sure had ruthless hands, reminding him of the time his foot sent his wife sticking on the car. Xiaoying waited for a while, not seeing any sign of them letting go, and walked over quite awkwardly, clearing his throat. "Ahem, Mr. Lu, Master Sheng." Only then did they part, with Lu Zhixing recovering his indifferent expression. "Minister Xiao, let me take my fiancé home first. If we need further assistance from you, I'll contact you by phone." Good, thank you for your efforts. Master Sheng also went through some trauma, which is our negligence, said Xiaoying somewhat apologetically. Xing Xianyan waved a hand. "It's fine. I'm fine, right? Oh, by the way, how's that Chenzui?" Xiaoying paused for a moment, sighing. "He has passed away. When he was brought to the hospital, he was already in critical condition, and his glands had long deteriorated under the side effects of the catalyst." The atmosphere became heavy for a moment as the departure of a life always stirs up sorrow. Neither Xing Xianyan nor Lu Zhixing thought Chen Zui deserved death. Lu Zhixing walked out of that dark basement, but Chen Zui remained there forever. No one knew if Chen Zui regretted reaching out his hand to Shen Rang. Some loves can save, while others destroy. Xing Xianyan looked at the emblem of the security department hanging in the hall and then turned his gaze toward Xiaoying, now admiring him more. Justice would eventually eliminate darkness. But Xing Xianyan frowned deeply, looking worriedly at Lu Zhixing. "Then what about you? Are you really okay?" "Really okay," Lu Zhixing raised his hand and patted his head gently. "Yesterday, when you were in the interrogation room, I went to the hospital and had my blood checked. The results came out this morning, and I am very healthy." "Phew, that's good. I don't want to be widowed." Xing Xianyan stretched his neck. "Wow, I haven't slept all night. Let's go back to the hotel and catch up on sleep." "Alright, let's go back." After saying goodbye to Xiaoying, Lu Zhixing took Xing Xianyan back to the hotel. Xing Xianyan felt like the smell on his body was starting to ferment. In the interrogation room, he hadn't noticed anything, but after returning to the hotel, he felt uncomfortable all over. Without hesitation, he dropped his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. The alpha poured half a bottle of shower gel onto his body. Bubbles piled up on the white tiled floor and slowly flowed into the drain. Sheng Xiannian stood under the showerhead, rinsing himself clean, eyes squinted as he fumbled around in the steamy bathroom to find a disposable scrubbing towel. Just as he was about to use it, the bathroom door opened. He'd forgotten to lock it. How did you get in here? Sheng Xiannian momentarily didn't know what to do, cover the front or the back. In the end, he decided to just throw caution to the wind. Since Lu Zhixing had seen everything anyway, let him look as much as he liked. Lu Zhixing didn't come in with any indecent intentions. He was only concerned that Sheng Xiannian might have hidden injuries under his clothes, so he wanted to thoroughly check. His eyes circled the alpha's body twice, confirming that there wasn't even a scratch, before finally putting his mind at ease. Shall I scrub your back, brother Nian? Lu Zhixing took the scrubbing towel from Sheng Xiannian's hands, turned him around, and started scrubbing earnestly. Sheng Xiannian was temporarily struck speechless, his brain whirring rapidly. Staying in the interrogation room for a whole day, unable to bathe, and since the heating wasn't great there, he hadn't sweated. So there shouldn't be much dirt, right? Meanwhile, the alpha was lost in such random thoughts. Enigma, however, acted like a single-minded scrubbing worker, meticulous yet gentle. This made Sheng Xiannian puff up with excitement. Cough, Sheng Xiannian uncomfortably cleared his throat. Little Lu, that's enough. You can go out now. Is that so? Lu Zhixing leaned closer, looking down at him. I somehow feel that you need me even more. Shit, damn it. Forgot, this guy was taller than him by a head. Enigma hooked one arm around his waist and placed his other hand on those two pink cat paw marks on his chest. Sweet peach pheromones spilled out. Sheng Xiannian instinctively grabbed Lu Zhixing's wrist, not exerting force. Surrendering to his actions. The alpha tilted his head to kiss him, swallowing all kinds of flirtatious sounds. Enigma's 29 years of skills truly were top-notch. A few minutes later, Lu Zhixing turned on the faucet with a grin, and as he washed his hands, he cast a glance filled with amusement toward Sheng Xiannian. You're pretty aggressive, too fast. Sheng Xiannian's face reddened with embarrassment and annoyance, and he threw a scrubbing towel at Lu Zhixing. Get out of here, you jerk. Chapter 99, Actually, I was afraid. Lu Zhixing couldn't suppress his laughter as he got kicked out by Sheng Xiannian with the bathroom door slamming shut behind him, yet his chuckles still escaped. Ha! Keep laughing, my skills are so good you'll just have to rely on them for your livelihood in the future, came Sheng Xiannian's muffled, irate voice from the other side of the soundproof door. Coughing lightly, Lu Zhixing forced down the rest of his laughter. His white shirt had been drenched through while helping Sheng Xiannian shower, clinging coolly against his toned muscles. He muttered to himself, not even this is enough temptation. Mr. Alpha sure has self-control. After sneezing, Lu Zhixing undid the buttons of his wet shirt one by one, picked up a robe, and moved into the small bathroom inside the suite, which was fully equipped except for a bathtub. Throwing his wet clothes aside, he switched on the shower and let the warm water cascade over his head. By the time Lu Zhixing finished showering, Sheng Xiannian was already asleep buried under the covers. Sitting by the bed, Lu Zhixing looked at the dark circles under Sheng Xiannian's eyes, and his amber gaze brimmed with concern. He pulled back the quilt, slipped in next to him, and gently cradled the alpha within his arms. As soon as his damp body touched Sheng Xiannian's, the latter cracked an eye open, lazily stroked Lu Zhixing's hair, and grumbled, always thinking about drying your hair, why don't you try it? Lu Zhixing tucked Sheng Xiannian's hand back under the blanket and kissed his forehead softly. My hair's short, it'll dry in no time. Sleep now, darling. Sheng Xiannian fluttered his eyelids once before quickly drifting off into a deep slumber, drained from the constant mental tension over these past 2 days. Back when Sheng Xiannian was sitting in the coffee shop, he noticed that dumb kidnapper lurking furtively near the greenery belt, staring at him. Pretending to admire the view, his elbow resting on the table with his cheek propped up, he basked in the sun, squinting as if enjoying the sunlight. In reality, he was keenly observing. Once Sheng Xiannian confirmed only one person was tailing him, he mentally estimated his chances, concluding a 70% success rate before casually leaving with the coffee he prepared for Lu Zhixing. Initially, Sheng Xiannian intended to lure the person into a small alleyway to pummel them a bit before taking them straight to the police station. But instead, the fool immediately betrayed Shen Rang. Young master, Mr. Shen wishes to see you. Would you please come along? Such a classic opening line. Hearing Shen Rang's name, Sheng Xiannian loosened his fists and let the moron press a knife against his waist. The alpha wanted to investigate how many lives Shen Rang had left to harm his wife. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to willingly sacrifice himself without probing further, ensuring with the foolish captor that Shen Rang was alone in the abandoned factory before obediently climbing aboard the rundown minivan. Brother, after this, consider changing careers. The foolish B2A tightened his grip on the steering wheel so hard his palms sweated, snarling, shut up. After being brought to the abandoned factory, Sheng Xiannian directly seized the B2A's knife, knocked him down, and slapped him hard across the face. Who asked you to shut up? Upon entering the makeshift lab, Shen Rang put up little resistance since the man lying unconscious on the medical bed could sense the oppressive aura of an S-grade alpha pheromone. Shen Rang glanced at the suffering form of Chen Zui and surrendered instantly. I give up, please retract your pheromones. Sheng Xianian sneered and delivered a solid kick, binding Shen Rang tightly. Deep feelings, huh? You're going to kill someone, you snake-hearted devil. Die already. Since childhood, Sheng Xianian had been taught to follow the law, to be kind-hearted. But recalling Lu Zhixing's agony confined in that basement made him reluctant to simply hand Shen Rang over to the maintenance department. Truthfully, when he raised the blade, he was actually terrified. Despite his rambunctious youth and penchant for brawls, Sheng Xianian was always hesitant even watching fish being killed. His original intent was to leave Shen Rang half dead, but after plunging the blade in, the feeling of piercing flesh caused a fleeting panic. Instead of gaining any satisfaction from revenge, at that moment, all Sheng Xianian could think of was Lu Zhixing. He wished to embrace a 20-year-old Fang Jinghe, and light a lamp for the then-not-yet Enigma Alpha during those early times. Sometimes, Sheng Xianian didn't dare to look back. What if Lu Zhixing hadn't differentiated into the Enigma gene? Then he would be dead. Dead in that basement, he could only see Fang Jinghe's name on the victim's death list announced by the maintenance department. Lu Zhixing wasn't sound asleep, he felt the Alpha in his arms trembling, and there were already water marks on the chest of his sleeping gown. The Enigma held Sheng Xianian's face in panic. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Are you injured? We should go to the hospital. Lu Zhixing threw off the quilt to get out of bed but was encircled by the waist from Alpha. Sheng Xianian's face pressed against his waist, his voice choked with sobs. Brother I dreamed you were dead, Lu Zhixing's wildly thumping heart returned to his chest cavity. Heartbroken, he pulled the Alpha into his arms and gently patted his back to soothe him. Don't be afraid, everything will be fine. I'm alright. We will always be together. Sheng Xianian sniffed, a little embarrassed. In fact, I'm not at all brave, I am so scared. Now every time I close my eyes, I see nothing but blood. Sheng Xianian clutched Lu Zhixing's clothes tightly. Am I too cruel? Brother Lu Zhixing looked at him full of sympathy, his eyes reddening. He lifted the Alpha's chin and kissed his lips, kissing away his tears. Dear, he's a bad guy, everything that happened is what he deserves. Sheng Xianian raised his right hand, his eyelashes stuck in clusters because of the tears, unguarded fear reflected in his gaze. At that time, his blood splattered onto my hands, it was still hot. Lu Zhixing held his hand, covering it with warm kisses all over, whispering softly, forget about him, Nian, just remember me. Sheng Xianian giggled, oh, your saliva, yuck. Then he wiped his backhand on Lu Zhixing's body. Lu Zhixing sighed with relief when he saw Sheng Xianian smiling, wiping the teardrops on his cheeks with his fingertips. Nian is the kindest and purest person in the world. Sheng Xianian blinked. Lu Zhixing continued, if it were me, Shen Rang would have been in hell preparing for rebirth by now. Sheng Xianian hummed, no, he doesn't deserve to be reborn, let him be obliterated completely. After fully exposing his emotions, the gloominess that had weighed down Sheng Xianian dissipated by half. And Lu Zhixing embraced his entire being, thus, all the gloom vanished. Lu Zhixing laughed along with him, leaning against the headboard, gently rubbing the Alpha's shoulder. Brother Nian is right. Say, husband, and try it out. The revived Alpha started making demands. Husband. Enigma indulged him unconditionally. Then, is husband fierce or not? Pushing boundaries shamelessly. Lu Zhixing chuckled lightly, fierce, in less than 10 minutes. Sheng Xianian flipped over and straddled him, covering his mouth, growling menacingly, do you believe I won't beat you up? Lu Zhixing muffled a laugh under his palm and got kicked off the bed by Alpha. Chapter 100, Dr. Lin, would you like to give it a try with me? On normal night shifts when there was nothing to do, Lin Huai would lie down on the nap bed to rest for a while. However, he didn't sleep at all last night. All he could think about was Su Yu's sentence, Dr. Lin, would you like to give it a try with me? Every time he closed his eyes, Su Yu's smiling face, seemingly joking but also serious, would appear in front of him. Lin Huai washed his face, looked at the dark circles under his eyes in the mirror, and gave himself a wry smile. He grabbed his coat and walked out of the office door, ready to go home and sleep. After getting off the elevator and reaching the hospital hall, Lin Huai saw a nurse rushing to the ward area muttering something about medical troublemakers. What happened? Lin Huai asked the nurse at the hospital guide desk with confusion, what medical troublemakers? Dr. Lin, last night, a mega came for a marking cleaning surgery. He had already filed a divorce lawsuit, and he was accompanied by his parents, meeting all surgical requirements. However, this morning, his husband suddenly rushed to the hospital and started making a scene. The nurse sighed, this has been going on for an hour now. Our dean is abroad for an exchange program, and the vice dean is on his way here from the neighboring city. Lin Huai frowned slightly, why hasn't anyone called the police? The nurse looked around cautiously and whispered, the vice dean is afraid that the situation will escalate and affect the hospital's reputation, so he ordered us not to report it and only to calm things down. What nonsense! Is the hospital's image more important than the safety of the doctors? Without hesitation, Lin Huai took out his phone and called the police. By the way, which doctor performed the surgery? The head of the Pheromone Internal Medicine Department, Director Su. Holding his phone, Lin Huai paused and ran towards the ward area. The patient's family member was causing quite a commotion, blocking the corridor entrance and refusing to go to the mediation room despite persuasion. Through the crowd, Lin Huai saw Su Yu being surrounded in the middle, with the family member pointing their finger and cursing at him. Lin Huai felt a pain in his heart, frowned seriously, squeezed through the crowd, and grabbed the person's wrist that was attempting to grab Su Yu's collar. Family member, please calm down. You son of a bitch, what business is it of yours? The person poked Lin Huai's chest repeatedly with their finger. Su Yu, who had been calmly letting them insult him before, suddenly became angry, breaking the other person's fingers apart and saying sternly, "Go ahead and curse me again if you dare." "Oh no. Come quick. The doctor is hitting people. Everyone come look." There was already a circle of people watching nearby, and now the voices were even louder. Some defended the doctor, while others were just stirring up trouble. Lin Huai held Su Yu's other hand placed by his side, gently shook his head. Su Yu was momentarily stunned, then coldly let go of the person and pulled Lin Huai to squeeze out of the crowd. Unexpectedly, that person suddenly pulled out a craft knife from his pocket and grimaced, "You've ruined my marriage. Then I'll make sure you don't have a good life either." Before Su Yu reacted, Lin Huai had already pushed him aside. Startled, Su Yu exclaimed, "Lin Huai." Lin Huai lifted his arm to block the action and kicked the person without hesitation, pinning one of his arms and pressing the person's head against the ground firmly. A chorus of approval erupted from the surrounding crowd. Su Yu stood still, blinked, and said, "Wow, Dr. Lin, impressive." Lin Huai gave him a silent smile, just as the police arrived and immediately handcuffed the man. The leading person happened to be a student of Lin Huai's father, laughing as he patted Lin Huai on the shoulder. "Not bad, little Huai, your fundamentals haven't been forgotten." Lin Huai flexed his wrist and laughed, "Still all right." Officer Li looked at him and then at Su Yu. "If you two have time, could you come with us to the police station to make a statement?" Su Yu nodded, "Sure." When the two of them came out of the police station together, the sun was already high in the sky. Su Yu cheerfully said, "It's the first time I've ever ridden in a police car." "Is your dad a policeman, Dr. Lin?" He used to be the police station chief, but now he's retired." Lin Huai answered truthfully, "My mom is a lawyer, they're both strict parents." Su Yu slightly moved his mouth. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Why are you telling me these things?" Lin Huai turned around, looking at him against the sunlight, his eyebrows curving slightly. "Isn't Director Su interested in dating me? Wouldn't you want to know more about my family first?" Su Yu's Adam's apple moved, his voice becoming hoarse. "What do you mean?" Lin Huai stepped forward and took his hand earnestly. "Su Yu, let's date." Su Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise and used the back of his hand to feel Lin Huai's forehead. "There's no fever, am I mistaken? Wasn't the hero saving the damsel in distress me earlier? So are you offering yourself as repayment?" Lin Huai smiled faintly and suddenly lifted his arm to pull Su Yu into an embrace, with a light touch. "When I saw him holding the knife earlier, although I was confident that I could block it for you, I really got scared." Su Yu looked down. "What were you afraid of?" "I was afraid you'd get hurt," Lin Huai said frankly. "You." Su Yu patted Lin Huai's back and rested his chin on Lin Huai's shoulder. "Young man, why are you suddenly so good at sweet talk now?" "I'm telling the truth." The dried leaves of the plane tree rustled as they fell under the wind. Su Yu narrowed his eyes through the falling leaves and looked up at the sun, feeling warm in his heart. They hugged for a while, then yawned simultaneously without realizing it. Su Yu chuckled, "Oh man, I'm so sleepy. Dr. Lin, my house is nearby. Want to come over?" Lin Huai froze momentarily, flustered. This. Isn't this too fast?" But then again, they'd already been intimate, so using fast wasn't quite appropriate. Su Yu saw his face turning red instantly and laughed so hard he bent over. "What are you thinking about? I simply invited you out of kindness. Just a pure sleep, that's all. I've been busy all night, scolded by an idiot, and at my age, I don't have the energy for anything else." Lin Huai turned crimson. "Oh, I didn't think anything. Then let's go. To your place." The two hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Su Yu's neighborhood. They ate a bowl of tofu pudding at a breakfast shop to fill their stomachs before heading home together. Lin Huai looked around Su Yu's sparsely furnished room with only basic necessities. The white walls had no decoration except for a clock hanging there. It seemed too plain for Su Yu's personality. An unusual feeling arose in Lin Huai's heart. When Su Yu took off his coat and noticed Lin Huai's expression, he explained, "I don't have many requirements when it comes to food or housing." "Oh." Lin Huai looked at the empty guest bedroom again and choked, instinctively walking towards the sofa. Su Yu smiled and pulled him up. "Sorry, we only have one bed here. Dr. Lin has been awake all night. Don't sleep on the couch." "No, you should take the bed." "I am taking the bed, and it's big enough for both of us," Su Yu said with perfect calmness. Lin Huai frowned slightly. "You. I've never brought anyone else back here." Su Yu read his concerns correctly. "I'm not that lustful either. Most of my time is spent working. Going to bars is just because I like being around people and having a drink. Is there anything else you want to ask? About how many boyfriends I've had?" Su Yu winked at him with his left eye and laughed. Lin Huai pursed his lips. "Never mind, the past is the past. Ha ha ha. Suyu ruffled his head, just two actually, one lasted for a year, the other for 2 years. So, am I the third one? Should we make it 3 years? Lin Huai frowned. Suyu sat on the edge of the sofa and used his finger to lift Lin Huai's chin, saying teasingly, Dr. Lin, how long do you want to date me? Lin Huai held his finger but did not answer this question. Instead, he leaned forward and kissed him, just as Suyu had taught him before. His learning ability had always been excellent. Suyu did not press for an answer but gently pinched the alpha's nape. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting the shadow of their kiss onto the floor. Chapter 101 Every year at the bar, Lu Zhihang gets extremely jealous. Lu Zhihang leaned against the wall, watching as the alpha hummed a song while picking up a small rubber band from the table, tying a little ponytail at the back of his head, then taking out a bottle of hairspray and giving it a thorough spray. Tisk. Enjma wiped the hairspray that had accidentally landed on his face, looking even more gloomy as he watched Xing Xinyan fiddling with his hair, which made his heart heavy. Why are you styling your hair so late at night? Aren't you just going to wash it when you get back? Lu Zhihang asked jealously. Xing Xinyan adjusted his bangs in front of the mirror, striving for perfection. I slept too much this afternoon. I'll be staying out all night at the bar tonight, and will wash my hair tomorrow. After finishing his hairstyle, the alpha started rummaging through his suitcase, switching into his flashy leather jacket and putting on a punk-style necklace he took out of his jewelry box. Lu Zhihang couldn't help but open his mouth again. Nian Nian, it's winter now. Are you not cold wearing so little? Xing Xinyan sniffed lightly. Not cold at all, handsome men don't fear the cold. Silently, Lu Zhihang took out a coat from the suitcase and put it on the alpha. Don't freeze and catch a cold again. Xing Xinyan smiled, letting him fully equip himself with a coat and scarf. What's this for? Humph, my fiancée is too beautiful, I'm afraid others will covet her. Lu Zhihang satisfied looked at the well-wrapped alpha, then held his hand and walked out of the hotel door. When they passed by Zhou Zhu's room, Lu Zhihang momentarily thought about whether to take Zhou Zhu along to relax. But seeing the bright eyes of the alpha, he decided against it. A date with his wife was more important. So, the boss and his wife happily went out to play, leaving the unfortunate Zhou Zhu to work overtime at the hotel. Lu Zhihang opened the navigation, setting the destination to Color Trap and drove the car out of the underground parking lot. Xing Xinyan was clearly very excited. There had been too many things happening these past few days, and he urgently needed to divert his attention with something else. In fact, the best outlet for release was sex. But Lu Zhihang had been too rough during the susceptible period. Xing Xinyan hadn't fully recovered yet, and his craving hadn't surpassed the pain. Lu Zhihang glanced sideways at the alpha. Are you really that happy? That excited about going to the bar? Personally, I think not everyone who goes to bars is scum, but, well, you're married now. Enjma's speech was all over the place, lacking the calm decision-making he usually showed at the negotiating table. He wanted to express that he didn't want Xing Xinyan to go to the bar, but he also didn't want the alpha to feel restrained. Xing Xinyan laughed softly twice. If you're jealous, just say it. Why are you stuttering so much? If the wife doesn't like her husband going to the bar, then he simply won't go there anymore. Lu Zhihang licked his lips and gave a helpless smile. He used the time waiting for the traffic light to reach over and pull the alpha close, planting a fierce kiss on him. Calling me husband feels so good. Xing Xinyan was drawn slightly towards arousal by the high-level pheromones emitted by him, blushing faintly at his ears before turning away. Focus on driving properly. The camera might capture us, deducting points from your license. It's fine, my driver's license score will reset soon anyway. Lu Zhihang pinched his earlobe. Xing Xinyan shot him a glare. Your behavior is wrong. It's dangerous. Brother Nian's reprimand is correct, it won't happen again. Lu Zhihang lightly stepped on the gas pedal when the light turned green. As they got out of the car, Xing Xinyan took something out of his pocket, slapped it onto the posterior gland of Lu Zhihang's neck. Then he stuck one on himself. It was the special pheromone concealing patch he bought specifically. There was no way his boyfriend's pheromones could work better than an ID card. Even though Xing Xinyan was sociable, he didn't want to be recognized wherever he went. He wasn't a celebrity after all. Speaking of celebrities, he wondered how their little bee at home was doing with Song Chu. Xing Xinyan casually took off his coat, thinking he should take some time to visit his second brother later. Lu Zhihang looked at the alpha throwing the coat and scarf into the car, pursed his lips, and swallowed his words. With great enthusiasm, Xing Xinyan entered the popular online bar, Color Trap. As soon as he entered, he felt a wave of righteousness. How to describe it? Unlike other bars that had an atmosphere of confused abandon, several tall, robust beta security guards, unaffected by pheromones, were patrolling with electric batons, giving off a sense of security inside and out. Upon making inquiries, Xing Xinyan learned that the bar owner's boyfriend was a government official, resolute in preventing any debauchery. The alpha thought it wasn't as interesting as the internet claimed, but Lu Zhihang looked happy. Xing Xinyan ordered 2 signature cocktails at the bar called Color Trap, took a sip, and found it quite tasty. Go, you try it, it's sweet with a hint of bitterness. Lu Zhihang actually wanted to taste the flavor from the alpha's lips, but considering they were in a public place, he only pressed his lips to the cup rim that the alpha had touched and sipped, lifting his mouth corner. Good. It had a white peach flavor. Sheng Xinyan raised an eyebrow watching his movement. Bro Gu, you're truly shy but secretly aroused. Lu Zhiheng chuckled. Just as he was about to speak, a petite and cute Omega approached hesitantly, eyes twinkling while looking at Sheng Xinyan. Lu Zhiheng's eyes darkened. Since both had put on pheromone-concealing patches, visually, it appeared that two alphas were drinking together. The Omega lightly poked Sheng Xinyan's shoulder, making him glance at her questioningly. Is there something? The Omega pulled out her phone, revealing the QR code on its screen, bashfully asking, Big brother, can I add your WeChat? Sheng Xinyan blinked, then glanced at Lu Zhiheng's gloomy face, teasing thoughts arising. But before he could answer, Lu Zhiheng rejected for him. Sorry, I don't like my wife adding random people. Lu Zhiheng wrapped his arm around Sheng Xinyan's waist, frowning sternly. The Omega widened her eyes, noticing Lu Zhiheng's hand on Sheng Xinyan's waist. She blushed bright red. Sorry. My eyesight isn't sharp enough. Wishing you two happiness. 100 years of harmony. The Omega bowed deeply, hurrying away flustered. Sheng Xinyan noticed her bumping shoulders with one of his friends and sneaking glances back towards him and Lu Zhiheng, locking gazes accidentally, causing her even more panic as she squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. Sheng Xinyan smiled silently, wondering what this meant. Had she been shipping them? Lu Zhiheng didn't have so many complex thoughts, assuming that the Omega still harbored some intention after looking back, especially since Sheng Xinyan also smiled towards the direction where she disappeared, tipping over his entire vinegar pot. So, is she your ideal type? Lu Zhiheng couldn't forget how the Alpha once claimed firmly that he only liked Omegas. Sheng Xinyan felt dazed, letting out a laugh with tears forming seconds later. Sweetie, are you jealous? Lu Zhiheng froze, his heart quivering. This was the first time Sheng Xinyan had used any title other than his name, dispelling all irritation within his chest, yet he maintained a sullen expression, coldly humping without replying. Ha, really cute. Humph. Chapter 102, Making a Will. In the dim light of the bar, Sheng Xinyan leaned against the sofa in the booth, holding a glass of wine in his right hand. He watched the men and women on the dance floor with great interest, tilting his head. Half of his face was in the flickering light, reflected in Lu Zhixing's eyes, making him particularly alluring. If you want to dance, go ahead. Lu Zhixing's expression softened as he spoke. Don't worry about me. Sheng Xinyan curved his lips slightly, set down the wine glass, and pulled Lu Zhixing up. Let's go together. Hey. I don't know how to dance, though Lu Zhixing didn't have the habit of refusing Sheng Xinyan. Pulled and dragged by the Alpha, he helplessly followed into the dance floor. The Alpha put his hand on his own waist, laughing as he pressed closer. No need to focus too much on posture and movements, just sway back and forth. As long as we're having fun, that's good enough. In Sheng Xinyan's pitch-black eyes, there seemed to be countless stars. Looking up at Lu Zhixing, Enigma willingly became submerged within those depths. Lu Zhixing matched his gaze with a smile, raising an eyebrow as he bent over and whispered into the Alpha's ear ambiguously, but I know quite a few postures. Enigma's cool fingers lightly poked at the edge of the Alpha's pants, pulling his waist even closer. Sheng Xinyan swallowed heavily, kissed Lu Zhixing's chin under the deafening electronic music, and exhaled softly. Let's talk about it when we get home. Enigma's eyes darkened instantly, lifting his hand to rub the hidden patch on the Alpha's nape with some force. Flirting, huh? Yes, flirting with you. Sheng Xinyan's corners of his mouth turned upward, unafraid as he rubbed his knee against Enigma's leg. Anyway, since he got pinned down, what could he do? Without any chance for counterattack, Enigma was just so domineering, there was nothing else but to enjoy it. In such an alluring, provocative atmosphere, something might easily happen, but surrounded by the chaotic scene where everyone danced along with the DJ changing tunes, all the allure dissipated. The phone in his pocket had been vibrating for a long time before Sheng Xinyan finally noticed it. Alpha pulled it out and checked. Caller ID, Flower Patch Little B. Sheng Xinyan showed the screen to Lu Zhixing. It's my brother. Let's step out first. Lu Zhixing nodded and guided Alpha through the crowd to a relatively quieter corner. Sheng Xinyan pressed the answer button. Yes, second brother, what's up? It's so noisy there. Where are you playing around? Sheng Xinyan plugged one ear and turned up the volume on the phone. I'm at a bar with Lu Zhixing. What do you want so late at night? There's not much, it's just our dad wants to make a will. When are the two of you going back to Jin North? The sound of Sheng Xian wasn't loud, but it struck Sheng Xinyan hard like thunder. All the blood in Sheng Xinyan's body suddenly froze, his mind buzzing, unable to speak for a long time. He stared blankly at Lu Zhixing, who, amidst the noisy environment, couldn't hear what Sheng Xian said. Seeing the alarmed expression on the Alpha's face, his mood sank immediately. What's wrong? Lu Zhixing took Sheng Xinyan's phone and spoke into the microphone. Mr. Sheng, is there anything wrong at home? You should call me second brother now. Nothing serious, did I scare Do Bao? Lu Zhixing's words made no sense. Sheng Xinyan certainly didn't look fine, his hands cold as ice. My father, he. Tears welled up in the Alpha's eyes and fell on the ground, striking Mr. Lu's heart painfully. Second brother, what exactly happened? How is Uncle Sheng? He drank so much that it caused gastric bleeding. The surgery has been done. The doctor said there's no big deal, but he insists on making a will, ordering Nian Nian to rush back. Xing Zian sighed regretfully. Nian Nian, your uncle is fine. He only had a small operation. Lu Zhixing quickly relayed this message from his unreliable second brother. Xing Xinyan was stuck in a surge of sorrow. The tears hung on his eyelashes ready to fall. He snatched the phone and shouted, "Second brother. Can't you say everything at once? You scared me to death." "Oh, cough, didn't I open my mouth fast enough?" Xing Zian laughed cheerfully. "It serves you right for failing to catch up with elder brother Chu." Xing Xinyan barked venomously, even dropping the respectful address for his sister-in-law. "Little rascal. What did you say? Wait until you come back, and I'll see if I beat you up or not." That was hitting straight at the sore spot. Recently, Xing Zian had been feeling gloomy. Song Chu had filmed an idol drama and was currently busy promoting, acting cozy with the male lead, which infuriated him so much he wanted to bite off his teeth, yet he dared not say anything. After Xing Xinyan hung up the phone, his legs were so weak with fear that he leaned on Lu Zhixing's chest. "That damn Xing Zian scared the living daylights out of me with his heavy breathing." Lu Zhixing soothingly rubbed his back. "Don't be afraid, it's fine. I'll have Zhou book the earliest flight back to Jin North right away. Your uncle was probably just as frightened. You should go and comfort him." Xing Xinyan held his hand. "Let's go together, you'll soon need to call him Dad too." Lu Zhixing nodded and returned the grip. After being scared by Xing Zian, Alpha had completely lost the mood for playing around. They hadn't even finished their drinks when they left the bar. The northern wind hit him, causing a shiver. Immediately after, a warm coat draped over his shoulders. Xing Xinyan looked at Lu Zhixing in his thin shirt and pulled the coat off again. "You should wear it instead." "I'm not cold." Lu Zhixing stopped his action, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and the two walked towards the parking lot together. Since both of them had been drinking, they sat in the back seat waiting for the designated driver to arrive. Xing Xinyan still thought his second brother wasn't reliable. The Alpha, torn between waking up his father or his elder sister, chose his father. "Hey, Dad, what's wrong with Grandpa? My second brother said he wants to make a will." Yi Ziklier's voice sounded exasperated. "He drank himself into a gastric bleed, but he's already had surgery. The doctor said there's nothing serious, but your dad, who's scared of dying, insists on making a will like some kind of punishment. He never listens to me when I tell him to drink less at his age." As Yi Ziklier's complaints rained down, Xing Xinyan silently prayed for his father. Sure enough, Shen Huaiji's weak voice came through. "Honey, you woke me up, I'm the patient here. I'm on the phone with our son, you shut up." Listening to the bickering pair, Xing Xinyan finally felt completely relieved. "Dad, give the phone to Grandpa, I want to talk to him for a few minutes." "Hey, Xinyan, still awake this late?" came the caring voice of Shen Huaiji. "Yeah, I'm out with Lu Zhixing. We'll come back to Jin North tomorrow to see you, Grandpa. Take good care of yourself and don't worry about things you shouldn't," Xing Xinyan consoled. Grandpa knows. I've got to live to be 100 to see my little grandson." Xing Xinyan gave Lu Zhixing a glance, twitched his lips, and cleared his throat. "Grandpa, those are two different things. Don't try to set new conditions." "Humph, pretty quick-witted, aren't you?" Chapter 103, Are You Xiaohe? Xing Xiani and Lu Zhixing took the earliest flight the next day, and upon landing in Jinbei, they had Sun Zhenhua drive them directly to the Jinbei hospital. Before Xing Xiani pushed open the ward door, she thought she would see her father looking sickly. However, there he was, leaning against the headboard, enjoying the care from his wife with a happy smile on his face, finding as much satisfaction in a bowl of millet porridge as one might in a luxurious delicacy. "You are really my dad." Shen Huaiji and Yizik's eyes rested for 2 seconds on the hands of their son and son-in-law that were holding each other before they beamed with joy. "Oh, Zhixing has come too." Lu Zhixing handed over the flowers he brought to Yizik. "Uncle, how do you feel physically?" It's fine, it's fine. Why did the two of you stay in Shisai for so long? Was work very busy?" Yizik asked curiously. Sheng Xiani hadn't figured out how to explain, but Lu Zhixing had already reported on the project they were collaborating on with Chu Yang. Because many details needed confirmation, we stayed a few more days. It's easier to communicate face-to-face. Sheng Huaiji had no doubts and nodded approvingly. Zhixing always handles things properly. "Xin Yan, have you learned anything? Let me test you, better late than never." Sheng Xiani smirked, trying to get away with it. "Dad, it's such a sunny day. Let me pull the curtains." Alpha took a couple of steps towards the window, but before he could touch the curtains, they automatically slid open on both sides. "Boy, all you know is how to change the subject." Sheng Huaiji threw the remote control onto the small table. Sheng Xiani chuckled nervously, subconsciously touching the tip of his nose, feeling uneasy. Lu Zhixing then defused the situation by asking, "Where are big sister and brother too?" Yizik laughed. Yuan has gone to work, the company has a lot of business recently, so she's been busy. Xian went home to catch up on sleep. He didn't sleep well last night after staying up all night watching over you. This boy has issues sleeping in unfamiliar beds. Sheng Huaiji snorted softly. "None of you take my word seriously. We can't even gather all 3 children together." "Oh, Dad, you should just focus on recuperating. The will thing is still far off for you. Xingxiani sat by his bedside, picked up the fruit plate, and started eating, also offering some to Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing politely used a toothpick to stab a piece of hominy melon. We need to look at death objectively, it will happen eventually anyway. Anyway, our family assets are limited. Just divide them equally among the three of you, Shen Huaiji said calmly. Yi Zik broke this calmness. Shut up, for heaven's sake. Who was screaming about dying a few days ago? Afraid or not? Cough. Shen Huaiji's face turned red, tugging at his sleeve. Madam, the son-in-law is still here. Give me a bit of face. Xingxiani burst out laughing. Lu Zhixing stood by the side, bathed in sunlight, watching this harmonious and peaceful scene, feeling warmth all over. Once, as an observer, he peeked into the happiness of the Lu family. Now, finally, he could be part of it and feel the warmth of family. Even without blood ties, Lu Zhixing touched the kinship he once yearned for desperately. And all of this came because of Xingxiani. He go, big brother have some fruit. My dad can't eat any now. Xingxiani raised her face, smiling brightly as she looked at him. Why do you call Zhixing, he go? Shen Huaiji asked curiously. Xingxiani suddenly panicked. Oh, that. It's my old name. Lu Zhixing calmly revealed the deepest secret, smiling faintly at Yi Zik. Uncle, we met when you came to the orphanage for charity events. Xin Yan even donated money to me, and that sum allowed me to finish my education properly. Yi Zik slightly opened her mouth wide, memories flashing rapidly through her mind. She had participated in many charitable activities, but the only one Xingxiani had joined was that particular event. She stood up, scrutinizing Lu Zhixing closely, running her hand over his arm, her eyes full of empathy. Your little he. My heavens, you, little he. For a while, Yi Zik choked with emotion, unsure what to say. She stepped forward and gently embraced Lu Zhixing. It's been tough, hasn't it, child? All these years. You've truly been through so much. The moment Lu Zhixing was hugged, his body stiffened. He had never embraced anyone other than Xingxiani. This feeling was so unfamiliar, yet this embrace was incredibly warm, warmer than the embraces he remembered from his enigmatic father. Lu Zhixing raised his arms and lightly returned Yi Zik's hug. Uncle, I'm doing very well now. Xingxiani's eyes also became moist. She turned her head, lifted her arm to wipe her tears, then moved closer to embrace them both. He go, from now on, we are one family. Lu Zhixing's eyelashes trembled slightly. Yes. Yi Zhixing said, that's right. From now on, we are one family. Zhixing, call him dad. Lu Zhixing opened his mouth, as if his throat was blocked by something. It took a while to spit out the unfamiliar word, dad. Yi Zhixing patted his back, feeling both happy and heartbroken. Yeah. The only one in the room who hadn't figured out what had happened yet was Shen Huaiji. He wanted to join their group hug, but moving made his stomach hurt, so all he could do was watch from afar, asking curiously, what are you guys talking about? Yi Zhixing wiped away her tears and scolded him, there's not a single good alpha in this world. You stupid dog. Shen Huaiji was bewildered after being cursed. What? What did I do? Sheng Xianian scratched his chin. Dad, I'm an alpha too. Your dad was just cursing at an idiot, it has nothing to do with us. Yi Zhixing lovingly patted Sheng Xianian's head. What? How can you swear in front of the children? Shen Huaiji felt wronged. It took him a moment to understand what she said. Zhixing, why did you go to the orphanage? Why didn't you find Mr. Lu? Lu Zhixing didn't answer, but Sheng Xianian spoke up. He looked for him, but they didn't recognize each other. What? Shen Huaiji furrowed his brows. I need to cut ties with that man. Cutting ties when we're about to become in-laws, huh? Yi Zhixing shot him a disdainful look and ignored him. Lu Zhixing smiled faintly. Uncle, since I am a bastard son, it is very normal. If bastards and legitimate sons enjoy equal rights, then everything would be messed up. This was the reason why Lu Zhixing didn't hate Lu Yanchang. He could understand their actions back then. No one would willingly let a bastard into their home. He was also grateful to Lu Yanchang for saving him from the black market. But he couldn't forget the feeling of being chased away like a stray dog by his biological father, so he could never get close to Lu Yanchang. Yi Zhixing sighed. Adults made mistakes, but the children bear the bitter consequences. Right or wrong wasn't always clearly defined. Su Ziwen's hostility towards Lu Zhixing couldn't be judged as wrong by anyone, but Lu Yanchang was absolutely trash. The atmosphere in the ward became somewhat heavy, until Xing Xian's arrival broke the silence. Oh my gosh, you scared me. Why are you all standing there? I thought you were holding a vigil for my old man. Rebellious son. Chapter 104, if you're in a relationship, you're in it. There's no such thing as giving it a try. Lu Zhixing had just come back from a business trip with still a mountain of work waiting for him at the company. After staying in the hospital until the afternoon, he went back to the office and left Xingxiani to keep his brother company. The alpha was mainly there for companionship, sitting on a small stool with Xing Zian bickering. They were arguing so much that it woke up Shen Huaiji, who directly kicked both of them out. The two brothers wandered down to chat in the small park behind the hospital. The leaves on the side of the road were already yellow, rustling in the north wind, dropping all over. Shengxiani's hair was disheveled by the wind, which made his cheeks hurt from the cold. The alpha simply walked backwards to let the wind blow against the back of his head. Sheng Zian chuckled silently and stepped forward to shield his younger brother from some of the chilly wind. Nearby the hospital, small food vendors lined the streets selling various kinds of snacks. Shengxiani's eyes brightened and he walked over to place an order. "Auntie, I'll take a large portion of grilled cold noodles." He then instructed his well-dressed second brother, dressed to the nines, to buy 5 yuan worth of corn dogs. These are all things kids love. Sheng Zian criticized while taking a bite out of the freshly grilled corn dog sprinkled with cumin powder, chili flakes, and sesame seeds. "How's it going between you and sister-in-law?" Shengxiani held his bowl of hot noodles, stepping to a more sheltered spot, eating while talking. Sheng Zian took another bite of the corn dog. Driving me mad. Lately, Xiao Chu has been busy creating couple buzz. I really want to shut him down and lock him by my side. Shengxiani showed a look of exasperation and frowned. "Second brother, if you keep this up, you'll end up alone forever." Ugh. Sheng Zian nudged his shoulder and stuck a toothpick into a piece of the fried noodle. "I was just saying that. Would I dare? This stuff doesn't taste good enough though, could use a bit more vinegar." Shengxiani nodded in agreement and pondered whether Lu Zhixing might possibly make grilled cold noodles, before laughing. "Love is truly a strange thing. I never thought you'd settle down." Neither did I. Karma got me thinking that anyone who goes nuts over someone else, thinking they can't live without them, is foolish. Sheng Zian looked up at the precarious leaves hanging onto the tree branches and said wistfully, "Now I've become one of those fools, but no one believes that I am." Shengxiani's head was spinning from hearing all these words like, "Fool, if you truly like this title, second brother, I'm willing to nominate you as the universal fool." "Ha ha ha, kid. That calls for punishment." Laughing, Sheng Zian raised his hand to hit his little brother. Shengxiani ran away laughing. Sheng Zian snapped the bamboo skewer in half and threw it into the trash can. Pulling out his phone, he smiled bitterly when Song Chu hadn't replied to his messages yet. It had been 2 hours, and still no reply. The icy northern wind blew right through Mr. Sheng, chilling him to the bone, devoid of hope. Perhaps Song Chu truly despised him. Once the contract expires, she might probably block him and disappear altogether. "Look, I send whole paragraphs, yet little Chu replies word by word." He swung his phone in front of Shengxiani, sighing again. Shengxiani threw the empty carton of the cold noodles into the trash and glanced at his brother's phone. He smiled. "Little brat, what are you laughing about?" Sheng Zian furrowed his brow, mocking me. "Just laughing at how foolish you are, second brother. Haven't you noticed?" Shengxiani pointed at his phone screen. "Even though sister-in-law is stingy with her words and replies slowly, she always responds to every message you send her. She cares for you. I bet a pack of spicy strips." Sheng Zian quickly retrieved his own phone and froze while scrolling through their chat history. His smile gradually widened as he excitedly looked at Shengxiani. "Holy crap, it's true. She's always responded to me. She likes me. She loves me. She wants to marry me." Mr. Sheng seemed to be overly excited. Choke, choke, choke. Shengxiani choked on a mouthful of saliva. Calm down, brother, just because she cares for you does not necessarily mean you will be together. You need to keep striving." Sheng Zian paid no attention, tapping on his phone screen. "Xiao Chu, I want to marry you." "Oh. Don't send that." Shengxiani was shocked and reached out to stop him, but he didn't manage to catch the message before it was sent. Shengxiani wore an expression of agony. "Who pursues like that?" Song Chu immediately replied, "Psycho." Even though Sheng Zian was reprimanded, he appeared completely unperturbed and looked at Shengxiani with a laugh. "Do bao, dumpling, she responded to me instantly. Everyone has their own way of getting along. Perhaps Xiao Chu just enjoys interacting with this particular kind of silly behavior of his second brother." Shengxiani shook his head, pulled up the collar of his coat and walked forward. "Second brother, it's quitting time. I'll go back to the hospital to find brother Huai. Go ahead, tell dad that I have something at the company. I'm flying to Jiangqing for a bit," Sheng Zian called out with a smile. Shengxiani waved without looking back. "Got it." Shengxiani bought some food outside and knocked on Lin Huai's office door, then paused at the sight of the person opening the door. "Dr. Su, what are you doing here?" The alpha widened his eyes slightly and poked his head in. "So you looked a little awkward. Ahem, Lin Huai is changing clothes in the partition." Shengxiana nodded and stepped directly inside. "Brother Huai." "Hey." Lin Huai came out after changing into casual clothes and smiled at him. "Xiani, when did you come back? How's uncle today?" "I've been too busy to go see him yet." Shengxiani placed the food he was holding on Lin Huai's desk, sat down on his office chair, and flashed an inexplicable smile. "Something's going on between the two of you, huh? Better confess, or it'll be worse if you resist." Before Dr. Su could step forward to explain, Lin Huai surprisingly admitted, "That's right, we're dating." Su froze, staring blankly at Lin Huai. "You weren't just giving it a try. And didn't you say you didn't want others to know?" Lin Huai went over and squeezed his hand gently. "Dating is dating, there's no such thing as giving it a try. Besides, Xiani isn't just anyone. And you, don't you hate hiding things?" Suyu was once again moved by Lin Huai's honest words, taking a while to recover from his shock. Back when Suyu had made the joke-like suggestion of, why don't we give it a try? Lin Huai took 3 days to respond. During those 3 days, Lin Huai wasn't considering whether he should agree but was instead thinking about all the obstacles they might face once they were together, like the disapproval of his parents and society's lack of understanding. After pondering through every possible consequence in his mind, Lin Huai realized that he wouldn't want to miss out on Suyu no matter what challenges came their way, which helped him understand what truly liking someone meant. Especially when he saw Suyu being mistreated by a patient, Lin Huai wanted nothing more than to throw off his white coat and confront the offender. Liking someone means not letting them go just because it's easy, but hoping everything good and bad about them is connected to yourself. Lin Huai planned for many scenarios, but ultimately couldn't think of a solution to how he would deal with his parents. Still, Lin Huai agreed. Suyu thought Lin Huai was just trying, but Lin Huai had carefully considered all the potential difficulties they might face over the next few years or even decades. He was serious. Dating is dating, there's no such thing as giving it a try. Chapter 105, Compatibility. Xing Xianni's eyebrows arched in surprise as he saw Lin Huai's nervous and expectant gaze, then grinned, that's great. I wish you both happiness. Lin Huai let out a slight sigh of relief. If he couldn't get the blessing of his parents, at least he could gain that of his friends. Suddenly standing up, Xing Xianni stroked his chin as he scrutinized them, saying seriously, you too. Suyu couldn't bear Xing Xianni's feigned solemnity and laughed, come on, kid, just say what's on your mind. Who's top and who's bottom between you? Xing Xianni raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously, both of you are alphas. How did you resolve this issue? Oh, sorry, have you even reached that stage yet? Lin Huai pressed his lips tightly together. Seeing Lin Huai's expression, Xing Xianni's face lit up with excitement typical of a bystander, what? You too. Suyu experienced for the first time in his life a feeling of awkwardness, being affected by a little 9-year younger boy. Even though it was voluntary on his part, these words were still hard to bring up, kid, must you pry into adults' privacy? Suyu gently led them, if someone asked who's top and who's bottom between you and Mr. Lu, would you be happy? Xing Xianni displayed a look of confusion, Dr. Su, aren't you an expert in pheromone research? Could I possibly overcome ENJGMA? Don't you know I'd definitely be the bottom one? Suyu hadn't expected Xing Xianni to be so candid and composed, and after dry coughing twice, chose to keep silent. Lin Huai patted Xing Xianni's head, alright, clear those dirty thoughts from your brain. I'm off work now. Let's go see Uncle Xing. Xing Xianni nodded and picked up the packed meal box from his desk, let's go. Suyu followed them out of the office door, well, Lin Huai, little curl hair, I'll head to the cafeteria to eat. Come on, join us, Xing Xianni tugged at Suyu's arm, the food in Dad's ward is much more varied than in your hospital canteen. Isn't Mr. Xing not supposed to be able to eat solid food yet? Suyu adjusted his glasses. Xing Xianni, exactly, but my dad has high culinary standards. He insists on eating. Will your uncle just watch without eating? That's too cruel. Lin Huai's eyes curved as he walked next to Suyu and held his hand, Dr. Su, come along. Both uncles are quite open-minded. Suyu licked his lips nervously, why do I feel like I'm meeting my parents-in-law? Let's skip it. What are you afraid of? Xing Xianni slung his arm around Suyu's shoulder and dragged him towards the ward. Just as they were grappling with each other, the ward's door opened from inside, and Lu Zhixing fixed his gaze on Xing Xianni's arm around Suyu's shoulders. What are you two doing? Suyu retracted his arm, straightened himself up, and declared matter-of-factly, Mr. Lu, since we're here, why don't you come over and take a test? Didn't you say that your pheromones had become stable lately? Besides, it's also time for your treatment. Lu Zhixing glanced at the time, Dr. Su, isn't this not your working hours right now? So what? Aren't I your private doctor? Let's go. Suyu suddenly put his arm around Lu Zhixing's shoulders and led him away. Lu Zhixing was totally confused. He hadn't even touched his wife's little finger when he was taken away by Suyu. Xing Xianni was speechless, Brother Huai, was Dr. Su always this shy? The word shy doesn't seem quite appropriate, Lin Huai chuckled softly as he watched Suyu's retreating back, he's just embarrassed. Why is he embarrassed about dragging my boyfriend away? Xing Xianni crossed his arms and made eye contact with Lin Huai. Let them handle it themselves. We should go see Uncle. Lin Huai pushed open the ward door and stepped in, Uncle, I've come to visit you. How's your health today? Lu Zhixing allowed himself to be pulled into the elevator by Suyu and joked, this isn't visiting my parents, so why are you nervous? Ha. Suyu raised an eyebrow, so ENJGMA has mind-reading skills. Lu Zhixing shook his head, I saw Lin Huai holding your hand. He doesn't seem like the type to casually hold hands with others. By saying that, Mr. Lu, are you implying that I'm the kind who does it casually? Suyu exasperatedly took off his glasses and wiped the smudges off with his clothes. Lu Zhixing gave him a faint glance, doesn't Dr. Su seem like the type to randomly take people to bed? The elevator dinged as it opened, and Lu Zhixing stepped out, leaving Suyu swinging his glasses in his hand, almost snapping the frame in half. Mr. Lu, I've noticed quite a significant change in you lately, your skills at retorting seem to be reaching new heights. Suyu put on his glasses and stuffed his hands into the pockets of his white coat, smiling as he followed behind. Together, the two entered the ENJGMA gland stabilization treatment room, where Suyu adjusted the air conditioning, waiting for it to warm up before Lu Zhixing removed his shirt and lay down on the examination bed. Suyu turned on the machine, attaching it to Lu Zhixing's body, then watched the data gradually changing on the screen. Have there been any recent occurrences of pheromone bursts? No, my pheromones have been very stable recently. Sometimes, even when I forget to take my medication during busy workdays, there haven't been rapid irregularities. Suyu opened the adjacent safe and pulled out Lu Zhixing's health records notebook. Your body data has indeed stabilized significantly. Do you remember when this started? Lu Zhixing lightly tapped the exam bed with his fingertip. It should have started after I marked Xinxiani for the year. Suyu raised an eyebrow. A permanent mark? Not a permanent one, just temporary. Lu Zhixing looked up at him. Is this relevant? According to my clinical experience, it's likely that your surplus pheromones have been released, and little curl hair happens to be the most compatible vessel for your pheromones. Lu Zhixing frowned, disliking this overly objectified description of his alpha status. I don't like that term. He isn't a container. I'm just explaining to you. I suspect the compatibility between you and little curl hair reaches at least 96% or more. He's absorbed your wormwood pheromones exceptionally well, while also calming down the residual pheromones inside your body. Oh no, could the two of you possibly be soulmates? Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement over gossip. Mr. Lu, has little curl hair marked you too? You two really know how to play games, huh? A faint trace of high-level oppressive pheromones leaked out, causing Suyu to hiss, geez, miser. I was just joking with you, I'm sorry. Humph. Lu Zhixing closed his eyes, choosing to ignore him further. However, he was inwardly pleased by the fact that he and Xinxiani had such a high compatibility match. Suyu pulled out his phone right in front of Lu Zhixing and made a call. Hey, little curl hair, come to my office. Yes, something important, good news. Come over for a blood test. Xinxiani, what? Chapter 106, 99% compatibility. 10 minutes later, the door to the treatment room was tapped on and then slightly opened, revealing a pink-haired head poking through. Xingzonian's face scrunched up when he saw all sorts of instruments connected to Lu Zhihang, anxiously asking, Go, does it hurt? Lu Zhihang couldn't make any large movements, so he moved his index finger, hooking the little finger of the alpha hanging by his side, gently shaking it. No pain. Dr. Su says my body indicators are improving. Where's Dr. Su? Xingzonian looked around confusedly. Where did he go? It seems he went to get blood drawing equipment. The nurses are very busy at this time. Lu Zhihang lightly scratched Xingzonian's palm. The young couple together were happy no matter what they did. Xingzonian laughed from being tickled, gripping his fingers and suddenly changing expression. Dr. Suyu is drawing blood. Alpha was so frightened that he didn't even call him doctor anymore, directly calling his name. As the saying goes, every expert has their own expertise. Dr. Suyu's medical skills are certainly unquestionable, but drawing blood isn't his job. Already afraid, Alpha's mood worsened at this moment like adding frost on snow. Lu Zhihang felt Xingzonian stiffen. Afraid? Don't worry, we can come back tomorrow during work hours. This isn't urgent. I do want to know how high our pheromone compatibility rate is. Xingzonian pulled over a small chair and sat next to Lu Zhihang, chatting with him. Oh, little curly hair has arrived. Suyu walked in cheerfully with his tools, looking not too different from ghost captors in the eyes of Xingzonian. Dr. Su, how's your blood drawing technique? Can you get blood in one needle prick? Xingzonian asked nervously. Suyu casually answered while tearing open the packaging, not so good. The basic skills have been forgotten. Then we should check again tomorrow. Xingzonian squeezed Lu Zhihang's hand. This isn't urgent, right? Lu Zhihang found his sudden change adorable and chuckled. Yeah, not urgent. What are you two whispering about? Nowadays with technological progress, checking compatibility just involves pricking a finger. Suyu took out a double concave glass slide, then added 2 drops of reagent onto it, holding up the blood collection needle and asking, who wants to go first? Without waiting for an answer, he directly disinfected Lu Zhihang's fingertip with alcohol swabs and gave him a prick. Xingzonian's face twisted, feeling more pain than if it were his own hand getting pricked. Suyu squeezed out a drop of blood, placing it on the glass slide, and seeing Xingzonian grimacing, grinned, afraid? Do you even fear such a fine needle? Don't joke around. Everyone has something they're afraid of. Lu Zhihang said mildly. You guys who are dating are really. Suyu stopped himself mid-sentence, recalling he was also dating, cleared his throat. Alright, little curly hair, which finger do you want me to prick? How do you sound so perverted? Xingzonian extended his left middle finger. This one. Troublesome kid. Suyu softly laughed as he disinfected his middle finger with alcohol swabs. Before Lu Zhihang could comfort him, Suyu said, what's behind you? Xingzonian turned back. Suyu pierced it. Indeed, it wasn't painful, it happened in an instant, and Xingzonian touched his nose. I'm not afraid of pain, I'm afraid of needles. Some people are scared of the dark, some fear loneliness. Fearing needles isn't a big deal. Suyu smiled and took out another test tube of reagent, mixing their blood together as if conducting an experiment. Shingzonian leaned in curiously, how do you look at this thing? Does blending mean high compatibility? Watching too much historical drama? Are you trying to recognize kinship through blood? Suyu laughed. Suyu took out a strip with percentages written on it, guiding both of their blood samples along with the reagent onto it. Blood kept spreading upward until it stopped at 99%. Shingzonian excitedly turned back to Lu Zhiheng, waving the strip in front of his eyes. Lu Zhiheng. Our pheromones are truly faded. Lu Zhiheng, looking at the number, felt extremely pleased. Even though he didn't care if his and Shingzonian's pheromones matched or not, seeing such a high value made him feel happy. It's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Suyu, influenced by their atmosphere, felt great as well. Hearing from Mr. Lu, did you only differentiate after sensing his pheromones? Shingzonian nodded. No wonder you're so compatible. Even before you fell in love, the pheromones had already chosen each other. Suyu took out his notebook and began typing furiously. I'll write a paper about EA pheromone compatibility. You two will be my data reference. Lu Zhiheng calmly said, our fate was decided before our pheromones chose each other. It has nothing to do with the pheromones. Shengxian grinned. Suyu rolled his eyes. Stop showing off. I haven't eaten yet, trying to make me hungry with your happiness. Huai is getting you food, he should be back soon. Shengxian looked at the test strip back and forth. He said you haven't been feeling well lately, so we didn't get anything suitable for you. He drove out to get something light for you. Suyu paused his typing and a faint smile crept onto his face. Being in love really feels great, especially being cared for. With 1 hour left of Lu Zhiheng's treatment, Suyu decided to leave the two lovebirds some space and return to his office to wait for his little boyfriend. Did he just leave? Shengxian looked around at the medical equipment in the room, surprised, and left you alone here. It's all automatic, the data gets sent directly to Suyu's computer. Didn't you see him take the laptop with him? Lu Zhiheng said gently. Oh, that startled me for a moment. Shengxian sat next to him, suddenly realizing something, and glanced down at him. Are you hungry too? Should I grab you some food? Lu Zhiheng pulled on his hand to keep him from moving and shook his head. I don't feel like eating right now. We can have dinner when we get home. Shengxian blinked, the meaning of home had changed again at this very moment. His heart was already completely aligned with Lu Zhiheng's, their intimacy without boundaries. The alpha leaned down smiling, asking softly, do you want to eat dinner first or eat me first? Lu Zhiheng raised an eyebrow and looked up at the unblinking camera on the ceiling. The next second came Suyu's voice, TSK TSK TSK, little curly hair, save the teasing for home. Shit. Shengxian jumped, immediately sitting upright, his face turning hot after a brief pause. Lin Huai placed the packed clear rice noodle soup on Suyu's desk, looking at the real-time transmitted surveillance footage on his notebook. Eat up. Alright, smells delicious. Suyu took off his glasses and sipped the broth first. It was quite bland, but he found it tastier than anything else he'd ever eaten. Chapter 107, A Long Future Ahead. As soon as Lu Zhixing swiped his card to enter the elevator, he couldn't wait to kiss Shingxinan. From the moment Suyu measured their compatibility at 99%, he had wanted to kiss Shingxinan. Words could not describe Enigma's emotions at that moment. The love in his chest was eager to be expressed, a fervent desire to fuse bones with the alpha. Lu Zhixing held the alpha's chin, forcing him to tilt his head back as dense Sanhu pheromones spilled out without restraint, quickly filling the small space of the elevator. Under the influence of high-level pheromones, Shingxinan's rationality became hazy. Squinting his eyes, he glanced over Lu Zhixing's shoulder at the unmoving number on the elevator display and reached out his arm to press the floor button. But Enigma misunderstood his intention, thinking he was trying to escape. He firmly grabbed the alpha's wrist behind his back and pushed him against the wall. Shingxinan's arm was twisted painfully, letting out a soft cry of pain, which caused Lu Zhixing to pause for a moment, loosening his grip, then gently caressed the bones of his wrist. Suddenly the elevator door opened, and a child who had just finished tutoring stood there, stunned, looking at the two adults squeezed together inside the elevator. The undifferentiated child couldn't feel the subtle undertone of the pheromones. Interrupted in mid-act, Enigma was quite irritable, shielding Shingxinan's face with his side so no one could see the current expression of the alpha. The student was frightened by his gloomy expression and ran, tap tap tap, towards the stairwell. Shingxinan poked his head out from his embrace and chuckled, you scared them into taking the stairs. We're going home. Lu Zhixing pressed the closed door button, and the elevator began to ascend, reaching their floor within seconds. Shingxinan was almost being dragged by Lu Zhixing, the two of them stumbling out of the elevator and kissing all the way down the corridor as Lu Zhixing fumbled for the fingerprint key. Drip, the lock clicked open. 1 second earlier Shingxinan was standing up, the next second he had already been pushed onto the carpet. The alpha felt today's Enigma was very different, differing from what would typically be sought during the gene sensitivity period. However, regardless of the reason, he liked it. Shingxinan thought muzzily, I must be a naturally gifted alpha. Even this can be endured, come on, strong alpha. Fang Jinghe, you haven't eaten anything, aren't you hungry? Shingxinan couldn't help but pound on the ground for mercy. Thankfully, due to central heating, the floor was quite warm. Isn't this eating? Lu Zhixing rubbed the tattoo of the cat claw pattern, leaning down to gently kiss the alpha's bleeding gland. The minute hand circled again and again, and Xiangxinan vaguely heard the chime of midnight. The alpha felt like a little pig, completely helpless. A cool sensation brushed over his knees, prompting Xiangxinan to furrow his brows and open his eyes, gazing blankly at the halo of light cast by the ceiling lamp, before moving his head slightly. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhixing sat beside him, holding a tube of ointment with a long name, applying medicine to his knees. "Your skin is broken here, the medication will help heal it faster." "Whose fault is this anyway?" Xiangxinan raised his leg wanting to kick him, but the action pulled at his sore muscles, making him suck in a sharp breath. "It's my fault, Lu Zhixing said without much remorse, lowering his head to kiss his knee, then covering him with a small blanket. "Too tiring, get me something to eat, I'm hungry." The alpha yawned, the redness at the corners of his eyes lingering for a while. Lu Zhixing turned on the TV, switching to the channel Xiangxinan liked, and pulled out snacks he favored from the snack cabinet into his hands before heading to the kitchen. Xiangxinan tried to ignore the discomfort as he watched the busy silhouette in the kitchen. "Lu Zhixing, if the Lu family goes bankrupt, you could apply as a caregiver, so consider it." Lu Zhixing laughed, "This level of care is only for you. When you get old, I..." "Humph. Go away, you're much older than me." "Do I need you?" Xiangxinan gave a cold snort. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhixing carried out 2 bowls of small wontons. After they had cooled, he wanted to feed him. No need, not necessary. My body is still in great condition." Xiangxinan grumbled, slowly getting off the sofa and walking to the dining table in a crab-like manner. Lu Zhixing twitched the corner of his mouth, dared not laugh, grabbed a cushion to put on the dining chair for Xiangxinan to sit down. As Xiangxinan ate the small wontons, his eyes brightened. Who would have thought Brother Huai would end up with Dr. Su? So cool. At first, I was worried that he would find someone his parents like and get married, forgetting about himself. Never expected him to find an alpha. Isn't Dr. Lin always fond of alphas? Lu Zhixing, seeing how deliciously he was eating, scooped a few small wontons from his own bowl into Xiangxinan's. Xiangxinan raised an eyebrow. "How did you figure that out?" "It was news to me." Lu Zhixing opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again, unsure whether Lin Huai was too reserved or if Xiangxinan was dense. Being dense does have its benefits. It's just a feeling, my sixth sense." "Really that powerful?" Xiangxinan rolled his eyes mischievously. "Master, does your sixth sense think Song Chu likes my second brother?" Who's Song Chu?" Lu Zhixing looked at him curiously. "You know, the bee substituting for a last-time little cutie who followed my second brother around in High City last time." Xiangxinan finished the soup in his bowl in one gulp. Lu Zhixing recalled there indeed was such a person. "Sorry, I wasn't paying much attention back then." "Does Mr. Xing fancy him?" "I do, running off to Fei City after him like a lovesick puppy. Dad scolded him for forgetting about family now that he had a wife, though he's not actually married yet." "Wife?" Lu Zhixing softly murmured this word and smiled. Xiangxinan yawned loudly. "I'm exhausted. You wash the dishes, I'm going to bed. I'll carry you upstairs." Lu Zhixing started to get up but was stopped by the alpha's gesture. "No need." There stood Xiangxinan, pretending all was fine while leaning heavily on his waist as he moved slowly. Since it was warm indoors, the alpha was wearing big shorts, and faint red spots could be seen through the fabric. Lu Zhixing thought it was adorable and reached for his phone to take a picture, but he forgot to turn off the flash. Xiangxinan suddenly turned around, alert. "You're sneaking pictures of me? Give me that phone." "I." Caught red-handed with no excuse. "The photo came out quite nice." "Don't delete it," said Lu Zhixing reluctantly handing over the phone. Xiangxinan snorted coldly. "That's an invasion of privacy. How can I not?" Lu Zhixing only had 9 photos in his gallery, each of them featuring Xiangxinan. The earliest one was taken in October when they went to the amusement park with Lu Xining. The alpha was sitting on the children's roller coaster, laughing and giving a thumbs up. Didn't you say these were supposed to be pictures of Nining?" Xiangxinan, looking at these photos, clearly remembered the story behind each one. Suddenly, Xiangxinan hooked his neck around Lu Zhixing, forcing him to bend down. "Darling, look at the camera." Xiangxinan pressed the capture button. The alpha was looking at the camera, and Enigma was gazing at the alpha. This was their first joint photo, but many more would come. Chapter 108, An Awkward Moment. The morning sun filtered through the curtain gaps, spilling onto the two lovers sleeping soundly in each other's arms. Xiangxian rested her head on Lu Zhixing's chest, sleeping sweetly. Her muscles were relaxed, making her soft to the touch as the alpha dreamed of himself rolling around in cotton candy. Just that it didn't taste like much. Just as he was about to take a bite, the doorbell rang, and Xiangxian groggily rolled over and buried herself under the covers. Lu Zhixing wiped the drool from his chest, patted Xiangxian's head through the blanket, and got out of bed with only his lower body covered. Who could be visiting this early? Enjma grabbed the bathrobe that had been carelessly discarded on the floor last night and put it on before opening the door impatiently. Ning. Ugh. Sun Zhenhua suddenly cupped Lu Xinming's face. Mr. Lu, what is? Lu Zhixing stood there in an open bathrobe, showing signs of love bites, along with fresh teeth marks, and the strong scent of peach pheromones emanated from his body. Ahem. For the first time in his life, Mr. Lu experienced what people mean by social death. He quickly turned around and fastened the sash of his bathrobe. He hoped this hadn't caused any psychological impact on the child. Uncle Sun, how come you didn't tell me Ningning was coming? Sun Zhenhua said awkwardly, I called you several times, but there was no answer. And Miss Xining insisted on coming over. Lu Zhixing looked at the little girl who was peeking through Uncle Sun's fingers and smiled, sneaking a peek. Hee, uncle, are those strawberry marks on your body? Lu Xining blinked innocently, asking simply. There seemed to be a deep rumble of thunder inside Lu Zhixing's brain. Both he and Sun Zhenhua exchanged uncertain glances. Lu Xining pulled away Sun Zhenhua's hand. You adults really think we kids don't understand anything, do you? Ningning, where did you learn all this stuff at such a young age? Lu Zhixing took the little one into the house while Sun Zhenhua finished his mission and retreated. There's sexual education class in school. Lu Xining sat on the couch, swinging her little feet, looking innocently at Lu Zhixing. Lu Zhixing pinched his forehead. That's great, very good. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, Grandma made tomato and egg noodles for me. Lu Xining kept glancing upstairs quietly and asked softly, Uncle, isn't Brother Nian here? Are you living together? Lu Zhixing still couldn't process how much his cute little niece knew, so he handed her a yogurt. Yeah, Brother Nian stays up late at night. Don't wake him up, alright? Lu Xining inserted the straw and drank a sip of yogurt. Did you stay up all night yesterday? It was a perfectly normal question, but the mischievous adult automatically twisted the meaning. A sip of warm water choked Lu Zhixing, causing him to cough. Lu Xining jumped off the sofa and patted his back. Uncle, are you okay? No, I'm fine. You watch some TV here, I'll change my clothes. Mr. Lu hurriedly retreated into the walk-in closet. Only then did he notice the many love bites left on his neck. When alphas get passionate, they really... not bad at all. Lu Zhixing admired the scattered marks and pulled out a high-neck sweater from the wardrobe, ensuring everything was thoroughly covered before heading downstairs. Lu Xining giggled watching the pink hairdryers on the screen. Leaning against the wall, Lu Zhixing gazed lovingly at the pleasant morning scene. Despite her shocking words, she's still just a kid. Do you want to try the sandwiches your uncle makes? Lu Zhixing took bread and tomatoes out of the fridge and smiled as he asked. Lu Xining exclaimed enthusiastically in surprise, yes. Can I have some? You can cook too, uncle. That's amazing. Let me put 2 slices of ham in Ningning's sandwich. Lu Zhixing took out the sausage and cut 3 pieces. Uncle, can you add a small meat patty instead? Lu Xining tapped into the kitchen and blinked. Ningning, adding a meat patty makes it a burger. Lu Zhixing chuckled, slicing the ham into small chunks and stuffing a piece into her mouth. I'll take you and Brother Nian to eat burgers for lunch, okay? Lu Xining trailed behind Uncle Lu, following him as he fried eggs and sliced tomatoes. Uncle, I think you're happier than before. Lu Xining looked up at him earnestly. Lu Zhixing raised an eyebrow. Is it that obvious? Is it because you're dating Brother Nian? Lu Xining's eyes curved. When Uncle's happy, I'm happy too. Lu Zhixing felt deeply moved. Over the years, he always saw himself as an outsider to the Lu family, but this little thing has been paying attention to his mood, which was quite touching. Thank you. Lu Zhixing patted her head gently with a clean hand, handing her the small sandwich he'd made. If you can't finish it, leave it. Don't overeat. Delicious. Uncle is truly amazing. Lu Zhixing chuckled, no skills at all, but was still praised by Lu Xining as a 5-star chef. Uncle and niece sat at the table eating breakfast. Did Uncle not make any for Brother Nian? What if he wakes up hungry? She's quite worried. Don't worry. He won't wake up so early. If he does, I'll make him something then. Lu Zhixing took a sip of honey water. It's sweet, Cheng Xiannian loves it, so he always has some stocked at home. He just suddenly felt like having it earlier, and the taste is pretty good. Who said I can't wake up early? Cheng Xiannian appeared at the staircase corner wrapped in a blanket. What are you two eating? Lu Zhixing quickly stood up, walking over to the alpha, gently saying, sorry, did we wake you up? Nian Gu. Good morning. Lu Xining waved at him with a smile. Good morning Ningning. Cheng Xiannian nodded slightly and said to Lu Zhixing, not really, I woke up because I needed to pee. I heard voices so I came out to see. Lu Zhixing looked down and saw the alpha's bare feet sticking out from under his pajamas and quickly pushed him back towards the bedroom. You're completely uncovered. As Enjma closed the door, Cheng Xiannian quickly threw off the blanket, causing Lu Zhixing's gaze to darken instantly. The alpha twisted playfully, then hopped back into bed, looking at Lu Zhixing's heightened arousal and laughing loudly. You're asking for trouble. Lu Zhixing pulled the dropped blanket back onto the bed and tucked the alpha in. He grabbed Cheng Xiannian's chin and gave him a deep kiss. Enjma retaliated, stealing every last bit of oxygen, making Alpha's eyes well up with tears, and whimper as he beat his shoulders. Only then did Lu Zhixing let go, smiling as he wiped the moisture at the corners of Xing Xianyan's mouth with his fingertips. Are you going to tease me again? Jealousy-prone idiot. The alpha's face was bright red, his chest heaving. Do you want to keep sleeping? Or would you like to eat something first? Lu Zhixing gently caressed his tousled hair. Xing Xianyan shook his head. I don't want to eat. I'll take another nap, you'd better get downstairs quick. Kids these days are no joke, don't let her think we've been doing anything inappropriate. Yeah, that's true. I'll go downstairs first, call me if you need anything. Saying this, Lu Zhixing leaned down and pressed his forehead against Xing Xianyan's. What are you doing? Xing Xianyan was utterly confused. Checking if you have a fever. That's insane. Xing Xianyan laughed and stretched out his foot to kick him, only for it to be caught and returned back under the covers. Chapter 109, Do you like daughters? Lu Zhixing was tired of watching cartoons, so she lightly knocked on the study room door and pushed it open a little. Uncle, why hasn't Brother Nian woken up yet? Did he faint or something? How can someone sleep until 11 without waking? Ningning, when you grow up to Nian, no, when you get to high school, you'll understand. Lu Zhixing closed his laptop. Are you bored? Shall I play with you for a while? Yes. Lu Zhixing took out her Barbie doll from her little school bag. Uncle, let's play the dress-up game. Lu Zhixing felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead as he looked at the doll in front of him and choked. Uncle. Lu Zhixing waved her hand in front of him. Don't you like it? If you don't like it, we can play something else. Seeing that Lu Zhixing showed no signs of disappointment, Lu Zhixing touched her head. No, if Ningning wants to play, then we'll play. Just then, Xing Xianyi woke up after a good rest, took a shower, changed into a turtleneck sweater just like Lu Zhixing, and came down the stairs. She saw her mature and steady boyfriend carefully combing the Barbie doll's hair with a small comb, looking a bit flustered. Lu Zhixing raised his head upon hearing footsteps and smiled warmly. You're awake. Are you hungry? Xing Xianyi leaned against the wall, tilting his head to look at them. I'm hungry, what's there to eat? Eat burgers. Let's go eat burgers. Lu Zhixing stopped playing with Barbie and made the gesture of a primary school student raising their hand. Alright, I want fries, Xing Xianyi chuckled and looked at Lu Zhixing. Mr. Lu. Let's go. The 3 of them put on their coats and went out. There was a KFC right by the entrance of their residential area, so they didn't even need to drive. Lu Zhixing held one hand of Lu Zhixing and the other hand of Xing Xianyi. From behind, they seemed somewhat like a family of 3. Xing Xianyi glanced at their elongated shadows cast on the ground by the sunlight, leaning close to Lu Zhixing and asked. Big brother he, do you really like daughters? Lu Zhixing deeply gazed at his alpha and firmly said, in this world, the person I like most is you. Enigma, Lu Zhixing, gently squeezed Xing Xianyi's palm. Yes, he did enjoy children very much, but what mattered more to him was whether his alpha was happy and healthy. Xing Xianyi was the one he would love and protect for the rest of his life, while children could simply be considered an added blessing. The most important thing, forever, would be Xing Xianyi. I thought you wanted them. Xing Xianyi's eyebrows relaxed swiftly, carrying a faint smile. The only thing I desire the most is you. Don't think too much. In this life, loving you is already enough satisfaction for me. Perhaps being assimilated by the alpha, Lu Zhixing now spouted sweet words freely but sincerely. Uncle, Brother Nian. Lu Zhixing covered her ears with one hand and innocently looked up. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Ha. Xing Xianyi laughed and moved to the side, flicking Lu Zhixing's braid. Why are you so cute? Lu Zhixing shyly lowered her head and smiled. Brother Nian is also cute. Lu Zhixing and Xing Xianyi exchanged glances and smiled as the 3 happily reached the burger shop and ordered their food. Enigma took a bite of the roasted chicken leg burger in his hand. It smelled nice, but it was far less tasty than he had imagined as a child. As a child, Lu Zhixing watched others eat with longing, but Fang Yu's mood back then was so bad that he didn't dare mention it. Later, after going to the orphanage, how could an orphan without parents decide what they wanted to eat? It was enough just to fill their stomachs. Afterward, as he grew up, he lost interest in such things. Now, almost everything he wanted could be bought, but he had lost the craving from his childhood. Mr. Lu, is something wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Xing Xianyi noticed his unusual emotions. Lu Zhixing shook his head. No, as a child, I thought this was the best thing in the world, but once I got it, it turned out to be nothing special. Xing Xianyi took a bite of popcorn chicken. That's because you've grown up. Naturally, the things you want change. That makes sense, Lu Zhixing nodded. But now, I have all the things I want. The 2 not-so-serious adults exchanged affectionate glances. Lu Zhixing clutched a hamburger larger than her face. When I grow up, I want to eat 2 at a time. Brother Nian will buy you 3, eat up. Wow. Brother Nian is so generous. The 3 enjoyed their meal happily, and Lu Zhixing's children's watch suddenly rang. Xing Xianyi glanced over and saw it was Su Ziwen. She might be worried about her granddaughter getting bullied. Grandma, I am eating with Uncle and Brother Nian. Have you eaten yet? Hamburger. It's so delicious, next time bring Grandma and we'll eat together. Lu Xining said with a smile. How can you eat junk food? It's not healthy, Ningning is still growing. Su Ziwen's voice suddenly turned cold. Xingxiani couldn't help but interject, Aunt Su, don't worry. I ate a lot when I was little, and I still grew to be 180 centimeters tall. Su Ziwen was about to say more, but Xingxiani added, Auntie, talking during meals can cause indigestion. Ningning is almost choking. Lu Xining quickly picked up the cue and coughed a few times. Alright then, Xianian, feed Ningning a glass of warm milk, don't drink icy cola, I'll hang up first. Xingxiani handed the icy cola to Lu Xining. She might nag a bit, but it's because she loves you. Lu Xining took a sip of cola. I know, Grandma just doesn't want me to get bullied. Xingxiani exchanged a glance with Lu Zhihang. Lu Xining held her cola. I heard someone at home say that my dad and mom were harmed by uncle. Lu Zhihang showed no visible emotion on his face, but he crushed his hamburger slightly in anger. How could that be possible? Xingxiani angrily slapped the table. Don't listen to those gossipy people. I used to think poorly of Uncle Lu as well, because others said bad things about him. But we shouldn't rely solely on what others say, we should observe for ourselves. Xingxiani cupped Lu Zhihang's face. Look, how handsome he is. How could such a person be bad? Lu Zhihang chuckled softly, earning a glare from Xingxiani. Don't worry, Brother Nian, I'm young, not stupid. I know what Uncle has done for me, and Grandpa told me that Uncle often visits my dad. This was something Xingxiani didn't know about, so he looked questioningly at Lu Zhihang. Do you often visit Brother Songshi? Occasionally. Lu Zhihang blushed slightly at being praised. Lu Xining smiled warmly. Uncle is a good person, and Brother Nian is also a good person. Lu Zhihang pinched her cheeks gently. Thank you, Ningning. Get another chicken leg burger for Sister Ning. Xingxiani said generously. Chapter 110, Part 1, The First Snow Arrives. Uncle, would you please send me home? I haven't finished my homework yet, Lu Xining said as she wiped her mouth with a wet wipe after finishing lunch. Xingxianian rested his chin on his hand, enjoying the warmth of the afternoon sun on his face. What kind of homework? Just copy it tomorrow morning when we're back at school. As soon as those words were out, the air grew silent. Both young Lus looked at him with a glance that said, don't follow his example. Lu Zhihang said kindly, don't listen to him, Uncle will send you home. Tisk, humph. A study-challenged person couldn't understand the mindset of a scholar. Xingxianian finished off his coke through a straw and silently ridiculed the two stiffs from the Lu family. They didn't understand the joy of copying homework and even getting names wrong. Xingxianian and Lu Xining were too drowsy after their meal to want to take another step. Thus, they asked Lu Zhihang to go home, fetch the car, pick them up, and then head straight to the Lu residence. You two are utterly lazy. Lu Zhihang wiped the nearby bench with tissue, cleaned it, and had the two masters sit down to wait. Xingxianian let out a faint snort. Everywhere hurts, I can't move. And now you're complaining? Lu Zong choked, this was indeed his fault. Lu Xining questioned in confusion, Brother Nian, did you fall down? Should I rub your injury for you? Ahem, Xingxianian cleared his throat uncomfortably, no need, I'm fine. Having kids around sure was inconvenient. Alpha felt somewhat guilty and touched his nose. Don't run around, I'll be right there. Lu Zhihang pulled up Xingxianian's jacket zipper properly. Basking in the warm sunlight of winter, they couldn't help but feel relaxed. The weather forecast says it will snow tonight, but where is the sign of snow with such bright sunshine? Xingxianian squinted as he gazed at the sky. Lu Xining chimed in, exactly. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhihang drove the Bentley slowly and parked in front of the two. Lu Xining pushed Xingxianian towards the passenger seat while she took the back seat by herself. Little girl, you've got a great future ahead. Xingxianian couldn't resist praising her, you're well behaved. When they arrived at Lu's place, Su Ziwen personally came to the door to greet them. As soon as the little girl got out of the car, she ran into Su Ziwen's arms. Grandma, you've caught a cold, why did you still come to pick me up? Su Ziwen lovingly patted her head, because Grandma wants Ningning to see me first. Xingxianian called out cheerfully, Aunt Su. Su Ziwen raised her gaze towards Lu Zhihang. Mother, Auntie Su, Brother Ye and I will leave first, Lu Zhihang said distantly. Su Ziwen held Lu Xining's little hand and suddenly suggested, wouldn't you like to stay for dinner before leaving? Xingxianian raised an eyebrow in surprise, that would be great. I was just wondering what to eat tonight. Lu Zhihang chuckled softly as he glanced down and squeezed his palm, whispering, didn't you say at noon that you were so full that you'd only eat salad tonight? Did I? Xingxianian feigned ignorance and pulled Lu Zhihang closer to Su Ziwen. Aunt Su, Ningning said your stir-fried beef is especially delicious. Can we have it today? An alpha is naturally good at becoming close to elders, making sweet talk seem effortless. Su Ziwen's eyes curved into a gentle smile, of course, just wait. All right. Xingxianian grinned, come on Ningning, Brother Nian will help you with your homework. Lu Xining looked troubled, maybe. Uncle can tutor me instead. Are you being picky now? Did you know I scored over 70 in every subject back in elementary school? Xingxianian protested. The silent Mr. Lu finally spoke, yet Ningning scores above 95 in all subjects. Su Ziwen showed a slight look of surprise. She hadn't expected Lu Zhihang to know this much. Me, a college graduate, can't even tutor a little kid? Sheng Xianyan pushed Lu Xining forward. Let's go, today you'll see what a true scholar is. Lu Zhihang lagged behind them slightly, walking at the back with a smile on his lips. Since Lu Songsher's incident, Su Ziwen experienced the word lively for the first time. It seemed like she was talking to herself or perhaps to Lu Zhihang. Bringing Songsher back home might be more beneficial for his recovery. Lu Zhihang turned to look at her. Mother, don't you worry about me harming elder brother anymore. Su Ziwen watched Sheng Xianyan's retreating figure. You won't, even if it's for Xianyan's sake, you wouldn't do anything to make him unhappy. That's true. Lu Zhihang stepped forward and scooped Sheng Xianyan up by the waist. Alright, let Ningning focus on studying, don't disturb her. Lu Xining turned and made a mischievous face at Sheng Xianyan before rushing into her room. Hey, this brat, brother she's bullying me, Sheng Xianyan pouted at Lu Zhihang. Teacher Sheng, come and tutor me. Lu Zhihang led him into the room and wasted no time in kissing before any word could be spoken. Sheng Xianyan was startled and pushed him away. Wow, this is your house. So what if it's my house? Can't I kiss you? Lu Zhihang teased as he brushed his nose against Sheng Xianyan's, smiling mischievously. Sheng Xianyan smirked. Is President Lu being coy with me? Lu Zhihang didn't reply, he just smiled and stared at him. Humph, I fall for your tricks every time. Sheng Xianyan leaned in to peck his lips then hooked his neck. They shared a passionate kiss, but during their intimate moment, Sheng Xianyan noticed the wind picking up outside through the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. Hey brother there's some wind coming, said Sheng Xianyan patting Lu Zhihang's shoulder. Lu Zhihang opened his eyes, still dazed with desire, and before he could respond, Sheng Xianyan had slipped out of his arms, eagerly crawling onto the windowsill. The weather forecast predicted snowfall today, looks like they were accurate. Lu Zhihang moved beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders as they watched the sun vanish behind dark clouds, then smiled softly. Yes, it's about to snow. I read online that the first snow should be spent with someone you like. Sheng Xianyan winked at Lu Zhihang and grinned widely. It said that you'll receive blessings from above. Maybe something good will happen. Lu Zhihang subconsciously touched the item in his pocket and responded gently. Definitely. Sheng Xianyan gazed back out the window, wishing earnestly. It has to snow today. In his heart, Lu Zhihang silently prayed. It must snow today. When Sheng Xian arrived at Jiangcheng, he just caught up with Song Chu's wrap-up dinner party. Bi on behalf of A stood among the crowd, accepting bouquets, her nose red from the cold but smiling broadly. She momentarily froze when she saw Sheng Xian standing far off, yet was quickly pushed by her colleagues to take promotional photos. Jiangcheng was much colder than Jinbei. Song Chu wore thin clothes from the drama shoot without any complaints and cooperated fully. When a warm down jacket was draped over him, even though he couldn't smell the alpha pheromones, he knew without turning around that it belonged to Sheng Xian. The director greeted Sheng Xian cheerfully upon seeing him. Mr. Sheng has arrived. Is this to celebrate Teacher Song's successful completion of filming? Sheng Xian didn't answer, placing his hand casually on Song Chu's shoulder. Unaware bystanders couldn't detect any hints of intimacy. Director Wang, take a photo of me and little Chu. Oh sure, absolutely. The director attempted to join them, only to be dismissed by Sheng Xian, who found him clueless. The director left the photography area dejectedly as Sheng Xian tilted his head slightly closer to Song Chu. Little Chu, this will be our first photo this year. Smile a bit, would you? Song Chu ignored him and simply looked at the camera, snapping a shot. Suddenly, tiny flakes began to drift down from the sky, prompting Sheng Xian to tilt his head upward. It's the first snow. Song Chu extended his hands, catching the falling snowflakes, lost in thought. After returning to the hotel, the photographer sent the photos to Sheng Xian. In the picture, Bi on behalf of A had her shoulder hugged by him, a faint smile curving her lips. Chapter 111, Part 2, 2 Rings. During dinner, Lu Yanchang looked delighted. We'll pick Songsher up tomorrow. But at least our family can finally reunite. Brother Songsher will definitely get better. Sheng Xianyan patted the head of Lu Xining who was sitting beside him. He must be trying his best because he wants to see his daughter. When Su Ziwen heard these words, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Lu Xining touched her grandmother's hand affectionately and said, Grandma, we will all accompany Dad and tell him stories every day. He will surely get better. Ningning is right. Suddenly, Lu Xining put down her spoon and looked out the window in surprise. It's snowing. Sheng Xianyan and Lu Zhihang simultaneously looked out the window. White snowflakes spiraled under the villa's lights and melted into water droplets upon touching the glass, leaving small water stains on the sliding door. Year, it's snowing. The warm light indoors made Lu Zhihang appear especially gentle at this moment. Under the table, Sheng Xianyan held Lu Zhihang's hand, lightly stroking the back of his hand with his thumb as he looked at him with a smile. Lu Zhihang understood the underlying message of the alpha and returned his grip. The first snowfall should be spent with the person you love. Before dinner was over, Lu Xining and Sheng Xianyan couldn't wait to put on their coats and go play in the backyard. The ground was already damp, but there wasn't any accumulated snow. Both got only their shoulders whitened before Su Ziwen, worried about Lu Xineng catching a cold, took them inside. Standing quietly aside, Lu Zhihang watched as the yard's amber lighting bathed his alpha in warmth. Amidst the swirling snow, he lingered in Enigma's heart. With snow-covered pink hair tips, Xing Xinyan waved from under the eaves at Enigma, "Go, come over here." Smiling, Lu Zhihang walked towards his alpha, holding Xing Xinyan's hand and helping him wear the hood of his down jacket, "Be careful not to catch a cold. Isn't there a saying? If we share the same snow today, we will grow old together in this life." Xing Xinyan pulled off his hat, tilted his head backward with his eyes closed, and laughed happily as the snowflakes fell onto his face. In his coat pocket, Lu Zhihang clenched a small box, causing discomfort in his palm, though appearing calm on the surface, his nervousness made his palms icy cold. As he looked at Xing Xinyan's red cheeks from the cold, he whispered softly, I want truly to grow old with you." Xing Xinyan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Zhihang. He then reached into the pocket of his down jacket and said, "All right, then you have to marry me." Even before these 3 words were finished, Lu Zhihang had already dropped to one knee. The edge of his coat brushed against the wet ground, getting damp. A gust of northern wind roared and swirled with the ever-increasing snow. Their hair blew disheveled in the wind. Xing Xinyan smoothed his hair, blinked his eyes toward Lu Zhihang, and watched as the snow on his eyelashes melted. Staring at Lu Zhihang kneeling on the ground, his heart pounded violently in the cold breeze. In Lu Zhihang's right hand, a small pink velvet box held a ring delicately embedded with pink diamonds. Year, will you marry me?" The weather was too cold, and Mr. Lu's voice trembled. There were so many words he wanted to say in his heart, "Thank you for choosing me, thank you for giving me a home, thank you for loving me." But it felt like something was blocking his throat, leaving Enigma unable to articulate anything beyond, "Will you marry me?" Lu Zhihang had never been this nervous, not even when he sat at the main table of the boardroom for the first time, facing all the doubts and hostilities. At this moment, all his emotions rested on Xing Xinyan. Xing Xinyan's happiness made him happy, Xing Xinyan's sorrow pierced his heart. If Xing Xinyan agreed to marry him, he would be willing to give everything he had. Or rather, Enigma was ready to offer everything he had just for Xing Xinyan alone. Snowflakes soon began to land on the ring box. It was the first time Xing Xinyan saw tension in Enigma's gaze. He gently wiped the snowflakes off Lu Zhihang's eyelashes and then picked up the ring, slipping it onto his own ring finger. The wind howled through Enigma's chest, while Xing Xinyan's pink hair fluttered, igniting a tidal wave of emotion in his heart. Instead of pulling him up immediately, Xing Xinyan bent down, cupped Lu Zhihang's face, and kissed him. Neither could quite determine whether Alpha's hands were colder or if Enigma's face was. Lu Zhihang's eyelashes quivered. Rising up, he wrapped his arms around Xing Xinyan's waist, deepening the kiss. As his hand unconsciously caressed Alpha's waist, he suddenly felt a small box similar in size to the one he had prepared. Zhihang Lu paused, taking the box out from Xinyan Xing's pocket. He was speechless with astonishment. Xinyan Xing breathed slightly heavily, his breath forming white fog that quickly dissipated in the cold air. "Humph, you're faster than me, alright, this husband role is still yours." Xinyan Xing opened the ring box, took out the plain ring inside, and directly slipped it onto Zhihang Lu's ring finger. Zhihang Lu spread out his hand, looking at the ring on his ring finger, unable to speak for a long time. "What's wrong? Happy to the point of being dumbfounded?" Xinyan Xing waved his hand in front of him and laughed, "Do you want me to kneel down for you too?" Zhihang Lu caressed his face and gently kissed Alpha's cool nose tip, "I love you. I love you too." Xinyan Xing hugged him, secretly slipping his hand into Enigma's clothes. Zhihang Lu shivered when he felt the cold touch but didn't make him take it out. They embraced each other in the snow for a long time, until Alpha sneezed from the cold, "Let's go back inside, I'm freezing." Due to the dark and slippery road, they decided to spend the night at the Lu residence. Xing Xinyan sneaked into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, then pushed Enigma out, locking the door behind. Lu Zhihang arched an eyebrow looking at the closed door, leaning beside it while listening to the rustling movements inside, the sound of the shower turning on. Then he silently walked to the bed, retrieving the bathroom door key from the bedside table. Click, the door opened, warmth rushed out. Lu Zhihang tossed the key casually onto the wash basin and stepped closer to Alpha, enveloped in the strong smell of Angelica sinensis pheromones. "Lu Zhihang. You." Xing Xinyan stood under the water flow, wide-eyed, not yet managing to scold before Enigma pressed a kiss against his neck, silencing him. The shower trickled down, the misty steam masking all the intimacy. "You're really not a thing. You're not human." "Yes, whatever you say is right." On the one-way glass window beside the bathtub, it was all foggy, with hands pressing against it, turning the fog into droplets that dripped down onto the bathtub edge. Drip, drip. Outside the window, everything was a vast expanse of white. Tomorrow, they could have a snowball fight and build a snowman. Chapter 112, Bonus Chapter. Recently, Lu Zhixing's work has been somewhat stressful. The new project not only failed to meet the initial expectations but also got him involved in a lawsuit. He was sitting in the president's office listening to the project manager report on the latest developments. The project manager tried to explain further but swallowed it back upon seeing the furrowed brows of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, I will resolve it as soon as possible. Lu Zhixing responded coldly. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up, and he took a glance at it. Wife, Fang Jinghe, spare me an hour. I'm waiting for you in the company lobby. The project manager stared in disbelief as the boss, who had just been gloomy, suddenly brightened up, even smiling slightly. Lu Zhixing tapped on his phone without even asking why, simply replying with, okay. He picked up his coat and looked questioningly at the project manager. Is there anything else? No. Then why are you still standing here? Go back to your post. Lu Zhixing put on his coat and walked out of the office, heading directly down to the ground floor with his elevator card. With a ding, the elevator opened as someone popped out beside him. Hey. Mr. Lu. Sheng Xiannian jumped in front of Lu Zhixing and smiled cheerfully. His hair was cut shorter and dyed black, making the alpha appear even whiter. Lu Zhixing looked at Sheng Xiannian's new hairstyle, slightly raising his eyebrows. Xiannian, what happened to your hair? Sheng Xiannian flicked his bangs and lifted his chin expectantly. Am I handsome, brother? Yes, how come you decided to change your hairstyle? Lu Zhixing lovingly patted Sheng Xiannian's head. Without the wolf tail covering, the scarred gland behind was clearly exposed. Sheng Xiannian gave a faint smile and pulled out a household registration book from his pocket. I just got this from home. Is yours still at your place or already at the Lu residence? Lu Zhixing hesitated, stuttering, you, this is. Aren't you willing? Sheng Xiannian narrowed his eyes. I am, absolutely, 100% willing. Lu Zhixing placed an arm around Sheng Xiannian's shoulder as they walked out. Pie from heaven does exist. If God closes a door, he'll open a large gate. Though he suffered setbacks at work, he was succeeding in love. I didn't ride a bike over, helmet ruins hairstyles. We'll take your car. Sheng Xiannian arranged. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. A trace of uncontrollable joy spread across Lu Zhixing's face as if he were almost shoving Alpha forward. Lu Zhixing's documents were still at his own place, no need to inform Lu Yanchang and others. Lu Zhixing nearly drove at the highest speed limit, reaching home 10 minutes faster than usual. Upon getting home, he quickly retrieved the necessary documents. Enigma, fearing that Sheng Xiannian might change his mind, practically breezed through every step. Although not quite clear whether Sheng Xiannian discussed this with Sheng Huaiji, Lu Zhixing was past caring now. Let's make it official first. While waiting for the red light, Lu Zhixing's fingers instinctively tapped the steering wheel. Sheng Xiannian noticed his movements, lifting his lips high. Jega, I heard Ningning saying that Songsher brother seems to have reacted to sounds. Lu Zhixing's eyes held laughter. Every day after school, Ningning tells her brother stories with her fairy tale book. 2 days ago, she discovered that when her brother hears her voice, his eyelids moved slightly. Blood-related, her brother is also trying hard to see Ningning, right? Leaning against the passenger seat, Sheng Xiannian watched the yellow lights count down from 3, 2, 1 to green and said casually, everything is improving. Right, Lu Zhixing squeezed his hand when time permitted, everything is getting better. When the two arrived at the registry office, the hall was packed with people. Are you busy today? It might take more than an hour. Sheng Xiannian shoved the number he drew into Lu Zhixing's pocket. At this very moment, even if the universe exploded, Lu Zhixing would not leave the registry office. Forget about work, even if the Lu family went bankrupt right now, he'd complete the registration before going back to deal with it. Not busy, nothing much recently. Lu Zhixing tightened his grip on Sheng Xiannian's hand. Alpha acutely felt that Enigma's palm was sweating. He found it interesting. After all, Lu Zhixing had always been calm and steady, never imagining he'd be so nervous just for registration. Nervous? Sheng Xiannian blinked. Lu Zhixing glanced at the lively crowd filled with festivity, trying to stay composed. First time, it's normal to be nervous. Then he pointed to the side where an alpha cried miserably and his mega who looked disdainful. Compared to him, I'm actually quite calm. Sheng Xiannian glanced in the direction he pointed and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nian Nian. Did we forget to take our registration photo? Lu Zhixing looked at him. What? Sheng Xiannian was shocked. I forgot about that. Lu Zhixing glanced at their number, then at the bustling crowd. We still have some time before it's our turn. Let's go take the photo. Luckily, there was a photography studio nearby, but it was crowded. Mr. Lu discreetly used his money to cut through the line. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the studio with their photos in hand, and Lu Zhixing even squeezed in time to buy Sheng Xiannian a cup of bubble tea from a nearby shop. Back at the registry office, they waited for over an hour before finally being called up. The staff member glanced slightly in surprise upon seeing their genders, then smiled warmly. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness together. Thank you. Sheng Xiannian rummaged in his pocket and placed 2 white rabbit milk candies into the counter. Lu Zhixing chuckled softly. As the steel seal pressed down on the document, both men felt a wave of emotion. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sheng Xiannian watched as Lu Zhixing absent-mindedly flipped through their red booklet, amused. It's almost going to get a hole from your staring. Lu Zhixing's Adam's apple moved as he ran his thumb over the steel seal. His voice came out hoarse. Nian Nian, I have a home now. The alpha paused while fastening his seatbelt, touched by the moment. He leaned forward and hugged Lu Zhixing, gently rubbing the back of his head. Brother Nian Nian loves you. Lu Zhixing nuzzled against his neck. I love you too, wife. Humph, fine, I'll let you win this one. Sheng Xiannian kissed his cheek softly, whispering, husband. Lu Zhixing hesitated, leaning in for a kiss when Sheng Xiannian's phone, resting on the armrest box, suddenly vibrated. Sheng Xiannian picked it up to see a call coming from Sheng Huaizhi. Lu Zhixing instantly felt guilty, as if caught stealing someone else's cabbage, and subconsciously straightened up. Sheng Huaizhi, who had already been discharged from the hospital, asked cheerfully, Nian Nian, when are you and Zhixing getting formally engaged? Sheng Xiannian glanced at Lu Zhixing and grinned. Dad, we're skipping the engagement. Sheng Huaizhi was shocked. What? Are you two breaking up? Nope, we've registered our marriage. Hee hee. Sheng Huaizhi roared in astonishment, what? Chapter 113, Bonus, Lin Huai x Suyu, living together. Suyu had great relationships with everyone at Jinbei Hospital. He was kind, cheerful, and humorous, and young doctors often asked him questions because he never got impatient. After so many years of working, Suyu hardly ever quarreled with others. The only time he lost his temper was when a stupid patient's family member provocatively poked Lin Huai's shoulder. Whether it was colleagues or patients, no one had anything bad to say about Dr. Su. He was practically the synonym for warmth, cheerfulness, and good temperament. Lin Huai's first impression of him was similar. Although Suyu seemed a little irresponsible, his medical skills were top-notch, and he had a great personality. But the more Lin Huai got to know him, the more he saw the loneliness hidden behind his smile. Even among a crowd of people, there was always an undertone of solitude in his gaze. Lin Huai remembered a term, smiling depression. While Suyu wasn't quite depressed, Lin Huai always felt that he wasn't truly as happy as he appeared. After coming out of the operating room and changing clothes, Suyu rushed straight to the cafeteria where Lin Huai was already waiting with food and a seat. Having a boyfriend was really nice. When Suyu saw Lin Huai waving at him, most of his exhaustion melted away. I'm exhausted to death, just thinking about quitting every day, Suyu said with a laugh, sitting across from Lin Huai. Lin Huai picked up a fried chicken leg from his own plate and put it in Suyu's bowl. Eat more, you need nourishment. Huh, I think the chicken leg should be for the little boy, Suyu replied, trying to push it back to Lin Huai. Lin Huai looked at him for a moment. Not a little boy, your boyfriend. Suyu froze, blinked, then used his chopsticks to grab the fried chicken leg and bit into it with his hand. Chicken legs given by my boyfriend are delicious. A small smile crept onto the corner of Lin Huai's lips, and he added some vegetables to Suyu's plate. Eat more. Okay, Suyu didn't argue, smiling brightly as he opened his mouth. Ah. Does Dr. Lin want to feed me? Lin Huai hesitated briefly but did not hesitate before putting a piece of fish meat into Suyu's mouth without caring about the eyes of others around them. Suyu chewed happily, exaggerating, boyfriends feeding fish is sweet. You're being ridiculous, Lin Huai chuckled involuntarily, noticing that Suyu was deliberately teasing him for fun. Finishing his rice while talking, Lin Huai asked, do you want to live with me? Cough cough cough. Suyu choked, turning his head to start coughing hard. Lin Huai quickly handed him a glass of water, going over to pat his back gently. Why? So scared? Suyu shook his hand, his face red from coughing. He wiped his mouth with a tissue. I don't mean it like that, it's just, why are you suddenly suggesting cohabitation? Is the pure-hearted young man finally corrupted by society's complexities? Lin Huai turned red. What are you talking about? I haven't thought too much about this. Isn't my house closer to the hospital, making it convenient for work? And you always order takeout when you're home alone, which isn't good for your health. If we lived together, I could cook meals for you. Suyu was slightly stunned, resting his chin on his palm and gazing at him intently, with indescribable tenderness and flirtation in his eyes. Baby, are you planning to take care of me? If you're willing. Lin Huai put down his chopsticks, looking seriously at Suyu. I can take very good care of you. Suyu smiled softly for a moment. This feeling is pretty strange. You're so much younger than me. What does age have to do with it? Lin Huai frowned, dissatisfied. Stop always bringing up my age. Aren't I? Suyu arched an eyebrow. Your, what? Lin Huai pursed his lips. Your boyfriend. Is that all? Don't you mean, husband? Suyu grinned with mischief, saying the word, husband, lightly but with deep affection, heating Lin Huai's face instantly. Seeing how genuinely embarrassed Lin Huai was, Suyu stopped teasing him. You know, living together is not a small matter, it's basically like, getting married. I understand, I've thought about it. I want to live with you. Lin Huai said earnestly. My house has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. You can take the master bedroom, and I'll stay in the secondary one. I won't take advantage of you. Suyu looked at him solemnly and smirked. Nope, why not take advantage? Lin Huai. Baby, shouldn't your bed be large enough for 2 people? Suyu winked mischievously. Lin Huai's trouser hem was lightly teased by Su Yu's shoe tip. Enough. He lowered his head, shoveling another mouthful of rice into his mouth. Su Yu looked at his red-tipped ears and sighed adorably. Oh my goodness, how cute. Since Lin Huai had mentioned living together, it was clear he had already made up his mind. During his day off, he directly booked a moving company to transport Su Yu's belongings back to his own place. As he had anticipated, Su Yu's luggage was actually quite minimal. He glanced at the boxes on the floor and suddenly felt an overwhelming pang of pity. After work, Su Yu drove home absent-mindedly, only to find his house eerily empty. He thought someone might have broken in. It took him a moment to realize Lin Huai had told him they would be moving today. Without hesitation, Su Yu firmly shut his own apartment door behind him, got back into his car, and headed over to Lin Huai's, or rather, their new home. This realization brought him immense joy, erasing all traces of his work-induced fatigue. He even found time to stop by the supermarket, purchasing some vegetables and meat. He wanted to try his hand at cooking. By the time he arrived at their place, Lin Huai had already sorted everything out. His clothes were hanging neatly beside Lin Huai's in the same wardrobe. Su Yu looked at the two pillows lying side by side on the bed, feeling as though his heart was melting into a pool of soft warmth. Walking into the kitchen, he asked teasingly, if your parents come to visit, what will we do? We'll just tell them the truth, Lin Huai replied while washing the vegetables with a calm smile on his face. It's fine, at worst, we'll get a beating. I'll deal with my parents, Su Yu assured, deeply touched. You don't need to worry. At this, Su Yu moved closer, wrapping his arms around Lin Huai. Their heights were similar, and the slightest tilt would bring their lips close. Seems like I'm falling more in love with you each day, Su Yu mused aloud, smiling wryly. What should I do about that, Dr. Lin? Can you prescribe something? Lin Huai reached up to lightly pat his head before tilting his face and giving him a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. Late-stage condition. No cure. Laughing, Su Yu leaned forward for another passionate kiss, his feelings spilling forth endlessly. Lin Huai turned off the faucet with a flick of his hand, and Su Yu promptly switched off the gas stove. They tumbled onto the sofa, where Lin Huai noticed the glimmer in Su Yu's eyes. With a tender heartache, he bent down and kissed away the moisture, promising solemnly, Su Yu, from now on, I will always love you. If anyone else had said this to Su Yu, he'd probably dismiss it as mere romantic talk. But because it came from Lin Huai, he believed it wholeheartedly. Lin Huai, the somewhat rigid engineering graduate, never spoke what he couldn't achieve. There would surely be many obstacles and difficulties waiting for them ahead. But as long as they clung tightly to each other's hands, nothing would truly matter. Chapter 114, OV, Sheng Zian x Song Chu, A Chance. At the beginning, when Song Chu paid back the money and dissolved the contract, Sheng Zian's heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat. But as time passed day by day, when he saw the confidence in Song Chu's eyes and his increasingly open and bright smile, Sheng Zian suddenly became at ease. He roughly understood a sentence written in a book. Liking someone means that possession is liking, and letting go is also liking. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Of course, Manager Sheng is impossible to let go, impossible for this life. But he was willing to give Song Chu some space, just at a distance where Song Chu could look back and see him. Sheng Zian's hotel was booked next to Song Chu's, even sharing the same balcony, with only half a meter of partition added in between. Sheng Zian walked onto the balcony with a cigarette box in his hand. Outside, there were some scattered snowflakes swirling and flying under the street lamps. He took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth, wearing an overcoat while leaning on the balcony railing, turning his head to look at the brightness emanating from Song Chu's room. It looked really warm. Sheng Zian nibbled a few times on the cigarette. Song Chu didn't like the smell of cigarettes, and he didn't have a craving for cigarettes either. He just always wanted to smoke a couple during stressful times. Like now, in the early stages of his susceptible period, the stress was huge, but he did not like the nicotine nor went to find anyone outside. This, of course, wasn't something praiseworthy, but he was changing. Even though Song Chu seemed to not care, he was indeed improving. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing snowflakes into Sheng Zian's neck, freezing him so that he sneezed. Sheng Zian rubbed his nose, took one last look at the brightness inside Song Chu's room, then turned around and went back inside. It was still warmer indoors. Because he went back into the room quickly enough, he didn't notice Song Chu walking onto the balcony and looking toward his room. Song Chu looked at the empty balcony next door, thinking he must have imagined hearing something. He cursed himself silently in his heart. What an unambitious thing, why worry about this flirt anyway? As soon as Song Chu returned to his room, he heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he saw Sheng Zian's pitiful face. Little Chu, I think I caught a cold. Do you have any cold medicine? Song Chu turned around and went to the cabinet to get the cold spirit for him. Sheng Zian familiarly squeezed inside and closed the door. Song Chu handed the cold granules to Sheng Zian, saying, Here, Mr. Sheng, take it back home. Sheng Zian pretended not to hear, tore open the cold spirit packet, and tipped it into his mouth, then quietly watched Song Chu. Song Chu helplessly picked up a cup and poured him a glass of water, and Sheng Zian drank it with a smile. Before being chased out by Song Chu, he stretched out his arms and suddenly pulled the person into his embrace, sniffing the scent on his body. Not the smell of pheromones, but the scent of Song Chu. Feeling his cool nose brushing against his neck, Song Chu turned his head and pushed him slightly. Xing Zian. If Xing Zian really wanted to force the matter, Song Chu wouldn't be able to beat him. However, he was pushed away by Song Chu, and smiled as he watched him. Great, tonight I can sleep well. Xing Zian thought he had profited even when getting kicked out. The snow fell all night, and by morning, everything was white. The new year was coming soon. Sheng Huaiji called him early, asking him to come home for the spring festival. Xing Zian hesitated and said he was very busy recently. Am I fooled by you? You forget your father once you get a wife. Sheng Huaiji cursed. Xing Zian laughed, we're not even close yet. I'm chasing her. Alright, I don't lack for a son like you. After hanging up, he packed his luggage and waited for Song Chu to leave. Song Chu's assistant and driver had been chased away by him, so Song Chu had no choice but to follow him. Song Chu didn't seem particularly surprised, as if knowing his nature, and just went along with it. What he didn't expect was that the driver directly drove to Xing Zian's house. Song Chu, what does this mean, Mr. Xing? Xing Zian took his luggage down. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, spend the festival with me. I am too lonely alone. Of course, Song Chu knew he was lying. How lonely could he be with parents and siblings alive, and plenty waiting for him with a shake of his phone? So Song Chu turned around and walked away, leaving his luggage behind. Carried off by the waist by Xing Zian, spend the festival with me. Don't worry, I've stockpiled a whole box of suppressants. If I try anything funny, use them on me. Song Chu was dragged back home shamelessly, feeling somewhat strange. He used to come here for that matter, but now he almost felt like a guest. Xing Zian arranged for him to stay in the secondary bedroom, which was indeed much more restrained. He enthusiastically took out the dumpling filling and wrappers he had bought and invited Song Chu to make dumplings with him. Song Chu sat on the couch, looking at the dumpling wrappers and fillings. Why not just buy ready-made ones? Why go through all this trouble? Come on, don't you think we need a bit of ceremony? Xing Zian sat opposite him and began wrapping the dumplings earnestly. Song Chu hadn't felt the atmosphere of the new year for a long time. After his parents' divorce and remarriage, he no longer had a home. Whenever he accompanied Xing Zian during the new year, Xing Zian would return home, leaving Song Chu alone in the rented apartment eating takeout, sleeping soundly through the night, finding nothing special about the new year. Song Chu thought that Xing Zian was really strange, all the good and bad came from him. He sighed inwardly and wrapped a plump dumpling with somewhat clumsy hands. Xing Zian chuckled. That's so cute, just like you. He took out a coin, went to the kitchen to wash it, and then wrapped it inside a dumpling. He then said to Song Chu, whoever eats this coin will get one wish granted by the other. All right. Song Chu looked at him suspiciously. Xing Zian raised his hands in surrender. I promise it's not anything adult-related. Humph. Song Chu snorted lightly but didn't refuse. During dinner, the dumpling with the coin was eaten by Xing Zian, and his excited look suggested it wasn't staged. So, what do you want? I'll tell you later tonight when we celebrate the new year, Xing Zian replied mysteriously. After finishing dinner, they even went for a walk together. The neighborhood was decorated festively, and Song Chu stared for a while at the Fu character hanging on the lamppost. Xing Zian gently rubbed the back of his head, and as they walked in the snow for a bit, they eventually froze and returned home. Because he got an unexpected wish, Xing Zian appeared unusually invigorated. This made Song Chu nervous, fearing he might exploit some loophole to do something mischievous. So, while watching the Spring Festival Gala, Song Chu stayed far away from Xing Zian and maintained constant vigilance. As the countdown to the new year began, Xing Zian squeezed himself next to Song Chu, braving the latter's prepared punch. 5, 4, 3. At the end of the countdown, under the flickering lights, the alpha sincerely looked at the beta. Little Chu, my wish is, the choice is yours, but could you give me a chance? Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, fireworks burst open, followed by sirens. Song Chu averted his gaze from Xing Zian's face and looked toward the TV screen. Aha! Xing Zian's eyes quickly lit up with color. He tilted his head and pecked Song Chu's cheek with a big pop. Then he instantly jumped back, laughing like a fool who just made a great deal. Song Chu wiped his face disdainfully. In a corner where Xing Zian couldn't see, his lips curved slightly. The end.